The world was so peaceful that you could hear a raindrop fall. Then suddenly, something called a teleportation gate unexpectedly appeared, blowing away all order. In just a moment, hordes of demons and monsters poured out from nowhere, pushing the entire globe to the brink of destruction. However, there was still a minority of people capable of standing up against the monsters. They were called Awakened Ones. In mid-air, a blond-haired young man, with an arrogant demeanor, holding a long sword, appeared. The sword in his hand swung like lightning, unleashing slashes so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow them. The enormous monster was shredded into thousands of pieces of flesh, scattering everywhere in space. The blond-haired young man still stood there coldly, his expression nonchalant, as if he had just done the most trivial thing in the world. But this very sight completely shocked Lai Jun's mind. With just one move, that person had annihilated the monster that he couldn't even touch. This incredibly cool blond-haired young man, who just appeared as Gum Lion, Lai Jun's best friend, and also the sole heir to all of his family's renowned martial arts essence. He clutched his blood-soaked arm, thinking bitterly to himself, if only I had also inherited the family's talent, I wouldn't have fallen so easily now. The more he thought, the more Lai Jun felt his blood boil with envy, clenching his wound even as the blood flowed ceaselessly. If he could be as strong as Gum Lion, he would be standing on the battlefield now, coolly fighting to save everyone, not sitting here clutching his injured arm, helplessly watching his best friend shine. Lai Jun was a painful exception, a fake awakened, without any special bloodline in him. No matter how hard he tried, how desperately he pushed himself, Lai Jun still remained stuck at the lowly D rank. If I had also inherited the family's talent and achieved a higher awakened rank than D, would my life have been different? That thought only made Lai Jun feel even more despair. At this very moment, a system screen suddenly appeared, stating Martial Arts Trait Unlocked. Lai Jun stared at the text in surprise, muttering, "What the hell is this?" Then he burst out laughing. "What kind of joke is this? Even my luck is pathetic. What's the point of unlocking it now that I'm about to die?" Lai Jun's eyes slowly closed, heavy with the blood loss that was draining his life away. He knew he was on the verge of death, his hand clenching the ground, trembling with bitterness, as a final thought crept into his mind. This awakened system is truly useless. Just as the darkness slowly swallowed Lai Jun's last breath, suddenly, a blinding light flashed. More precisely, an invisible magical array unexpectedly appeared before him. Lai Jun's eyes snapped open, feeling as if he had just been pulled back from death's door. When he fully regained consciousness, the young man found himself lying on a soft bed, and for some reason, his entire body no longer felt any pain. Lai Jun frantically sat up, his eyes quickly scanning the room. The surroundings were so familiar, a study desk, a bookshelf, neatly arranged belongings. He froze for a few seconds, then distractedly asked himself, "What the hell is this? Is this my dorm room?" The more Lai Jun thought, the more confused he became. This was indeed his dorm room, but he had clearly moved out after graduating high school. Why was he here now? Memories of the moment he was bitten by a beast, fighting to exhaustion to protect civilians, were still vivid in his mind. Why am I here? Didn't I die after getting wounded while protecting the people? Just then, a strange thing appeared before Lai Jun's eyes, making his pupils immediately dilate. A strange screen popped up, displaying the date clearly, January 2nd, 2025. As soon as he saw the timestamp, Lai Jun involuntarily screamed, 2025. No way. His scream made those passing by in the hallway outside turn to look, wondering what he was going crazy about. Inside the room, Lai Jun was still flustered, his mind racing, unable to comprehend what was happening. Is this a dream? This is truly insane. The young man decided he had to verify it himself. Lai Jun put his feet on the floor, tried to remain calm, and then opened the dorm room door. The morning light streamed in, illuminating everything. The scene outside was completely peaceful and serene, with no trace of destruction or bloodshed. Friends around him were jogging in the morning, while others practiced sword fighting with the professor. These scenes, which Lai Jun used to be sick of seeing, were now playing out right before his eyes once again, as if it had all just begun. Lai Jun's eyes widened, feeling he could no longer deceive himself. Could it be that he had gone back 7 years? The more he thought, the more absurd it seemed. Lai Jun numbly sat back on the bed, propped his chin with both hands, and began analyzing everything from start to finish. Had he truly been revived? He had clearly died from fatal wounds to his side and arm. Just a moment ago, he could still feel that terrible pain, but now it had vanished without a trace, returning to the past with death as the starting point. What he thought only happened in novels was now truly happening to him. He pulled up his shirt, revealing his body. The old wounds that had caused him extreme pain were now completely gone, leaving no trace. Lai Jun muttered despondently. What should he do now? He knew very well that in just 7 years, a terrifying great war would erupt, and the Lai Jun of the future, despite all his efforts, would ultimately be powerless. Lai Jun temporarily pushed aside that worry, took a breath, and reached out to lightly press the system screen in front of him. Well, for now, he'd check his status first. Immediately, a series of clear statistics appeared on the screen, a detailed status panel for Lai Jun. Prominently displayed was the nickname Loser, along with basic stats: stamina 10 out of 100, endurance 10 to 100, strength and agility also equally meager. Lai Jun was not only intellectually unremarkable, but his limbs were also undeveloped. Yet, looking at this information, Lai Jun felt excited. He wondered, is this the path selection window, just like the one I saw before I died? If so, what exactly did that unlocked martial arts trait look like? He reached out and touched the newly appeared martial arts trait line. Immediately, a notification popped up. Martial arts trait unlocked. Please choose your path. Once chosen, it cannot be changed. Lai Jun hesitated for a moment. A series of legendary martial arts appeared on the screen. 9 Yang Divine Art, Dharma's Muscle Tendon Changing Scripture, 9 Suns Divine Art, all peerless martial arts coveted by anyone. Lai Jun thought to himself, so I get to choose one of these, right? In my previous life, I couldn't do anything but die in vain. All right, then I'll choose this one. This life, I definitely won't repeat that mistake. Today, the entire Asian region in general, and the Republic of Korea in particular, have a setting identical to a martial arts movie. To understand the cause of this, we must go back to the era of the first generation of awakened individuals. These people originally had 2 choices. One was the magic of the continent of Grantos, and the other was the martial arts of the martial forest. Europe and America chose Grantos, while Asia chose the martial forest. That is the root cause of why the world today is divided into 2 distinct halves. Lai Jun pondered for a moment. Now, everywhere there are outstanding martial artists. Are there any martial artists who exist independently, not beholden to anyone? He scrolled his hand across the screen, trying to filter out all martial arts belonging to the 3 kingdoms to find an answer. As a result, the screen immediately displayed a series of new martial arts names, and among them, one name caught his attention: Chaotic Divine Art. According to Lai Jun's understanding, the Chaotic Divine Art did not belong to any sect or school, but was a completely independent martial art. As if he had found his true calling, Lai Jun did not hesitate to select it immediately. But as soon as his hand touched the screen, he froze, his heart feeling like it would leap out of his chest. The screen displayed a notification. You have just obtained the SSS-Rank Chaotic Divine Art. Lai Jun exclaimed in shock. I just chose an SSS-Rank martial arts trait? What has been chosen cannot be changed. Time passed, and the sun gradually set. On the mountain behind the school, Lai Jun was sitting cross-legged, cultivating alone. Memories of his previous life crept back into his mind. In the past, this very spot was where he secretly cultivated, partly because he liked the tranquility, and partly because he didn't want the scrutinizing gazes of others. Lai Jun shook his head vigorously to dispel the memories. I can't dwell on the past anymore. From now on, everything will be different. He took a deep breath, trying to fully concentrate on his cultivation. Abundant spiritual energy began to surround Lai Jun's body. He clearly felt the difference. The blood in his body was boiling, full of vitality. Lai Jun smiled, looking down at his hands. So this is SSS level martial arts? Just then, The system screen reappeared before him, clearly displaying the content of the SSS level Chaos Divine Art. Tier 1, a technique that helps cultivators gather and absorb all the essence of the sun, moon, and earth, suitable for all types of martial arts. Lai Jun felt the surge of spiritual energy coiling within him. This power was completely different from the 3 yuan control art he had practiced in his previous life. Even though he was only just beginning to test the Chaos Divine Art, Lai Jun had to admit, its rate of progress far surpassed all conventional logic. Lai Jun clenched his fists, his heart brimming with determination. With this miraculous martial art, he believed he could also become strong. At that very moment, the system immediately revealed the first main quest for the SSS Chaos Divine Art, the Origin Sect's entrance training, with a difficulty rating of D. Lai Jun stared intently at the information on the screen, a drop of sweat silently rolling down his cheek. The young man thought to himself, "This seems quite difficult, but with my current self, I can probably do it." Time silently passed. When the moon hung high overhead, Lai Jun was still engrossed in cultivation, pouring all his mind into it, keeping himself extremely focused, to the point where he was completely swept into the terrifying current of spiritual energy around him, unable to escape. Just then, a strange voice echoed, seeping into his consciousness. "Foolish child, still crawling like a newborn. Enough, open your eyes." The word seemed to possess a strange power, pulling Lai Jun out of the intense state of cultivation. He jolted awake, drenched in sweat. Lai Jun painfully coughed, his body trembling, as if he had just endured something horrific. Once he regained his composure, he panted, wondering, "I'm alive. What just happened?" He looked down at his trembling hands, feeling the flow of the Chaos Divine Art that had not yet subsided. If he had continued cultivating just now, he might have been burning incense and admiring naked chickens on the altar already. While Lai Jun was still bewildered, the mysterious voice spoke again. "You've returned from the gates of hell." A faint glow enveloped him. Lai Jun turned around, but couldn't pinpoint where the sound came from. He stood up, cautiously asking, "May I ask who you are?" Unexpectedly, the person appeared right behind him, letting out a low chuckle. "Who do you think I am?" Lai Jun whirled around in alarm. Under the full moon, he saw an old immortal in pristine white attire, with kind yet majestic eyes. Lai Jun stammered, trembling, "A ghost?" That question angered the old immortal. He roared, "You foolish brat, what do you take me for? How dare you compare me to a wandering spirit?" Lai Jun was stunned by the scolding, unable to react quickly, and hesitantly asked again, "If not a ghost, then who exactly are you?" The old immortal gradually regained his composure, cleared his throat, and slowly said, "Listen carefully, I'll only say this once. This old man is the strongest person in the history of the martial world." Those words made Lai Jun freeze for a few seconds, as he frowned and muttered, "The martial world? I think I've heard that somewhere before." He tried to search his memory. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as memories flooded back. It was on the system screen, when he selected the Chaos Divine Art. The system had introduced it as a technique left behind by a martial artist at the end of his life after achieving enlightenment. Lai Jun looked at the immortal elder in front of him in surprise, muttering to himself, "No way! Are you the senior who created that Chaos Divine Art?" The immortal elder chuckled. "It seems you're not such a dumb kid after all, are you?" He continued to ask, his voice deep but warm, "Since my current form is just a soul, it's hard to recognize, isn't it?" Lai froze silent for a few seconds, then grabbed his head, screaming wildly, "I can't believe it! Does a creator of martial arts really exist? Since the day I was born, I've never heard of such a concept. How can you talk to me? Are you no longer alive?" The immortal elder rubbed his temples, his voice full of vexation. "Because the Chaos Divine Art fell into the hands of foolish child like you, I couldn't rest peacefully within it. The Chaos Divine Art is the strongest thing that ever existed in history. If it were lost, it would cause a huge problem. So, I appear to prevent that from happening." Lai broke out in a cold sweat from the pressure. "I generally understand." The immortal elder jolted, showing anger. "Generally? Just generally? This disrespectful brat. How dare you speak to a senior with sky-high virtue like that? Do you know there are thousands, even tens of thousands of people lining up, ready to hear even a single word from me? Hey kid, are you even listening? Lie was yelled at so loudly his ears felt like they were about to burst. If I stay here any longer, I'll get an even worse headache. The young man tried to escape, smiling foolishly. Yes, I am. I have to go practice now. See you later. The moment he was about to leave, the elder continued. Try cultivating the control technique for exactly 100 days. If you don't suffer chi deviation, then thank the heavens and Buddha. Hearing this, Lai turned back with a look of extreme surprise. The immortal elder remained calm. Why are you so surprised? I'm just saying it as it is. If you keep cultivating in that state, you won't even reach level 2 in your next life. Those words echoed in Li's ears. Lai frowned and complained. You never encourage me. Why do you always say such harsh things? So what should I do if I want to get stronger? The immortal elder replied immediately, without hesitation. There's no training regimen you can follow. Lai desperately clung to hope. Somehow I'll manage it. The immortal elder pondered for a moment, silently observing Lai from head to toe, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Finally, he folded his fan, chuckling softly. I like your spirit. All right, I'm already dead anyway. Being a bit generous won't hurt. After that bizarre, dreamlike night, Lai returned to his life as an ordinary high school student. It was still early morning coffee, but in truth, he wasn't feeling hesitant at all. Lai quietly let out a sigh, but before his breath could fully escape, the immortal elder suddenly appeared right beside him, yelling loudly, You're so lucky, why are you sighing? The young man almost had his soul fly out of his body. Lai quickly patted his chest to calm himself down, muttering, Please don't just appear like that again. I almost had a heart attack. Regaining his composure, Lai glanced at the notification that just appeared on his phone. A successful payment of 4 million to a blacksmith's workshop in the city. The immortal elder clearly saw Li's pained expression over his wallet, then reminded him in a casual tone, This is the only way to improve your skills. Lai was speechless. The skill this enlightened martial artist spoke of was actually wearing a 50 kilograms ankle cuff on his leg. When he went to the blacksmith's workshop to order it, the blacksmith's strange gaze almost pierced right through him. The man even blurted out a question that made Lai give a bitter laugh. Are you serious, kid? Now, Lai could only lie sprawled on the table, sighing dejectedly. Isn't this method too extreme? Hearing this, the immortal elder immediately got angry and yelled loudly. If it were anyone else, you'd be dead by now for complaining so much. Li's pride was hurt. He immediately slammed the table and stood up, shouting, You said you wouldn't nag about that anymore. But the immortal elder was still invisible at this time. So in the quiet cafe, Lai yelling alone made people look at him as if he were crazy. The young man blushed awkwardly and sank back into his chair. Whispers began to rise around him. That guy must be insane. Lai sighed, reminding himself. I won't say another word. He quietly opened the system screen. His ability stats had changed, but overall they were still negligible, like a drop in the ocean. Lai muttered to himself, disheartened. Increasing ability levels is harder than I thought. However, after absorbing the primordial chaos divine art, his internal energy limit had soared to 620, a number that made Lai himself murmur. The primordial chaos divine art is definitely a very powerful martial art. The immortal elder felt flattered, clearing his throat and emphasizing, As your master, I need to emphasize it once more. That is my only principle. The primordial chaos divine art is the fruit of a lifetime's effort, a profound internal energy technique that embodies the essence of martial arts. Although he had heard these words countless times, Lai couldn't deny one thing. Thanks to the immortal elder's guidance, his training in the primordial chaos divine art was much easier, which was why he quickly reached level 2. Lai reached out and selected an item on the system screen. Just then, his phone next to him vibrated continuously. He picked it up and glanced at it. The immortal elder immediately asked, his voice curious. Lai didn't hide anything, calmly saying, The workshop finished making the iron cuff. He pushed open the cafe door, but before he could leave, he suddenly ran into some uninvited guests. In front of him were three thugs, blocking his way, their eyes filled with ill intent. The leader slightly curled his lips, scoffing. "Isn't this the guy who fell out of a tree?" He continued to speak disparagingly. "I can't believe a recluse like you, who always locks himself in a corner, would actually come out." Lai quietly watched them. The people in front of him were all his classmates, level E, not high-ranked, but still higher than level F, where he had been stuck in his previous life. Unlike Lai, they were all those who inherited bloodlines. Lai just sighed softly, saying, "Don't cause trouble for me. Go to your own business." But he wasn't easily deterred. He stepped forward, pushed Li's shoulder hard, and sneered. "Look what this trash is saying. You haven't been beaten in a while, so you like having an attitude?" The whole group burst out laughing and talked amongst themselves. "Oh, right, I forgot. I was told not to touch him until school starts. My bad." Those words chilled Lai to the core. But this guy still didn't want to stop, continuing to provoke. "Do you want to come with us? We're on our way to St. Tong. And who knows, if you go with us, maybe they'll treat you better?" Lai smirked, coldly uttering two words. "Shut up." The leader lowered his voice, sneering. "You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Anyway, you're of humble lineage, so if Master sees you and wants to duel you, you know how it goes." As soon as the nagging stopped, Lai couldn't hold back any longer. He coldly charged forward, swinging an extremely powerful punch. That punch sent the guy flying far away, his nose bleeding a bright red stream. Lai calmly looked at the masterpiece he had just created, his eyes cold. The other two were stunned, unable to believe the scene before their eyes. Lai turned his head, looking at the guy still sprawled on the ground, and said coldly, "I told you to shut up." Immediately after, his companions rushed forward simultaneously, yelling, "You bastard, you're too arrogant." But Lai didn't bother to dodge. He began to circulate his internal energy. His breathing gradually stabilized. The vital force within his body surged. His eyes lit up, concentrating intensely. When Lai opened his eyes, all their movements suddenly slowed down in his sight. Each step, each punch of theirs seemed to be in slow motion, so predictable it was easier than eating candy. Lai raised his hand, parried the first punch, then countered powerfully. He grabbed the first guy's arm, spun around, and gently snapped it. The movement was gentle, but a tragic scream immediately echoed as the guy clutched his arm, writhing in agony. The last guy, with gelled hair, still wouldn't give up, rushing forward to throw a punch. Lai calmly extended his hand and neatly caught the punch, leaving the guy frozen, not understanding what was happening. Immediately after, Lai increased the force in his hand, tightening his grip on the guy's fist. With just a slight squeeze, the gel-haired guy shrieked, losing all strength in his body and collapsing to the ground, utterly miserable. It only took a few short minutes, but the results were disastrous. Lai stood in the middle of the small battlefield, sweeping his gaze across, his voice low and carrying a hint of weariness. "I also know that I'm incompetent and can't inherit my ancestors' bloodline." Old memories suddenly flooded back, twisting Li's heart. Those were dark days. When he was little, he endured baseless beatings from his own mother. When he was only 7 or 8 years old, Lai was constantly yelled at by his mother, and the phrases he heard most often were, "You ruined my life. You're the reason I live like this. I'm going to kill you." Cruel beatings, angry chases, leaving only a child crying and running away. In that despair, Lai once considered his father his last ray of hope. Back then, he hoped to plead with his father, just for him to save him from his mother, just for him to stand by his side. But his father's gaze at that time was forever etched in Li's mind, cold and utterly contemptuous. And then he turned his back and left, resolutely, as if the child in front of him wasn't his own flesh and blood, but something alien, even hateful. Lai, only 8 years old then, was shocked, chased by his mother, abandoned by his father, completely turned his back on by the world. That scene, that memory, was so deeply ingrained that it left Lai speechless. He once tried to reach out, wanting to cling to the last fragile hope, but his father resolutely closed the door to the hellish house himself, leaving Lai behind to endure the terrifying beatings that a child like him never deserved to suffer. That horrifying memory haunted Lai until he grew up in his previous life. He never did anything to be recognized by his family. But this life is different. Lee's eyes now gleamed with fierce determination. He clenched his fists, telling himself, I won't let the opportunity given to me be wasted. I will gain power myself and hold my head high. I won't live like my previous life. I won't let anyone harm me again. Lee's remarkable transformation today was all thanks to last night. That night, he went to the empty plot of land on the mountain behind the school again to cultivate the chaos divine art, a martial art originating from chaos, an immortal cultivation technique that only works when the body is pushed to its limits. And the immortal elder, of course, personally guided him. The first lesson he gave Lai was to turn into Sun Wukong 2.0, carrying a huge boulder on his back with the immortal elder as a bonus, sitting on top of it to train his stamina. Lai shouted, asking in a panic, is this really the correct way to do it? This kid is so tired, yet still has the energy to talk. You still have a long way to go. Don't talk nonsense anymore. Just keep moving. In the dark night, when not even a rooster crowed, a pair of feet silently carried a rock, wandering in the desolate forest. Lai was utterly exhausted. He sat down, gasping for breath. His limbs were so numb he couldn't even stand up. The immortal elder bent down, startled. Even when resting, you must stand. Who told you to sit? Stand up. Though Lai felt wronged, his strength was completely depleted, and he couldn't argue anymore. He opened the system screen and checked his current stats. At first glance, Lai nearly fell apart. The Chaos Divine Art had reached 2 stars, the first main quest was completed, and there was even a reward for the fast leveling speed. Lai was amazed and couldn't believe his eyes, and he was even more surprised when the system actually granted the reward immediately. A golden ring suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the reward, the Ring of Origin. Lai narrowed his eyes, observed the ring, and exclaimed, it's beautiful. The design is quite intricate, isn't it? The immortal elder cleared his throat and said proudly, it's because this old man has sharp eyes. It's an artifact of our origin sect. Without hesitation, Lai quickly put the Ring of Origin on his finger. As soon as the ring was on his hand, the system screen immediately displayed a new notification, showing a series of stats related to the Ring of Origin. This equipment will continuously gather inner energy in the Origin Sect's Dantian, helping Lai Jun escape the danger of chi deviation. Lai Jun read and anxiously wondered, did I read that wrong? Master, is this an S-grade equipment? The immortal elder fanned himself with a paper fan, smiling proudly. Don't you see it or what? It's a treasure of the Origin Sect. Lai Jun was stunned and bewildered, thinking to himself, what kind of sect is this that gives me such high-grade equipment? Is this a good thing? But then he put his worries aside and decided to command the system to open the next journey. The screen immediately switched to a new interface, showing a notification about the next journey to cultivate the Chaos Divine Art. This mission was called Endless Regret of the Mortal World, with high difficulty. Lai Jun looked up and asked the immortal elder, Master, is the second option related to you? But the immortal elder, who had just been standing there talking and laughing, vanished without a trace. Lai Jun looked around worriedly, muttering to himself, why did he suddenly disappear? He was definitely standing here just now, honestly. In his confusion, with no one to guide him, Lai Jun had to consider very carefully. By this afternoon, after dealing with those thugs, the young man slowly returned to his dorm, opened the system, and finally chose the Endless Regret of the Mortal World journey as his next stop. A voice suddenly sounded beside him. Why did you choose that one? Who else but the immortal elder, appearing and disappearing unpredictably? He tilted his head and asked, the other 2 look fine too. Why didn't you choose them? Lai Jun smiled, saying calmly, I think this one is very good. He suddenly seemed to regret it. I had also planned to choose the third one, a remark that made the immortal elder, who had just started to feel proud, immediately furious. Lai Jun secretly glanced at his outwardly cold but inwardly warm master beside him, thinking to himself, anyway, I can't abandon my master's path, can I? The immortal elder suddenly became pensive, as if recalling something. Just now, he had witnessed those 3 bullying Lai Jun, especially when the leader mentioned the Divine Power Sect. He asked directly, "What is this divine power sect that those guys mentioned?" Lai Jun calmly replied, "The divine power sect is a place where I can learn the martial arts of the Huangfu family." The immortal elder heard this and stroked his beard in admiration. A sect where you can learn the martial arts of the Huangfu family truly is captivating. You haven't mastered the Huangfu family's martial arts yet? That question was like a knife plunging into Lai Jun's emotional wound, from his previous life to this one. He looked invincible, whispering, "I wasn't granted bloodline inheritance." Bloodline inheritance. 95% of parents' cultivation techniques are passed to their children. If the parents are awakened, the child born will naturally also be awakened, carrying the cultivation technique in their blood. The remaining 5% are special children, chosen for higher cultivation, like the Dragon Sword of the Blood Sword sect, a family with the martial arts foundation of the Namgung family. In the public's eyes, they are a family of geniuses. The immortal elder sighed, "What a hassle, in my time. I learned martial arts when I met my master." "So, the reason your father abandoned you is because you didn't receive bloodline inheritance?" Lai Jun gave a faint smile, not denying it. The immortal elder, furious, slapped his hand with his fan, yelling, "That's such a ridiculous reason, unbelievable. He abandoned his own flesh and blood. A man like that isn't worthy of being a father. You don't need to worry anymore. I am your master. I will teach you all the martial arts I know." Those words brought Lai Jun's memories rushing back. On a late autumn night long ago, that father coldly told the small child, "I guarantee you no one will ever trust you, and you won't be able to trust anyone. That's obvious, because you're a failure." That sharp gaze, those words, and that indifferent turn of his back, all still haunt Lai Jun to this day. But this time, he wanted to try something different. Lai Jun smiled softly, looked at the immortal elder, and said, "I'll rely on you, master. But why are we always talking about me? Tell me about your past, master." The immortal elder flinched, broke out in a cold sweat, and stammered, "I've made too many mistakes, so I'm living in seclusion." Lai Jun hesitantly continued to ask, "So you're an evil person? Could you perhaps be the demonic cult leader?" This question made the immortal elder furious. He swung his hand, smacking Lai Jun repeatedly, yelling as he hit him, "Get out of my sight! How dare you call me that?" The two teacher and student continued chasing each other, but only Lai Jun knew that from this moment on, he could truly trust someone in his life, slowly breaking free from the psychological shadow that had haunted him from his father's vicious words. After that, under the strict yet devoted guidance of his master, Lai Jun plunged into cultivating the chaotic divine art. The awakened here are much weaker than those from our sect because they've elevated their martial arts level through techniques, but don't understand the essence of martial arts, or fully comprehend what martial arts truly are. Lai Jun diligently cultivated according to every instruction, determined to become a genius awakened. Lai Jun's every step glided, drawing paths of internal energy on the ground. His speed improved unbelievably. His techniques became much more refined, and his body was always filled with powerful internal energy. Master smiled, emphasizing, "I will make you the second strongest in the martial arts world." As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Jun unleashed a palm strike towards the wooden dummy in front of him. The astonishing power caused countless cracks to appear on the wooden dummy. Then with a crack, it split in half right there. Lai Jun stopped, asking with a hint of curiosity, "Why only the second strongest, master?" The old immortal leisurely fanned himself, smiling smugly. "Isn't the answer already obvious? This old man is the strongest." Lai Jun was speechless upon hearing that, but his master wouldn't let him rest. He closed his fan, speaking sternly, "A life or death situation is the most perfect moment for enlightenment." Lai Jun heard but didn't understand a thing, so he asked, "Where do I have to go to find a situation like that?" Just then, Lai Jun suddenly felt something ominous. His whole body began to break out in cold sweat, soaking his shirt's back in waves. He glanced at the old immortal, asking cautiously, "Don't tell me you mean going to a place where powerful monsters appear." Seeing the old immortal's unusually excited expression, Lai Jun knew he had hit the nail on the head. The next morning, Lai Jun secretly went down to the dormitory basement. His master, who had followed without him noticing, asked, Where are you going? Lai Jun calmly replied. This place is called Lukman. It's in the building's basement, very dangerous for awakened individuals below D rank. So the martial arts school takes care of this area. It's rumored that the principal himself personally sealed off that barrier. As soon as he finished speaking, the master and disciple arrived at the place called Lukman. Before them was a colossal door, tightly sealed with intricate talismans and complex formations. Just looking at it was enough to understand the horrors it contained within. Lai Jun stood still, his eyes fixed on the formation, then sighed. As expected, they've sealed it again. But his master beside him just shrugged nonchalantly. The five elements formation? I can easily enter. Lai Jun was stunned, staring at him with wide eyes. His master chuckled softly and said, The five elements formation is easy to break. Just follow what I taught you. Just a few minutes later, the barrier door slowly opened, and a faint light streamed into the dark space. Lai Jun couldn't believe he had broken the five elements formation, stepping deeper into Lukman. He turned his head to look at the door behind him, his face filled with bewilderment. It really opened? That was too easy, wasn't it? But when he turned to look ahead, immediately, a giant spiritual vortex appeared before him, continuously sucking everything inside. Lai Jun shivered, hesitating. This is the rumored barrier. He was about to take off the iron shackles on his hands when his master glanced over and immediately asked, My disciple, what are you doing? Lai Jun brazenly replied, I'm just taking them off to pass through the barrier. His master saw through his scheme and immediately yelled furiously, Don't make excuses. Lai Jun could only helplessly and unwillingly put the iron shackles back on, secretly screaming in his heart, It's already hard enough to get through normally, and now I have to carry these iron weights too. Standing before the mighty vortex, Lai Jun couldn't hide his tension. His master gently encouraged him. You don't need to be afraid, even if it's just the two of us here. Then suddenly, he spoke sternly. It's time. Now I will officially impart martial arts techniques to you. Lai Jun was utterly astonished. He felt a strange energy flowing through him, changing his body. The system screen immediately displayed a notification. Lai Jun had learned the B-Rank Heavenly King steps. From now on, he could officially use this footwork. Lai Jun was overjoyed. I've learned a B-Rank martial art. But before his joy could fully settle, his master beside him let out a cold snort. Perfect timing. Right before them, several giant beasts suddenly appeared, their eyes bloodshot and fierce, eyeing the master and disciple, ready to devour them. His master simply said, Prepare to fight. Lai Jun clenched his fists, quickly taking a defensive stance. He absolutely did not want to die like he did in his previous life, just because a low-level monster bit his arm. His master calmly explained, The Heavenly King steps I just granted you is the footwork of the Hong Fu clan, created based on a foundation of pure power. This technique has a few minor and very simple modifications, making it perfectly suitable for your current skill level. Show me your skill, just like how we used to practice. Lai Jun put all his effort into dodging each beast. Thanks to those days of arduous training, speed was no longer an issue. But these monsters attacked relentlessly, giving him no time to catch his breath. Just dodging one attack already consumed too much energy. Lai Jun gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger. The attacks came one after another, surrounding him and not allowing him to think of his next move. At that moment of deadlock, his master's voice rang out like an enlightening bell. Use the Heavenly King steps 2 steps to the right. Lean as much as you can, then lean backward. Without hesitation, Lai Jun immediately followed. He took exactly 2 steps, and just as the beasts lunged, Lai Jun leaned back with all his might. Indeed, he had seized the initiative. The beasts' posture now revealed all their weaknesses, beasts above, human below, their weak points clearly visible right before Lai Jun's eyes. Not missing the opportunity, he swung his fist powerfully, punching directly into the belly of the beast right above his head. The beast couldn't withstand this fatal blow, immediately spitting out fresh blood and dying on the spot. That scene seemed to give Lai Jun courage. His heart cheered. Finally, I did it. I defeated a monster in the 6 gates with my own hands. But he forgot one important thing. Besides this monster, there were still countless other monsters eyeing him, ready to tear him apart. His master reminded him coldly. This arrogant fellow. Before his master could finish, reality slapped Lai Jun, waking him up. A chilling, murderous aura rushed from behind, immediately putting Lai Jun on alert. Turning his head, at that very moment, he saw a giant mouth, as wide as 3 winnowing baskets, with hundreds of sharp fangs gaping open, ready to swallow him whole. His master simply said, as a warning, "Foolish child, it's not over yet." Lai Jun had been too engrossed in his first victory and forgotten that this was the Six Gates, a place full of dangers, where one mistake could cost him blood, even his life. The monster's bite didn't miss. This time, it wasn't his arm like in his previous life, but his neck. Fresh blood continuously seeped from the wound, making Lai Jun clearly feel the chill of impending death. He gritted his teeth, his heart filled with self-reproach. If I had been 1 second slower, the Grim Reaper could have taken my life. The beast still charged furiously. Lai Jun tried to dodge, but just as he dodged this side, another one pounced from behind. He wondered in disbelief. When did these monsters manage to get behind him? With one hand staunching the blood, Lai Run tried to calm down to think of a battle strategy. If he kept dodging, another one would definitely be waiting to attack from behind. Master had taught him how to dodge, but fighting wasn't just about dodging. He had to counterattack. How could he take them down? Lai Run realized a serious mistake he had made in both his lives. He was too complacent. Before dying in his previous life, he was confident because he had awakened as a D-rank martial artist and trained very hard, but the harsh reality slapped him in the face. That alone wasn't enough. Just as Lai Run was lost in self-reproach, Master couldn't hold back and shouted, "You need to be clear-headed and act now." That shout was like a slap, pulling Lai Run back to reality. Master placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice encouraging. "Nothing is impossible. Don't lose heart and keep using the Heavenly King's steps. Stay calm and wait for the right moment." These words reignited his fighting spirit. Lai Run took a deep breath, reining in his panic, and regained his composure. Lai Run gritted his teeth, tore a piece of fabric from his sleeve, and wrapped it tightly around the wound on his neck to stop the bleeding. He focused intensely on dodging the fierce attacks from the charging monsters, thinking to himself, "That's right, I've thought enough nonsense. Time to get myself together." Once Lai Run focused, these monsters would be no match for him. And as if invigorated, Lai Run unleashed a perfect punch, landing it squarely on a monster's snout. The more he fought, the fiercer he became, his punches and kicks following one another relentlessly. At this moment, Lai Run had found his combat method: maximum concentration on the Chaos Divine Art and the Heavenly King steps. Time quietly passed. 6 hours had gone by. Lai Run fought to the point of exhaustion, sweat pouring like a stream, his strength depleted. Despite this, the monsters in front of him showed no signs of weakening. They continued to charge, not giving him a second's rest. Lai Run gritted his teeth, his heart heavy. Their attacks had decreased, and now they were only focusing on defense. "If I don't have internal strength, I'll just have to prolong the fight with my footwork." And so, Lai Run used the Heavenly King steps to dodge, trying to hold on. He dodged while secretly waiting for the Chaos Divine Art to recover his internal strength. His body was almost falling apart. Lai Run felt he was about to collapse. But thanks to his unyielding will, he still stood firm, refusing to die here. Just then, Master slowly spoke. "It's time. When the enemy is exhausted, make them lose their heads." That sounds great, Lai Run thought, disheartened. Not only are the enemies exhausted, but I'm exhausted too. Wearily, he asked the immortal elder, "Can I rest a bit?" Master gave him a sharp glance and calmly said, "Do you think your recovery speed is faster, or your enemies? Trust in the recovery ability of the Chaos Divine Art. This is a good opportunity to enhance your internal strength and stamina." Lai Run had no other choice. He clenched his fists, squinted, and firmly stated, "I will do as you say." Immediately after, he channeled his inner energy, and vigorous power surged through his body. Lai Run's eyes changed completely, his pupils burning with spiritual power, full of determination. Master, standing nearby, nodded in satisfaction. Well done. To commend that spirit, after you subdue them, I will bestow upon you the martial arts suitable for you. No sooner had the immortal elder finished speaking than a monster suddenly opened its mouth wide, glaring as it charged straight towards Lai Run. But he slowly raised his arm, easily grabbing its snout, as if it were nothing. Then, in a single breath, Lai Run delivered a fatal blow, causing the monster to bite its tongue and perish right there. Clearly, his master's promise had given Lai Run no small amount of strength. He smiled excitedly. Master, you promised, remember? But at that very moment, Lai Run felt a huge wave of murderous, intense surge from behind him. That aura blazed hot and fierce. Soon enough, a giant beast appeared behind Lai Run, mouth wide open, roaring furiously. It spewed a powerful stream of fire towards Lai Run, the flames burning intensely, incinerating everything. Even boulders turned to ash. But where Lai Run had stood just moments ago, there was no one. The beast was stunned. It stared at the empty spot, not realizing Lai Run had flown into the air before the fire blast arrived. And from that perfect vantage point, Lai Run didn't miss the chance, channeling all his internal energy into his arm, grinding his teeth and yelling. Try to block this move. Then he unleashed an earth-shattering blow. With this move, the monsters below would either be crippled or dead. Immediately, the system displayed an urgent notification. Lai Run's Chaos Divine Art had reached 3 stars. The system continued to announce, Chaos Divine Art filled, dungeon cleared immediately. Stamina below 10% was fully recovered. Lai Run clearly felt each surge of vitality returning, his body overflowing with energy. The system also continued with another notification. Lai Run's impressive development was so astonishing that he received 25,000 accumulated points. He took off the iron collar around his neck, the spot now completely healed, without a single injury. At the same time, the system continued to announce, the innate ability of the Chaos Divine Art, Fear, has been unlocked. Once this ability is activated, surrounding monsters will fear the user. Indeed, the monsters that were aggressive just moments ago now cowered, shy and timid like an 18-year-old girl experiencing love for the first time. The master next to him smiled smugly, fanning himself and muttering, You are truly a prodigy. Who would have known this boy would reach 3-star Chaos Divine Art in just 2 months? This child is very similar to the first one. Lai Run asked, bewildered. What do you mean by the first one? The immortal elder replied indifferently, his voice elusive. That was my first disciple. He is your senior brother. Lai Run nodded slightly, understanding, and said, I see. But no sooner had he finished speaking than he suddenly felt something was wrong. He immediately shouted, You've had a disciple before? How many people were there before me? The master quickly covered his ears to avoid damaging his eardrums, grumpily replying, You are one of my disciples, aren't you? There were 4 people before you. Lai Run was furious. Why are you only telling me now? But the master was quick-witted, changing the subject and pointing at the monsters. They're running away. Go fight them and finish them off. Lai Run frowned, looked around, and smirked. Don't try to change the subject. They ran off while we were talking. Indeed, there wasn't even a single beast footprint left there. The master irritably tapped Lai Run on the head. That's why I told you to quickly defeat them. Are you not listening to your master? What are you doing? Hurry up and chase them. Lai Run hinted. You haven't forgotten your promise, have you? The master took a deep breath, fanning himself. Do you think an old man like me would break his promise? This move is called Daquan. It's the most basic fist technique. What do you think? Do you want to learn it? Lai Run asked, a little surprised. Is Daquan similar to Tien Vong Bo? Is that a martial art of the Hong Fu family? When the old immortal nodded in confirmation, Lai Run was silent for a few seconds, then spoke resolutely. I'll learn it. Immediately, the old immortal personally taught Lai Run the B-level Daquan. The system also sounded a confirmation notification, and Lai Run fell into deep thought. A failure who couldn't even inherit a gifted bloodline was now learning the martial arts of a prestigious family. If one day he became stronger than all of them, he wondered what they would think. But Lai Run didn't let himself think for too long. After receiving Daquan, He immediately continued on his way to find the monsters. The young man walked until his legs were exhausted, but still found no trace of them. Lai Run sighed, wondering, how far did those monsters go? The master continued to grumble. I told you to take care of them already. This is the consequence of not listening to your master. Lai Run tried to hold back. I said, I'm sorry, I'm seriously sorry. Suddenly, his face froze. Master, isn't what I'm looking for a four-tailed mid-level monster? After the old immortal confirmed it, Lai Run pointed. Look over there! In front of him was Lam Ho. That's the monster that dominates this barrier, the cunning Lam Ho, who is also the boss here. It can be compared to red-level monsters in terms of speed, and is so powerful that even a team of sea-level awakeners would find it hard to defeat. Therefore, this is a creature on a completely different level from the monsters he had encountered before. Lai Run was more nervous than ever, knowing that even a small mistake would cost him his life. The master seemed to read his thoughts, slowly saying, Don't be afraid. There's nothing more valuable than crossing the line between life and death. Lai Run heard but didn't quite understand, cautiously asking, I still have to fight? The old immortal immediately yelled, Go! In my time, no one dared to criticize or disobey their master. These kids nowadays are truly. Even though the old immortal spoke so sternly, Lai Run was still worried if he could defeat Lam Ho. This was a real battle. No one could help him now. But then Lai Run made up his mind. If he gave up and ran away now, how would he be different from his past self? How would he be different from that weak, pathetic boy who was always beaten and always despised? Dark memories resurfaced. Times he was brutally whipped by the very ones who inherited the bloodline. He was once beaten to exhaustion, staggering and falling flat on the ground. When he tried to get up, a dirty foot stomped directly on his face. That person was Lai Ji Hong, the brat who led the thugs who had previously blocked Lai Run's path. Lai Ji Hong kicked his head into the ground. The dungeon's been taken down. You'll never be able to fight again. Lai Run, worried, still managed to ask, Lai Ji Hong, what are you doing? The principal surely wouldn't allow this. But Lai Ji Hong just replied coldly. The principal allowed it. These words were like a fatal dagger, leaving Lai Run almost numb. Ji Hong, on the other hand, burst into arrogant laughter. I said he allowed it. Beating a useless guy like you isn't a big deal. In that moment, Lai Run felt like he had reached the depths of fear. Tears streamed down his face, not from pain, but from indignation, choked with resentment. He knew he would never forget that humiliating moment. But no, this life had to be different. He had to become stronger, even stronger, to take revenge on everyone, including the family that despised him. What's there to fear for someone who's already died once? Lai Run propped himself up and stood straight, his eyes burning with determination. Since I'm already here, a gamble isn't so bad. And he raised his head, speaking to his master. I'll fight it. At this moment, the beast Lam Ho was still sleeping soundly across the stream, but then a sudden surge of energy awoke everything. It was the aura emanating from Lai Run. The innate ability of the Chaos Divine Art had activated. Lai Run clearly remembered the effect of this ability. It made the surrounding monsters fear him. But that effect only worked on small monsters. Against Lam Ho, this defense was instantly shattered. The system also immediately displayed a notification. Lam Ho's innate skill, Pack Leader's Howl, has activated. Thanks to Lam Ho, the smaller monsters not only stopped fearing Lai Run, but their speed even doubled. Lai Run was stunned, having anticipated that his innate ability might not work on Lam Ho, but he never expected that even a small Lam Ho cub would render it completely useless. This was the true power of Lam Ho, the legendary beast. Lam Ho was now completely ready to bite off his head and drink his blood at any moment. Lai Run couldn't just wait to die. He gathered his inner energy and shouted, Master, I'm starting now. But Lai Run was startled to realize that his old master had vanished. Not a soul in sight. In that moment, a memory flashed back. The school principal, who was his own father, had coldly declared the elimination of all useless individuals, including his biological son, Lai Run. Lai Run snapped out of his flashback, returning to reality. He stood in the middle of Lukman, a scorching desert, where the real heat came from the raging flames created by the Lam Ho cubs. He was completely surrounded by a sea of fire. One wrong move would be enough to turn him to ash. But Lam Ho and the pack of monsters were completely immune to this sea of fire. Lai Run forced himself to calm down. He knew he couldn't panic now. He had to rely on the knowledge he had accumulated about monsters to compensate for his underdeveloped martial arts. I've accumulated knowledge about monsters. It seems theory and reality are far apart. I might just turn into roast meat. But in the end, Lai Run came to a conclusion. They'll scatter if the pack leader is gone. I have to finish it in one blow. In a flash, Lai Run lunged forward, delivering a vicious kick, putting all his strength into a make-or-break strike. But at the very moment the punch was about to land, Lam Ho vanished. Lai Run stood frozen for almost half a minute, unable to believe that Lam Ho had evaded the attack so easily. And more importantly, he couldn't see it anywhere. Just as he was bewildered, a disgusting mouth with sharp fangs suddenly lunged from behind, intending to devour Lai Run alive. Lai Run immediately took a defensive stance, gritting his teeth and cursing under his breath. Damn it! But fortunately, his master's voice rang out at that critical moment. Use the Heavenly King step to advance forward. Lai Run clung to it like a lifesaver. Without hesitation, he followed his master's instruction, immediately using the Heavenly King step to instantly move in front of Lam Ho. He truly escaped a deadly blow. And what's more, Lai Run's current posture was perfect for a counterattack. Lam Ho let out an angry roar, but Lai Run did not flinch. He clenched his fist, internal energy boiling, and gathering all his inner strength, he shouted, "You think I'll die in a place like this?" With that, Lai Run exerted all his strength, unleashing an earth-shattering punch. In the Lukman Desert, a deafening roar erupted, sending yellow sand flying and covering an entire area, fresh blood staining the ground red. The terrifying battle finally ended. Lai Run was exhausted, his entire body sore. He slumped down, panting, trying to stabilize his spirit, leaning against the massive blue corpse of Lam Ho. Lai Run whispered softly, "I bet next time I'll die." The cultivation system immediately displayed a notification. You have defeated the monster boss. With this astonishing record, you received an additional 500,000 cultivation points, and were also granted an extra 250 cultivation points, as a sign of respect from the system itself for your extraordinary performance. Not only that, Lai Run also acquired a B-grade demonic stone and an A-grade vampire demonic skill. Lam Ho's corpse gradually disintegrated under the sunlight, leaving behind a strange manual on the ground. Only then did the master appear, chuckling. You received many useful things. An A-grade vampire demonic skill with the ability to drain your opponent's vitality. That's the best way to help you improve. Not a single word registered. Lai Jun immediately retorted, "Where have you been all this time? I was calling your name in despair. I even thought you abandoned me because I had no value left." To reassure Lai Jun's weary spirit, the old master coughed in response. Ahem ahem. There's no way I'd abandon my disciple. It's not because I hate you or anything. Lai Jun still stared intently at his hands. I defeated the monster with these hands. The master offered advice again. First, just learn the vampire demonic skill. Listen to me. Your skills will definitely become stronger. Lai Jun looked with eyes full of doubt and asked, "Really?" The master also scowled. "Do you think I'm lying?" Lai Jun smiled and tore the book in half. The system announced, "You have learned the A-grade vampire demonic skill. From now on, you can use the A-grade vampire demonic skill." The master clapped his fan in approval. "Good. Now you just have one more thing to complete. Use your vampire demonic skill to drain all the blood from the monsters here." After a morning of being utterly bewildered, Lai Jun finally returned to his beloved dorm room. He put on his robe and opened the system's status window to check. It displayed all his basic information after the update. His stats had skyrocketed compared to last time. Lai Jun was so moved that tears of happiness streamed down his face. He was now ranked higher than even C-grade awakened in all 4 skills. The master appeared and asked directly, "What are you doing?" Lai Jun smiled gently. He closed the system and left the room, while his fellow students were running for their lives. Afraid of being late for class, Lai Jun strolled leisurely, each step as relaxed as if he were sightseeing on horseback. The master looked at him and asked with a doubtful expression, "My disciple, aren't you late too?" Lai Jun casually replied, "If I'm already late, I might as well walk slowly and be truly late." The master almost fainted from anger and shouted, "How dare you have such a thought? You should be looking forward to the teacher's class." Lai Jun merely glanced calmly and chuckled. "The only teacher I need is you, master." Just one sentence was enough to soothe and sweet-talk the master's grumpy temper. He smiled to himself, pleased. "That's right. Having a good teacher is all that matters. My master is truly easy to coax." But then an unexpected call rang out. "Lai Jun, are you coming to school?" Lai Jun turned his head. It was the clowns from last time, the ones he had taught a lesson. Only this time they brought Lai Jihong with them. How could Lai Jun forget that hateful face? Lai Jihong stood there, his gelled hair fluttering, a proud, mocking smirk on his face. Lai Jun just looked at him coldly and replied blandly, "Don't cause trouble for me. Go wherever you're going." But these words only angered Lai Jihong even more. "We haven't met in a few months, and you're still the same, aren't you? Tomorrow is the official match. Why are you so confident?" The master next to him couldn't help but be surprised to hear about an official match. Lai Jun then quietly explained, "This is an official duel on campus, which determines students' rankings." But on the surface, he was whispering to himself, making Lai Jihong even more annoyed, who kept growling, "What are you mumbling about? Even my patience has its limits." "You!" Lai Jun looked at Lai Jihong wearily and asked sarcastically, "What the hell are you enduring? What could a guy like you, whose fists move faster than his brain, possibly endure?" These words made Jihong's blood rush to his head, his face turning bright red. The students standing nearby couldn't help but laugh when they heard it. Lai Jihong was completely enraged. "How dare a failure like you talk to me like that?" Without another word, he charged forward like a mad beast, shouting, "I'll kill you." But in Lai Jun's eyes, this move was nothing but a joke. With just a slight step, he easily dodged it. After that, it was entirely Lai Jun's game. Lai Jihong kept attacking wildly, punching and kicking non-stop. Meanwhile, Lai Jun glided past, dodging effortlessly, not even breaking a sweat. Not only that, but Lai Jun also smirked mockingly. Lai Jihong's heart began to panic intensely. He didn't understand why he couldn't land a single hit on this failure. Suddenly, Lai Jun's system displayed a notification about the first side quest. Defeat Lai Jihong with an absolute victory. Reward, 100,000 accumulated points. Lai Jun smirked, thinking to himself, "Master really is something, giving me a quest like this." He channeled his inner force into his leg, changing his mind because he initially intended to deal with Lai Jihong in the official match, but decided to just finish it here. Lai Jun merely extended his leg, lightly tripping Lai Jihong. Jihong immediately felt the world spin, falling head over heels to the ground, the pain making him clench his teeth, looking at Lai Jun with daggers in his eyes. Lai Jun bent down, smirked, and said, That statement made Jihong tremble with rage. His reckless blood mixed with his brain. He sprang up repeatedly, intending to deliver a fatal blow. The atmosphere became extremely tense. The students around stood silently, no one daring to breathe heavily. But what froze them wasn't Lai Jihong's cruel attack, but because the terrifying blow Jihong just launched was easily blocked by Lai Jun with one hand. Jihong couldn't move. He started to get scared, shouting at Lai Jun, "What are you doing? Let go of my hand." The scene was truly laughable. The attacker pleaded with the one being attacked to let go, and he actually let go. But at that exact moment, Jihong suddenly felt something was wrong. The internal force in his hand was completely chaotic. A sharp pain spread throughout his arm. He clutched his arm, wailing miserably. It felt like his arm was truly about to be crippled. Lai Jun bent down to look at him, his eyes cold. "I know what you tried to do. Did your family order you? I'm not going to be beaten again this time." Then Lai Jun extended his hand, his inner force surging, releasing in bursts, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. I'll return what I endured, exactly the same. Ji Hong was truly terrified. Trembling, he asked, "What are you doing?" But clearly, he couldn't stop it anymore. Lai Jun swiftly dealt with him in an instant. Ji Hong's horrifying, miserable scream echoed, the last thing remaining after the defeat, in a few seconds. Finally, Lai Jun leisurely walked into the classroom. The system displayed notification. The first side quest was completed, and the accumulated points reward was granted as promised. Lai Jun smirked with satisfaction, but that attitude infuriated the teacher. "Are you laughing at me?" Lai Jun quickly reined in his smile. His master beside him reminded him in a playful tone, "You're smiling like a pervert." The teacher roared, questioning, "You destroyed the student dungeon and a disciple of a prestigious family. Do you know what you've done?" It turned out Lai Jun had been brought to the school's classroom and was being criticized by a group of teachers. But Lai Jun calmly replied, "I've never violated school rules." "Where is that written in the rules?" Lai Jun simply said calmly, "In Article 1, Clause 4 of the rules, when one senses killing intent from an opponent, they have the right to self-defense." Indeed, in black and white, Article 1, Clause 4 was clearly written like that, leaving the teacher furious and at a loss for how to continue scolding. Just as the atmosphere in the classroom was tense as a stretched bowstring, the school's president spoke up, stopping the enraged teacher. The president smirked, asking Lai Jun in a disdainful tone, "Let's say you acted in self-defense, as you claim. What will you do next?" Lai Ji Hong is a renowned disciple of a rank family. They surely won't let you off, will they? This man was Han Min Sung, the president of Mura Military High School, from the main branch of the Ji family, inheriting the martial arts of the Ju family. Lai Jun carefully observed Han Min Sung. He thought, "That aura, he's probably A grade. If it weren't for the primal god art, I would have fainted." But he remained calm, answering clearly, "The school doesn't need to worry about this. Everyone seems to have forgotten, but I also belong to a rank family, and my father is the family head. I will let my family meticulously resolve this matter." Though his words were gentle, they made the entire classroom fall silent. President Han Min Sung, however, looked intrigued, a hint of appreciation in his eyes as he looked at Lai Jun, thinking, "There's actually another student besides Jiamryong who can withstand my aura. From what I know, he's a failure who was abandoned by his family." Finally, the meeting concluded exactly as he wished. The atmosphere after the meeting remained tense. Everyone throughout the school was abuzz with talk about Lai Jun. No one expected him to be that strong. Most were just surprised, but one person was utterly bitter. The teacher Kim Tae-hyuk, who had just yelled at Lai Jun. He cursed silently. "Damn it, that brat Lai Jun should have been dealt with." When I look after the disciples of rank families, I receive expensive items, money, and martial arts. But that kid, abandoned by his family, ruined everything. If I let this go, I won't just lose their support. Other families won't let me off the hook either. I must deal with that bastard by all means. From that moment, wherever Lai Jun went, there were whispers and hushed discussions. As for him, he calmly ignored it all. Is that him? The one who beat up that tyrant? How could a failure like him do that? Li Jun smiled, softly whispering to his master. If that meeting hadn't ended well, it would have been troublesome. But fortunately, I have the primal god art. His master fanned himself, saying smugly, "An easy outcome to predict." In my time, I also faced a similar situation. The people of the 9 great sects and 5 great families opposed me, and in the end, I won. Li Jun listened but clearly didn't care. What he cared about right now was the recent meeting. Li Jun clearly understood that the person behind arranging that meeting was Kim Tae-hung, his homeroom teacher, because he had close ties with the rank families. But the situation was different now, especially since Li Ji-hong's Danjian had issues. Li Jun stood by the window, accidentally overhearing an interesting conversation from Kim Tae-hung himself. He was nervously on the phone. What happened to Li Ji-hong was truly unfortunate. Although the meeting took place due to my insistence, it yielded no results. It seemed the other end of the line also said they would cut off the allowance, startling Kim Tae-hung, who then spoke frantically. "Cut off the allowance? No, you can't. Beads of sweat broke out, and he continued to plead. If you give me another chance, I'll pay more attention to Li Ji-hong when ranking. Hearing this, Li Jun more or less figured it out. He thought to himself, it seems they're no longer planning to hold an official match. The master asked curiously, why does your family hate you so much? It seems there's another reason besides not having a bloodline inheritance, right? Li Jun crossed his arms and answered indifferently, it's because I'm a bastard. My aunt can't stand me, and my father loved my mother more. The master frowned. That's strange. If your father loved your mother, he should protect you. Li Jun gave a faint smile. My father loved the family more than my mother. He's someone who would sell his soul to the devil for the family. The master looked at Li Jun with sympathetic eyes and said sarcastically, you're really lucky, aren't you? Lucky enough to be this unlucky. Li Jun just smiled faintly. I'm used to it. Smiling on the outside. How could he possibly be used to such things on the inside? Past and present, the family always sought to drag him down to the abyss. Li Jun, enraged, clenched the Coca-Cola can in his hand, crushing it with ease. Now he was different. He wouldn't let anyone, including his family, bully him anymore. Time flew by, and soon it was the first day of school. Throughout the school, discussions about Li Jun were still buzzing. Hey, look, it's Li Jun. He clearly surpassed Li Ji-hong. How strong is he? Can a D-rank person change so much? After hearing this, the master's arrogance resurfaced, and he asked as if asking a rhetorical question. Whose disciple are you? Getting attention everywhere you go. Li Jun smiled knowingly and replied, it's all thanks to you, master. Just then, Kim Tae-hung looked at Li Jun and shouted impatiently, stop blabbering. Hurry up and follow me to class. Then he began to instruct, I will create a randomly simulated monster for you all. You will fight opponents based on your level, as usual. From now on, enter in numerical order. Aside from barriers, there's no place more suitable for unexpected accidents than this, because people can adjust the difficulty in the control room. He was already calculating in his head. I'll increase the difficulty tenfold when it's Li Jun's turn, then pretend it's a system error. Today is truly the perfect opportunity to get rid of this brat. Seeing Tae-hung constantly looking towards Li Jun, the master intently whispered, he's going to deal with you. It's written all over his face. How can someone like him be a teacher? Li Jun only smirked, thinking to himself, I can't just take it lying down. And then it was Li Jun's turn to enter the virtual reality room. Kim Tae-hung's voice echoed with a sarcastic tone. Do you want to fight any specific monster? Li Jun replied indifferently. Any monster will do. Kim Tae-hung let out a sinister laugh. Then, do you want to fight a devil? You should know that devils is what people call awakened individuals who were once criminals. The most prominent example being the criminal organization Lotus Death. Li Jun smiled, thinking to himself, I didn't expect him to ask a student to confront such individuals. So he's finally showing his true colors? He smirked and said confidently, then let's fight. Even though he clearly harbored malicious intentions, Tae-hung still tried to play the role of a dedicated head teacher until the very end. He said softly through the microphone, if a dangerous situation occurs, report it to me immediately. Immediately after, Tae-hung coldly pressed the start button. A magic formation immediately appeared in the virtual reality room, with flickering lights spreading throughout the space. Li Jun closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing. This time, the simulated location was a snowfield, difficulty level D. The moment he opened his eyes, he was standing amidst a bleak, icy, snow-covered mountain range. Kim Tae-hung's voice echoed through the speaker, full of pretense. Good luck. Li Jun merely smirked. He's really trying to kill me, isn't he? In the thick snow mist, Li Jun's vision was limited, and movement became more difficult than ever. But the most terrifying thing was the opponent, White-browed Cold Devil, one of the leaders of Lotus Death, one of the notorious Seven Devils. He wasn't an ordinary monster, but a mad old man with a penchant for killing, a true assassin. Li Jun felt a chill down his spine. He couldn't believe a teacher would dare to make a student face someone like this. You're insane, Kim Tae-hung. The devil in front stood silently, unmoving, but the murderous aura around him was still so dense it felt suffocating. The system suddenly displayed an urgent first mission notification for Li Jun, Will of the Youngest. He had to use the Chaos Divine Art to defeat his opponent. Condition for success: only use Chaos Divine Art below level 2. Condition for failure: use Chaos Divine Art above level 3. Li Jun curled his lips into a slight smile. Well, there's another reason to win at all costs. Finally, the seven devils acted. Without a word, he channeled his internal energy, poured his strength into his hands, and immediately launched a fatal strike towards Li Jun. Li Jun immediately shifted to dodge, but what he didn't expect was that the aura released by the seven devils could change direction, circling back to relentlessly pursue him. This time, Li Jun couldn't avoid it, a fatal mistake. His arm began to freeze gradually. This skill was the martial art of the Grandmaster of Ice from the Northern Sea Ice Palace. But the seven devils didn't stop there, darting towards Li Jun with unbelievable speed, raising his hand to deliver a deadly blow. If this strike landed, he would either be crippled or die. Li Jun immediately raised both hands to block, but the strength of this mad old man was too immense. He struggled but did not retreat. Although White-Browed Cold Devil was just a simulated opponent, his skills were incredible. He was truly a formidable foe. However, Li Jun was no longer the failed boy of his previous life. He perfectly countered the attack. His whole body was excited as he thought to himself, "Now this is interesting." Li Jun immediately counterattacked, unleashing a retaliatory strike, and his aura erupted powerfully, shaking the entire Snow Mountain area. With incredible speed, Li Jun snuck behind the seven devils, preparing to launch an extremely dangerous attack. But the seven devils were not to be trifled with. He accurately predicted his moves and quickly dodged the fatal punch. Li Jun smirked coldly. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Wherever the seven devils dodged, Li Jun pursued. A true cat-and-mouse game of equal skill. Li Jun showed no fear. On the contrary, he felt exhilarated facing such a strong opponent. But the seven devils weren't just good at dodging. He began channeling all his energy into his hands. Both were ready for a direct palm strike and their killing intent sword. And just as it seemed both were about to clash in a one-on-one solo battle, Li Jun suddenly realized something was wrong. The demon in front of him suddenly vanished. What Li Jun had just punched was merely an illusion. The seven devils had vanished without a trace. Li Jun frowned, understanding. Could Kim Tae-hung have cut the system? Annoyed, he kicked the floor hard. It got cut off just when it was getting good. Outside, Kim Tae-hung was in extreme panic. He stared at the flickering virtual reality screen, wondering, what's going on? His energy broke the system. Tae-hung's face showed clear horror, because even though it was a simulation, the difficulty of this battle was at least SSS-Rank. Even the most experienced students, even he himself, would have a hard time fighting Li Jun. Kim Tae-hung grew more furious the more he thought about it, roaring, then punching the virtual reality screen. Inside the VR room, Li Jun was completely relaxed and oblivious, closing his eyes to rest, enjoying the feeling of relief after what seemed like a breathless battle. The cultivation system had also promptly announced that the first urgent mission was completed. The accumulated rewards were immediately added to Li Jun's account. He smiled, thoroughly satisfied. Thanks to these origins, Li Jun was finally recognized at D rank. From a miserable, useless F rank, he soared to D rank, even knocking out that bastard Li Ji-hong. Thinking about this, Li Jun told himself, "At this rate, I'm completely capable of challenging the big guilds." While Li Jun was still lost in his beautiful dream of a glorious future, a voice unexpectedly called his name, pulling Li Jun back to reality. He turned around, intending to see who dared to ruin this rare moment of enjoyment. And before Li Jun were the faces of his fellow students, but not with the disdainful gazes he once endured, but with bright, admiring looks. They excitedly shouted, "Li Jun, you did great. You're really strong." A scene that made Li Jun freeze for a few seconds. The young man was stunned and bewildered, looking at the 180-degree change in his classmates' attitudes. For the first time in both his lives, Li Jun received such warm recognition. He chuckled, the warmest smile he'd ever worn. This isn't a bad thing either. His friends didn't quite hear what he mumbled, curiously asking again, "What did you say?" Lee Jun just shook his head slightly, smiling happily. It's nothing. From that day on, Lee Jun's life truly changed dramatically. As soon as he stepped into the school hall, a series of junior students respectfully bowed in unison. "Greetings, Senior Lee Jun." A scene of overwhelming favor. Lee Jun stood frozen in the main hall, his heart filled with doubt about life. What in the world is happening? Then the leader of those students stepped forward decisively, speaking politely. "I am Hyosu, a new student." After that, they all bowed very low in unison. "Please take care of us, Senior." Lee Jun was stunned, thinking to himself, "Why are these guys greeting me like gang members greeting their boss?" And looking at their faces, are they really 17 years old? Is there some mistake here? The more he thought, the more his head ached, so he spoke up. "From now on, you don't need to greet me like that." But those kids became even more eager. Did we do something wrong? Lee Jun could only sigh. "Honestly speaking, who am I to accept such a grand greeting from you all? I'm not a gangster." The new students immediately bowed deeply in apology, making Lee Jun awkwardly yell, "I told you not to do that anymore." After escaping the respectful gangster brother greetings in the hall, Lee Jun finally trudged up to the meeting room. He let out a weary sigh. The new students even escorted him all the way to the classroom door before finally saying goodbye and retreating. The master beside him stroked his beard and said with a smile, "This is also a test for the strong." Lee Jun was too annoyed to speak. But that wasn't all. Besides such nice changes, Lee Jun's life also came with a few misfortunes. As soon as he sat down at his desk, a confident fellow disciple approached him. "Fight me," Lee Jun said dismissively. "I'm tired, go home." However, that guy was fearless and stubborn. He suddenly drew his sword and charged, demanding a solo fight right in the middle of the classroom, regardless of whether Lee Jun agreed or not. In just a moment, as the sword blade struck down, Lee Jun reached out, gently twisting and breaking the sword into many pieces, as if crushing a weed. The aggressive young man instantly fell silent, his face pale. Lee Jun quietly clenched his fist, and a torrent of vital energy was unleashed just a split second later, causing his fellow disciple to faint on the spot. Lee Jun let out a cold humph. "Listen to what others have to say for a bit." The master beside him chuckled with delight. "You're quite famous, aren't you?" Lee Jun replied languidly, "You call this being famous?" And so, a series of restless days began. One after another, every day someone would show up asking to solo Lee Jun. Every few minutes, someone would jump in, driving Lee Jun crazy, his head spinning, to the point he had to lament, "I'd rather deal with 10 monsters than have to playfully fight with these kids." The master stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Perhaps they just doubt your abilities because they've never seen them firsthand." Lee Jun sighed wearily. Even so, this news has already spread far and wide. Just then, the classroom door burst open accompanied by deafening shouts. "Quiet down. Who was messing around during this morning's homeroom session, huh?" Homeroom teacher Kim Tae-hyung stomped in, his gaze sweeping around before fiercely looking straight at Lee Jun, as if ready to rush forward and devour him on the spot. Lee Jun just sighed, not bothering to pay attention to that look. Kim Tae-hyung quickly regained the serious demeanor of a homeroom teacher, went to the podium, handed out timetables, and had students fill them in for collection. The master, curious, glanced at the paper in Lee Jun's hand and asked, "Do you usually go to school like this too?" Lee Jun replied nonchalantly, "Usually, I mainly study 3 subjects: footwork, weapon techniques, and light body techniques. It's not easy to focus on learning one type of martial art, and learning a new one is even harder." The master asked again. Lee Jun remained silent, not answering immediately. As his classmates submitted their forms one by one, Lee Jun approached the class president, Press, handed her his timetable, and asked, "I can just submit it to you, right?" Press replied indifferently, "Just give it to me, and it's done." After submitting it, Lee Jun turned and left the classroom, leaving Press curious and secretly glancing at the timetable she had just received. And with just one look, she almost dropped her eyes. on Lai Jun's form. Not a single blank space was left. He had registered for almost every class. The first class after that was held outdoors, on the football field. The female teacher in charge scanned the field, thinking to herself, "It seems there are many students this year." Huh! Her eyes landed on the male students, where Lai Jun stood at the front of the line. Out of politeness, she bowed her head in greeting, and Lai Jun also gently nodded in return. He, of course, recognized this person, Cha Kyung-jin, a teacher from a high-ranking family, known for maintaining a neutral attitude. Lai Jun smiled softly. He knew she respected everyone, even those abandoned by their families like him, treating them like family. Cha Kyung-jin began. "The martial art you are about to learn is the 10-step divine palm. This is a technique inherited from the 100-step divine palm. Shenlong Temple itself contributed this martial art to the school." She motioned to a disciple standing next to her. "Let's start with the basics." The disciple brought out a box and placed it on the table. Inside were round spheres, whose purpose was unclear. Cha Kyung-jin explained, "All of you were one of these 20 kilograms iron shackles on each wrist." The students quickly followed suit, putting them on and laughing. "You said this level was really tough, but it's actually nothing." Only Lai Jun secretly felt lucky. He never expected carrying the 50-kilogram shackle, as instructed by his master, would come in handy like this one day. Life really is unpredictable. Cha Kyung-jin continued to instruct. "Now we'll officially begin. Everyone, get into a horse stance like this student is demonstrating, and raise both arms. You're not allowed to use internal energy, all right?" Another student raised a hand and asked, "How long do we have to hold this posture?" Kyung-jin smiled faintly. "Until the class ends, of course." And so, in the middle of the soccer field, the entire class simultaneously began to hold the horse stance. Time quietly passed, 40 minutes, then an hour, and half the group had already dropped out. Then, after 2 more hours, only Lai Jun remained standing steadily in the middle of the field, without the slightest tremor. The students standing outside incessantly chattered. How much longer is Lai Jun going to hold out? Is he even human? He's not even shaking a little. This, of course, made Kyung-jin see Lai Jun in a completely different light. She quietly observed him holding the horse stance, thinking to herself, "This kid, he didn't just use tricks to defeat young master Lai Ji-hong." Finally, Kyung-jin signaled the end of class. She walked over to Lai Jun. "You can stop now." Lai Jun remained calm, stood upright, and replied, "There's still time before class ends, ma'am." Kyung-jin smiled softly and gently said, "I don't think that's necessary." Cha Kyung-jin gently extended her hand, and the disciple standing next to her immediately presented a carefully wrapped book. She turned to Lai Jun, her eyes pensive yet filled with confidence, and spoke, "From this moment on, I will teach you the 10 steps divine palm." Those words stunned Lai Jun, who couldn't hide his astonishment. Immediately after, Cha Kyung-jin personally handed him the precious martial arts manual, her voice soft but full of gravity. "This is the martial arts manual for the 10 steps divine palm. It's an improved version of the 10 steps divine palm, but it's still a challenging martial art, remember." Lai Jun's heart swelled with immense joy. He couldn't believe he was holding this book so soon. Kyung-jin patiently explained further. "This isn't a martial arts manual from the dungeon, so it's not a standard book in the martial arts system. You must learn exactly what's written in it, all right?" Lai Jun quickly flipped through the pages, just glancing over them. Kyung-jin reminded him, her gaze stern but warm. Before her words could even finish, Lai Jun unexpectedly clenched his fist, assumed a stance, and channeled the newly accumulated internal energy in his body, clearly unable to wait another second to test his strength. Immediately, he swung his arm, unleashing a blow of the 10 steps divine palm. That moment left Kyung-jin frozen. The aura Lai Jun had just emitted brushed past her, so precise that she couldn't help but admit it was indeed the technique recorded in the manual. How could Lai Jun perform it after just a single glance? Lai Jun scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. "I'm really sorry." But then, the cultivation system screen immediately displayed a notification. "You have not learned the 10 steps divine palm." The master next to him chuckled and reminded him, This isn't something you learn in one go. Lai Jun pouted in response. A few more tries and I'll get it. While Lai Jun diligently re-examined the martial arts stances, the master beside him silently observed. This was the first time he realized how stubborn the student was. He never expected Lai Jun, once scorned, to now display abilities beyond expectation. The master fanned himself with a paper fan, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. He thought the boy was just an idiot, but it turned out his talent was becoming more and more prominent. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this kid's future will develop. Even Kyung Jin couldn't hide her shock. Lai Jun doesn't possess the demonic physique to easily absorb martial arts, nor is he a genius with a divine general's physique. So how could he transform from a failure into a genius like this? Lai Jun unexpectedly spoke up, interrupting her train of thought. I accidentally used my inner energy during my training, and it dissipated into thin air. So, the key to the 10 steps divine palm is controlling inner energy, isn't it? Miss Cha Kyung-jin hesitated for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. Exactly. That's why you have to control your inner energy well. That question alone was enough to astonish Kyung-jin even more. He had just read the manual and already grasped the essence of the martial art within it. Without further hesitation, Lai Jun tried again. He slowly adopted the stance, each movement as standard as a textbook. He carefully circulated his inner energy, controlling his strength bit by bit according to the principles. Then he unleashed an incredibly powerful palm strike, precisely the move recorded in the 10 Steps Divine Palm Manual. This time, Kyung Jin could no longer maintain her composure. She gasped, "That's impossible." As for Lai Jun, he simply smiled brightly, exclaiming in delight, "I did it." The training system immediately displayed a confirmation notification. Lai Jun had successfully mastered the 10 Steps Divine Palm. This martial art was now a general skill in his skill inventory. Thanks to that excellent performance, Lai Jun was honored, even invited by the school's teachers to a special internal meeting. And that meeting quickly turned into a true competition to recruit a talented student. Lai Jun, with a headache, tried to explain, "Professor, could you please ask one question at a time?" But immediately, the excited professor spoke up first. "I'll go first. In my opinion, you were born to wield a spear. The striking force, the grip angle, the precise thrusts and withdrawals, your body movements as fluid as water, all are instinctive to you. This spear technique belongs to the Spear clan." Before he could finish, the swordplay professor pushed him aside, declaring loudly, "You're more suited for swordsmanship." This professor described in detail, "Your swordsmanship can be compared to the dragon sword. How about you join my bloodthirsty sword clan?" But before he could finish, the medicinal arts professor immediately rushed over, interrupting, "No, no, Lai Jun is best suited for medicinal techniques. His performance has proven everything. The Myriad Poisons clan always welcomes you." Immediately after, the three professors erupted into a loud argument, vying to recruit Lai Jun into their respective factions. Amidst the chaotic scene, Lai Jun felt overwhelmed. He quietly retreated, leaving the three of them to continue their fierce debate. He followed a path to the mountain behind the school, lying down on the lush green grass, sighing in frustration. "I'm not thinking about joining another clan. Why do they keep bothering me?" The master was about to offer some wisdom, but Lai Jun quickly interrupted. "You want to say this is a challenge that the strong must face, right?" Cut off mid-sentence, the master was annoyed, while Lai Jun just chuckled with satisfaction. Suddenly, another person arrived. It was teacher Cha Kyung-jin. Lai Jun quickly sat up, smiling sheepishly. "I'm taking a short break to hide from the other teachers." Kyung-jin smiled, gently handing him a can of coca and asking. Lai Jun happily accepted the drink from the teacher, nodding and saying, "My class is a lot of fun. I always learn new things." Cha Kyung-jin sat down beside him, her gaze gentle as she continued to ask, "Aren't you tired? You look like you could practice the 10 Steps Divine Palm by yourself now." Lai Jun took a sip of the cool coca and smiled as he replied, "I'm not tired at all. For someone without an inherited bloodline like me, being able to learn martial arts at school is already precious, 100 times better than learning nothing at all." His words left Kyung-jin speechless for a few seconds, her gaze never leaving the young student in front of her. Just then, loud shouts rang out. The three professors who were vying for the excellent student earlier had come all the way here. Lai Jun could only let out a resigned sigh. Did they really come all the way here? He immediately stood up and bowed politely. Professor, I'll be going first. Cha Kyung-jin could only helplessly wave goodbye to him. Lai Jun, reborn into a new life after experiencing a dark and gloomy past, now enjoyed a peaceful blue sky, something that seemed so distant in his past. Since upgrading his martial arts, Lai Jun still frequently sought out the six gates for cultivation. He came here not only to challenge himself, but also to eliminate monsters, to enhance his power stats. Every monster that fell by Lai Jun's hand had its life force drained and converted into inner energy. Thus, dried carcasses of foxes were scattered everywhere within the six gates. The cultivation system continuously displayed notifications. Lai Jun received minor magic power along with additional stats. Lai Jun pondered deeply. Even the boss monster, Blue Fox, had been defeated, but fortunately, other monsters continued to multiply, allowing him to return regularly to train and farm points. However, Lai Jun understood that the rewards received from these fox monsters had become too small. Since his first defeat of the Blue Fox until now, he hadn't received any more mana stones. He turned to ask his master, I should have received a mana stone by now, shouldn't I? The master snapped his paper fan shut, then pondered before suggesting, I've changed my mind. Since you're progressing faster than I expected, let's make a big gamble. Lai Jun was slightly stunned, vaguely unsure what his master meant. The master calmly continued, the barrier's chaotic energy still drifts in the air. Aren't you curious what would happen if you absorbed it using the bloodline demonic technique? Hearing this, Lai Jun asked in surprise, that can be absorbed too. One must know that the magical energy emanating from the barrier is very abundant. If it could be absorbed, it would be a panacea itself. The master stroked his beard and chuckled. Using only the bloodline demonic technique probably won't be enough. But don't you also have the chaotic divine art? It's worth a try. But then, the master offered a cryptic reminder. The problem is your body is already saturated with energy. You've depleted a lot. If you absorb such a large amount of energy now, there's a 90% chance you'll fall ill. But do you still want to try? Lai Jun hesitated for just a moment, because right after, the young man broke into an excited smile, which served as his answer. Making a decisive choice, Lai Jun headed straight for an extreme area to begin the process of absorbing magical energy. He knew well that if he were someone who easily gave up, Lai Jun wouldn't have made it to today. The cultivation system continuously sounded new notifications. Lai Jun received minor magic power thanks to the bloodline demonic technique, followed by a notification that the bloodline demonic technique had reached 4 stars. The chaotic divine art also reached 4 stars, accompanied by his endurance, physique, strength, agility, and willpower stats reaching their maximum. Amidst that dense magical energy, Lai Jun remained immersed in absorbing every trace of magical energy from the barrier, persistent, resilient, and full of ambition. His entire body tensed, enduring the fierce waves of chaotic energy with stubborn resolve. The master stood beside him, his sharp gaze following Lai Jun's every move, thinking to himself, this is the first time using the chaotic divine art. I'm not sure if this kid will fall into a state of spiritual emptiness. But clearly, he had overcome the first hurdle. Suddenly, Lai Jun's eyes snapped open, his pupils gleaming, and a fierce aura surged within them. Immediately after, his body seemed utterly exhausted, all his energy drained. Lai Jun collapsed onto the ground, lying prostrate and panting. The master cautiously stepped closer, bending down to inquire in a tone that was half teasing, half genuine. How was it? Lai Jun, breathless, struggled to answer. It felt like I returned from the underworld. The old master smiled faintly, crossing his arms, and said, From what you said, I guess this can be handled. Just as he said, a satisfied smile bloomed on Lai Jun's face. The cultivation system screen was still brightly lit before his eyes. Countless notifications popped up incessantly. Even though he tried to clear them, they still piled up like mountains, scrolling continuously. Suddenly, a strange notification caught Lai Jun's eye. The system announced that he had absorbed all the demonic energy emanating from the barrier and received the reward for being the first to purify the barrier. 250,000 word activation points. But it didn't stop there. Lai Jun also officially became the new master of the Fox Den, replacing the position that originally belonged to the blue fox monster. Lai Jun was bewildered, unable to believe it. Could a human actually become the master of this barrier? This defied all common sense, to the point where he couldn't help but be confused. Can humans also become barrier masters? Just then, a strange sound echoed behind him, making him jump. Lai Jun cautiously turned around quickly and asked, "Master, did that sound come from you?" The master angrily yelled, "What do you take your master for?" Lai Jun's gaze immediately shifted behind him, where a tiny creature appeared, its brilliant blue fur dazzling under the light. As soon as he saw it, Lai Jun recognized that the blue color was undoubtedly the absolute legacy of the blue fox monster. This small beast was Little Blue Fox, charmingly cute yet inheriting the DNA of the very monster boss that once ruled this place. He gently picked up the small creature, a look of delight on his face. It seems this is the meaning of the Little Blue Fox privilege. Even the master couldn't help but be softened by its cuteness. He crossed his arms, squinting as he commented, "Once it grows up, it will definitely be a reliable asset. They have 10 tails after all." Lai Jun, who was busy cuddling Little Blue Fox, froze when he heard his master's reminder. His heart trembled slightly. Would such a cute creature really become like that? The master tilted his head, asking softly, "Aren't you going to name it?" Lai Jun pondered for a moment, genuinely confused as he couldn't think of a suitable name. But after just a breath, his mind quickly started working. The young man looked brightly at his master, squinting mischievously as he suggested, "How about Lam Lam?" The name Lai Jun had just thought of left both the master and Little Blue Fox stunned. The two of them could only stare at each other with wide-open mouths, while he was overjoyed, feeling that the name Lam Lam was adorable to the max, a feeling that clearly no one else could share. Just looking at Little Blue Fox's helpless expression was enough to understand how strongly it protested, but unfortunately, it couldn't object. The master didn't bother to argue further, waving his hand in resignation. "Fine, call it whatever you like." And so, Little Blue Fox's fate was officially tied to the name Lam Lam. He happily held Lam Lam in his arms, gently asking it, "You like this name too, don't you?" Looking at Little Blue Fox's face, anyone would guess that if it could speak, the first word it would utter would definitely be a resounding no. The next morning, Lai Jun had just woken up when an uninvited guest was already in his dorm room. A fellow student stood right at the door. He intended to refuse immediately. "I can't go. I have something urgent." The other person insisted that he only needed a few minutes. But when he saw her pleading demeanor and imploring eyes, Lai Jun's resolve wavered. Compassion made him unable to refuse, so he finally nodded in agreement to go along. Before stepping out of the room, he didn't forget to turn and ask, "Could you buy me some milk?" At the same time, in the school president's office, Han Min-sung was leisurely wiping each leaf of his ornamental plants. Suddenly, the office door burst open, and the secretary rushed in, out of breath and speaking urgently. "President, there's a problem." Han Min-sung frowned. "What is it, Secretary Nam?" She hadn't even caught her breath yet, and hurriedly reported, "There's a problem with the barrier in the basement. The Blue Fox Den has been dissolved." Chairman Han Min-sung immediately went down to the basement personally. Before his eyes, the ceiling charms that once protected the 6 gates had been torn to shreds, scattered on the floor. He bent down and picked up a piece, his face unable to hide his bewilderment. Who managed to break the 5 elements array? The 5 elements array, which was once the school's pride, an impregnable forbidden array. Han Min-sung said gravely, "I need to go and see the barrier." He pushed open the 6 gates, and had only taken a few steps inside when a virtual system screen suddenly appeared before his eyes, coldly announcing, "Han Min-sung is not the master of the Blue Fox Den. Entry is not permitted without the master's permission." He froze, frowned, and wondered, "What the hell is this? Has someone become the master of the barrier?" After a moment of silence, He turned to Secretary Nam and ordered in a stern voice, "Find out immediately who broke the barrier." Time rewound to the previous night. Li Jun, after leaving the Blue Fox Den, was still deep in thought. He asked his master, "Don't you think this is enough?" The master replied indifferently, "That's not a good option." Li Jun was unwilling and growled, "But that's where I can often meet Lam Lam." The master gently shook his head, reminding him, "Dear disciple, it's clear you've never had a pet. Monsters like to roam freely outside." His gaze swept around Li Jun's small room. Then he chuckled, "How about next to your bed?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Lam's sleek blue tails quickly coiled up in the corner of the bed. It stretched out with a very contented expression, clearly enjoying the bed. Li Jun smiled brightly, excitedly saying, "Just leave it there." The master quietly glanced at his disciple. His heart stirred. This was a rare occasion to see Li Jun truly happy like this. A moment devoid of sorrow, devoid of defenses. Originally, after failing to inherit the bloodline, Li Jun was abandoned by his family and ridiculed by the world, so it was understandable that his heart was shrouded in gloom. But unlike those who suddenly gained power and then destroyed themselves, Li Jun always worked hard and maintained a positive attitude. The master couldn't help but admire this child. At least he was vastly different from his first disciple, a person full of hatred, living only for revenge. Li Jun was still engrossed in stroking Lam Lam, unable to let go. He soothed the little creature until it closed its eyes and fell asleep. Then he smiled and murmured to himself, "There's only one thing left to do." His cultivation system had signaled that his meridians containing inner qi had expanded. Qi and blood circulated completely, and his strength had increased dramatically. Li Jun opened the system information panel, and immediately, his entire body stiffened. The master glanced over, tilted his head, and asked, "Kid, is something wrong?" Li Jun was startled, pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. "What the hell is this?" Before his eyes was an information panel completely different from before, a brand new Li Jun, stronger than ever. The parameters for physique, strength, and agility on Li Jun's status panel had now skyrocketed at an astonishing rate, astounding even himself. Normally, an AA grade awakened is already rare, and their maximum parameter value only reached the threshold of 300, a number belonging to the 5 emperors, the heads of the great clans. Yet now, he has reached that threshold. Li Jun was silent for a long moment, his heart pounding. A true spring only comes when one is deserving, and that has now become a reality. Li Jun is now fully capable of standing alongside the most powerful beings in this world. The master approached, raising an eyebrow and asking pointedly, "What are you looking for? Hurry and increase your accumulated points." Li Jun calmed down after a moment of astonishment and asked, "I already have points, don't I?" The system screen displayed an astonishing number, over 2 million accumulated points, a figure that would make anyone's eyes widen in disbelief. Li Jun murmured, a cautious glint in his eyes, "Adding more points will only bring more trouble. Should I just max out my martial arts parameters now?" The master stroked his beard, slowly responding in a calm tone, "Given your current state, learning the sovereign's footwork now would only mess things up." That statement only fueled Li Jun's curiosity. Just how formidable was this sovereign's footwork that the master so adamantly forbade him from learning it? Li Jun smirked, thinking to himself, curiosity really killed the cat. And then he decided to pull his usual trick, pointing out the window and shouting very naturally, "Master, look." The master was momentarily startled and turned to look outside as well, but there was nothing there. He turned back, frowning as he asked, "What am I supposed to be looking at?" But Li Jun had seized the golden opportunity, quickly choosing to activate the sovereign's footwork on the system. A series of notifications appeared. Li Jun had comprehended the sovereign's footwork. A new skill had been unlocked, and endless spear arts had been established. Li Jun held his breath, his ears red, mentally prepared for a severe scolding from his master, but he waited and heard no reprimand. Unable to bear it, Li Jun proactively asked, "Aren't you going to scold me?" The master suddenly burst out laughing, his voice full of triumph. "I knew you'd do that." A good teacher's virtue is to discover the personality of a foolish disciple. Li Jun asked back blankly. What do you mean by that? Immediately, the system displayed a cold notification. Li Jun cannot use the sovereign's footwork due to insufficient parameter conditions. The master laughed even louder, relishing his disciple's predicament. You've thrown your points out the window. Li Jun's face turned pale. He just wanted to scream. No way. But once points were spent, they couldn't be retrieved. Since he had committed, Li Jun could only tell himself that he would continue to work hard to be able to use this technique. Early the next morning, Li Jun groggily woke up yawning. He still felt that last night's sleep was better than usual, and it didn't take long to realize why. Lam Lam, his pet, had slept beside him all night, becoming the world's coziest body pillow. As soon as he opened his eyes, Li Jun opened the system to check his stats again, but everything remained the same, with no changes. Since he had chosen to activate the sovereign's footwork, Li Jun was now forced to continue grinding diligently to meet the usage conditions, as his master required. He frowned slightly, muttering, Come to think of it, it seems I forgot something. As soon as he realized this, Li Jun hurriedly stroked Lam Lam, coaxing her with a smile. I'm sorry, Lam Lam. I'll get you food right away. You're still small, so you can drink milk, right? He stood up, sluggishly shuffled out, but Lam Lam wouldn't let him go alone. It clung to him, trailing behind his every step. Li Run smiled, picked Lam Lam up, and doted on it. You don't want to leave me? Want to come along? He tucked Lam Lam inside his shirt. Just as Li Run was about to step out, there was an urgent knock at the door. He pressed his eye to the peephole, wondering, who would come calling so early in the morning? Outside was a woman with a serious demeanor. She introduced herself in a flat tone. I'm the secretary of the union chairman. You're Li Run, aren't you? Li Run opened the door, maintaining a calm tone. That's me. What is it? Secretary Nam announced directly, without beating around the bush. The chairman wants to see you. Li Run was momentarily surprised and asked, Me? But then he somewhat guessed the reason and whispered to his master, Min Sung probably wants to talk to me about the barrier. Then why should I meet him? Nevertheless, swayed by Secretary Nam's somewhat pitiful pleading gaze, Li Run ultimately agreed to go to the chairman's office. Inside the office, Chairman Han Min Sung covertly observed Li Run from head to toe, his mind filled with doubt. He actually looks quite ordinary. That barrier. Did he really break the Blue Lake Lair's barrier? Beside him, the master, understanding all of the opponent's thoughts, gently whispered a reminder to Li Run. It seems he can't guess your true power. Li Run subtly smirked, replying to his master with a confident tone. I won't fall for it again. Before coming here, he had carefully put on the Ring of Origin, ensuring that Min Sung could not fully ascertain his true abilities. After a tense silence, Li Run proactively broke the atmosphere. I heard you called me here to talk, right? Min Sung took a sip of tea, his gaze still scrutinizing. I called you because I'm worried you might get into trouble with Li Ji Hong. Then he placed the teacup on the table, continuing to ask with a probing look, How is the Fist King? Li Run remained unfazed, replying nonchalantly, As an abandoned child, I know nothing about my father. This nearly made Min Sung choke on his tea. He cleared his throat a few times and quickly corrected himself. I apologize. That was thoughtless of me. Finally, Min Sung let him leave the room without mentioning a word about the barrier at the Blue Lake Lair. As soon as Li Run left, Secretary Nam couldn't contain his curiosity and spoke up. What do you think, sir? Min Sung slowly replied, his voice tense. I can't tell. I can't figure out what kind of person he is. Even Secretary Nam was stunned by that answer. Min Sung was known for his sharp discernment, yet he said something like this? He shook his head, muttering with tired and surprised eyes. This is the first time something like this has happened to me. I'm still astonished. Anyway, I must call Choi quickly. After the meaningful conversation with Chairman Min Sung, Li Run returned to the dormitory in silence. The first thing he did, of course, was look for Lam Lam. As soon as it saw Li Run, little Lam Lam immediately wagged its tail vigorously, happily running over. The box of milk he'd left that morning was completely gone. Not a single drop remained. Li Run took more milk and poured it into the bowl, smiling affectionately as he did so. Immediately, the system announced that Lam Lam's affection increased by 5 points. Lam Lam was full. Li Run chuckled, patting Lam Lam's head. The screen now automatically displayed all of Lam Lam's information. But when he looked at the stats panel, something almost made Li Run laugh. All the stats were extremely low, with even a few lines completely blank. Li Run thought to himself, it's probably because Lam Lam is still too young, so its stats aren't stable yet. It's fine. Once you're grown, I'll turn you into a red-level monster, Lam Lam. Thinking about this, Li Run started to worry about Lam Lam's size when it grew up. After all, he had once faced a grown Lam Ho. Just then, the master quietly appeared beside Li Run, his calm voice ringing out. That's not the only problem. Li Run nodded. He clearly understood a bigger trouble awaited him. Han Min Sung had started to suspect something, so he had to be very careful. And not just Min Sung. He also had to watch out for Bai. Bai, the divine art's best information gatherer. It was thanks to him that the organization had monopolized countless barriers and treasures. If they found out, he would very likely be monitored 24/7. Li Run pondered silently. At this moment, he could utilize his right as the owner of the Lam Ho lair to avoid being tracked. The master looked at him, asking casually, "Are you thinking about that?" "I'm always thinking about that." That afternoon, Li Run quietly left school again, heading towards the familiar empty lot behind the mountain. This place would be the new link point to the Lam Ho lair. The system immediately displayed a notification, determining connection path. A spatial crack suddenly appeared in midair, then swirled and coiled, forming a massive gateway with thousands of energy rays gushing forth. Li Run slowly stepped in, his eyes calm. Now I don't have to go down to the basement anymore. When Lam Lam grows up, I'll bring it here. The system displayed a notification confirming the link was successful. Not only that, Li Run also set up another designated point, connecting directly to his dormitory room. Now, he could instantly teleport back to his dorm with just a touch. Standing before the glass window, the young man gazed at his reflection, his eyes bright. Now, I just need to get stronger. A few days later, Li Run continued his daily routine as usual, showing no abnormalities. In reality, he was secretly cultivating within a barrier, but the system still didn't provide new quests. Li Run realized it was time to go to a higher-level barrier. He had already chosen his target, Chlorid Cavern, home to a blue-level barrier and a special hidden treasure called the Fire Stone. Before his regression, a certain sorcerer had discovered the Fire Stone and let a monster eat it. Afterward, the previously weak white-level monster suddenly transformed into a blue-level monster. Li Run couldn't help but wonder, what if I feed Lam Lam the Fire Stone? While he was imagining a brilliant future, a sudden noise from afar pulled him out of his reverie. A new student was entering the classroom. All eyes turned to the girl, Han Ji-yu, nicknamed Ice Flower. She stopped at the door of Li Run's classroom. He was also surprised for a few seconds. Han Ji-yu walked over and stopped in front of Li Run, asking, "Are you Li Run?" Li Run had no idea what was happening. Han Ji-yu smirked. "You must know who I am by now. I've also just been assigned to a level 6 class." Li Run was stunned. Han Ji-yu is the first daughter of the Divine Master who inherited martial arts from the Zhuge clan. She is a B-rank awakener, known as Ice Flower. I thought she should have been assigned to a level 1 noble class. I don't know why she's in a level 6 class for F-rank students now. Han Ji-yu held out her hand, smiling. "Let's help each other out." Li Run, on the other hand, coldly swatted her hand away. "Just leave me alone. I don't need friends." Immediately, he felt a killing intent from the girl. It seemed being rejected made Han Ji-yu want to deal with him right then and there. Li Run clutched his head, sighing. Figuring out how to deal with her properly is really troublesome. The master, seeing this, became curious. "What are you going to do?" Li Run replied weakly. "Quan Yong, my half-brother, that scoundrel, has a secret crush on Han Ji-yu. Why is she sitting next to me? If he sees this, his eyes will probably pop out, and he'll want to kill me. You know that, don't you?" He continued to groan. "Why would she talk to me? The master pondered, then asked again, "What's the power structure like here?" Li Run immediately explained that this place has 15 noble families, along with the Wudong Alliance, the Death Lotus, and 9 holy lords. Among them, 5 major clans specifically control everything. The Immortal Elder continued to ask, "The Divine Master inherited martial arts from the Zhuge clan, right?" Li Run nodded in confirmation. The master mused for a moment, then uttered a sentence. "Those scoundrels, aren't they always searching for talented people?" Li Run flinched, then the master continued, "Unlike other clans, their martial arts are very weak, so the Zhuge clan only focuses on recruiting talents." "That's what I know. They even dragged Ice Flower into it. Perhaps they want to recruit you. That's why they want to observe and gather information about you." Li Run was stunned. "So that scary girl is going to cling to me?" The Immortal Elder shrugged. "You're weaker than her. It's best to find a way to take advantage of it. It's not my business anyway." Li Run clutched his head, muttering, "I don't want anything to do with her." The next class proceeded as normal, but Li Run's mind was in a complete mess. Today, Li Run's class entered their swordsmanship lesson. On the podium, the professor scanned the class and spoke in a serious tone. "I'm sure you're all ready for the test. Now we'll begin our one-on-one combat lesson. Does anyone want to volunteer?" A hand slowly rose, and the one who stood up was none other than Ice Flower Han Jiyu. The professor smiled with satisfaction. "Han Jiyu, who do you want to fight?" Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately pointed at Li Run. "I want to fight him." In the training room, Li Run and Han Jiyu stood facing each other. She probed her opponent. "Are you well prepared?" Li Run looked helpless. "Why does she keep mocking me?" He wondered, then replied disdainfully, "I didn't prepare at all." Tae Huynh clasped his hands behind his back. "Are you both ready?" Then a rallying cry echoed, "Begin!" Han Jiyu moved like lightning, sword held firmly, her long hair flowing in the wind. He was caught off guard. She disappeared. Han Jiyu appeared right at his feet, intending to deliver a blow to his thigh. Li Run was startled. So fast. Her gaze was sharp, as if seeing through the mortal world. Han Jiyu swiftly swung her hand, but he dodged it by leaning his head back. Li Run reached out, ready to snatch the sword, but she quickly sidestepped. Han Jiyu jumped up, swinging her sword at him, but it was unsuccessful. Li Run channeled his spiritual energy, stroking the blade, his eyes never leaving her. He slashed powerfully at Han Jiyu, a dense spiritual aura filling the room. She was unharmed and even unleashed a palm strike that made him wary. "She's stronger than I thought. At this rate, I won't be able to withstand it." Li Run clenched his jaw, using his sword to block the critical blow in front of him. A spark flashed in his eyes. "But it's not like I can't block the attack." A fierce battle, where neither side can claim victory, is slowly unfolding. Lai Jun focused thousands of spiritual energy rays into his sword. He opened his eyes wide. The blue spiritual glow in his pupils had never diminished. Lai Jun swung his sword. "I'll get to witness and experience it firsthand." Such a palm strike should, logically, have been aimed at Han Jiu, but instead, it focused spiritual orbs onto her. She was stunned. What the hell? Her mind was in a turmoil. Did he just identify a few weaknesses in her blood iron sword technique and attack immediately? This time, Han Jiu could only defend. How could he be so familiar with her attack moves? If they kept wasting time, she would lose. Their eyes met. The air was as tense as a violin string. "In that case, I'll have to use my trump card to fight back." Lai Jun seemed to read her mind. "You're planning to use the Supreme Severing Sword, aren't you?" Han Jiu froze for 5 seconds. "Huh." The sword in her hand flashed. "How did you—" Her eyes widened. "No." Taking advantage of her shock, he darted past her and delivered a palm strike to end the match. The surrounding aura gradually receded. Lai Jun sheathed his sword, considering the test complete. A long while had passed, but Han Jiu was still standing there, looking dazed. Her hair came loose, and the surrounding air slowly thickened. Han Jiu's distinctive long hair was now partially cut off by him. Lai Jun turned to look, seeing that she still hadn't moved an inch. Han Jiu put away her sword and the atmosphere grew somewhat heavier. Her hand was clenched tightly, as if she was in great shock. Hanjo's lips trembled. I lost. A few days later, in the classroom, golden sunlight streamed through the windows. She rested her chin on her hand, looking out with a thoughtful gaze. The boy sitting at the front desk turned around, looking at Hanjo's pensive expression with confusion. Lai Jun cautiously asked, "She's been like this ever since the practice match. Was it that shocking?" The immortal elder appeared, teasingly, mocking. "Why did you cut her hair? What if she carries a seal within her?" He clarified, "I told you, it was an accident." The elder explained, "Divine power and the blood iron sword are the only clans who hate them. One day, they will unite against them." Lai Jun scratched his head, wary. "I must maintain good relations with them." The sun was also resting, replaced by the red-orange glow of sunset. He ambled through the campus, like any other student. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Lai Jun." Hanjo approached with a serious expression, which caught his attention. She began, "Are you busy?" Lai Jun replied, "No." Hanjo walked on. "Then let's go have dinner together." He stammered, "Okay." Absurd thoughts popped into his head. What's going on? Why is she acting so strangely all of a sudden? He worried. "Do you think she's determined to bury me alive?" The immortal elder teased, "Then may you rest in peace, my disciple." After class, the two met as planned at a small pizza place. Hanjo took a slice of pizza with stringy cheese and pink sausage slices. She covered her face, enjoying it. So delicious. Lai Jun gave a forced smile, looking at her. "She eats a lot, doesn't she?" His gaze fell on the pizza plate on the table. "That delicious? I don't see anything special." Hanjo asked, "Why aren't you eating anything?" Caught off guard, Lai Jun stammered, It's just that I'm a little." She brought the cake to her mouth. "I don't know what we're eating." Hanjo asked, "Are you mad?" He was startled. "Huh?" Her face darkened. "I bought you good food, and you're still frowning." Hearing that, he froze stiff. Hanju wiped her mouth. "All right, I'll get straight to the point." Her gaze stopped on his face. "How did you defeat me?" Lai Jun stiffened on the spot. "I just saw your weakness." Hanjo asked again, "Weakness?" He explained the gaps in her fighting to her. "Your sword is very sharp, but I felt there was something disjointed about it." Hearing Lai Jun's explanation, it seemed simple. "I just aimed for those gaps and attacked." Hanju was astonished. "You mean you knew after just a few moves?" He was modest. "It was just a coincidence." Lai Jun comforted her. "I've answered your question, so don't be sad about your hair anymore, okay?" But she was a bit surprised. "My hair?" Hanju tossed her hair. "Why would I be sad?" She smiled charmingly. "Actually, I quite like it now." Hanjo explained with relief. "I'd wanted shorter hair from the start anyway." At the same time, tonight the crescent moon shone brightly, illuminating every step. In the brightly lit pavilion, one couldn't help but shiver at its eerie nature. Inside the pavilion, broken glass shards were scattered, and blood slowly spread from one direction. Lai Ji Hong roared furiously. "Lai Jun, I'll tear you apart, you bastard." The old servant worried. "Young Master Ji Hong, please calm down. Your hand is bleeding." He turned back to look at the servant with tear-filled eyes. "So what?" Lai Ji Hong, in a frenzy, slashed the old servant's face with a glass shard. "You see me as weak, so you despise me, huh?" He slowly advanced toward the unfortunate servant. "Because of that stupid broken glass, my body is injured." "And you tell me to calm down? My Dan Tian." A stream of dark red blood flowed from both his eyes. "My Dan Tian has shattered into 100 pieces." Just as his arm was about to slash down, a hand tightly gripped it. Lai Ji Hong froze, still tightly clutching the glass shard. He stammered, looking at the person in front of him. "Father." Min Guk pried the shard from his hand. "Calm down." Lai Ji Hong sobbed, rushing into his father's arms. "Father!" "I." Min Guk soothed him. "Don't worry." He clenched his hand. Your father will heal your dantian. Min Guk revealed shocking news. I found a panacea that can help you recover. He asked excitedly, Really? The old man introduced a mysterious yellow orb. This thing is called a firestone, a treasure with unimaginable fire energy. If you eat it, they say your dantian will recover immediately. I'll get it for you. Lai Jihong buried his face in his father's chest. Father, thank you. Min Guk embraced him, but secretly seethed with anger for his son. Lai Jun, you useless brat. His paternal rage flared. How dare you? I'll make you regret ever laying a hand on my son. Lai Jun shuffled down the school hallway. He went into the restroom, but something about the atmosphere felt very strange. The restroom door slowly closed, warm rays of sunlight piercing through and shining onto the floor. The person tracking him whispered via Bluetooth, He's entered the restroom. The other end immediately responded, Keep an eye on him. He hastily replied, Understood. The tracker waited impatiently, constantly checking his watch. He waited for what felt like an eternity, but didn't see him come out. More than 10 minutes had passed. The tracker was getting anxious. He's been in there for 40 minutes. The other end asked, Does he have a stomachache? He stared at the tightly closed door, then fell into deep thought. The anxious tracker ran over. I have a bad feeling. I'm going in to check. The other end quickly tried to stop him, but couldn't. What are you doing? His hand had already touched the doorknob, but stopped short at the voice from the other end. A shadow guard shouldn't face them directly. Suddenly, from inside, Lai Jun pushed the door open forcefully, hitting the tracker. He was startled. Are you okay? I didn't know you were standing there. The shadow guard held his nose. I'm fine. Lai Jun anxiously asked again, Really? I have my next class now. Be careful next time, okay? The other end teased. We worried for nothing again. He was embarrassed. I'm sorry. The other end hung up. At the same time, Lai Jun turned his head back with eyes that saw through everything. I'll see you later. He complained as he walked. That was close. It took more time than I thought. The immortal elder reminded him. But you achieved your goal, didn't you? Lai Jun's eyes lit up slightly. That's right. I bet they couldn't have imagined it, could they? He held up the receipt in his hand. The matter of me escaping the barrier. Sold C-grade mana stone. 600,000. Sold E-grade mana stone. 500,000. Sold F-grade mana stone. 600,000. Sold F-grade mana stone. 40,000. With a mysterious look, Lai Jun gazed at the incredibly expensive mana stone. And sold mana stone. Sold B-grade mana stone. 100 million. He discussed the shadow guards with the elder. Creating a few different designated points beforehand was indeed a good idea. We had to go this far to deceive those shadow guards. The immortal elder replied logically. But do you think what you did was acceptable? Lai Jun tucked the paper into his shirt. What do you mean? The immortal elder explained. Those documents you signed to sell the mana stones. With a serious expression, he added, You've agreed for the Divine Clan Alliance to view them. A black and white contract appeared, like an unchangeable commitment. At the bottom was Lai Jun's signature, Divine Family Bank, seemingly a bank owned by the Divine Clan. He chuckled. It's fine, I'd rather confuse them. The sparkling green mana stone. The B-grade mana stone I sold almost all appeared in Forest Realm barriers. How could an unknown person like him get it? They'll wonder things like that. Lai Jun waved his hand. Just let them guess. The school cafeteria was crowded with people, filled with lively chatter and laughter. He sat alone at an empty table, quietly eating without anyone next to him. Sei Young-ho approached. Hey Jun, is anyone sitting next to you? Lai Jun replied, No. Suddenly, Hanju placed her meal tray down. Someone's sitting here. Her gloomy gaze scared Sei Young-ho and his group. I didn't know. Sorry about that. Hanju casually sat down, startling him. Lai Jun cautiously asked, Why did you scare them away? We could have just eaten together. She replied nonchalantly, I'm not comfortable with crowds. He angrily questioned, Hey you, the atmosphere isn't comfortable because you came. Don't you realize? Hanjo responded indifferently. So what? Lai Jun froze. So incredibly stubborn. He rolled his eyes. Forget it. She was eating but suddenly paused, as if remembering her purpose for coming. Just as a mouthful of food was about to reach his mouth, she asked, Do you? Lai Jun froze in place under her scrutiny. Know any other techniques besides the three elemental control technique? He turned. Why do you ask? Hanjo explained. With just the three elemental control technique alone, one person cannot reach that level. Lai Jun closed his eyes. You think so? She was about to talk more, but he ignored her. I'm done eating. I'm leaving now. Lai Jun walked away, leaving Hanjo sitting there like an idiot. She turned to look at his retreating back, her eyes deep and unfathomable. At the lecture hall building, the glass panes reflected the gentle autumn sunlight. Tae-Huynh stood on the podium. We'll have a training schedule next week. A student below asked, Where? He introduced the first place. The location is the mysterious treasure. The octopus with long tentacles is the second location, the Sea of Despair. Oh, the last one is the dangerous wriggling creatures, Hell's Cave. Tae-Huynh asked, Where do you want to go? The students below discussed. Anywhere is fine. Lai Jun propped his chin, deep in thought. Just in time. I'll go to Hell's Cave for training. But why is it so convenient? He looked straight ahead. Is it really just a coincidence? A cold sensation ran down Lai Jun's neck, as if a pair of eyes was staring at him. He tried to close his eyes and act unconcerned, but the aura around him surged violently. Lai Jun furiously turned back to Hanjo. What? What's wrong? Do you want to say something? She threw a neatly folded piece of paper at him. Lai Jun unfolded it. I'm just observing, go on. After reading it, his lungs felt like they would explode because of her strange personality. This 4D way of doing things. The schoolyard was now deserted, not a soul remaining. He went home and sprawled out on his bed. Phew! Lai Jun hugged a pillow and complained. So tiring. He said coldly, Why are those weird people so persistent? Hi CO is so enthusiastic. Hello, senior. You look so dashing today. And Hanjo is eccentric. Just observing, ignore me annoyed? Just ignore it. The immortal elder fanned himself. This is also part of a strong person's life. Lai Jun buried his face in the pillow. Why do you always talk about what a strong person has to endure? He grumbled. Master is speaking. Don't argue. He was covering his ears when he suddenly froze, with a puzzled expression. Lai Run quickly searched around the room. Is it my problem, or has Lam Lam disappeared? The immortal elder also noticed. Yeah, right. He offered an unreasonably logical reason. What if it crawled into a corner to sleep? The immortal elder floated behind him. That's right. Lam Lam should have come out to greet me by now. He called its name loudly, Lam Lam. Lai Run paced back and forth around the room. Lam Lam, where are you? He bent down to look under the bed. Lam Lam. His eyes suddenly widened, pupils constricting, worry clearly visible on his face. Lai Run softly called the dull green fox huddled in a corner. Lam Lam. It squinted its face, cold sweat beading on its forehead as if enduring something. The bus was parked in the schoolyard, preparing for a challenging expedition. Students laughed and chatted happily, not noticing Lai Run sitting quietly on a long bench. He carefully unzipped each zipper, searching for something in his backpack. Lai Run smiled gently. Sorry, it's a bit cramped, isn't it? Endure it for a little while. Lam Lam's head popped up. Its small pink tongue kept sticking out, looking incredibly cute. The crescent moon, in human form, clearly illuminated every inch of the ground the previous night. Lam Lam lay curled up on the bed, its brow tightly furrowed. The system displayed its status. Basic information, name, Lam Lam, growth, 1 species, blue fox. Rarity, attribute, fire, my magic power is weakened, territory, blue fox den, cleansed area. Li Run looked at the blinking system panel, his heart uneasy. He worried. So that's why it's in such pain, because of the lack of magic power. Li Run touched it. Wait a moment, Lam Lam. Suddenly, the immortal elder roared. What do you think you're doing? He explained. I'm just transferring magic power to Lam Lam. He quickly stopped him. Don't do that. If the chi from your chi gong erupts, it'll be a huge problem. Li Run looked dejected. But what should I do? The immortal elder reassured him. It's not a weak fox, so it can endure until the day you go for training. Take it to the training ground. He stroked Lam Lam's head. Yes. The warm afternoon sun shone on the schoolyard, where a line of buses stood neatly arranged. Returning to the present, Li Run looked at it playfully, his heart filled with immeasurable joy. Fortunately, Master transferred his energy to Lam Lam. It's no longer tired like before. He smiled brightly. When we return to the barrier, it would be great if your condition is better. Suddenly, Han appeared out of nowhere, making Li Run slam his bag shut. You mean? Li Run patted his chest, panting. You scared me to death. What are you doing? Aren't you getting on the bus? Han explained. I'll get on once I see you get on. He scoffed. Whatever you say. Finally, it was departure time, and Li Run carried his bag onto the bus. Hi, seeing him, shouted joyfully. Senior, you're here. He hesitated. You are. He chatted happily. Oh, I haven't introduced myself to you yet, have I? Hai introduced himself. I'm Hai. I hope you'll help me during this training, Senior. Hearing that, Li Run seemed to be deep in thought. Hai, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. He hesitated. Am I misremembering? Then he instructed. Hai. Don't greet me like that next time. No sooner had he finished speaking than he bowed his head low again. I'll learn from this experience. Making Li Run jump in fright. Don't. He went forward and chose a seat by the window. Coincidentally, he sat next to Han. Tae Huynh checked each row of seats. Everyone's here, right? Remember to fasten your seatbelts. He stared at him. Li Run, you did great, choosing exactly the hellhole. That makes it easier for me. Tae Huynh's eyes were filled with hatred. This time, I'll take my time with you. Beneath the bridge, clear blue waves reflected the sky. In one corner, abundant spiritual energy gathered into a small vortex. Min stepped out with a solemn expression. Welcome everyone. I'm Kang Min, squad leader number 3. I'm a member of the Divine Clan's battle squad. Today I'll be your guide. If you just follow our instructions, nothing will happen beyond this gate. Li Run put his hands in his pockets. Battle squad. His gaze was distant. A battle squad is a top-tier legion with members who are awakened from rank C and above. Having them as guides for a tour seems a bit ostentatious, doesn't it? The spiritual energy from his thoughts also gradually thickened. Are they here to kill me? Or do they know the location of the Firestone? Or perhaps both? Li Run looked up as if sensing some hostile energy. Min wore sunglasses and solemnly led the group of students on the expedition. Someone suggested, Squad leader, let's start slowly. He replied, All right, let's go. He stood behind, smirking. They didn't even bother to be polite. They truly are a very professional business family. But Li Run's face suddenly turned grim. They only behave this way now. Even if I kill someone here, you won't be able to call for help from anyone. Move aside. Han knelt down as if suppressed by a very strong force. She turned around, her hand already gripping her sword, ready to fight. Han looked towards the blue light emanating from around him. She froze for 5 seconds. What is that? Han stared blankly at Li Run's face, as if frozen. What's with that bloodthirsty expression? Stepping into the cave was a pitch-black expanse, illuminated by blue fireflies. The group slowly entered. No one dared to act rashly. Min raised his hand to stop them. Don't. He introduced with a knowledgeable air. From this point onwards is an unexplored area. Although it's a bit of a shame, you're only allowed to visit the already explored areas. As he finished speaking, someone whispered. He said it's an unexplored area. The adventurous ones. Is there anything there? So curious. I'll have to come back here again someday. Tae Huynh broke the somewhat awkward atmosphere. This is a place where the kids would be hard-pressed to return, so why not let them wander around a bit? Min scratched his chin. Then we'll gather back here, okay? Suddenly, Han interjected. I really think we should. Hold on. She raised her hand to speak. We should only look around the safe area. Today is just a training session. He gnashed his teeth when he heard that. He was secretly furious. Why not? Let's just try. Tae-Hwin was stunned, not knowing what to do after Han's words. Lai Run raised an eyebrow in amusement. I think it'll be very interesting, you'll see. She stammered. You. He smiled faintly. It's everyone's wish. Just a little bit won't hurt. And the whole squad is here anyway. Min pointed towards the cave. Then we'll go with the majority, okay? All right, let's set off. The goblins sitting in the cave hadn't sensed the impending danger. He emerged from the stream of dark energy from behind, and the goblin sensed human presence. But it didn't have time to turn its head. Min stabbed the goblin in the carotid artery. It fell down with a blood-splattered face, making the adjacent goblin wary. Seeing its comrade perish, it furiously charged straight out. Thousands of sharp knives flew up into the air from somewhere. Then they flew right into the goblin's neck, making it wail miserably. Min calmly wiped his knife. It's done, shall we head back? The students were stunned. Huh, it's already done? We didn't see anything yet. He immediately cut off their next words. Even if you go deeper, you won't find anything. There's no boss monster here. That's why we could go this far. Min looked down at the two unlucky goblins, his expression unchanged. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, making everyone unsteady. The students screamed loudly. Earthquake! He worriedly signaled. Retreat quickly. This isn't an earthquake, this is... One by one, they pushed each other, rushing out of the cave. It's a wave. Han jostled her way out of the cave with the students, but didn't forget to look back. She gasped. Lai Run. Han worriedly rushed towards him. Why are you just standing there stiffly? Suddenly, a hand wrapped around her, preventing her from moving forward. Brother Tae put on a righteous act. No, it's too dangerous. Han struggled. What are you doing, teacher? Let me go. Hai also rushed forward. Senior. As his hand was about to reach, a strange light suddenly appeared in front of Lai Run. Senior. A massive rock fell from nowhere. Danger. He still stood rooted to the spot, motionless like a puppet waiting for its strings to be pulled. She froze, while he smirked in satisfaction, looking straight ahead. Hai frowned. He clenched his jaw, as if he had just missed something. His hand gently rose to touch the rock. His subsequent actions revealed his helplessness. Hai knelt down. The chilling aura surrounding it made the rock wall appear even more solid. He repeatedly pounded on the rock. Senior, are you okay? Lai Run calmly replied from inside. I'm not dead yet. Stop calling. Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Captain, Lai Run is trapped. Min patted his shoulder reassuringly. I'm not sure if there are other rocks. We should go back to the original spot for now. He'll be safe for a while. There are no signs of monsters nearby. I'll come back after I figure out a way to help him. I had no choice but to accept reality. Okay. Han, who was nearby, also snapped back to reality, breaking free from the teacher's embrace. She growled. Lai Run, don't go anywhere. Just wait patiently there, okay? He didn't seem to care much. I know, hurry up and go. Lai Run listened to every movement outside the rock to ensure safety. He crossed his arms. Lam, you can come out now. Lam stretched, exercising, which even made Lai Run exclaim. This kid, you've been full of vitality ever since you were in the barrier. He placed it on his shoulder. Shall we go? The goblins huddled in the cave as if discussing something. Suddenly, one of them spotted a figure and growled warily. They chuckled, discussing the most brutal ways to prepare humans. Then a goblin rushed out, its mouth wide open, as if it had been waiting for this prey for a long time. But suddenly it stopped. Sweat poured down its forehead, its face filled with fear. At the same time, the system also announced, the intrinsic skill, fear, has been activated. The goblin sat down on the ground, its eyes changing from red to chameleon-like pale white. They ran away in terror, but Lai Run didn't care about them. The deeper they went, the more the system announced. Lam Lam's favorability towards you has increased by 20 points. Lam Lam has absorbed low-level demonic energy. Lam Lam has learned the intrinsic skill, demonic energy, by meeting the compatibility requirements. Lam Lam has learned the skill, bite and tear low level. He smiled, watching it nuzzle its head against his neck. Finally, you've learned your first skill. Lam Lam not only recovered, but also gained a lot of power. Demonic energy, rank C, growth type. Description: absorbs demonic energy scattered in the air to regenerate pure demonic energy. High-level demonic energy allows for the release of highly concentrated energy. Effect: generates demonic energy. Bite and tear, rank SS. Description: even if the quality of the demonic energy isn't good, it doesn't affect Lam Lam's appetite. Effect: absorbs demonic energy. Lai Run looked at the system panel, a little surprised. This, he wondered. It seems similar to blood-sucking cultivation techniques, doesn't it? The immortal elder appeared. Probably so. Like master, like pet, right? It's also a divine beast, isn't it? He seemed troubled. I don't think it should turn into a human. He was completely helpless. Hey, am I not your disciple? Suddenly, Lai Run's gaze fell upon something on the ground. A stream of golden spiritual energy surrounded a meteor, illuminating the long path. The firestone didn't seem intact, but it still emitted a dense source of spiritual energy. Lai Run slowly walked closer and gently picked up the firestone. He marveled at its mysterious appearance. So this is a firestone. The system displayed a notification. You have obtained a firestone. Do you wish to use it? Yes. No. Lai Run, of course, couldn't waste this heaven-sent opportunity. Use it, of course. The immortal elder floated beside him. I sensed that an embodiment is about to appear. He also praised him. As expected of Master, there's nothing you don't know. Lai Run carefully searched for a path into the cave. Lam Lam's blue light was like an outer protective layer for the two of them. He gently pushed a rock that looked no different from the others. It didn't budge an inch, so he took the firestone and pressed it against the rock. The system announced again, "You have found the secret chamber in the Hell's Cave. You received 250,000 P for discovering the secret dungeon." Along with that, the collapse of the stones opened up a strange new path. The system announced, "You have advanced to the secret chamber in the Hell's Cave." At the same time, at the entrance of the cave, a stream of blue light enveloped the students. Han Yu questioned, "Why can't I go with you?" "I have to go to save Lai Jun." Min Jie tried to explain. "Han Yu, you are the esteemed young lady of the divine clan. If something happens to you, your clan will also face problems." She remained stubborn, but the teacher quickly yelled, "Han Yu, stop it right now." Taehyung reassured, "If something happens to you, the chairman won't let us off the hook. Can't we let the combat team handle this?" Han Yu gritted her teeth, looking anxious. "Something is very strange. I have a bad feeling about this." She stared at his face and the dark guards. "Those people aren't here to help Lai Jun. Lai Jun fell into a trap on his own. This situation, is it some kind of conspiracy?" Suddenly, the system board appeared before Taehyung, startling him a bit. The system also appeared to notify Han Yu. Min Jae also saw the system board, but his attitude was very calm. And not just the three of them. Everyone saw the system board's notification. She was confused. What's going on? On the system screen was the message. Green zone barrier has been upgraded to blue zone barrier. Suman was furious, thinking someone had trespassed into its master's home. Suman, attack +20, speed +30. All the students were stunned. A teleportation barrier? Inside the pitch-dark, empty cave, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Thousands of Sumans stood in formation, bows drawn, ready to shoot at Lai Jun. They fired their fiery red arrows forward, but he remained calm and still. Lai Jun swiftly used divine magic to block the incoming arrows. He dodged skillfully, glanced to the side, and saw someone trying to sneak attack him. A Suman on horseback, holding a brightly burning fire spear, charged straight at him. It swung its spear but was enveloped by Lai Jun's spiritual energy. A sharp spiritual ray grazed Suman's head, causing blood to splatter. He swiped once, and one after another, their heads flew from their bodies. A perfect landing, and the aura around him grew even more dangerous. The system announced repeatedly, "You have defeated Spearman Suman. You have defeated Speed Suman. You have defeated Speed Suman." Lai Jun looked at the system, bored with annoyance. "Still not done yet? I was trying to complete the mission I failed last time." He looked up at the millions of lurking Sumans. "All right, if there's anything good, this time it's perfect for practice, because there's no limit to how many times I can clear them, right?" It commanded with a seemingly powerful voice. "There is a human here. Go forth and tear him apart. Sacrifice him to the Lord." Lai Jun raised an eyebrow. "Are you the commander?" Millions of Sumans with greedy eyes stared at him. His palm strike to the middle of its head completely crushed Suman's head. Lai Jun swung his hand, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy that decapitated nearly half of them. He then flew towards the remaining ones, tearing apart each one. The further Lai Jun advanced, the more Sumans he killed, making the leader anxious. "He's getting closer, isn't he?" They screamed in despair. "We must kill him at all costs." Suman's eyes blazed with killing intent, its brows furrowed as it had met a formidable opponent. It slashed downwards at his feet, but luckily, he flew up to avoid it. Suman growled, but the cold sweat on its forehead betrayed its fear. Lai Jun suddenly appeared right behind it, killing intent pouring out like a flood. He delivered a kick to the back of its neck, sending Suman's head flying off like a stuffed animal into outer space. The head tumbled down the stone floor, creating chilling sounds. Its eyes, once ablaze, were now pitch black with death. The enormous foot of Lord Suman stepped forward and crushed that head. It looked at Lai Jun, filled with curious amusement. Lord Suman's shadow enveloped him. Quite a surprise. It carried a great sword on its shoulder. "You mean the one who trespassed into my territory is a lowly human?" At the same time, outside the cave, the students had exited the barrier. All the other students are out. Min Jae, hands in his pockets. "Thanks to the barrier's fluctuations, I didn't have to teleport myself. The barrier has been upgraded to the blue zone. The search team must be close to the Firestone." The system in front of him also announced that the barrier has been upgraded to the blue zone. Min Jae smirked. "Just find Lai Jun's body, and then we can go back." Inside the cave, Lord Suman was still interrogating. "You said the intruder in my territory is just a lowly human?" Lai Jun looked up at it. "You're the blue-tier boss monster of this hell, aren't you? Your appearance really looks funny. A rat's head on a human body." Lord Suman and the boy faced each other, neither backing down. It roared, "I'll rip out your tongue and chew it to bits, human." Lai Jun emitted a thick spiritual aura, and Lam Lam got into a fighting stance. But suddenly, his eyes widened, a look of fear on his face. Lam Lam darted forward like lightning to protect its master. "Lam Lam." Lai Jun yelled as he saw the Lord swing his blade down. "Danger!" Lam Lam's eyes blazed with blue flames, making it look even more magnificent. The system's alert sounded. Lam Lam has used the rend skill. It opened its small mouth, as if to swallow Lord Suman whole. It knelt. This pitiful little monster actually dared. Lord Suman roared in anger. "Who do you think you are?" Then, with a desperate look, it said, "I can't die like this." The Lord's entire body collapsed onto the rocky ground, warm blood gushing from his carotid artery. Lai Jun watched helplessly. "I was so determined, yet this is how it ends." He turned and exclaimed, "Aside from that, I'm really surprised. I didn't expect you to suddenly burst out like that, remembering my instructions." "I'll take care of things and be right back, rest here." He then scolded, "I told you to stay in a safe place and rest." Lai Jun hugged it. "Don't do that again next time, okay?" He placed Lam Lam on his shoulder. "Anyway, I didn't know monsters could use that rend move too." The system announced rapidly, "You have personally defeated a high-tier boss monster. Reward: you have received 1,000,000 experience points. The barrier has been broken. You have received 500,000 experience points. Main Quest 2. Hermit's training has been completed. You have received 650,000 experience points. Lai Jun was surprised. The rewards are no joke. Suddenly, his eyes darted around as if he had discovered something. Lai Jun looked down at Lord Suman, sprawled in a pool of blood. He bent down and picked up a book from its body. This is... The book looked very new. Karma King Technique. The book contained a profound secret. The Karma King Technique is the foundation of the King's Technique, a control art that only my father, the God King of the God Tribe, can master. He seemed to know quite a bit about this mysterious book. The two words, karma, in front indicate that this level is even higher than the highest realm of control art. Lai Jun's hand holding the book trembled slightly. But such a martial art, derived from control art, appeared here? He put the book into his clothes with a pensive look. If I had a chance, I would definitely burn that technique book. That way, the God King would never be able to obtain it. But, the old man wondered, aren't you going to use it right away? Lai Jun gently closed his eyes. I don't know if it's because I've suffered too much under the Marshall family's roof, but I truly have no interest in it at all. He smiled cunningly. Better not to use it than to bring shame upon the family again. The system interrupted his thoughts. The owner of the Hell Chamber no longer exists. Do you want to mark this place as your territory? Lai Jun tapped the system panel. Why ask such an obvious question? The notification reappeared. The Hell Chamber has become Lam Lam's territory. He hesitated. Is it done yet? I almost forgot something important. Lai Jun commanded. Lam Lam, bring me the mana stone, please. Lam Lam brought the firestone in its mouth. Good job, bring it over here. But it wouldn't come closer to him, just stood still. Lai Jun forced a smile. Lam Lam. Lam Lam looked up, staring at him. The system announced, Lam Lam has used Rend. Lai Jun's eyes widened, a look of panic on his face. No. A fresh trail of blood still stained the rock. Min Jae's voice echoed. All right, so the firestone that should have been here is gone. He clenched his fist and questioned, and Lai Jun has entered the secret dungeon? His teammate replied, yes, his exact location is still marked on the map, but the firestone, it seems Lai Jun has taken it. Min Jae frowned. Damn it, how did that punk get there? No way. How did he even find his way here in the first place? Suddenly, he looked down at the notice board. A stream of light illuminated the entire space. The upgraded barrier had turned green. The shadowy guard stammered. This is... Lai Jun slowly stepped out from the light. What the hell? Why are you all gathered here? He froze. You. Lai Jun raised a challenging eyebrow. What wind brings you here? Members of the combat team. Min Jae tried to inquire. You're still alive? That means you killed the boss monster. Did you eat the firestone? Lai Jun remained calm. What if I did? He gritted his teeth at Lai Jun's nonchalant attitude. How dare a failure like you? Since when did you know about it? Cold sweat began to trickle down Min Jae's forehead. Things are getting complicated now. Lai Min-guk repeatedly told me to bring the firestone back. He stared at the seemingly harmless student in front of him. Even if he did eat the firestone, it must take a while to fully absorb that incredible thing. I have to kill Lai Jun, at least bring back his blood. A powerful, rock-like force weighed down on Min Jae. The shadowy guards panicked at this sudden tremor. Lai Jun stood in the center of the spiritual power vortex, his expression unchanged. Min Jae was terrified. He can't be this strong just from eating the firestone. He gestured to his teammates. Retreat. Suddenly, Lai Jun let out a burst of laughter, stunning everyone. Lai Jun wiped a non-existent tear from the corner of his eye. Why would you think I'd reveal my power? The system announced, the owner of the Hell Dungeon has sealed the barrier. Min Jae was horrified. Isn't the boss monster dead? Lai Jun stood above, creating an invisible pressure. From now on, none of you are allowed to leave this gate by even a single step. The shimmering water under the bridge looked surprisingly peaceful. The students gathered in a line before the shining barrier. Heisel fidgeted back and forth, while Han Yu's face remained impassive. She said irritably, "Can't you stand still? Don't annoy me." He flinched. "I'm sorry." Han Yu looked at the chains coiled around the barrier. "Taking this opportunity to investigate Lai Jun's abilities isn't bad, is it?" She mused, a thousand thoughts rushing through her mind. To grasp his abilities, I've followed him all day, but found nothing. He's too strong. He even defeated the tyrant Lai Jihong and stood against Master Bing AK in the assessment, and he's also the one who once defeated me, Han Yu. Han Yu deduced, which means he's most likely still holding back. Lai Jun. She guessed with certainty. He will surely survive and escape, proving that I wasn't wrong. As soon as she finished thinking, the chains around the barrier clashed violently, then burst open, breaking into pieces as if pushed by a powerful force from within. The curious students exclaimed, "Finally, the barrier is open!" Streams of spiritual energy poured out, and with them, the object inside the barrier also flowed out by inertia. A drop of hot blood dripped onto the ground, signaling something ominous. Lai Jun slumped to the ground as if his strength was completely depleted, alarming the students. Han Yu supported his shoulder. "Look at me. Are you all right?" Her eyes widened. This person. Han Yu screamed when she saw the blood stain on Lai Jun's side. Lai Jun. Everyone discussed animatedly. "How long has it been?" They estimated. About 3 hours. The MC seemed agitated. "That's quite a long time. I wonder if it's because the Divine Clan's shaking team just entered." The cameraman glanced. "Is that so?" He explained that usually, fluctuations only occur within 15 minutes, even though many people finish before that deadline. The cameraman exclaimed, "What an amazing team!" The MC waved his hand. "Forget it." Suddenly, the MC's eyes widened. "All right, camera ready." The barrier emitted a dazzling light. The barrier had been broken. But then he frowned in confusion. What's happening? The barrier, wide open a second ago, was now surrounded by thousands of chains. The barrier, is it closed again? In the pitch-dark cave, the air was thick with the stench of corpses. A few hours ago, Li Jun and the Shadow Guard team faced off. The Shadow Guard team had taken a fighting stance, but he remained unfazed. One of them shouted, "No matter how strong he is, it doesn't matter. From now on, I'll take care of it." Before he could finish, Li Jun sent a strike that blew his head off. Min Jae trembled in fear. "Too fast. I couldn't even see anything," but still spoke defiantly. "What are you doing? Are you afraid of a high school kid?" The whole group of shadow guards rushed forward like beasts. "Attack him! Quickly attack!" Li Jun bent his legs, raising his head to glance at each face. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. A surge of electricity flowed out, merging with spiritual power to form a unique strike. The people rushing forward screamed in agony from the electric current. He was still a coward, all talk. "I've never met a monster like this bastard." Min Jae stammered. "Do you think you can do this and get away with it?" "The Divine Clan won't let it go." Li Jun scoffed. "You must have forgotten, but I also carry the blood of the Divine Clan." Hearing that, he widened his eyes. "With such lowly blood, how dare you?" He grabbed the talkative one's mouth and squeezed it shut, leaving him unable to scream. Li Jun leaned down to enjoy the prey's frightened expression. "After all, there's no evidence. Who would know I killed you?" He drew a knife, intending to deal with this gossipy shadow guard. Li Jun's eyes were venomous. "You started it. Don't blame me." Li Jun stood among the bloody corpses. He sighed, glancing behind him as if he had already guessed something. Li Jun ordered, "You come out." The remaining Sukmun emerged with a subservient posture. "Did you call for me, sir?" He gently closed his eyes. "Clean up those bodies." It hurriedly called its teammates for help. "Yes, sir. Master has ordered. Everyone out now, quickly." Li Jun watched the busy Sukmun and mused. Sukmun can understand human speech and possesses the intelligence of a middle school child, truly a species of monster that loves flattery. He called out, "You." It submissively replied, "Yes, sir." Li Jun patted its head. From now on, you are the leader. This place is entrusted to your care." Sukman humbly thanked him. "Thank you, sir." He placed the knife in its hand. "And one more thing." Sukman held the knife, only able to force a smile. "Master, this is—" Li Jun smiled with a friendly expression, but inwardly, there was a hidden scheme. The sky was clear blue, and tall buildings lined the street. He clutched his bleeding hip. Han Jio and Hai Seo sat beside him, worried. She asked frantically, "What happened to you? What happened in there?" But he was a bit calmer. "Senior, are you okay?" Li Jun tried to reply. "In the secret dungeon, all the instructors." But then a shout rang out. Don't say anything." The elder appeared, criticizing profusely. "Seriously, why is your acting so bad?" He scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm embarrassed too. Please don't say any more." But then, remembering something, he fumed. "Damn it, that damned Sukman. I told him to just slash me a few times." Sukman looked remorseful. "I'm sorry, master. I got carried away. Please forgive me." Li Jun complained about his wounds. "How many times was I slashed? It hurts like hell." He looked at the innocent people in front of him. "At least they're less suspicious of me now." The MC still held the mic, broadcasting. "Our current location is the entrance to Hell Cave. We've confirmed one student is alive. The whereabouts of the others are still unknown." Then Li Sin ordered from behind, "Move aside." The students automatically parted into two lines, making way for him. He stood formally with the reporters, despite the serious situation. The MC introduced Li Sin. "I can't believe Sir Li Sin, the heir of the Divine Clan, has personally come here." He came before Li Jun, his shadow cast by the setting sun. Li Sin looked down with an arrogant air. "Speak." He recounted like a victim. "There was another blue-tier monster in there. Thanks to Kong Min Jae's sacrifice, I was able to escape alive." He sneered. "You think I'll believe a story about a battle team sacrificing their lives to save someone, huh?" Li Jun curled his lips. "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me." Li Sin gritted his teeth, as no one had ever dared to talk back to him like that. "You—" He lunged forward with electricity gathering in his hand. "You scoundrel!" He closed his eyes tightly, appearing helpless as if resigned to being hit. But the punch Li Jun expected didn't come. He opened his eyes, looking utterly confused. Han Jio held her sword pointed straight at his neck. Hyung Jun gripped Li Sin's wrist tightly. Her face was expressionless. Attacking someone without cause is not befitting a member of the noble clans, Senior Li Sin. He struggled. "Why are you protecting him?" He explained with a stern face. "Young master, we are drawing attention." But Li Sin waved his hand dismissively. "Get out." He frowned tightly, as if he could crush two flies. Yet he couldn't do anything to him. Li Jun returned his gaze, with an equally sharp glare. "No one is inferior to anyone." Hyung Jun announced, "From now on, this barrier is under the management of the Divine Clan." He glanced at the teacher, informed the chairman, "We will handle this matter." Brother Te looked frightened. "Yes, all right." The students helped him stand up to bandage his bleeding wounds. Hanjo called out, "Li Jun." Li Jun turned back to ask Han, "Yeah, what is it?" She clenched her fist and questioned, "What you just told us, was that everything?" He panicked. "Are you asking someone who just returned from the dead? I know you're cold-hearted, but—" Han Ju slapped him hard on the back. "Then never mind. Take care." Hai Seo startled, "Senior, he's a patient." At school, lush green trees provided shade, and birds chirped loudly. Min Sung sat in the teacher's office, sipping tea. He quietly responded to the knock at the door. "Come in." Han Jio entered with a serious expression, like a detective. She sat opposite him. No one spoke, making the atmosphere a little strange. Min Sung took a sip of tea. "How's Li Jun?" Han Ju replied with a somber expression. "I've been keeping an eye on him, but I still haven't noticed anything unusual." He put down his teacup. "Li Jun is truly a talented student, which is why he could even deceive you." Min Sung announced shocking news. "Just now, our bank called. reporting that Li Jun just sold a high-grade mana stone. She was stunned. Oh, he added, according to the Shadow Guard. At that time, Li Jun hadn't stepped a single foot out of the academy. Han Jiu fell silent. He really was hiding his talent. He lowered his head and thought, now I need to find out how strong he is, and where that power comes from. She smirked as if she had just found a crucial clue. Han Jiu looked up with confidence. Li Jun has a deep hatred for the divine family. This is our chance. She patted her chest, assuring him, just trust me. I'll convince Li Jun. A golden sand beach, clear blue water, reflecting ripe coconuts swaying. Li Jun motioned, "Okay, sit down." He held out his hand for Lam Lam to place its paw on. Okay. Li Jun threw a fire stone for it to eat. Okay, eat this. The system announced rapidly. Lam Lam successfully absorbed the fire stone. Lam Lam's rank has been upgraded. Current rank 35. All skill points have been improved. Practiced Firechild technique. He picked up Lam Lam with its round belly. Is it good? Li Jun's gaze fell on its body. It should be at least a little bigger, but its size remains the same. The system explained in detail. Firechild, rank 5. This is an infinite flame. It continues to burn until the opponent is incinerated. Purpose of Firechild's appearance. The system displayed Lam Lam's health status again. Basic information. Name Lam Lam, mature 35. Species blue fox, rarity, fire attribute. Cuteness 85, territory 2. 2 blue fox sanctuaries, blue territory hideout. Ability points, attack, none, speed, special attack, none, special defense. He wondered as he looked. That's strange. At least the ability points should have increased, right? The immortal elder hovering beside him explained. Even if it has reached a higher B2 level, its maturity level is still low. That's how the current situation can be understood. Li Jun asked worriedly, if I find items similar to the fire stone for Lam Lam to eat more, then I'll understand the reason, won't I? He replied, that's right. The immortal elder with abundant knowledge, and more importantly, don't forget that you also need to work harder. No matter how hard you try to hide your identity, the longer the tail, the easier it is to expose. Until you're discovered, you must become as strong as possible. He obediently assented. Yes, I'll remember that. He calmly reminded, but it's too late. Li Jun suddenly realized, what? Oh no, it's already evening? He quickly ran into the barrier. Lam Lam, I'll go to the academy and then come back, okay? Li Jun teleported back to his original spot, stepping out as if nothing had happened. Hai Co bowed deeply in greeting, Senior, you're out. Then he straightened up awkwardly. I'll correct myself. He was helpless. This guy never changes. And Hai Co still smiled brightly. Did you sleep well last night? Are your wounds better? Li Jun lowered his eyes, as if referring to him. He questioned with a confused look. You've only met me once or twice, and all I remember about you is a formal greeting. Why do you care so much about me? He scratched his nose, a bit embarrassed, that is. Hai Co spoke of him like a legend. Senior Li Jun has many achievements defeating other seniors in the martial arts hall. He scratched his head, unconvinced. I was very impressed. So I greatly admire Senior Li Jun. Li Jun sighed. Well, he mumbled to himself, I'm too lazy. So let's just leave it at that. He tilted his head thoughtfully. Wait, there was someone like that in my previous life too. Li Jun raised his hand to introduce. Jun, I'll introduce you to my first capable assistant, Huang Ma Su. Hai Co suggested, Master, please skip the time in between. But Hai Uk Jin didn't care at all. Then he ran off, leaving Li Jun and Hai Co looking bewildered. Hey Hai Uk Jin, where are you going? He was helpless, really. You should finish the introduction before you leave. He hesitated, right? He replied, Ham. Hai Co's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had found a treasure. He's truly impressed. He's someone who listens directly and doesn't blame circumstances. Truly, you are the master. Li Jun was startled by this excessive enthusiasm. Oh, you found a good teacher, I assume. He smiled brightly and introduced himself. That's right. I'm not ISU. My name is... Immersed in past memories, he suddenly snapped back to reality at the sound of a call. Senior. Li Jun compared their faces. Is there a problem? And the result was a perfect match, making him shiver as if electrocuted. This is crazy. Isn't that Hio and Sue? Park Hyuk Jin is really crazy. Who would set someone up by changing their name? Lee Jun thought, trembling. Even though his personality is like bitch Trang Ho, in the future, this madman will reach a rank. He suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder in a friendly manner, like two sworn comrades. Lee Jun started a conversation. Hio Sue, let's get along from now on, okay? He replied confidently, yes. The two walked arm in arm down the school hallway. From behind, Hyuk Jin charged like a bull, Lee Jun. He was startled and couldn't dodge you. Then a desperate scream echoed after the collision with a loud thud. Lee Jun grimaced. What the hell is this? He roared. Park Hyuk Jin. He raised his hand to support him. Are you still so weak? Hyuk Jin was curious. But who is this friend? Lee Jun replied with difficulty. My beloved junior. He friendly introduced himself. Nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Senior Park Hyuk Jin from Jayong Ryong. Seo bowed politely. Yes, I'm Seo. He laughed, hands on his hips. Jun's junior is also my junior. I'll take care of you, just like I take care of him. Yes, it's an honor. Hai stared at him, from top to bottom, as if evaluating merchandise. He chuckled. And you, kid, you're from the Iron Bloodsword clan. Lai patted his shoulder. Stop staring. Hai introduced. Do you want to come to? He grumbled. Hey, I haven't finished talking yet. He asserted. This time, I discovered it first, understand? Hai sneered. This time, Hai's decision is what matters. Hai stood beside them, trying to intercede. I'm sorry. He completely gave up. Please, both of you, don't argue over me. The old sage fanned himself. That kid is always so mature. He looked down at Lai playing around. Turns out he also knows how to act his age. The warm sun shone down on the school cafeteria building. Not even a gust of wind passed through. He held the pastry, his face drawn. There will definitely be a gathering during lunch. Hai wondered, aren't you going? He pointed to the side. I'll also avoid it like her, because I want to go with you. Han sat between two piles of pastries, calmly savoring each bite. Lai said coolly, another stalker, Han? Are you a stalker? My team has another member. While Hai still played innocently, high-fiving, he slammed the table and pointed directly at her face. No, this isn't a joke, Han Hai. Since she came to school, she's always been following me like a shadow. You wouldn't know. Han replied nonchalantly. That's right, I really like Lai. She closed her eyes and thought, Hai, you still have a bright future. Hai shook her shoulder forcefully. I can't let you get involved with this asshole. Lai interjected. Do you want to die, Park Hai? He was annoyed. By the way, since we're talking about this, we shouldn't delay any longer. Just decide. Han, what the hell do you want from me? Han slowly wiped her mouth. What I want is... She pointed directly at him. What I want is you, Lai. Lai was stunned, but Han still affirmed. It's you. Warm sunlight flooded into the student council office. Damn it. Lai slammed the table in anger. What do they think the student council is? He gritted his teeth. They dared to skip the meeting with the two of them, and Han is even with Lai. She raised an eyebrow. Or should I let my people intervene? Lai stopped her. Miss Kim, that's a bit much. Tae-min interjected. It's fine. Let her handle it. He yelled, questioning. Choi Tae-min, you clearly know Kim always oversteps the line. He calmly explained. Sina, our opponents are Hai and Han. Tae-min explained. Taking action will assert our authority over them. Lai could only helplessly instruct. All right, I know. Remember to go easy on Han, but feel free to trample all over Lai. Ah, yes, she chuckled. Leave it to me. At the same time, in the school cafeteria, Han pointed at Lee's face. What I want is you, Lai. She offered a benefit. If you join my family, I guarantee I'll fulfill all your wishes. Tell me what you want. Lai mused. That's truly a bold request. Although I don't want to be tied to any power, I need a powerful ally for support. He stared at her, but didn't give an answer. And preferably, that power should possess outstanding wisdom, but now is not the time. Lai gently closed his eyes. All right, I understand. He slowly explained. What I want is... Then Lai pointed directly at Han. It's you, Han. The space seemed to freeze for a few seconds. She froze. Huh. He chuckled. Just kidding. Han replied softly. Oh, forget it. She drew her sword with a murderous look in her eyes. I'll carve you up. Lai flinched. Ow. He shook his head frantically. No, I was just kidding. I was just imitating you. Where did Bekai go? Wait, Han, I'm sorry. The sky was clear, white clouds drifted by, and screams echoed throughout the large building. The sky was vast, and bright sunlight shone down on the school's rooftop corner. Lai managed to escape and breathed a sigh of relief. Almost died. He sat down. I have to meet Han in the next class. She wouldn't swing a sword in class, right? The old immortal reassured him. No one would dare to do that. Lai complained. Even she has to comply. Suddenly, Hai appeared from behind Lai. He quickly dodged, startled. When did you get here? He replied. Just arrived. Lai taunted. I thought you'd disappear again like last time. Hai gestured. The important thing is, Han is still hunting for you all over school. He clenched his fist. It's almost time for class. He admired Li's talent. Moreover, your swordsmanship earlier was no joke. She said you defeated Lai Ki Hong. Our Lai has become super strong. I looked at him and assessed. But you don't look like it at all. Lai raised his hand. That's because I'm carrying a good magical artifact. He introduced the magical ring. This is a gift from someone important to me. This ring can conceal power. He couldn't help but be curious. Who gave you such an amazing thing? Who was it? Lai smiled. Well, it's from someone I cherish deeply. The old immortal shyly diverted. Why is it so sunny today? He flew over, wondering. You're telling this kid a lot. He explained. Hi, it's fine. He's someone I can trust. The old immortal hesitated. If you say so. I was laughing. Lai, let me try a bit. Then Han burst through the door. I finally found you. The two turned their heads with a fierce, yet unbelievably fearful expression. She lunged as if wanting to devour Lai alive. No escape now. She stepped forward. Oh my, why did you run so fast? Straight to the rooftop. She covered her face, giggling. You even broke the rooftop door. Our student council must set an example, Han. Hi, a bit reserved. Long time no see, senior. You're back, Kim. Like a living successor of the Wasan Martial Arts School, Kim Manhua, the heir of the Johnson Association, carrying the martial arts of the Wasan School within her, Lai wondered, why would someone like her come looking for Han? He cautiously asked, Is something wrong, senior? She explained with a confident air, Because you guys didn't attend the meeting, Lai Xin is very angry. She smirked. This time, he told me to come and teach you a lesson. Lai was startled. Huh, is senior talking about me? She pointed at him. Hi, except for you. If we touch you, only you won't stand for it. I'll only deal with the other two. He wondered, why me? Hai patted his shoulder. Take care. Whispers arose from all directions. Tuet Hoa and Mai Hoa are fighting. Someone chimed in. This is a preliminary match before the martial arts competition. Han turned her head. Lai, why are you backing away? Shouldn't we fight together? Lai explained. It seems she's targeting you first, so I'm giving you the chance. She sneered. How thoughtful. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. She smiled back. Yes, senior. She caressed her sword. Since I'm older, I'll make the first move, shall I? She lunged and struck a blow at her, but Han countered it. Two streams of spiritual energy intersected, creating an immense impact force. She gritted her teeth and delivered a blow. You stubborn fool. She swung her sword. her eyes sharp, not responding with a word. Han coiled lightning around her opponent's sword, then dashed forward and struck her hand. The sword clattered to the ground before countless eyes. She crouched down, looking utterly humiliated. Lai held the camera. "Master, what do you think?" The old immortal judged. The essence of Plum Blossom swordplay is to deceive the opponent's vision. He sighed disappointedly. But that child only relies on physical strength. That is no longer Plum Blossom swordplay. Han stood upright. "I have nothing more to say to Senior. Please don't bother me again." She trembled with rage. "Things turned out like this." She roared at the bodyguards. "Are you just going to stand there and watch?" She ordered. "She's alone. Everyone attack." She gently closed her eyes to calm herself, not focusing much on these insects. One palm strike from Han was enough to send everyone who dared to approach flying. She slowly explained, "The cut isn't deep." Han swung her sword. "But if you don't come up again, swords and blades have no eyes." She paled. "Han is that strong?" "No way, I can't believe it." Seeing the battle nearing its end, people whispered, "Tued Hoa is truly strong." They marveled. "Even stronger than a junior teacher." Someone hesitated. "On the other hand, my Hoa." Someone interjected. "She's regressed, hasn't she?" The sarcastic remarks. "She always skips practice and only torments the weak." And the endless taunts. "She didn't practice martial arts at all during the break, just played around, and yet she expects to improve." The final jab made the veins on her hand bulge. "It's truly a waste of martial arts." She reached into her pocket for something. "Han." She threw a sphere towards her. "Let's see how long you can remain arrogant." Han instinctively slashed forward with a palm strike. But no, this time her face twisted as if she had provoked something she shouldn't have. The sphere shot out thousands of sharp needles, aiming to pierce the opponent. She braced herself. Needles. There were too many. She couldn't dodge them all in time. Han tried to use her sword to shield herself, gritting her teeth in anger. Han gritted her teeth, looking at the pile of needles in front of her. "Needles, too many. I can't avoid them all." I cried out anxiously, "Han." Blood splattered, scattered across the rooftop, creating a stark contrast. Lai scoffed. "Not bad. You didn't even flinch when so many needles were shot at your face." "My arm blocked all the needles for you, but I saved you." Lai looked at the bomb that had fallen to the ground. "A needle bomb. Is that the secret technique of the Mando clan?" Then his gaze shifted to his bruised arm. "Certainly, because these needles were poisoned." The old immortal reassured him. "Don't worry, the spirit energy regulation technique will automatically detoxify it." Lai rubbed his arm. "Thank goodness. That guy has been notoriously cruel since ancient times, but I didn't expect it to be this bad." The old man, with a mysterious look, said, "Do you think he intended to leave a trace?" He raised an eyebrow. "Probably not." A system notification appeared. Side quest, deal with the bullies. Difficulty D description. The hermits despise hypocrites within the sect. They want you to teach Kim, who reminds them of a hypocrite, a lesson. Completion condition, defeat Kim. Reward, closer relationship with Han, and also reputation. Reputation description. Reputation is one of the most important things in the current era. With high reputation, people will flock to you effortlessly. Effect, increased power, wealth, and popularity. A deep story that was never forgotten. The Man Corporation once betrayed everyone. They not only massacred the awakened, but also ordinary citizens. A shocking secret was revealed. One of the pioneering groups had become demons. Lai used his spirit energy to push all the needles out. Let them taste their own medicine. Han rushed over, looking panicked. "Are you okay?" He waved his hand. "You should have known better." She sat on the ground, trembling, drops of sweat falling onto the dirt. Lai grabbed her collar and pulled hard, making her let out a groan. He said coldly, "The condition for using the Mando clan's poison needle bomb." Lai tightened his grip on her collar. "Is to use it against monsters or when facing enemies like Samarin." He looked down with contempt. If it's neither of those, it can only be used when your life is threatened. No matter how powerful the era of strength becomes, there are still rules that even the weak must uphold. She screamed, "Shut up!" She wriggled free from his grasp. "Who are you lecturing? You pathetic fool!" She secretly fumbled for a sword. "Han did that, and yet you still—" He lunged forward wildly. "Are you testing me?" Han suddenly panicked, screaming a trembling, frightened cry. On the other side, she was equally terrified and intense. Blood splattered on her face. Her pupils contracted as if she had just seen something horrific. She looked up at the sword plunged into his shoulder. "What?" He still stood tall. He didn't even flinch. He calmly pulled out the sword without a change in expression. He flicked the sword, blood flowing down the blade. He stood in front of her, dropping the sword as if to prove he didn't need a weapon. He raised his hand to absorb spirit energy. "Since you crossed the line first, everything I do now is merely self-defense." With a frightened expression, she said, "What are you going to do? Wait, don't come any closer." A glowing red orb hovered in her heart. "Don't." She suddenly screamed, "Don't do that." He was focused on absorbing that pink orb, so he didn't notice. She firmly grasped his outstretched wrist to stop him from doing something foolish. She stood in front of her. "Stop." He replied with a cold expression. "What? You know it too, right? For people like this, we'll just plan our revenge." She tightly grasped his hand, her face slightly flushed, her lips tightly pressed, not uttering a word. She looked at the fierce face and pondered. This power. She recalled her time within the barrier, similar to the power she felt before entering the cave. That bloodthirsty face appeared in her mind again. At the same time, he walked in. "That's enough." He frowned tightly. "What are you guys doing?" He smirked. "You've seen this scene, haven't you? If you want to teach me a lesson, you should come alone." He was nonchalant, treating him as nothing. Others have suffered for no reason. He retorted, "Is your face swollen? She's the second daughter of the corporation." He glanced indifferently. "So what? Are you afraid the corporation will retaliate? Then you should have taught a lesson from the beginning." He gritted his teeth. "I don't understand what you're saying." He said with a righteous air, "As the heir of the family, I must pay attention to relationships with other factions, right?" He walked past him as if he were an heir uncertain of his right of succession. He was furious. "What does that mean? Putting on airs of morality? If you keep criticizing others like this, you need to be careful," he scoffed. "I might even live longer than you." Wonderful, the sun was gradually setting, creating a warm orange sunset. The tall building with dark glass windows reflected the evening light. In a private room, he sat working on his computer. The system displayed a notification about his current attribute status and power. He mumbled joyfully, "I finally have reputation points." Special section, Internal Power, 450/1000, Mental Power, 300/300, Reputation, Promising Talent, Wealth, Fame, or Power, all are desired. When you reach rank A or higher, you will gain reputation. The higher your reputation, the better you will be treated by families, guilds, and the government. Reputation is also very important to him. There's a fierce competition among organizations to recruit talented individuals. Reputation is truly a critical factor for awakened ones. He smiled. From now on, it's a new beginning. The old sage admonished, to follow in the footsteps of the great, the strongest on the golden peak. You still have a long way to go. He beamed proudly in his light. There was a time I was a formidable opponent there. He paid no mind and clicked a button on the computer. "Got it." He stretched. "I'm going to check it out." The old sage worried, "Huh? If you move your arm like that." He looked at him grimacing. "It will hurt for a while." He clutched his arm, screaming internally. He grumbled, "You should have said so earlier." The old sage wasn't to be outdone. "Blame yourself." He scowled. "What did you say?" The two chatted, oblivious to the notification on the computer screen. Breaking news. Martial Arts Academy leaked a video and gained 40,000 views in 5 hours. He watched the moment and was in awe of the fight before the entire school. This intensity, oh my. Tuet Hoa is fighting my Hoa? Really? She shrieked and launched a sneak attack. Let's see how long you can hold your head high like this. He was bewildered. What was that? Did my Hoa throw something? I paused and zoomed in. But what was that thing? Everyone around was startled when she fearlessly slashed away the entire needle bomb, while he just sat watching and talking to himself. That's the tribe's needle bomb. She threw it at someone else, and it was Tuet Hoa. What's wrong with the corporation? They're in big trouble. He got furious and smashed the computer. What the hell is this? At the same time, his son reported, "Father, the media has started reporting." The public's reaction isn't good either. He was dumbfounded. Who filmed and uploaded this video? He hesitated. It's from the Divine Power Clan. He suddenly scowled upon hearing this. The Divine Power Clan. He glared at the bearded old man calmly approaching. You caused such a mess, and you still dare to show your face here asking for help? The old man casually stated, our Divine Power Clan severed ties with him a long time ago. Then he lowered his face and threatened, and if he really did upload that video, our chairman will probably be happy with our proposal. He declared firmly, I've come to request an assassination. At the same time, his computer screen displayed, delete all my junk mail. He wondered, I've deleted all the emails. I wonder if they'll find out and contact me? He sat confidently on the chair and uttered a most conceited remark. Now the alliance of 15 clans will try to recruit me. The elder wondered, will you join? He opened his mouth. Joining an organization will only narrow my options. His eyes were affectionate. You can do whatever you want. You'll be strong enough to stand on your own. He exclaimed, you speak so well, sir. He wants to squeeze everything out of me, but I'll still consider buying insurance. Now let's make the most of this pawn. The elder's eyes widened in surprise. Do you have a plan? But he didn't hesitate. Yes, before asking for the martial arts manual from that pawn, I plan to get the succession flower first. He explained about the flower mentioned. The succession flower, also known as the divine flower, is an incredible item that can reset learned martial arts skills. He thought, from now on, I'll have to learn special moves. He was extremely cautious. Performing the soaring sword skill with the old technique will not only reduce its power, but could also endanger his life if his internal energy leaks. He worried. The succession flower only grows in dark, harsh places. I know the location of a succession flower that hasn't bloomed yet. A moment later, in the desolate desert, he played with his pet. Are you okay? Then he smiled and asked the moles, how are you two doing? Still surviving? He approached respectfully. Master has arrived. It expressed its gratitude to him. Thanks to the materials Master provided, we're doing very well. He was curious. That's good. By the way, what's your name? He quickly replied, yes, Master. He only touched its shoulder, and it flinched. That's right. From now on, you're in charge here. He stared with wide eyes at the mole standing timidly before him. You're trembling so much. Are you afraid I'll hit you again? Then he warned, I've already avenged the previous injury. Your face is such a mess now. There's nowhere left to hit. You understand your mission, right? Frightened, he stammered. Master told us to live here, right? I understand. He assigned, and you will lead the others. Create small paths between different gates. It obediently said, yes, we will work hard. The moles immediately responded enthusiastically. The elder suddenly appeared right behind him. Huh, what are those monsters doing? He gently explained. The succession flower will wither as soon as it's taken out of the gate. To move the flower to my gate, there's no other way then. He puffed out his chest and looked at his useful subordinates. The gate-bending technology to connect places they're creating and then move the flower. He felt confused. Why not just bring it over and let him eat the succession flower directly? His face suddenly darkened. Master, you really. That's a truly malicious suggestion. He truly was a master of self-delusion. What am I in your eyes? Am I not your disciple? I have a plan. At the same time, in the city, his secretary reported, "Boss, I found the target." He was annoyed, but the secretary's search was useless. She gently said, "The target has passed through the Great Ming Gate." All right. He arrogantly put his feet on the table and questioned, "The Great Ming Gate, isn't that the unconquerable gate? How did he get in there?" The secretary hesitated. "I'm not sure." He stood up abruptly. "It doesn't matter, because the chairman wants it finished as quickly as possible." Then he opened the door for his brat brothers. He left arrogantly. Let him know what will happen if he dares to challenge the divine power family. At the same time, in the peaceful forest, a deer was walking on the path. Suddenly, footsteps made its heart nearly leap out of its chest. The eerie appearance of made the cute little deer run away frantically. He was struggling with the muddy moss under his feet. "It's too hard to move, just around here." Suddenly, a light from the side of the road shone directly into his face. His eyes lit up as if he had found gold. Excitedly, "I found it. The succession flower." He immediately used magic to call the bodies of several moles, summoning the gate. The moles quickly arrived. "Master, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you." Pointed to the flower. "Dig a gate around this flower." The leader wondered, "What is this? It doesn't seem like an ordinary thing." He explained, "That's the succession flower." After hearing that, its pupils left its body. "This is the succession flower?" But didn't find it strange. Since it can't be cut and taken away, we have to move the whole cluster." Was already calculating. With this, humanity's doom is sealed. Seeing that, he ran over and patted its shoulder, waking it from its daydream. Word struck a chord with it. "Are you interested in it?" Was so scared that it turned pale and just shook its head repeatedly. "I don't care." He then dangled a juicy bait. "Who knows, if everything goes well, I might share some with you." Immediately changed its tune like a flip-flop. "I'll be diligent." "Left, so I'm counting on you." It was startled. "You're not coming with us?" He put on a mysterious look. "I'll go later. I still have a few things to do." A few hours later, in the forest where the succession flower resided, the screams of several wild boars shook the heavens and earth. Even the villages behind the forest weren't at peace. Leading them was the six-pack guy and his rowdy brothers. We found them. Stood far away, looking down at the plump wild boars. 1, 2, 6, 7 of them, quite a lot. He quickly flew away, was enjoying the morning sun behind the fence. Then he was startled when appeared nonchalantly in front of him. "The king's order has been used." Moreover, he cheerfully introduced himself to this fierce beast. "Hello." Was startled and screamed, "It's a human." His subordinates were also startled by this. Just then, the old immortal appeared and calmly warned, "The king's order has many characteristics: horror, majesty, and provocation, because of which its power is tremendous. With just one small step, I can shake the world." As soon as the master finished speaking, the wild boars attacked from behind, and foolish Sly could only run for his life. "Damn it, you should have told me sooner. I was about to secretly defeat the boss. Now everything's ruined." But a human can't fight against a beast, so he had no choice but to stop and make the first move. And now it's come to this. Lai broke through the fence and jumped inside the pig pen. His small body was now face to face with a group of fierce wild boars. He thought to himself, "It's a challenge," but Lai still suppressed his fear and provoked them. "Hey pigs, I'm here." Challenge. Indeed, it's been a long time since a human came here. Come on, I'll take care of you. He took this opportunity to attack first. "Sorry, but it's not your turn yet. Use the king's command." The moment Lai summoned the system, a violent earthquake occurred. He created a whirlwind and strong gust, blowing the bulky pigs outside. Seeing the critical situation, the mage frantically chanted a spell to break the skill. But before he could finish chanting, Lai lunged and struck him down. He mercilessly threw him to the ground, this one first. The mage could only lie motionless amidst the swirling white smoke. Then Lai, without hesitation, rushed down to attack the six-pack pigs. However, he didn't hit them directly, but struck their brethren first. After that, he quickly used magic to control him. Oh Lin. But Li's sudden appearing and disappearing moves made the eager pigs lose their enthusiasm. How dare you? Where are you hiding? Come out now. Suddenly, a cry from his brethren rang out. He froze when he saw the two biggest members of the herd easily defeated by him. Ah! Then the fourth one was hit by a blow. Next, the beer-bellied best friends were sent to the afterlife. Then his last brother was beaten up. Stop! His blood boiled when he saw each of his brothers being thrashed by Lai. His resentful scream now echoed like a cry from hell. I won't spare you. All of his stats increased by 100. His defense skill has increased by 300. If he cannot be defeated within 5 minutes, the strong wind skill will be activated. The master was anxious when he saw Lai so nonchalant in the face of Yama's fury. You still have time to use skills, and talk like this? He was like a demon in human skin, even holding up a small child to threaten. The tiny piglet was so scared it broke out in a cold sweat. The illusion is quite different from the real body, isn't it? The real body seems quite weak. I feel like I could break it with one hand. His heart burned with anger when he saw his child in danger. No, but Lai kept poking at him. A moment later, the system announcements flooded in. You have defeated the boss of the plains. You have received 500,000 accumulation points. You have successfully eliminated the notorious gate. You will receive accumulation rewards based on the notoriety of the gate. Gate notoriety, 790,000. You will be rewarded with 1,580,000 points. He was delighted to have defeated that giant pig. Eliminating these gates really gives great rewards. Lai spoke in an unpleasant tone, but was still a little sad because he didn't receive any martial arts handbooks. Then he scoffed, nose in the air, in front of the spoils, but this was still pretty good. The system displayed item information. Grade B leather armor. Description: not an ordinary set of leather armor. It was favored by the great sorcerer. Grade B red double-bladed axe. Description: an axe stained with the blood of hundreds. Equipped weapon: strength plus 45. Attack power plus 500. Lai was still not satisfied with this pile of riches. Among grade B items, this one was top tier. I bet the auction house will be in an uproar. Should I get more weapons? The system suggested. The owner of the plane has disappeared. Do you want to become the owner of the gate? But his greed was bottomless. My inventory is full, but I'll do it anyway. All right, system, congratulations. You have exceeded the maximum number of gates possible. Lai remained nonchalant, yet he also couldn't move. System notification: you have abandoned the Hell Cave. You have become the new owner of the plane. The old fairy floated over. Is making such an easy decision really okay? He immediately presented his plan. I've moved all the masterminds out. The flower of succession will be nurtured in the Blue Tail Lake Gate. We should clear out the unnecessary things. Lai was preparing to leave. That's enough. Now I can return. Huh. Then the system suddenly signaled that someone had illegally infiltrated the plane. He immediately switched to the security screen, then saw a group of people proudly standing in his territory. The closer he zoomed in, the more mysterious those people appeared. The arrogant leader was Yulin, the exorcists. The old fairy scorned. Lai scanned his eyes around. They're trash who do anything for money. They're people from the Jam Sen Corporation. That's why they're so good at bending the rules. The master warned after hearing this. If they're from Jam Sen Corporation, they're definitely trying to get revenge on you. Lai started to get restless. I already guessed this, but this is too predictable. The system was curious. How will you deal with the intruders? He ordered. Drive them all out. System notification: everyone who steps through the gate is considered an intruder and will be expelled. Yulin's comrades, having stood for a long time, complained. What does this guy want to do? Coming all the way here? He's causing unnecessary trouble. Nevertheless, he still put on an intimidating facade and warned them. Don't be like that anymore. Yulin turned around to provoke their curiosity. Isn't it quite a story for a naive and arrogant high school student to step out of the gate and die? This weirdo was already gloating. He must be dead. We don't even need to lift a finger, so there's nothing to do. Suddenly, someone yelled, "Boss!" He frowned, His useless subordinates were tied up and couldn't move. What is this? Even Yulin's feet were bound. Iron chains. Immediately, a bunch of magic chains flew over. Each of them was pulled into an invisible space. Yulin was unwilling. No, it can't be. But that invisible space gradually closed, not allowing him to utter another word. No. Lai waved goodbye from the air. What a bunch of fools. See ya, demon exorcists. At the Korean music festival night, Lai calmly walked into the nightclub. He covered his face completely so no one could recognize him. As he was about to enter, he was stopped by a security guard. Wait a minute. He didn't recognize him at first. You're not a student, are you? Let me see your ID. Suddenly, the security guard was startled by Lee's words. It's been 40 years since the Golden Revenge, but I won't forget. Lai quipped. No need to call out my name. I'm only here for a moment. The security guard, terrified, could only let him in. You've met the ritual requirements. Please enter. Lai coldly opened the door and walked in. Then Lai expertly followed the stairs, as if he had been there many times before. Finally, he arrived at the auction room. The host displayed the first artifact. The artifact I'm selling this time has the ability to enhance fire spell resistance. Starting price at 50 million. Lai casually scrolled past the shouting, chaotic crowd. 55 million, 60 million. He walked to the item transaction counter. I want to sell an item. The buyer calmly replied, Yes, please place the item here. He was surprised to see a pile of magic stones in front of him. Is he planning to sell all of these? Lai said calmly, Sell this as quickly as possible and deposit the advance into my overseas account. The buyer was surprised, as overseas accounts have very high security. The fee will be 50%. Do you agree? But Lai agreed. Agreed. The spoils from the field have been sold. He then nonchalantly left, even though the buyer was trying to say, Yes, thank you for your cooperation. You can check the status using the account app. A moment later, in Manhua's room. Let's see. He intently examined the pile of magic stones. Just from a quick glance, they're only C grade, but there's a variety of colors to choose from. Then Manhua pressed his magnifying glass close to each stone. The system immediately announced, Magic Seaweed Snail, overall rating B. He struck gold and yelled, Even if it's B-, this is still top-tier stuff. Then Manhua turned to the lapis stone. Same for this one. The system displayed information. Rare item. Overall rating B+. Rare gloves. Overall rating B+. Then he was excited. Same for that one too. The system kept announcing rapidly. Leather armor. Overall rating B+. Moira shoes. Overall rating B+. Crimson double-edged axe. Overall rating B+. Bronze. Overall rating B+. Manhua was overjoyed. There was so much. He still couldn't believe his eyes. Glorious items? Did they complete the Great Men Lack dungeon? Manhua turned to ask the staff members. Hey, do any of you remember who sold these items? The purchasing manager only vaguely remembered. He wore a hood, so his face wasn't clear. He looked like a high school student. The security guard, however, replied firmly. I remember. He recounted everything that happened outside the nightclub entrance. He mentioned the Golden Vengeance the first time he recited the passcode, so I let him in. Hearing this, Manhua was stunned. The Golden Vengeance. He felt something was very preposterous. That was a passcode that only his grandfather gave to his benefactors. How could a high school student know a passcode that even VIPs weren't privy to? This completely confused Manhua. I have to report this to Grandpa. The next day, Lai focused on watching ODV's live broadcast. Welcome, subscribers. This is ODV. I'm currently at the famous Great Men Lack. Now let's take a look. The kid in the broadcast was played a trick on by the system. The dungeon's owner does not permit viewing. You are considered an intruder and will be expelled. See, you can't get in. Everyone immediately typed, "What the hell? Who's the owner? There's an owner of the dungeon? Stop making things up." The kid frantically explained, "No, it's real. I'm not making it up. This place is quite dangerous." The system queried, "An uninvited guest has entered Great Men Lack. What will you do?" Lai was annoyed just by watching. "Aren't these people tired? Kick them all out." The system warned, "You are considered an intruder and will be expelled." But he didn't even care. This notification had been playing for days now. Suddenly, Lee's account received a warning. Then a message about the deposit from yesterday's auction appeared. "That old man is really generous, huh?" He was delighted. "I thought I wouldn't get much because of the commission." Not only did he pay the money, but he also paid the transaction fee for me. "Do you know why I know about the Golden Vengeance?" Then Lai promised, "We'll meet soon." The immortal elder sternly admonished, "Don't answer. If you don't have a reasonable answer, you'll be in big trouble." He agreed. "All right, we'll deal with that later. For now, this is more important." Lai stared at the gigantic rock covered in green grass, floating in midair, with a waterfall cascading from the sky above it. Lam Lam was sound asleep next to the succession flower. He proudly said, "Thanks to this, the succession flower has bloomed." Lai explained, "It absorbs the magic of Great Men Lack through the curved door, then transmits it back to its own gate. Thanks to this, the energy in the Holy Land within has doubled, its power spreading more than ever before. Focus is essential when here." He ran over and patted Lam Lam's head. The system then displayed, "Magic in the Holy Land within has reached a certain level. This place has been upgraded from a green gate to a blue gate. A historic achievement has been made. You received 1 million achievement points." The master was also happy to see Lai excitedly collecting the achievement points. "Congratulations, my disciple." He beamed. "You've saved up quite a lot of points now. Everything is going in a good direction." Suddenly, the system announced, "Special mission, Divine Flower, completed." The surrounding sky suddenly cracked, making Lai panic. Something happened. The owner of the prison zone is in shock. Lai was frantic. "What? The prison zone? Wait, what's happening?" The ground split open, forming a large hole, causing him to fall beneath. Lai Luan passed through many cities. Because of this, system notifications poured in. The owner of the icy land is wary of the owner of Trang Ho Holy Land. The owner of the radiant land is wary of the owner of Trang Ho Holy Land. The owner of the vicious land is wary of the owner of Trang Ho Holy Land. The owner of the noble castle is wary of the owner of Trang Ho Holy Land. This made his brain feel like it was about to explode. "Enough, enough." A voice called out, startling him awake. "Lai Luan." Lai Luan panted after the terrifying nightmare. He had completely lost his composure at this moment. "Where am I?" The master gently floated over. "You received a reward and were overjoyed, to the point of passing out for a long time and writhing around. I thought you'd gone mad." Lai Luan was skeptical. What was that just now?" It had something to do with the prison zone again. He felt something was wrong. "It's all gone." The system displayed information. Magic in Trang Ho Holy Land has increased to a certain level. This place has been upgraded from a green gate to a blue gate. A historic achievement has been made. You received 1 million points. The old immortal fanned himself with the fan in his hand, always grumbling. "I knew you'd experience this feeling sooner or later." But Lai Luan hadn't yet recovered from the shock. "Was it my fault? No, it couldn't be a mistake. What just happened? I've never heard of a phenomenon like this." He was anxious. "There are at least 20 prison zones known to the whole world." "I'm not sure, but the number of prison zones I just witnessed was much more than 20. This would cause chaos if it spread." Lai Luan unconsciously called out, "Master." The old immortal didn't understand. "What's wrong with you?" He suddenly turned back and asked, "Am I the type of person who always makes a big deal out of things?" Yet, the master also chimed in playfully, "Only realizing it now, huh?" The next day in the city, Murom High School shimmered in the sunlight. The brazen ghost was determined to find Lai Wan. Is this the school he attends? He wore a mysterious smile. A prestigious school for talents, huh? Yes, boss. His subordinate announced. I've already investigated. Yulin scoffed with the air of a domineering CEO. Good. He hung his head low. This was their chance after the first assassination failed miserably. If they failed this time, he wouldn't have the face to meet the chairman. Our target is Lai Wan from Sinrio. Lai Wan was still happily chatting with his classmates, unaware that he was about to encounter Yulin's subordinates. Search thoroughly. They obeyed without question. Yes, at Murom High School. He sat contemplating in the classroom for a long time. It turned out he was pondering the content of the system panel. Basic information, title, Disciple of the Hidden Master. Transcendent 1. Name Lai Wan. Potential, Transcendent Tier. Special skills. Energy absorbing great art. A. Monarch's Reign. B. Absolute Wound Technique. SS. Normal skills, Celestial Art. B. Tyrant Strength. B. 10-Step Divine Fist. D. Flood Dragon Technique. D. 10,000 Poisons. C. 7 Origins Divine Fist. Phantom Eye Technique. D. Trait. Path of Eternal Damnation. Owner of the Heavenly Tower. S. Transcendent 7. Remaining points, 2,330,000 B. Attributes. HP, 236/300. Stamina, 238/300. Strength, 250/300. Agility, 240-300. Special attributes. Internal energy, 495/1000. Mental power, 300/300. Reputation, 2000. Young prodigy. Negative status. Combat power +50. Elemental control +70. Magic resistance +35. Internal energy recovery +15. Path of Eternal Damnation. Imprint. Heaven and Earth Primordial Body. 0/10 million. Martial Arts 2. Absolute Wound Technique. 0/15 million. Attribute 36. Internal energy +15. 0/1 million. Remaining points 2,330,000 B. He kept having a headache over a single issue. The points required for leveling up kept increasing. Lai Wan was so racked with headaches that sweat poured down like a stream, so he had to think carefully no matter which one he upgraded. This eccentric guy took his anger out on Hanju. I'm going crazy. Why do you keep staring at me? Weren't you going to get snacks with Huck Jean? She gritted her teeth. It was you, wasn't it? Lai Wan looked bewildered. What? Hanju asked a fatal question. Daimin lack. This question made Lai Wan change the subject. I don't understand what you're saying at all. She didn't believe him at all. Lies. But Lai Wan kept beating around the bush. If you don't believe me, why are you asking me? Hanju suggested. Come to the clan with me. He looked annoyed. Didn't we already talk about that? But she didn't give up. It's only over when you agree to join my clan. I can accept all your demands. Just speak your mind. Yet Lai Wan flat out rejected all those tempting offers. I don't need anything. I already have too much right now. Hanju also 19110. If you're still stubborn, then I'll just have to. Lai Wan was confused. What? She threatened. Tell everyone that you are the master of the gate. But Lai Wan still challenged her to the end. Show me proof. Hanju intimidated him. Even a small suspicion is enough to make 15 clans, the Alliance, and the Sama Council turn their eyes toward you. You don't like being the center of attention, do you? The atmosphere where the two of them stood facing each other grew increasingly tense. Lai Wan had no more arguments to contend with and could only humble himself. All right, I lose. But we'll only form an equal bilateral alliance. Nothing more than that. She was pleased. Okay. That's enough. He mocked. You're quite stubborn yourself. Hanju didn't bother to respond and only paid attention to the spears in front of her. You practice spear techniques too? Lai Wan feigned indifference again. Yes, senior. The system board displayed a notification. Spear technique, SS-Rank description. The unique martial art of the absolute god, with only two forms, thrust and slash. Once mastered, this technique will become a one-hit kill skill. Prerequisites, mastered origin arts, an SS-Rank offensive martial art. Seeing how difficult the spear technique was, Lyle Wan could only sigh. I should practice it thoroughly first, rather than using it immediately in actual combat like the monarch. He was immediately taken to the spear training room. Lyle Wan thrust his spear repeatedly into the air. No matter how hard he tried, he was still just a novice. Is it because I'm not used to using a spear? It's really hard. Suddenly, a voice caught Lyle Wan's attention. The bastard ghost jumped down from a ceiling with two daggers. He fortunately blocked the first attack. And because of that block, Lyle Wan was pushed thousands of meters away. Ghost couldn't believe his eyes. He blocked it. But he still challenged. It's you again, Lyle Wan thought to himself. This stinking ant. I'd recognize you even if you turned to ash. He threatened. It seems you know me, huh? But unfortunately, your life is about to end. Hanju bravely charged in. Who are you? Miriam High School is not a place someone like you can enter. Ghost threatened her. I don't know who you are, but get out of the way. I'm not interested in you. She felt her self-esteem was insulted. What? Lyle Wan arrogantly said. Do whatever you're going to do. So much talk. He immediately used dark power to thin the air. You only blocked one of my attacks, and you're already arrogant? That's why I say, killing these rookies is easy. Not only was he not scared, he even stood still to analyze the psychology like Detective Conan. According to the information available, his power level is somewhere between C and D. Only then did Lyle Wan start to be cautious. But facing him directly, I see he's at least a B rank awakened. He was so smug he didn't even notice this madman was right behind him. However, that's still nothing to me. He was about to use a dagger to send Lyle Wan to the afterlife. Then suddenly, Ghost paused for a beat. He suddenly jumped far away. Even he himself got goosebumps. What's King Roy? My instincts tell me if I had dared to attack just now, I would have been dead for sure. Lyle Wan scoffed. Good intuition. I was planning to sever your wrist if you charged in. And yet, Ghost was provoked to fury and lunged at him like a starving wild beast. Arrogant fool. He jumped into the air, then used teleportation to reappear behind him. Since Lyle Wan had already figured out his moves, he quickly used his spear to block the attack. Always aiming for the back. Isn't that too obvious? The madman grimaced. Then try blocking this for me. Then he wildly threw punches towards him. But Lyle Wan wasn't one to fall easily. He blocked all of his attacks effortlessly. Even the attacker himself was surprised, lowering his spear. Lyle Wan recalled the steps and took a step back with his right foot. He kept his legs steady and unleashed a decisive blow, activating his ultimate spear technique. For magical arrows from the spear Lyle Wan had just created aimed straight at Ghost. My body can't move. He could only grimace and endure the attack. Suddenly, the spear about to hit Ghost mysteriously vanished. Lyle Wan stood stunned, holding a bare piece of wood in his hand. The weapon couldn't handle the heat. It seems I can't practice this move anymore until I find a suitable spear. Ghost was shocked at this moment. I can't believe it. How can a kid be stronger than me? I can't win. I need to find a way to escape right now. Suddenly, he was punched squarely in the face by the boy. Lyle Wan threatened. Where do you think you're going to run? Perhaps Ghost's comrade was useful. Stop. Those brats were about to deal with Lyle Wan's friends. If you dare harm our leader, don't think these guys will be safe either. He said dismissively. There are others too. You should have brought some masters. Those guys are so weak. I can't even sense any aura from them. Then he quickly attacked Ghost's leg. The subordinates just stood there watching. Lyle Wan was also indifferent to those kids who were about to be executed. Do whatever you want. I'm not close with them at all. They even insulted and bullied me before. His cold words stunned everyone around him. Lyle Wan questioned, but this stubborn Ghost wouldn't reveal a word. He calmly picked up his daggers. Then Lyle Wan deliberately scared Ghost to death. He threatened, Lyle Wan slashed a long line across the wall. He threatened while preparing to eliminate this lunatic. Death was near for Ghost. Seeing their boss in danger, the subordinates frantically yelled. Lyle Wan scoffed. Ghost shouted furiously. But in the end, he took pity and withdrew the knife. This guy, having escaped death, began to scheme. No way out. Ghost could only humble himself, kneeling and begging for his life. The training room door suddenly opened. He secretly rejoiced. President Min Sung arrived with a group of bodyguards to quell the chaos. Everyone put down your weapons. If anyone dares to move, I won't let it slide. Han Ju finally felt relieved. Ghost was overjoyed, while Lyle Wan's face darkened. A moment later, his subordinates were tied up. Even Ghost the assassin was restrained. Min Sung looked at him with loving eyes. The only one injured was Ghost the assassin. So, Lyle Wan personally defeated Ghost the assassin earlier? Just thinking about this, he was stunned. I knew the kid was strong, but this is just too abnormal. Min Sung turned to look at Lyle Wan with full suspicion. He was surprised when the lunatic Ghost suddenly burst out laughing. Is it that funny? He gloated. Min Sung warned. But this scoundrel remained arrogant. He got angry. He clearly knew he would face pressure from his seniors and elders. Min Sung suggested to Lai Jun. He adamantly refused him. His words stiffened all of them. Then Lai Jun approached Ghost. Ghost's blood-curdling screams echoed from Murin High School. He was punched by Lai Jun so hard that his teeth flew out. Ghost was beaten so badly his teeth and lips were a mess, to the point he could barely speak. Not only did he not spare him, but he also hit this bastard again. He pleaded pale. I know I was wrong. Isn't making me like this enough? What more do you want? But Lai Jun didn't pay attention and continued to punish this bastard, which was nothing special. His brothers kept panicking. Boss. Min Sung stood there completely shocked. What is he planning to do from now on? In this world, you can't survive with just strength. If you harm yourself, you won't get any pity. You'll never know what the future holds. He just stood there, eyes fixed on Lai Jun, whose gaze was firm and resolute, confident that his choice was always right. This scene reminded Min Sung of someone. I've also met someone with that kind of gaze. He was Inya, the sect leader of the Golden Blood Blade, and the only S-rank awakened in South Korea. Recalling this, he started to sweat profusely. Mr. President, Min Sung impatiently asked, Student Lai Jun, are you done yet? He casually walked over. Yes. Lai Jun looked indifferent. It looks pretty good now. He suggested, let's talk privately for a bit. Take all these guys away. He calmly replied, okay. A moment later, in the school's back courtyard, Min Sung and Lai Jun sat together for a long time without either of them saying a word. Lai Jun awkwardly broke the silence first. The atmosphere is really nice. I didn't know there was a place like this behind the school. Min Sung smiled. This place is a secret. Only I and my close associates know about it. He immediately caught on to what Min Sung wanted. All right, what do you want to talk about? I told you the same thing. But if it's about recruitment, I'll have to excuse myself. Even Min Sung was surprised. Oh, how did you know that? He calmly said, it's written all over your face. Min Sung immediately offered a tempting bait. In that case, I'll get straight to the point. Are you sure about your choice? I guarantee you the best treatment. You're an extraordinary talent. But, of course, Lai Jun refused outright without a second thought. I don't want to join the allied clans. He was quite relaxed about this. You don't have to do that. Min Sung used every possible argument to persuade a talent like Lai Jun. How about an exchange of collateral? For example, a divine artifact. He offered the most lucrative part of the bait, a barrier or... Hearing this, his eyes immediately lit up. Even Lai Jun couldn't believe his ears. You want to give me the barrier? Min Sung casually said. If you want it, it's yours. He was stunned for a long time. To hand over their family's barrier, it's like giving away their own territory to someone else. It means weakening themselves. Are they really willing to make such concessions to me? He politely said, think carefully before you answer. This phone number, You can call me anytime. Lai Jun immediately took Minsung's business card and politely said, I understand, then I'll head back to class. Minsung remained seated, watching his retreating back. He only hoped. It would be great if he could think positively about this. The next day, at Murin High School, Lai Jun was browsing trending news. Efforts to conquer the Great Territory, the barrier Chanho, the four great clans. The four great clans are uniting to seize the barrier, Chanho. Just then, Jo also finished getting ready. You're here, follow me. She led Lai Jun down into a secret room. In front of them now was Min Sung. He warmly said, You're here. He wondered, Why did you call for me? Min Sung calmly replied, Because these guys need a decision. Lai Jun then said sarcastically, You're quick. He didn't hide anything. It's pressure from the Heavenly Assembly and the Inspection Bureau. Then Minsung looked slightly horrified at the tattered clothes of Ghost's group. The 16th generation clan dared to go this far, even secretly assassinating family members. But he was very nonchalant. You know my clan too, so it's no surprise. He was very cautious, but also had many concerns. These people hold power, cold-blooded individuals who don't care about their own kin. Even with strength, he still needs protection. Can he face an entire group by himself? Minsung asked, Are you all right? I will immediately. Lai Jun immediately cut him off. I'm fine. The news about occupying Chanho has been widespread for a while now. You must be too busy to care about me, right? He tried to act normal. Since you've said so, I'm less worried. It seems this time, he'd changed his view of him. What a strange old man. Even though I've shown him my extraordinary abilities, it's funny how he's still worried about me. Lai Jun slightly smirked. That's not so bad. He asked, Teacher, I need your help with something. Minsung was also a little surprised. Go on. Lai Jun was determined not to spare those who had intended to kill him. It was time to make them taste defeat and expose themselves. Before that, I need to prepare the arena. He immediately suggested, Can you help me spread a rumor, teacher? The sky began to change at a certain temple. Giant Mu was practicing magic. He was trying his best to create a powerful surge of magic power to envelop his body. From where Giant Mu sat, a bright purple magic flame erupted, but his magic was half-baked, which made him furious. No way. Giant Mu gritted his teeth. Why? Why? Why isn't it working yet? His eyes nearly popped out in anger. I've spent 5 years trying to figure out how to absorb Kai Tsong. No matter how hard I tried, I still couldn't do it. Giant Mu gradually became desperate. I've only managed to seize barriers where Kai Tsong doesn't exist. He searched his memory. I've checked all the barriers. Only Chanho is left. If it's not even here, then someone must have already absorbed it. No, that can't be. Suddenly, footsteps outside the temple attracted Giant Mu's attention. He was utterly annoyed. Didn't I forbid anyone from disturbing me during my seclusion? Sung Jae stood tentatively at the door. Because it's urgent. Your disciple humbly requests to report. He quickly put on his robe. I'll hear what it is. He announced, The Chanho matter has failed. Upon hearing this, Giant Mu immediately opened the door. Indeed, this matter is too much. He ordered, Tell the reserve team to prepare. This time, bring all 5 elements to deploy our full strength. Sung Jae obeyed promptly. Understood. Also, Giant Mu felt puzzled. What else is there? His report made him pause for a moment. Your disciple was informed that young Master Lai Jun has defeated the assassins. Giant Mu turned back to inquire. Assassins? The A-rank human eaters from the GM-Sen sect. Sung Jae recounted the events. Yes, according to the report, he defeated them all by himself. Even with hostages in their hands, he ignored them and focused solely on the assassins. He initially chuckled softly, but then Giant Mu suddenly laughed loudly, as if displeased with the matter. Then he began to speak indirectly. Is that true? Now he's truly showing his ambition to become the successor to power. Thanks to him, The family's reputation has spread far and wide. He could only speak up for Lai Jun. But it's not entirely like that. Sung Jae whispered. It's circulating online that someone is trying to take young Master Lai Jun's life. The assassins were definitely sent by the ruling faction. That's the rumor. Of course, Jai and Mu didn't believe it. Who would spread such baseless rumors? He insisted. It's not entirely baseless. Sung Jae revealed the whole truth. Because young Master Minguk really conspired with the GM Sen sect to assassinate young Master Lai Jun. Upon hearing this, he became furious. Minguk, that troublemaker. Then Jai and Mu pondered for a long time. He said gravely, a tiger cannot give birth to a fox. Lai Jun, I must see how much the boy has changed. He calculated. I will verify it myself. Lai Jun stood from a distance, proudly looking at the miniature city built by the monster spawns. It's all done. He speculated. I wonder if those goblins are holding a bunch of people captive and forcing them to work. You can clearly see it from afar. Then Lai Jun picked up the magic book. It's time for me to do my part. But he still hesitated a little. Initially, I intended to use this as bait to attract power. But can I really do it? Lai Jun considered carefully. What if the place I hid it is found? What if someone takes advantage of me and steals it? Indeed, the best way to prevent anyone from taking it is to. After that, he decisively tore the book in half. You have successfully mastered the Great Celestial Dragon Palm. S. The system announced. You can now use the Great Celestial Dragon Palm technique. The reward for successfully mastering an S-rank technique is 5 million skill points. Lai Jun pondered for a long time. He found the technique rather bland, not as impressive as he had imagined. Lai Jun thought to himself, I had high hopes for an S-rank martial art that the Emperor craved so much, but it's just a powerful stream of internal energy flowing inside me. He threw the Great Celestial Dragon Palm book away without hesitation, thinking about how he was treated like prey just for this mediocre martial art. Unbelievable. A moment later, Lai Jun appeared in class with an unpleasant, furious expression. Hyuk Jin smiled brightly. You're here. He stomped his feet. What were those people doing when you guys went to class, I wonder? He spoke. There were just a few too many people. Remembering how everyone swarmed to invite him, Lai Jun felt suffocated. Why are so many people following me, I wonder? I'm from the Gulin family. I'm from the Jin clan. Shinrian squad is always open and waiting for you, Lai Jun. I couldn't even walk normally. He was completely exhausted, almost fainting. Han Jiu suddenly offered him a spear. Take it. Lai Jun looked bewildered. What is it? She explained. Don't you know? It's a spear. You should use a spear too. This is a gift from the school council. Lai Jun felt confused. A bribe? Han Jiu, however, was calm. Yeah. Lai Jun happily took the spear. Since it's a gift, I'll take it then. Please send my thanks. She said indirectly. You accepted it faster than I thought. I figured you'd refuse at least once. Hearing that, he was determined not to lose face. What, do I look like someone who likes to take bribes? After a moment, as he examined the spear, the system displayed information. A-rank blood spear. Description. The more it's stained, the sharper it gets. Option. Attack speed plus 45. Agility plus 75. Firepower increases attack power plus 50. Lai Jun immediately did a complete turnaround. I actually really like this spear. Han Jiu complained. Thank goodness, I had to search through the entire warehouse to find it. Curious, Hyuk Jin also ran over to listen in. But what's this about a bribe? Lai Jun avoided the question. You don't need to understand. But he still wanted to know for sure. Come on, I'm really curious. Lai Jun reminded the fool. Don't whine, go back to your classroom. Hyuk Jin grumbled. Are you two messing with me? Just wait, I'll make you both regret it. He declared flatly. You two will definitely regret it. A moment later, on the campus of Miran High School, Lai Jun sat alone, looking at his phone in the schoolyard. He kept his eyes glued to his phone. He can't wait any longer. It turns out it was because of his father's message on the phone. I'm eager to see you. Lai Jun was overly confident again. Being famous is really tiring, isn't it? The master, the elder immortal, then said something that couldn't be blunter. I'm not sure, but I know you have a reason to be angry. His words shattered the boy's illusion. That's a bit much, huh? Suddenly, Jian Mu's disciples approached. Sung Jie bowed respectfully to Lai Jun, elder of the Heavenly Alliance. He expressed his master's wish. Master Jian Mu wants to meet young Master Lai Jun. Please spare some time. Initially, he hesitated a bit and didn't want to go right away. One of the disciples, annoyed by Lai Jun's delay, couldn't help but yell loudly, "Hey, the elder called for you." Lai Jun immediately pointed a spear at his face. Then he admonished, "How rude." Just because of those words, Lai Jun became agitated. The Heavenly Alliance has insulted the direct lineage of our members. How should I retaliate for this? Sensing trouble, Sung De stepped forward earnestly. I apologize on their behalf. We were ill-mannered. But in his sharp, cold eyes, he seemed unwilling to forgive that insolent person. Lai Jun coldly turned away. This time, I'll let it slide. You may leave. He still tried to persuade him. But the elder really wants to meet you. Lai Jun immediately interrupted. I think. Then Lai Jun glared at the disciples. I already told you to leave. Sungdo was also frozen for a few seconds by that determined gaze. Having no other choice, he bowed and retreated. I understand. See you next time, young master. After they left, Lai Jun calmly strolled around the school. Suddenly, Min Suk's voice echoed from behind. Surprisingly agile. You should have just killed all of them. It wasn't worth enduring like that. Lai Jun didn't want to talk to him. I don't know what you're talking about. He scoffed. Still pretending, huh? Then Min Suk introduced himself. I'm Jo Min Suk, from the Sama sect. Hearing this, Lai Jun began to despise him. One of the 7 devils, inhumane butchers. He immediately refused. Your precious body is trembling. I have no intention of joining you guys. He made empty promises. I'll help you become the strongest assassin. Min Suk enticed him. If you take my hand, you won't have to endure these things anymore. Imagine it. Everyone will kneel, crawl like bugs, begging for your forgiveness. Deep down, isn't that what you want? Remember? He showed patience. I've said a lot. Let me know when you change your mind, okay? Min Suk left instantly. I'll wait. His previous words touched Lai Jun's pride. I'm not enduring anything. Lai Jun was so frustrated, he could only vent his anger on a rock in the road. At the same time, the immortal elder appeared. He frowned. Lai Jun. Suddenly, Hyuk Jin jumped and grabbed him tightly. Jun. Lai Jun shouted, Why are you suddenly calling me? The goofy guy smiled. Revenge. I told you I'd make you regret it. I'm about to go train. What about you? Lai Jun looked glum. Just here. You know, today's been worse than bad. He immediately put on a heroic facade. What? Who is it? Who dared to annoy Lai Jun and me? I'll show them what's what. Just tell me the name. What's wrong with you, weakling? Hyuk Jin teased. Lai Jun, you've grown too much, so you're ignoring your older brother, huh? And so, Hyuk Jin made Lai Jun smile once again. The 2 young friends happily walked to class together. The immortal elder frowned. What a fragile child. He worried. How many emotions must that small body be suppressing? The immortal elder was anxious. As his master, I hope I can guide him down the right path, however. He pondered. Sometimes a tangible entity is easier than an intangible one. Hyuk Jin wondered. Lai Jun, have you done the survey yet? Lai Jun was focused on spear training and didn't remember clearly. What survey? He gently replied. Midterms are coming up. You have to check which barrier you'll enter next, right? Lai Jun hesitated. That. He spaced out for a while, wondering. Where should I go? The old immortal suddenly appeared. Hey. He whispered. Which martial art do you need to train? He frankly replied. If I had to choose, I choose with mountain art, the one passed down to Wa Mountain. The old immortal suggested. Then go to the place your master mentioned. Lai Jun wondered, which place? The old immortal's face became enigmatic. Go to Wa Mountain Peak. Hearing this, he flinched. Wa Mountain Peak. Even Hyuk Jin was surprised. To Wa Mountain Peak. Lai Jun stammered. Yeah, if master says so, I'll go. He worried about his friend. The barrier in Yongno, right? There are 5 people in a group. Are you sure you'll be okay? Lai Jun immediately asked. Enough about me. Where are you going? Hyuk Jin confidently replied. I've chosen to go to the ice fortress. Lai Jun gently reminded him. Now you should be worried. You're really reckless. He then boasted. Who do you think I am? I'm the #1 talented swordsman in this school, so don't worry. Even the delusionally strong Lai Jun had to give up on this guy. I know, but... Suddenly, he remembered. Then Lai Jun piqued his curiosity. Hyuk Jin, want to hear something interesting? Hyuk Jin looked puzzled. What is it? He whispered. It's about the ice fortress. A moment later, the homeroom teacher entered the class. Everyone, take your seats. I have an announcement. Then, the teacher explained the rules. You all know that the upcoming midterm exam will be a school-wide competition, right? You will compete in groups of 5, including white, blue, and green. If you want to get high scores, choose your team carefully and secure a high-level barrier. The teacher cautiously reminded the students. Don't be too greedy, or you'll be in danger. His friends, hearing this, immediately thought of the talented Lai Jun. Where are you going? Come with me. The old immortal also appeared. Who will you go with? He then put on a disappointed expression. Perhaps no one wants to go with me. I was too slow last time. Lai Jun reminded his master of his previous act of ditching his friends. The old immortal couldn't understand this eccentric person. You're proud of not having any friends, are you? So he played hard to get again. It's not that I don't have any. It's that I don't want any. Lai Jun this time dismissively regarded his master. I think going alone is fine. Han Jiyu immediately refuted. No, you can't. She insisted. You'll go with me. Lai Jun tried to maintain his cool. What? Who said you could decide for me? But clearly, Han Jiyu understood him too well. You want it too. You act cold, but deep down, you're secretly happy, he thought. We understand each other so well. Bai shyly approached them. Lai Jun Jiyu. She cheerfully asked, Can I go with you guys too? Lai Jun was surprised. Unexpectedly. I didn't expect her to speak up first. Then Lai Jun considered carefully. Although she's only an E-rank, she's a top-ranked student in Class 5, and she's very intelligent. Finally, he accepted the offer. Okay, no problem. When the other classmates saw Lai Jun accept Bai, they became agitated. Me, I want to go with Lai Jun too. Jiyu, I'm coming with you. Hey guys, we're on the same team. He hadn't anticipated this. Wait a minute, why are they like this? Han Jiyu wasn't surprised at all. If we're on the same team, we'll definitely be first. It's obvious. She unexpectedly clasped her hands together. Han Jiyu made the assignments. Bai will be the engineer, Co Yeji the healer, and the remaining person will be Nam Sien Ho. Any objections? They had no reason to object. No. Lai Jun had to admire her. This power was truly no joke. Bai was very grateful. Thank you for choosing me, Han Jiyu. Co Yeji meanwhile vowed, I'll do my best to heal. And Sien Ho swore wholeheartedly, I'll also do my utmost to lighten your burden. He calmly said, I just chose based on your positions. No need to thank me. Lai Jun was satisfied with his decision this time. This combination was pretty good, even though their ranks weren't high. Each person had their own unique abilities that combined well, even if his own opinion wasn't much considered. He was burning with determination. This time I have to be first, so teammates are also very important. Lai Jun was determined to claim first place. The top-ranked student would receive a special reward. the right to choose a treasure from the school's museum, an opportunity to acquire a treasure, at least A grade. There's something I absolutely must get. Lai Jun also felt bad for his best friend, so he thought, I should apologize to Hyuk Jin first. I'll have to take his spot this time. On the day of the midterm exam, Muram High School's campus fell silent. Min Sung, who was personally inspecting the students, asked, Are you all ready? He encouraged them. You all seem full of energy. Be confident, don't worry. The school board is very happy about this. Then Min Sung instructed everyone. Today might be a dangerous day for all of you. I can only urge you to be careful. Instead, I assure you, he meticulously explained, as soon as you capture the barrier and exit, there will be a recovery area readily available, and of course, the reward for the top-ranked team. Min Sung guided everyone. I guarantee everything will be thoroughly prepared. You just need to give it your all. He solemnly announced, All right, proceed to your chosen barrier. Co Yeji was already doubtful. I'm not sure if I should completely trust your words. Lai Jun immediately reassured her. Don't worry too much. Just trust me and follow along. Not a hint of worry appeared on his face. If we want first place, there's no other choice. Han Jiu quietly asked, Do you guys agree? Team leader Bai firmly stated, Yes, of course. We also promise to trust and follow your words. Han Jiu reminded them, If it gets too risky, we'll give up, understood? Lai Jun urged everyone, All right, let's do this. He hurried, Let's go inside. The group of 5 arrived at the exact location the old sage had told Lai Jun about a few days earlier, inside Mount Hua, the spirit barrier. He meticulously laid out the map. Here, monsters will appear. This area is divided into 2 sides. Lai Jun carefully planned each step. If we follow the eastern path, we'll reach Mount Hua Peak. The opposite direction leads to the Valley of Fairies. Our destination isn't Mount Hua Peak, but here. Clearly, he understood the situation. The fairies cannot attack while the celestial maidens are busy gathering nectar on the peak. We'll strike suddenly and easily capture them. Lai Jun reassured everyone. No need to worry. Han Jiu and I will take care of it. You guys just need to provide support. Bai obeyed. We understand. He ordered. All right, let's go and... The system then announced. Description. Though they are celestial maidens, monsters are still monsters. They are enemies of humans. Must be eliminated. Completion condition. Eliminate all celestial maidens. Reward. Increase divine power skill points. 850,000. Urgent request. Kill the celestial maiden leader. Description. Celestial maidens are forced to offer nectar to someone. If you can help them with this, they will be grateful. Even Lai Jun hesitated for a long time. I didn't expect the request to change so quickly. The same level, but completely different rewards. Which one should I choose? Co Yeji saw him frozen for a long time and anxiously asked, Lai Jun, what's wrong? Lai Jun smiled. Nothing, I'm just thinking a bit. Let's go. He thought to himself, I can think about it on the way there. A moment later, the 5 of them arrived at the Celestial Maiden Field. The beauty of the flowers dazzled them. Bai was captivated by the beauty of the flowers. She exclaimed, It's so beautiful. Bai was already mesmerized by the flowers. I want to look closer. She carelessly approached them. Just a little more. Fortunately, Lai Jun stopped Bai in time. In that moment, she froze in place. He warned, Don't touch the angels, or you'll be attacked. Hearing him, Bai shivered. Jean, I'm sorry, why would I do that? When I saw them, I just wanted to get closer. Lai Jun explained the principle. The angels have the ability to enchant. Low-level awakened ones are very easily attracted. It's not entirely your fault. Just don't look too closely. Then he instructed everyone. From now on, let's stop arguing and observe where the angels go. Han Jiu was confused, attacking from the inside. Lai Jun suddenly announced, No, the plan has changed. Everyone was shocked and speechless. Ah, he explained. It seems the monsters inside are resisting the angels. Lai Jun stated, "We're going to take that thing." Han Jiu felt indignant. Changing the plan? We're not prepared at all. It's too rushed. He used psychological manipulation. Attacking the gate doesn't always go according to plan, right? If we attack through the secret path, maybe we'll get bonus points. She felt uneasy. A secret path? Are you sure? Of course. Lai Jun was resolute without hesitation. Yes, I'm sure. Bai wondered. A secret path? It seemed the flowers were also influenced by his words. Really? The sky was getting brighter. In this area, Lai Sin was fiercely fighting the Lizard Queen's henchmen. He had been fighting for a while, so he was a bit exhausted. His 3 teammates just stood there, watching him fight. Xena felt fed up. Are you really planning to show off your skills today? Taemin smiled evenly. He's so crazy because of his younger brother, I guess. And Zun Gion also had to throw in a few jabs. Younger brother, you mean Lai Zun? Lai Sin, provoked by their words, turned around and shouted loudly. Didn't I tell you not to mention that bastard's name? She still wouldn't let up. He goes crazy whenever he hears Lai Zun's name. He was furious. My competitiveness skyrockets every time Lai Zun is mentioned, and most importantly, Zun Gion sneered. Men with obsessions usually aren't liked by women, are they? Well, Han Ziyu isn't interested in you at all either. Lai Sin's eyes flared, and he threatened. Bei Yongjian, are you tired of living? This woman continued with her unpleasant tone. Am I wrong? I'm so frustrated. If it weren't for the points, there's no way I'd be on a team with someone like you. Helpless, Taemin could only run out to mediate between these 2 troublesome people. Enough. These 2 always argue when they meet. Let's focus on the main issue. Now is not the time. Let's go clear the gate. As soon as he finished speaking, several lizards immediately lunged as if to devour Taemin. But for Zun Gion, it was simple. She only needed a few slashes to clear out these puny creatures. She landed with the cool demeanor of a powerful CEO. Then Zun Gion coldly said, All right, the most important thing right now is to clear the gate, not your inferiority complex. She turned and smirked. Taemin was trying to reassure everyone. Stop arguing, let's go. Zun Gion exclaimed in admiration. Even a strong person like Lai Sin is jealous. Lai Zun, that cute kid, when did he develop so much? She promised. I must meet him if I get the chance. Over here, Lai Zun and his group had encountered their first obstacle. A gigantic Ranny dragon was sprawled in front of the 5 of them. Han Ziyu was so shocked she couldn't speak. A Ranny dragon. Even Bai, who was nearsighted, had to take off her glasses to see clearly. I've only seen them in books before. Now I get to see one in real life. Lai Zun remained surprisingly calm. We need to catch it. Han Ziyu, you have a job to do. She was confused. What job? But he was calm. Protect the members and the angels. Zia was uneasy. The angels too? All right, are you okay going alone? He calmed her. It's fine. Just do as I say. She instructed, Okay, be careful. A few seconds later, the fiery eyes of the Ranny dragon slowly opened. Little Lai Zun with a crude spear faced this terrifying nightmare. The master of the dream garden awaits you, preparing to battle the disaster, but he was still pondering the message in the system. If it's the master of the dream garden. So, is that the fairy king? Even if he's the master of another gate, he still pays attention to me. Doesn't he like his people to face difficulties? Lai Zun confidently held the spear, pointing it directly at its face. Whatever, watch closely. The Ranny dragon was awakened by his provocation, but someone like Lai Zun easily dodged its first attack. He charged in smugly. Too slow, take this. His blow aimed straight for the Ranny dragon's head. With its terrifying strength, it wouldn't easily be defeated by Lai Zun's attack. This beast roared, shaking heaven and earth. The Iwem Hoa nearby couldn't stand its roar either. Ziyu, however, calmly walked forward. While not paying attention, she was almost hit directly on the head by a rock. Fortunately, Yunbai and Seo Ho quickly shattered the rock. Seo Yeji stood there and immediately summoned magic, using a healing skill. The Ilem Hoa were also fully recovered thanks to Seo Yeji's power. Lai Zun felt relieved. They're doing very well. He quickly rushed down to continue fighting the Rani dragon. I have to keep up with them too. Lai Zun resolutely raised his spear. He jumped onto its massive body and launched an attack. This beast was no pushover. You lowly humans. It exhaled a stream of dark, all-encompassing energy that enveloped the space. Zia shouted, "Everyone, don't let them fall." Even Lai Zun, the ace, couldn't hold on tight. He was shaken with the dragon's body. Then, in an instant, it powerfully swung its tail, sending Lai Zun flying thousands of meters away. It seemed as if he had been defeated, lying motionless on the ground. However, Lai Zun was unharmed. That's great. And he sighed in relief. It's a relief I blocked it, otherwise, some of us would have been seriously injured. Lai Zun swiftly reappeared. The surrounding walls also shook violently because of it. He suddenly ambushed the arrogant Rani dragon. Han Ziyu was restless. No way. That terrifying power. What kind of martial arts did he learn? One day I'll surpass Lai Zun. She adamantly refused to lose. No, I can't go that far. Han Ziyu was determined to be on par with Lai Zun. I won't give up. I will definitely surpass him. The Rani dragon was furious. I'll send you all to hell. It launched a decisive blow by spewing dark energy that covered the entire space. Lai Zun struggled greatly to block the Rani dragon's attack. This time, the dark energy burned a patch on his sleeve. Damn it, his mere presence radiates deadly aura. Lai Zun rushed forward at light speed. Everything's going wrong now. He was anxious for his friends waiting below. Perhaps Hanzi doesn't know, but the other members and the angels won't be able to withstand this attack. Lai Zun screamed, "Everyone watch out!" Suddenly, something moved in the bag Lai Zun was carrying. Han Ziyu froze when she saw the bag open by itself. Lam Lam playfully jumped onto Siho's head. Then it opened its mouth wide and absorbed the attack. Lam Lam quickly spewed out streams of spiritual lightning into the air. Its face had big, innocent eyes. Lam Lam promptly attacked Dragon Rani with its spiritual lightning. Even such a terrifying beast was completely shocked by its power. Oh my God! In just a moment, Dragon Rani was struck by Lam Lam and logged out of existence. Adorable Lam Lam looked as smug as its owner. His friends were also melting from its heat. Siho ran closer, curious. "Zun, is this a fox? Can I touch it?" Lai Zun had no objections. "Go ahead." He was delighted. "I can touch it." While his friends cheered for Lam Lam, Lai Zun stood in a corner checking the system panel. Lam Lam absorbed fragments of the owner. Celestial body. Owner of celestial body is angry. Vengeance against celestial body has peaked. A new item. Relationship. Very unusual. He began to frown when he heard the unfamiliar keyword, celestial body. He had never heard of it. Could this be something he hadn't discovered even in his past life? It's fine if the future changes a bit, but if a completely new event occurs, that's a big problem. The system announced, the owner of the Dream Garden seems to like you. Your relationship with the owner of the Dream Garden has increased. Lai Zun was quite pleased. Gaining the favor of the owner of that area's gate was truly an unexpected boon. It wouldn't be bad to drop by once. Seo Yeji called out Zun. She had been wondering, what exactly is this kid? A powerful fox that just defeated a dragon. He thought, lying now would only make it more complicated. Then Lai Zun was honest with everyone. Lam Lam is a monster I raised. Hearing that, Yunbai immediately ran over to hug it. Is this fox really a monster? It's so cute. I love looking at it. He froze stiff. Lam Lam, you mischievous kid, just enjoy it. Zia timidly said, I secretly raised it. So don't tell anyone, okay? His friends all chimed in. Of course. The Iwem Hoa appeared looming behind them. Welcome, owner of the speed station. The owner of the Dream Garden broke into a cold sweat. The system explained the meaning of the Iwemhoas words. The owner of the Dream Garden wants to confirm if Lam Lam is the owner of the speed station. Lai Zun was bewildered. Owner of the speed station? What's that? He immediately received an explanation. The owner of the speed station has 10 tails, just like Lam Lam. There are 11 guardians at the gate. The owners of the speed station are powerful beasts with formidable strength. They are the masters of the gates in the dark zone and are known to possess terrifying power. The Iwemhoa pointed to the people standing behind him. The owner of the speed station is one of them. Dumbfounded, Lam Lam didn't understand anything and just scratched its head. Lai Zun was skeptical. Dark zone? Did I hear that right? He mused. Oh man, this secret is bigger than I thought. Lai Zun had seen through the immortal elder's intentions. From the beginning, this old man knew Lam Lam wasn't an ordinary creature. Just a gentle reminder from him made his master feel humiliated. Could you wipe off your drool before speaking? The immortal elder angrily wiped away his drool, while Lai Zun adopted a commanding tone with the Iwemhoa. Stand up, all of you. They were stunned. You saved us. Lai Zun twisted his words. Lam Lam doesn't want to kill anyone, does it? The Iwemhoa cheered. We're alive. Thank you so much. Han Ziyu was concerned. Wait, Lai Zun, our goal is to clear the gate. If we don't kill them, how can we destroy the gate? He casually replied, We've already cleared the gate. She was astonished. Huh. Then system notifications poured in. You have defeated the dragon. You will receive 3,500,000 points as a reward for defeating the secret boss. You have completed Emergency Quest 2, Enemy of the Angels. Your relationship with the fairy has increased. You received 850,000 as a reward. You have received fairy honey as a reward. The fairies request to be bound to you. Do you agree? Lai Zun didn't hesitate. Agree. Lam Lam's rank is too low to enter the area. You can choose one of your territories to plant fairy flowers. The Green Fox's Den, Iwemhoa's hideout. He pressed select directly without thinking. I can't abandon the Green Fox's Den. You have Iwemhoa's hideout. You have become the new owner of the fairy flower garden, receiving jade, gongle stones, Perio B grade, and 2 fairy seeds. Lai Zun signaled. Let's go back. A moment later, at Muram High School. The school campus shimmered under the sunlight. Min Sung calmly sipped his tea. He stared at Lai Sin's team and speculated. If anything changes, those kids' team will be back first. Min Sung was also worried about Lai Zun's team. Lai Zun's team is also good. It seems we're missing a lot of team members. Ziyu suddenly rushed in breathlessly, Chairman. He looked bewildered. What is it? Secretary Nam, you're exhausted. Yes. Just as Ziyu was informing Min Sung, Lai Zun's team members were casually walking down the hallway. Lai Zun's team is back. He showed the system panel to him. You have cleared the fairy flower garden. 20 hours, 30 minutes, 52 seconds. This is what we cleared in the fairy garden. Even Min Sung doubted his niece. Han Ziyu, did you really clear these things? She answered resolutely, yes. But he still wanted to verify. All right, did you record the whole process? Of course. Han Ziyu didn't come back empty-handed. Of course I did. She gave the chairman the hard drive, storing the entire process. All images from when Lai Zun's team entered the forest to when the Rani dragon appeared, and the moment it sprayed dark mist to attack them, were recorded. Min Sung himself couldn't believe his eyes. A dragon? It was hiding in the fairy flower garden. Moreover, the moment Lai Zun unleashed a blow that drove the dragon into a frenzy was also clearly recorded. Watching this, he officially broke out in a cold sweat. The image of the dragon loudly roared, I will send you all to hell. Just as it reached the climax, the video suddenly lost signal. Because of this, Min Sung was stunned for a long time. He yelled at the top of his lungs. Why did it cut off here? The kids also didn't understand what happened, Chairman. A moment later, Lai Zun pondered and asked the immortal elder, Who said that about me? He found his question utterly absurd. With so many things happening, it would be strange if no one talked about you. He wondered, "Master, I have something I want to ask." The elder stammered, "What is it?" His question caused even a knowledgeable person, like the immortal elder, to freeze. "How did you know a dragon would appear in the fairy flower garden?" He immediately tried to escape. "I don't understand what my disciple is talking about anymore." Lai Run complained, "You said that if I wanted to get gone missing, I should go to the fairy flower garden." "Did you lie to me?" The immortal elder had to reluctantly reply, "Understood, understood." Seeing him force himself like that, he was utterly disappointed. "Master still doesn't trust me. I've tried so hard to become a disciple you can be proud of." This time, he had encountered a real troublemaker. "No, wait, disciple." Seeing the immortal elder's heart waver, Lai Run put on an exaggerated crying act. "That's right, this simple-minded disciple cannot serve a master who always keeps secrets from him. I will leave." He could only console his disciple. "Oh, I understand, I understand." This foolish, stubborn kid. The immortal elder racked his brain. "For some reason, I can tell what kind of martial arts skill drops from which gate. I don't even know why myself." The fool Lai Run immediately believed it upon hearing that. "Really?" But he immediately burst his bubble. "Master isn't a fool who always tells the truth, you know." Lai Run was so tricked by his master, he wanted to dig a hole and disappear. "Master," he then resorted to psychological manipulation again. "You not only tell the truth, but you're also a true adult. My respect for you is even greater than for my own ancestors. So where should I go next?" The immortal elder knew him too well. "I knew this would happen." He fumed. "I don't want to tell you, because I know you'll rely on me instead of trying to figure it out yourself." Lai Run teased again. "No way. If you have a good source of information, you should use it. It saves effort and maximizes efficiency. It's perfect." The immortal elder yelled, "You talk too much." He cried out, "That hurts." Lai Run scrambled away. "Master always hits me. I protest violence." The immortal elder, about to faint on the spot, could only flutter behind him. "What are you talking about? Do you want to see my true form?" At the same time, the Murim High School Council was gathered to review the students' gate-clearing video. Ryu solemnly informed all the teachers, "This concludes the gate-clearing video for the fairy garden." The teachers were agitated, unable to believe it. Some were dazed. Who exactly is Lai Run? Another admired a young talent like Lai Run. What more is there to say? But only Taehyung felt annoyed by him. "Damn it, I was wrong." He was so furious. His eyes nearly popped out. "I shouldn't have ignored that Lai Run. If the powerful families discover Lai Run's energy, they'll recognize it as part of their family." By then, Taehyung was so angry he almost bit his own index finger. "Maybe he'll retaliate against me." Luckily, the chairman's voice rang out, stopping him from his antics. "Kim Taehyung." Min Sung already felt something was off. "What are you thinking about?" Taehyung hastily explained. "Oh, nothing. I just found it strange how Lai Run suddenly became so strong." He revealed all the details about Lai Run to the school council. Taehyung was determined to bring him down completely. Lai Run used to be a student who used a third-rate martial art, Samji Zombie, but suddenly, he used a completely different kind of swordsmanship. He suspected, could there have been support from someone else? In his heart, Taehyung was trying to justify himself. "Anyway, I've already done it." Since he started, he had to see it through. So he tried to disparage Lai Run as much as possible. This is truly unreasonable. He single-handedly entered the boss monster's green zone. Even an A-rank person like Chairman Lai here would find that too dangerous. Then Taehyung presented one argument after another. "I suspect a third party advised Lai Run." But Chairman Min Sung immediately dismissed him. "Enough." He still misunderstood him. "You mean the third party fed Lai Run the succession flower and taught him martial arts? So that means Lai Run had that much potential from the very beginning." Every word Min Sung spoke was cutting. It seems Wang didn't see the potential that Lai Run's master saw in him. His words made the entire hall fall silent. Min Sung smiled. What about the other teachers? At the same time, in the fairy garden, Lai Run stepped out of the teleportation gate. How's everyone doing? The Ayam will warmly welcome their benefactor. You're here. They excitedly surrounded him. We're living very well. The master of the Golden Territory is excellent, and the atmosphere here is completely different from the place we once knew. Lai Run asked, That's good then. Have those swindlers bothered any of you? The Ayamwa gratefully replied, They're very good to us. It's very pleasant. Suddenly, the mole Tegu appeared. Fairies, if you need anything, just tell me. Even Lai Run was surprised by its attitude, which changed faster than a rice paper. That guy, he's like that because he knows the fairies are stronger than him, right? The old fairy gently advised, That's the importance of how you handle things. He can survive anywhere. You should learn from him. Seeing this, he was somewhat relieved. There's nothing to worry about here anymore. Tegu the strong man respectfully said, Goodbye, master. A few minutes later, at Muram High School, the noise from the schoolyard caught Lai Run's attention. A few teachers and Min Sung were excitedly discussing something. Lai Run curiously asked the old fairy, What's going on that the chairman and the teachers are so flustered and agitated? Something big must have happened, he thought. I'll eavesdrop a little. Min Sung's face darkened. Is that a sign of gate fluctuation or a suppressor malfunction? What about connecting with the kids? Another teacher anxiously asked. There's no fluctuation. It seems no monsters have spilled out, so it's not a suppressor issue. We tried to contact the kids, but received no response. Two other teachers nervously said, The gate is tightly bound with iron chains, so we can't see inside. Another teacher warned, The students inside are successors of major families like Ito Heian and Sinjok. If anything happens, it'll be a big deal. Because of the teacher's panic, Chairman Min Sung could only lament. Every exam seems to have problems. But we force the kids into dangerous situations just because it's the era of the strong, while adults only stand by and watch. He exclaimed in frustration, How pathetic. Min Sung finally surrendered to the conditions. There's no other way. We will postpone the midterm exam and form a support team from the school. Although we can't enter the gate, we must be ready for any situation. The other teachers all received orders from their superior. Understood. Lai Run, eavesdropping from above, speculated. It looks like Lai Sin's group is in trouble. He pondered. Have these things ever happened before? In my previous life, no one died or got injured. Lai Run was both happy and worried. It's good that Lai Sin is in danger, but Run Gion is also there. Lai Run was only terribly worried about one person in Lai Sin's team, Park Run Gion, Park Hein Kin's older sister. She always cared about me. She would always tease him. Look at my new technique. I brought it for you. I'll give you 10 seconds. She never gave up. She tortured me to death. He mused, but that was a different kind of suffering than being ignored or despised. Lai Run recalled the moment Run Gion protected him from some unruly kids. Hey, stop bullying Lai Run, okay? He was so embarrassed he turned pale. Only you're allowed to do that. But Lai Run felt something was off. It didn't seem that way. Then he brushed it off. But since she's Hayukin's sister, maybe we should meet up for a meal? A few minutes later, in the forest where Lai Sin's group was fighting, unluckily for them, the Lizard Queen herself had come to fight. Her lizard disciples roared continuously. Lai Sin was anxious. Damn it, we don't have any information about the Lizard Queen. Meanwhile, Run Gion, sitting next to him, kept terrorizing him mentally. Do you want to die like that? He's fuming with blame. It's all because you killed the Lizard Queen's child. You always do whatever you want, and now the whole group is in danger because of you. Hit where it hurt. He had no comeback. I just wanted to break the gate quickly. That's all. Stop complaining. Run Gion caught on to Lai Sin's intention. I know why you're doing that. You're trying to act like you're not worried. Afraid of being surpassed by Lai Run, caught red-handed, He was furious. What? Taemin, standing nearby, was quite reasonable. Stop it, I have an idea. He calculated a plan. If we keep hiding here, we'll be found sooner or later. Now we'll unleash our strongest martial arts toward the lizards. Taemin was quite intelligent. I've seen it. All those lizards are trying to protect the queen. When they divert their attention, let's all go to the central outpost and prepare again. He noticed Lai Sin was hesitant and didn't want to execute the plan. But Taemin still uplifted everyone's spirits. Let's go. We have to safely complete the test. At the same time, at Muram High School, the teleportation area to where student groups were taking the test was carefully guarded. Min Sung had hired a tall, burly bodyguard to ensure there were no unauthorized intrusions. Lai Run suddenly jumped out and ambushed the bodyguard. In just 1 second, the gate guard was knocked unconscious by him. The old sage was shocked to see his disciple strip the bodyguard's clothes. Is that necessary? Clearly, Lai Run knew his limits. Interfering with another team's test is forbidden. I'll just make sure Sister Run Guion is safe. Then I'll leave right away. He tried to use magic to open the gate, but the gate to the twin swamps was closed. But instead of opening, the system continuously reported an error. The master of the green region is attempting to infiltrate the gate, and another area will suffer the wrath of the gate's master. Do you still wish to enter? He decisively chose to agree. I will enter. Even though the system warned him repeatedly, Lai Run didn't care. Warning: you are the master of another gate. Forcibly opening the gate means the master of the twin swamps will consider you an enemy. In just a few seconds, he was in the twin swamps. Of course, a mortal like Lai Run was locked out. The master of the twin swamps has activated the privilege to prevent intruders. The master of the twin swamps can use the skill differentiation. The master of the twin swamps can use the skill. He suspected differentiation. Differentiation is the Lizard King's skill, and Outburst is the Lizard Queen's skill. Are they appearing together? At the same time, Lai Sin was leading the charge to fight the Lizard Queen first. Twin swamps. The Lizard King attacks those who invade the gate. Not to mention, if Lai Run's unauthorized intrusion was discovered by the Lizard Queen, he likely wouldn't escape. On the other hand, the Lizard Queen protects her immature offspring. He understood her attack principle. The Lizard Queen won't come out unless someone harms her children. Lai Run immediately darted off like the Wind Prince. Something's not right. I need to check quickly. He leaped from tree to tree at lightning speed. At first, Lai Run encountered no obstacles. He suddenly stopped at an ancient tree. Lai Run looked down to see 2 people from Lai Sin's group running desperately. Is that Lai Sin and Choi Taemin? He pondered. Why are there only 2 of them? Lai Sin's team was initially safe from the Lizard Queen's attack. Yan A was exhausted and couldn't run anymore. Is this really the best way? But he still wouldn't admit he was a coward, throwing them as bait and running away. Wouldn't attacking the Lizard Queen together be better? Taemin worried. It would take an hour to reach the entrance via the underground tunnel, and there's no guarantee the monsters won't catch us. He could only warn Lai Sin in a stern voice. We're also low on eternal energy. There's no other way but to survive. Pretend to attack, then retreat. Understood? He finally understood. Got it. Lai Sin frowned, making his 2 eyebrows meet. Yes, the most important thing isn't them, but our own lives. But not long after, the Lizard Queen and her disciples caught up and surrounded the 2 girls. They looked muscular with fiery eyes. Yan A was restless. Run Jaeon. Leave me behind. You don't have to. Runan calmed her panicked mind. He should sit still instead of babbling. She was seething, truly foolish to trust them. Runan recalled the moment those 2 brats abandoned them and left. Where did you go? Those scoundrels relied on their strong bodies and fled first. Sorry, we need to live. And Liaxian even made a solemn vow. I will avenge you later. The Lizard Queen, furious, immediately ordered her disciples to attack. She yelled, Come here, you damn lizards. But before Runan could make a move, Lai unexpectedly attacked the first lizard. It was immediately defeated, leaving her stunned. He walked majestically through the puddle. Luckily, I made it in time. Then he asked Han, "Are you okay, sis?" Renan froze for a few seconds. Run. She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw Lai approaching, carrying the two treacherous scoundrels. Run. Tae Min and Lai Xian were beaten unconscious by him. Renan asked nervously, "What are you doing here?" Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly collapsed. "It's too dangerous." Fortunately, Lai caught Renan in time. "Careful." He smiled kindly. "Take a rest. Leave the rest to me." Lai hated it bitterly. Even though I knew they were despicable, seeing them in real life makes me even more nauseous. I had intended to handle this secretly, but I couldn't. He resolutely held his spear, pointing it directly at the lizards' faces. Then Lai challenged, "Instead, you'll be my punching bags." System panel warned severely. The City Lord forbids showing hostility towards the Twin Swamp Lord. The Swamp Lord is wary of you. Stats: Health 236/300, Stamina 238/300, Strength 250/300, Agility 240/300. Special items: Eternal Energy 495/1000, Mental Strength 300/300, Reputation 2000. Promise: Relationship: Paradise, East, Extremely, Hostile, Schemer, Submissive, Fairy, Intimate. Status: Combat Power 50+, All Elemental Relationships +70, Magic Resistance +35, Eternal Energy Regeneration +15, Technology Tree Points 9,680,000 B. He calmly calculated to easily confront the king and queen. It's best to distribute the stats. With his extraordinary ability, Lai easily dodged the first blow from the lizard disciple. I have 9 points to distribute. I can raise one stat to 135 if I focus on it. Next, he dodged the second blow. The advantage of the lizard race is speed. To deal with the king and queen, it's best to raise agility to 300. After boosting his stats, Lai jumped out of the swamp. Agility gained +60. Stamina gained +30. A new item unlocked. Strength gained +40. Then he somersaulted into the air, astonishing the lizards. Lai plunged down like a god. He plunged his spear forcefully into the ground, sending out spiritual energy that tossed the lizards high into the air. Suddenly, Lai grimaced. On the other side, the brawny lizard attacked with a giant wooden sword, but he quickly blocked it. Instantly, Li's spear flew wildly and unconsciously a spear. He lunged and grabbed the spear. The brawny lizard seized the opportunity to unleash a blow, but it was too foolish. It struck with force, then swung its sword only to find no one there. The other lizard's attention was drawn by Li's voice. "It's not as easy as expected." He was hovering behind its back. "Huh!" Lai immediately dived down. He first knocked off several of this lizard's golden rings. Lai gritted his teeth, annoyed to see the final boss, the lizard queen with a golden shield, charging at him. At that moment, he had to fight 2 against 1, causing the system to display a series of notifications. Lizard Queen Habase's defense increased by 100. Lizard Queen Habase's defense increased by 100. Lizard Queen Habesa used Rage Burst. Lizard King Urigen used Devolution. Lai also lost focus because of that data, but he quickly regained his composure and plunged downwards. Lai managed to dodge all of the Lizard Queen's attacks. After using her weapon for a long time, she was exhausted. Lizard Queen Habase's defense boost decreased by 100 after using Rage Burst. Lizard Queen Habase's defense boost decreased by 200 due to the aftermath of Rage Burst. He was pleased. Good. Now the queen can't do anything until she recovers after a certain period. Lai seized the opportunity to attack first. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Seeing itself at a disadvantage, the brawny lizard roared loudly. At this moment, he was standing on the swamp. Lai just smirked faintly. He stomped on the river waves to attack the brawny lizard first. However, his small spear was easily blocked when the Lizard King lightly raised its sword. The Lizard King's weakness is the vulnerability during devolution. After analyzing the lizard's psychology, Lai immediately imbued his spear with spiritual energy. Sorry, but you're my target. He cleverly thrust straight into its belly, causing several beams of spiritual energy to shoot straight up into the sky. Not only that, from the brawny lizard's position, spiritual energy formed arrows that shot towards the lizard queen. She was flustered and couldn't even counterattack. But in just a few minutes, the gate to the Twin Swamp had been cleared by Lai. You have cleared the Twin Swamp. You have received 500,000 P as a reward. Cleared via secret path. Double bonus points activated. You have received 3,750,000 P as a reward. You have received 3,750,000 P as a reward. A few hours later, at Murom High School, the cars carrying the school's teaching staff had swiftly returned. Min Sung stepped out of the car, still bewildered. Huh? What happened? He was shocked to see Lee's group. The ace was tied up, and the two girls couldn't even lift their heads. Min Sung rushed over anxiously. You're seriously injured. It's good that you survived. Has the ambulance not arrived yet? Xena was also worried about her friend. Runan collapsed from exhaustion. He felt something was amiss. The gate was closed. How did you get out? Lai took this opportunity to shout his lungs out. Manager, help us. Min Sung looked utterly confused. What's going on? Xena was filled with hatred. Those two used us as bait to escape. If that person hadn't saved us, both Runan and I would have been killed by the monsters. She was blunt. I intend to inform my family about this and make it public. Min Sung was curious. Who saved you two? But of course, at that moment, Xena was lying motionless, so she couldn't fully process what happened. She didn't see his face. He helped them both up. That's not important right now. Get up quickly. Let's go to the hospital. After Runan was already in the ambulance, Xena still lingered there. She turned back, glaring at those two traitorous bastards. Even Lai, sitting on the rooftop, had to exclaim, She's quite sharp. He guessed. I think she realized I didn't want to reveal myself. Elder Immortal wasn't surprised either. You're still disguised. You truly are a cautious kid. Lai had foreseen the situation of those two punks. The Forbidden City of the Venomous Cliff and Runan's Iron Blood family. Both are quite influential families. They won't let this matter go. He looked down at the bustling city. I'm curious how divine power and the Supreme King will appear. At Murom High School, Lai worriedly visited Runan at the hospital. Finally, she made a sound. He spoke up. A friendly personality is enough to be a good person, isn't it? Hai suddenly burst in and yelled loudly. Hey, North Runan. I heard you got hurt. Seeing him so flustered, Lai reminded him. Runan's sleeping. Please don't make noise. He even feigned innocence. Really, he was also dumbfounded. Huh. Hai was boiling with rage when he saw his sister was a victim. The gate had a problem. Lai Sin and Taemin used others as bait to escape. He was also stunned for a few seconds by his rebellious outburst. Hai went ballistic. Those maniacs. Lai was bewildered when he arrived and then immediately left. Where are you going? Meanwhile, Hai walked with the demeanor of a CEO. To get revenge on them. Seeing how impulsive he was, Lai immediately stopped him. There's no need to do that. He widened his eyes and yelled at him. If I don't do it, who will? But then Hai had to lower his voice. He stared at Lai, who sat silently. Let me. Lai warned. Because you never know. What could happen? Hai was also taken aback. This aura. Is he trying to overwhelm me? He knew Lai had grown stronger, but not to this extent. He looked bewildered. Did you find out who hurt her? Runan suddenly spoke, making Hai's jaw drop. He eagerly asked, Are you feeling better? She had just woken up and hadn't fully recovered. Where am I? Hai quickly said, The school infirmary. Runan sprang up. Poison. How's Xena? Is she okay? Lai immediately reassured her. If it's that kind of poison, she'll be fine. She also sighed in relief. Really? I'm so glad. She suddenly widened her eyes. Wait, hold on. Runan frantically grabbed his face. Run, is that you? Lai retorted. Who else would it be? You look like you've seen a ghost. She panicked. You entered that gate. I wasn't surprised at all. The gate was already open. He also said honestly. I saw it open, so I just ran straight in. Runan felt her head spin. Oh my God, there's still a lot I want to ask, but I'm too tired right now. He said gently, then get some more rest. She's awake. Hi's here now too. So I'm off then. Hi was surprised. What's wrong? Can't you stay a little longer? But Lai was adamant. You two talk. An uninvited guest should leave, shouldn't they? He left, leaving a heavy silence between the two siblings. He immediately turned to scold her. I told you to be friends with decent people. Are your eyes open now? Runan also got annoyed. As if I wanted to hang out with those guys. Xena invited me to join. And then everything happened. I reminded her. Don't get involved with the divine and fallen royal families again. The relationship between the families isn't what it used to be. His words left her stunned. Is Run like that too? He explained. Lai was abandoned by his family. He's an exception. Runan still had many concerns. If so, that's great. Yes. One more thing. Hai is also wondering about that. About Run getting stronger? She was confused. I know. What kind of medicine did he use? I only know what my friend told me. According to Run, it seems a teacher taught him martial arts, and thanks to that teacher, Run became stronger. Hearing that, Runan's eyes lit up. A teacher? What kind of teacher? Did he inherit all of his essence? Hai froze. That's all I know. She felt very disappointed in her brother. You're useless. Who is it really? Who is the one who passed on all that power for Run to get that strength? I really want to meet that person. Even Hai was wondering about Lee's anonymous assistant. If he's the one who helped Run become so strong, he must be on par with their grandfather. At the same time, at a convenience store, Lee's group was celebrating their victory, celebrating Lai and his partner taking first place in the midterm exam. Congratulations. They chatted animatedly. Then Lai provoked his friend. Hai's paying today. Everyone eat up. He was utterly bewildered. What? How did it turn out like this? You said you treat everyone. That's why I came here. Lai exposed him. You got second place thanks to me. What are you talking about? Everyone was really excited, you know. Hearing this, everyone's eyes stared intently at Hai. Hai, having no choice, resigned himself. All right, I'll pay. Meanwhile, Seo was trying to finish his last few bites. He hadn't even finished eating when he was interrupted. Let's go to the rooftop after we finish eating. I saw Lai stand up and became anxious. Where are you going, Run? He put on a cool, aloof demeanor. To the restroom. Lai instinctively glanced at everyone. Then he bluntly left without a moment's hesitation. He took this opportunity to approach Han. Gee, what are you eating? Let me try a bite. A few hours later at Murom High School, Li Jun kept his eyes glued to the news on his phone. Attack on Ho Cho Dung, another failure, the endless collapse of the theocratic family, and the defeated king. The family that broke the undefeated gate with just an iron sword. University 20 professor believes that in this invasion of Ho Cho Dung, the theocratic family and the defeated king lost. Song Ho also arrived on the rooftop a few seconds later. Li Jun calmly. You're here. Song Ho was bewildered. Why did you call me? Why aren't you sitting with everyone? After that, he threw a pile of magic stones to Song Ho. Here, I have this for you, take it. Song Ho frantically reached out to catch them. These magic stones? Why are you giving me these? He stared in astonishment at the sparkling pile of magic stones in his hands. Li Jun warmly. To repay you for following my command. Even Song Ho couldn't believe his eyes. Is this really necessary? He cheerfully. I'm very satisfied. Song Ho politely. But it's too much. One piece would be enough. Li Jun laughed foolishly. All right, magic stones alone aren't enough, right? He kept shoving items into his hands without caring if Song Ho needed them or not. Take this one too. He held the martial arts book in his hand, still not fully recovered from his shock. Song-ho didn't dare to accept such valuable things. So, about the martial arts skills of the Hebei Pang family. But Li Jun immediately dismissed it. Don't tell me it belongs to the defeated king's family. If we're talking about martial arts in the martial arts novels I know, that's the martial arts of the Hebei Pang family. It turned out Li Jun also had his own agenda. This much is enough to cover your rental fee, right? The sky changed to a different color. In that great hall, Kang Yu was interrogating Min Guk. Your family head also didn't appear today. Is it related? The elder replied earnestly. Please forgive us, as he's busy training with my younger brother. Since he has given me full authority, the meeting will proceed. Min Guk beat around the bush. First, regarding what happened during the midterm exam. Of course, Kang Yu didn't care about such trivial matters. It's fine. As long as we clear Hocho Dung, the children's matters will automatically subside. Then he lowered his head, contemplating. The third strategy is very important, not only to show our strength, but also to build a stronger foundation. Therefore, we need to gather more people for the attack. Kang Yu emphasized. Furthermore, other clans are joining us this time, understand? For Min Guk, these matters were mere trifles. As long as I get the water ice extreme, anything is fine. Having achieved his goal, he smiled cunningly. Good, very enthusiastic. This strategy will definitely succeed. The two of them shook hands, collaborating. Min Guk also calculated cunningly in his mind. This time, I must obtain the elixir to improve Ki Hurong's condition. As for Kang Yu, he was cold, certainly. He revealed a sinister smile. In a desolate desert, Hai Co sat cross-legged, concentrating on controlling the spiritual energy within his body. Li Jun was astonished. This is the first time I've witnessed the rebirth of magic. Truly miraculous. The elder immortal discussed. The amount of magic released is quite large, isn't it? Any monster that consumes it could even turn into a fairy. He nodded. Luckily, Hai Co followed my instructions. He was as naive as if he was seeing magic for the first time. Ah, are you a monster? They're listening to the elder. The succession flower, a surge of smugness. It's quite surprising. Li Jun pondered. Hai Co was initially a simple kid, so I didn't pay much attention. But what would others think if they saw this? He frowned, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. As the spiritual energy continued to surge, he stepped forward. How do you feel? Hai Co raised his hand to examine it. I don't feel anything yet. There's an empty sensation inside my body. Li Jun held a book out in front of him. Now tear it apart. He hesitated. Is that okay? He smiled menacingly. So Hai Co had to tear it immediately. If you don't want to, give it back. He felt an abundant spiritual power surging through his body. Li Jun clapped his hands, congratulating him on acquiring an S-rank skill that even the imperial family couldn't obtain. Hai Co suddenly knelt down, which startled him. He said with great sincerity, no one has ever treated someone like me this way before. Hai Co bowed his head, extremely grateful. You've given me the courage to become stronger. You put your trust in me. He placed his hand on his chest. To repay your trust, I will be absolutely loyal. After hearing that, Li Jun was a little taken aback, but ultimately smiled kindly. He instructed, don't forget these words. I will impart many things to you. Hai Co exclaimed, I hope so. Sunlight reflected through the glass windows of the tall building. Li Jun walked along the school corridor with his hands in his pockets. The immortal elder raised an eyebrow. Do you like him that much? He replied with satisfaction. Of course, it's not easy to find a diligent kid like Hai Co. He had to agree. Yeah, he's got good muscle. If he's trained well, we can use him. Li Jun praised. Initially, I only intended to give him combat skills, but he's too smart, so I want to find some other skills too. The immortal elder teased. You seem very pleased with him. He fanned himself. What skill are you thinking of? Li Jun replied, I want to give him Xian Hone Emperor. The immortal elder sighed. Do you know how to get it? I'm getting older and older because of you. Li Jun walked towards a crowd of students, watching something interesting. Hyung Jun stood before a group of people with a defiant expression. He clasped his hands. "We are very honored to meet young Master Li Jun." He stood opposite him. "What is it this time?" Hyung Jun replied. "The master wants to send a message." Li Jun turned away and opened the classroom door. "I don't want to hear it." Despite that, he still conveyed the message. The master is participating in the succession struggle. He grumbled. "Unbelievable. Is something wrong with his legs? No matter how I provoke him, he only sends his subordinates." Hyung Jun continued. "First mission. He requests you participate in the attack on Ho Cho Dung." Li Jun objected. "I have no intention of contending for that position." He stood rigidly there. Members of the family with spiritual power cannot disobey the master's orders. He replied bitterly. "Am I a member of that family?" Li Jun slammed the door shut despite the calls from behind. "Young Master Li Jun." He sat down at his desk, looking tired but nonchalant. Li Jun rested his chin on his hand. "You're really good at annoying me, Dad." He's like a pawn in John Moo's game. "Anyway, I have to finish the game my father created. What a hassle." Li Jun pondered. "How can I escape my father's and the Sin Liooc family's control?" Han Ji walked in, wondering. "What's with the atmosphere in the classroom?" He startled and turned his head. Shi Un-bai and Co Yi-ji were gathered at the classroom door. Li Jun stared at Han Ji-yu. "Han Ji-zo, there's a place called the Wonderful Land. That's Chan Di-wong." He hurried over. "Han Ji-zo, can we talk for a moment?" Li Jun spoke mysteriously. "This is the very important matter I mentioned earlier." She stood still, her expression unchanged, but she seemed hesitant. Han Ji-yu strode forward. "Follow me." Leaving the two girls looking perplexed. An important matter, huh? The school campus was vast, with warm sunlight filtering through the lush green trees. The two sat on a stone bench. She wondered, "What do you want?" Li Jun, with a serious expression, said, "Tell the chairman I agree to that deal." Han Ji-yu was stunned for a moment. "Seriously? You surprised me. I guess it's due to divine power, right?" She probed. "What do you want to do?" Li Jun calmly explained. "I mentioned earlier, what I need is exclusive access to the gate." Han Ji-yu crossed her arms. "So, Li Jun, I need your name." He was puzzled. "Why my name?" She gently closed her eyes. "You need a justification for entering the divine clan. If I let you in without a reason, the assassins will react fiercely." Li Jun replied, "I understand. Things to know when entering the divine clan. There's a very common rule in the divine clan to support those who become assassins. That's exclusive gate access. Recruited assassins who hunt at the gate will have an 80-20th split with the divine clan." Li Jun offered a business card. "Let's enter a relationship where we can support each other under the name of assassins." Han Ji-yu took it. "Good." Li Jun pondered. "That's a creative law, different from today's era, which values blood relatives." She was busy texting rapidly. "I must tell Uncle about this." He seemed a bit melancholic. "But there's a pretty big drawback." Li Jun proposed. "To build a good relationship in the future, I will help you solve a problem within your clan." Han Ji-yu was still engrossed in her phone. "Sis," Li Jun calmly explained. "You know, the recruited assassins have been planted in other clans." She shot up, completely taken aback. How did you?" Li Jun continued. "Lai Husian is connected to Pe Kwang Doga. While Big Dejun is related to the Sin Liok clan. You absolutely have to find a solution, but you can't, right?" Li Jun offered a great deal. "I can give you the code document, something that's been sought after for years in the Divine Clan." Han Ji-yu was still reeling from the shock when another one hit her. "No way, you really have it?" Li Jun glanced around as if communicating through eye contact with the immortal elder. He turned back with satisfaction. "You could say so." A white ceramic pot was neatly placed on the table, along with a warm cup of tea. Han Ji-yu and Min Sung sat opposite each other in the office. His face was reflected in the teacup. Jiyu, is that true? She sat up straight. Yes, Li Jun. I know the situation of our clan. Min Sung rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The truth is, the assassin is connected to another faction. I tried to keep it from getting out. But what can I actually do? Han Jiyu added. And that side said they would let us know the code Doc Huyet technique on the condition of joining the clan. He looked stunned after hearing that. Li Jun holds the code Doc Huyet technique? If so, wouldn't Li Jun suffer an even greater loss? She lowered her eyes slightly. The Senji faction will spread special information at any time. What they need is support. That's what I have to overcome. Han Jiyu looked up and asked, What are you going to do? Min Sung smirked. It's obvious, isn't it? From now on, seek Li Jun's help. Scene change. In the sandy desert, the clear sky was suitable for cultivation. Li Jun put his hands on his hips. Oh dear, someone got here first. Under a coconut tree, Hai Co sat cross-legged, diligently cultivating. His eyes were closed, and a stream of pure spiritual energy radiated from him. He grumbled, You can't practice everywhere. I've opened a portal in a virtual room. How do I enter that portal? It's as if you're the only one living here. The old immortal next to him also added, I'm very happy to see you training diligently. Suddenly, Li Jun's eyes lit up. What is that? He was astonished seeing Hai Co's magic power. Is the magic power overflowing from the portal? He didn't know he had reached the second level. He floated beside him, lecturing. Yes, his pure and innocent soul. In other words, it's completely different from the pure magic existing in Zhang Ho's house. It's called valor. Li Jun looked up, feeling the dense spiritual energy radiating from his brother. Pure magic was spreading through the air, but I think I also have the same ability to help him. The old immortal glared. That's why I told you. If you want to practice, just do it here. Stop wandering around. He answered vaguely. Yes, I know. I'll increase my stats a bit. The system displayed the stats. Skill points 8,680,000 P. Ability points. Physical strength 236/300. Divine power 268/300. Strength 295/300. Agility 300/300. Special classification. Internal attack 495/1000. Mental strength 300/300. Reputation 4,866. Reputation. Li Jun calculated. Almost AA rank. If I raise all stats to 300, can I reach AA? He wondered, which one should I increase first? He scratched his chin thoughtfully. First, adjust all to 300. Li Jun turned back, confused. Huh, why are you laughing? The old immortal covered his mouth. Nothing, do whatever you want. He flew back and forth mockingly. Can you do it? Are you really going to do that? His face contorted with anger, but he still softened his voice. Could you please stop and guide me? The old immortal put on a haughty expression. My disciple, you shouldn't have that attitude when asking for help from others, right? Li Jun reluctantly knelt. Master, please instruct this foolish disciple. He glanced down. Be lucky your master is so kind. The old immortal advised. You don't need to use all the points. Only internal strength is enough. He asked again. Internal strength? Li Jun tapped the system panel. Internal strength plus 15. New classification unlocked. Followed by a surprising announcement. You have achieved 5 stars. Dungeon unlocked. Li Jun's body trembled violently, his eyes wide, spiritual energy pouring out like a waterfall. The system displayed a notification. Internal strength in the dungeon is beginning to penetrate. His heart pounded like a war drum. Warning. Mental turmoil is slowly erupting. Li Jun covered his mouth and coughed a few times. His face wrinkled like a monkey's bottom. He spat a mouthful of fresh red blood onto the yellow sand. Li Jun's face was blank. If this continues, I'll die. He gritted his teeth as if he was enduring an incredibly terrible pain. Li Jun clutched his chest. No, he couldn't die like this. The system sounded an alert. Your endurance is continuously increasing. His heart felt like it would explode from this terrifying surge of power. The system kept ringing. Dungeon expanded. Endurance limit increased. All abilities increased by 50. New bodily enhancements received. Depleted internal energy restored. Finally, it was over. Lai Jun raised his hand and stared at it. Frozen for 5 seconds. He collapsed onto the sand. I'm dead. The Immortal Elder asked, how does it feel to upgrade to 5 stars? Lai Jun complained, I'm so dizzy, like I'm about to die again. He sighed helplessly. Now only the dungeon is left. He tiredly asked, do I have to go through this again? The Immortal Elder uttered a sentence that made Lai Jun's expression change drastically. Even more than that. He reassured him, don't worry, that's a very distant prospect for you. He breathed a sigh of relief. What a relief! The system screen displayed. Physical strength, SS tier. Description, a blessing exclusively for the few who enjoy fighting. You can predict your opponent's movements. Effect, plus 100 combat power, plus 100 instant resistance. Lai Jun's eyes were now brighter than car headlights. Incredible! 100 combat power and 100 instant resistance. If dungeon power is like this, what will the next dungeon level be like? He rejoiced. Every time I see this, I wonder what kind of person my master is. The Immortal Elder said proudly, your master is a martial god who has reached infinity. I am Peon. After hearing that, Lai Jun was speechless. Extinguishing respect instantly is also a kind of talent. He looked over. Hai Seol was still practicing. He gently encouraged, rest for a bit, then come back. Scene change. Golden sunlight shone on tall buildings. The schoolyard was packed with students. The loudspeaker announced, midterm exam, second place. Please step forward. Min Sung held out his hand. Congratulations on achieving second place. Hayek Jin shook hands and smiled. Thank you. Lai Jun stepped forward proudly. Next, first place in the midterm exam. Please step forward. He shook hands with each person. Congratulations to the top-ranked student. What reward do you want, Lai Jun? He raised an eyebrow. I'll let you know when we get to the museum. Ji-yu tilted her head and called out, first, second, and third place. Please follow me. Tall buildings stretched everywhere, one after another. The high-scoring students were taken to a large museum. Bai was nervous. What should I do? What should I do? What should I choose now? Han Ji-yu smiled. Me, I'm really excited. Hayek Jin was dejected. What to choose? I always come here without thinking. What are you choosing, Jun? He hesitated. What did I think? Lai Jun offered his opinion. Hayek Jin, in the middle of building number 2, there's a rusty iron bar. Check if there are any glowing patterns on the hilt. Then choose that. He was surprised. Why? He explained. That object appearing at the gate was used by someone named John. It's much better than the sword you're using. Hayek Jin ran over. Really? He exclaimed. How do you know that? Lai Jun remained calm. My master taught me. Hayek Jin intimately slung his arm over his shoulder. Great, I have to take it then. I only trust you, you know. Lai Jun helplessly said, I know, go get your reward. The vast museum echoed with his voice. See you later, huh? The whole group stood before an iron door that was very carefully secured. Min Sung led the way in. Countless precious items lay before them. He generously said, all right, everyone pick an item you like. Everything was preserved in glass cases, from ancient books to sharp swords, golden and silver gleams sparkling brightly. Bai picked up the staff. This looks cool. Co Eeg curiously explored. I like this. As for Co Hong Ho, his eyes lit up. I'll choose this item. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Wait. Lai Jun crossed his arms, a mysterious expression on his face. Stop, all of you. He smirked coolly. Put everything down before I change my mind. At Muram High School's item storage, Min Sung distributed one item to each student. Unbai received ice gloves. Coeeg stared blankly at the acupuncture needles in her hand. She received the yin-yang acupuncture needles. The last person was Co Hong Ho. Co Hong Ho received the red cloth. He stood there thoughtfully. Excellent. The ice gloves suit the strength of females with powerful yin energy. The yin-yang acupuncture needles and the red cloth are very suitable items for Coeeg and Co Hong Ho. Lai Jun knows what those items are. He's really perceptive. Lai Jun suddenly noticed Han Ji Yu standing empty-handed, and Han Ji Yu. Then he pointed to the sword stored in the glass case. You should choose that. She was extremely cautious. Wait, swords are weapons all Gaxian families avoid. If I don't control it well, I could get hurt. On top of that, I've never used a sword. Lai Jun had no choice but to compare. Han Ji Yu, let me ask you, between strength, weight, and utility, which do you want the sword to possess? Of course, Han Ji would choose the easiest to use. I prioritize strength, so I can use it freely. Yet, he immediately rejected it. Wrong. Then Lai Jun started lecturing. Satisfaction doesn't come from swinging a sword fast and strong, or from the whole body's flexibility. It must be based on utility. He explained to her, a sword is the most versatile weapon. If those two things link together, aren't you curious what will happen? On this side, Hyuk-jin was quite excited about his assigned item. Lai Jun, look at this, isn't it cool? He was already self-absorbed. The moment I saw it, I knew it was made for me. Do you feel the energy flowing? How interesting. Lai Jun was stumped. Hyuk-jin immediately poked Lai Jun's cheek and deluded himself. Your master is amazing, you know. That's how you know to recommend good stuff to me, right? Lai Jun resolutely raised a hammer. I choose this one. He gaped you. Hyuk-jin was stunned. Someone actually chose the discarded thing? He again misunderstood. You recommend good stuff to me. You're sacrificing yourself to use a crappy item to give it to me, really? Lai Jun panicked when he saw Hyuk-jin bowing to him. What are you doing? He swore dramatically. I'll become stronger to protect you. And Lai Jun could only scream. Let go of me. The system board announced, Iron Hammer A-Rank. Description, not just a magic stone, but a hammer capable of shattering a 1,000-year-old railway. Infinite attributes, 100% innate power activation. A support tool used in metallurgy, unlimited speed efficiency. From the beginning, he already knew the function of this item. Truly miraculous. Then Lai Jun analyzed the hammer psychology. According to the explanation, it's a common metallurgy tool. Is this really the key to breaking the lake for June? I feel a bit vague. The gate is a place where nothing can be predicted. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed in the great hall. Inside, Lai Sin was raging frantically. Lai Jun, Lai Jun. He furiously punched the wall to pieces. It's all that brat's fault. This loser only knew how to blame others. If it weren't for him, I would have been first in the midterm exam, even if those useless things appeared. As an older brother overshadowed by his younger sibling, Lai Sin couldn't bear the burden of the family. My studies were also suspended for damaging the family's honor. Now I'm stuck in this dark cave, unable to do anything. Suddenly, his room door burst open. Jian Mu's bodyguard was sent to report to Lai Sin. It's time to go out, young master. He wondered, has it been that long? What's it like outside? His next words tore open Lai Sin's still raw wound. The master has allowed Lai Jun to participate in the succession competition. Lai Jun is also participating in the 3rd June Lake raid, along with you. He fumed with rage. Why? Why did father make me fight that good-for-nothing? Not only that, the bodyguard deliberately provoked him. Lai Jun must have caught his attention. Perhaps Lai Jun is stronger than you. The enraged Lai Sin lunged at the bodyguard right in the main hall, but he was quickly restrained. Feeling even more humiliated, he demanded, What the hell are you saying? How can someone without a bloodline inheritance be stronger than me? He didn't want to explain further. This is just my speculation. It's possible. But the bodyguard had started, so he had to finish. Lai Jun touched the horse skill. Lyson involuntarily whispered, "Horse skill." No one knew whose side this bodyguard was on, as he blurted out everything. Those without a bloodline inheritance can only grow stronger that way. Hearing that, he rushed off as if he'd found an opening. That's right, horse skill, it must be it. I have to tell father immediately. But he immediately stopped this rebellious youth. Is that really necessary? The bodyguard threatened. If you handle this matter directly, your father will surely come to see you. He then took out a precious gem. I've prepared this for you. The gem glowed brightly in the tin box. This is the power you desire. Lyson was initially bewildered. The power I desire? However, just a few seconds later, he quickly picked up the item. At the same time, the television was broadcasting live about the upcoming clash of the clans. The long-awaited day of the 3rd June Lake Raid finally arrived. The host announced the situation. According to the raid team spokesperson, the portal attack is happening in real time, and many people are flocking to the front gate. He introduced each character one by one. The clans participating in this attack include Lai Sin by Hong. The next ones are Sinji Ji and Cho Hakayam. This battle includes veteran members. Not only that, he signaled an unprecedented ferocity in history. This is a massive attack force of 200 people, totaling 800 people from each clan. With power in his hands, Lai Sin became more arrogant than ever. A projectile suddenly shot straight towards where he stood. Lyson easily crushed it like Tran Quoc Tone crushed an orange. Everyone was furious with this jerk after the recent test. Retreat! Retreat! He felt his pride was insulted. Those bastards! Hayat Jean intervened. Let them be. The master told us to be careful. Suddenly, everyone turned their gaze in another direction. Oh, hey. It's Hong, take a picture. It's Lai Jun. Please look over here. The old immortal was surprised to hear the unfamiliar name. Hong, are they talking about you? He explained. Yes, I posted a video of me attacking the fairy gardens at school. Lai Jun smiled. That's the nickname they gave me because I carry a spear. The old man frowned. Is that so? In that case, wouldn't Chong Leon be more fitting? He innocently replied. Unfortunately, that nickname is already taken. Suddenly a voice called out, June. Hayat Jean and Lai Jun always made a commotion whenever they met. Lai Jun couldn't breathe, crushed by the two Hayat Jean siblings. You, what are you doing? Let me go. Even he had to cry for help. I can only get up after she stands up. Jun Gio was determined to tease these two kids to the end. Just rain already. I'm sitting comfortably. Why do I have to stand up? She immediately scoffed. You guys are too lazy to train, aren't you? Muscles should be firm, but yours are so flabby. Just then, Han walked past. You fools. She could only run over and pull the idiot away first. Oh, I thought I'd die before even entering the gate. Suddenly, the thick-faced Lai Xian spat at him. He glared at Lai. Then Lai Xian feigned concern. Oh, forget it. Take care. He was delusional again. Are you worried about me? Haven't you woken up yet? The eccentric Lai Xian quickly turned and left. Think what you want. Ho Cho Dung will be your grave. Lai felt exasperated. My goodness, you talk like a defeated villain. Why is my shirt like this? A few days later, the clash between the clans had arrived. Lai stood among the crowd, heading towards the teleportation gate. He was blinded by the light from the gate's spiritual energy. Before Li's eyes was a world of ice and snow. You have entered Ho Cho Dung. The system announced. The master of Honan Din is on guard against you. Lai was already overly confident. Ever since Lam Lam became the owner of the Forbidden Zone, the owners of the other gates have been wary of me. It's fine. I'll clear this place out anyway. De Gong solemnly introduced himself. I am Choi De Gong, the commander of this 3rd assault team. I'm sure everyone here already knows the strategy, so I'll skip that part. There are a few things I need to emphasize. He warned. Unexpected things always happen inside the gate. Not only that, De Gong also laid out all the lurking dangers. It's normal to die midway, so if you die, it's because you are weak. Remember that. Among those students, only Lai looked straight into his eyes, without any fear. He immediately flattered him. Wow, at that age, he still exudes such murderous intent. No wonder he's Choi Tae-min's grandfather. The immortal elder was also proud. The master is happy because his disciple is so famous. The system presented information about this challenge. The Invincible Gate, Honan Den. In the initial stages, monsters will appear in various locations. In the shallow waters, there are green-level monsters, Nappa. When you defeat all the Nappa swamps appearing in various locations, a gate leading to the next stage will open. It had only been a few seconds, but roars of beasts already echoed from Honan Den. Lai Xian quickly wiped out all the lizards with just a few moves. Get out. Go meet your ancestors. He gloated. Puny creatures like you dare challenge me? I was also there to reinforce Lai Xian. Our goal is to ensure the young master can hunt comfortably. The disciples chorused, understood. Only Lai watched, feeling exasperated. Are they using their inner energy so recklessly because the raid is being broadcast? What will they do if they run out of energy at later stages? Suddenly, a terrifying lizard appeared behind him. Han's spirit sword quickly struck, severing the lizard. She sliced the creature in half, and the spirit sword's blade whizzed past Li's cheek. Han worried. Are you okay? He shivered. Hey, I almost died, Han. She didn't even care. Whose fault is it for being careless? Lai immediately brushed it off. Let's skip that. Are you used to wielding the sword so deftly now, Han? Honestly, yeah, a little. It's still a bit difficult, but now I can swing it faster. He broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the pool of blood on the floor. You call this a little? For a moment, I couldn't feel the sword approaching. Then Lai shivered as he recalled the moment his cheek bled. It was terrifyingly fast. Even a talent like you had to look at her in admiration. No wonder they always call her a genius. The two of them stood chatting for a long time. Students from different clans had already cleared the first obstacles in the lake. De Gong stood on the cliff, marveling. They say the true elites of divine power are all in the Four Heavenly Kings group. They weren't exaggerating. He was somewhat worried about his nephew's ability. Choi Tae-min and the Black Division also fought very well. But compared to the leader of the Heavenly Kings, he still has a lot to strive for. De Gong observed the lizard folk closely, properly controlling energy, innate abilities, support skills, and highlighting divine power without needing to show one's own strength. With a bit of luck, he could reach rank A. This old bearded man seems to have underestimated talent. It's a pity we didn't recruit him before the Divine Power Clan. Then De Gong's eyes darted around nervously. On the contrary, he dismissed, Lai, that kid is truly pitiful. Instead of using his clan's martial arts, he just flails around with a spear. De Gong just couldn't understand. Lai claimed, and Tae-min said, that he defeated the lizard folk and subdued them. He judged a whole person just by looking at a spear. I really still can't imagine it. Meanwhile, Lai was happily teasing Han. Don't cut us anymore, okay? I'll cut off your tongue. De Gong immediately speculated. If that's true, he must have used some despicable trick. He said sternly, Do you think you can survive after messing with a Lord's clan? A few hours later, all the small lizard folk had been defeated by these students. De Gong stepped forward and praised. Well done, we have safely cleared the first station. He announced, Let's move on to the second section. The system immediately displayed data for the upcoming station, the second station of the Thousand Peaks Lake, full of traps and obstacles, a large river formed from celestial water. Every drop weighs 1,600 kilograms. You must safely cross the small stone bridge connected along the current. If you do not step on the stones in the designated patterns, countless obstacles will appear. The system instructed to try and kill anyone attempting to cross the bridge. The system warned, if you make a small mistake and fall into the water, or if you go into the water to escape obstacles, even the strongest awakened person will suffer immense pressure. The system urgently warned, they will be crushed and disappear without a trace. The immortal elder's eyes were dazzled by the shimmering water flowing before him. Oh, there's celestial water here too. Lai wondered, is there celestial water where Master lives? He smiled and replied, of course there is. Celestial water is also the habitat of the 10,000-year-old golden turtle Uncle Lai raised. Upon hearing this, he pondered, a 10,000-year-old golden turtle? Isn't that a mythical creature? The immortal elder puffed out his chest and boasted, yes, a turtle whose entire body is gold. He put on airs. I intended to capture it to make immortal medicine, but it looked so adorable that I ended up raising it. Lai, however, thought the opposite. I don't want to die. If it were me, I'd do the same to survive. On this side, Dagong commanded, all right, everyone prepare. Commander, set up the formation. She immediately obeyed. Understood. She spread out 3 talismans. The formation has been set up. Each contestant is equipped with a common skill. Water resistance increased by 30%. He encouraged, does anyone want to go first and lead the way? The students were silent. No one said a word. She suddenly raised her hand, attracting everyone's gaze. She was brimming with determination. The Sun Thiet Gum family will go first. Dagong was in mid-sentence. So send someone forward. But she interrupted. No, I'll go myself. She proudly declared, no one in my family is a coward. My grandfather always told me to set an example. He was also frozen stiff. Dagong cursed inwardly, this insolent brat. But on the outside, he still had to act civilized. I'm truly short-sighted. Very good, good luck. The old immortal wondered, are you just going to let it be? Isn't that your best friend? Lai wasn't surprised. Don't worry. He didn't bother to care and turned away. I'll find something. At this moment, she bravely stepped forward first. She questioned humanity. If I stand on the rock for too long, will it sink? Was confused about what to do next. If I put my foot on a rock for about 2 seconds, I'll fall into the water. She nimbly jumped from one rock to another. Suddenly, Lee's voice rang out, making her turn back reflexively. Sis, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. He guided her carefully step by step. Look at the pointed rock jutting out in front of you. Stop there. Also did as she was instructed. Immediately, fierce columns of water surged up. She started to get flustered. A column of water surged up from where I'm standing. But Lai immediately reassured her. Don't panic. He controlled his mind to receive that voice. I'll slowly guide you across. Relay this to the Sun Thiet Gum family members behind you. She frowned. You'll have to explain why you know this later. He said straightforwardly, all right. Other students, seeing this, immediately followed. Even Dagong couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? How did all of the Sun Thiet Gum members cross the bridge safely? The sight before him stunned him. Even the first and second tier assault teams struggled with the randomly appearing water columns here. Why? Suddenly, Dagong discovered something. I see. There's a mechanism. The Sun Thiet Gum family. They must have figured out the water column's mechanism. He immediately blamed the Sun Thiet Gum's master, that damn old man. He knows the strategy, but didn't say anything. The system announced, Sun Thiet Gum family, all have crossed safely. Dagong led his group. All right, now it's our turn. He shouted, you all remember the mechanism, right? Stick closely to it. Taemin timidly replied, yes, sir. They also quickly passed this obstacle. Lai stood with his arms crossed, watching. Quite confident, aren't they? But it'll be extinguished soon. Just as he predicted, as one of the family members was walking, there was movement under the water. He instinctively glanced around, not noticing the water column rushing towards him. Within seconds, this guy was struck by a spiritual energy bolt and disintegrated. Even Taemin and Dagong were stunned. A spear pierced forcefully into the lake. Water splashed up from the middle of the surface. Dagong had not anticipated this incident. What an explosion! He yelled frantically, signaling as he saw countless family members falling like dominoes. Everyone quickly crossed the bridge. Those at the front scrambled to the other side of the bank. abandoning those left behind. Dagong was utterly panicked. This is the final mechanism. It's almost over. He widened his eyes. The remaining family members successfully reached the shore, but then lightning bolts suddenly struck from high above. The Lord's family members struggled greatly to overcome this challenge. Seeing him completely exhausted, he reached out his hand in pity. "Are you all right, sir?" But this arrogant guy, despite being humiliated, still put on airs. "I'm fine." He spoke loudly. "How many people survived?" The disciples hesitated. "Including the injured, there are about 50 left." Dagong could only curse. Damn it! The students were intently watching the clans fight each other. Everyone was agitated. "I can't take it anymore. Is this a strategy or a death match? What if we can't deal with it?" Everyone's jaws dropped, watching what happened to the Lord's family. Meanwhile, at Thousand Peaks Lake, Dagong furiously screamed, making all the participants there turn pale with fear. "Who's next?" Minguk, pale, stuttered. "Whose turn is it to go next?" Lai calmly replied, "I'll go." The old man was surprised. "Huh, what are you going to do? We're not ready yet." But the boy's next words made Minguk realize, "Who said I'm going with you? I'm going with the Divine Power Clan." This old man was unreasonable and still forced him for no reason. "I forbid you. You must come with us." Actually, Minguk was only afraid of public gossip. Normally, he'd ignore it. But now they were filming, so he couldn't do that. If Lai didn't come along, they would raise suspicions about the Divine Power Clan. Lai sighed. "I just suggested it. Why are you panicking?" He glanced at his friends who stayed behind. Lai turned to look at Han, with eyes full of trust. She also received his signal and nodded. Han placed a hand on his shoulder. "Then we'll go first. Lai, go with your clan." Lai didn't hesitate either. "All right." He brushed his shoulder as if rejecting her goodwill. Clearly, Lai had identified the danger this time. When a certain number of people cross the bridge, the mechanism will advance to the next stage. The Lord's family suffered heavy losses because they didn't notice the phased mechanism change. He carefully calculated each step. With 200 people from Mountain Iron Sword and 50 from the Lord's family crossing, we need about 250 more people to cross for the mechanism to enter the third stage. Everything was under Lai Jun's control. The Divine Power Clan could safely pass. Lai Jun reminded Hanyu, "You saw what happened to the Lord, right? Don't rush, move slowly, and you'll reach safety just like Mountain Iron Sword. Trust me." She put on an air of superiority. "I know. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have come this far." Hanyu remained firm in her choice. Even if it wasn't her personal trust, trusting Lai Jun based on previous experiences was logical. She was puzzled but still easily dodged the swords. But how did Lai Jun know the Thousand Peaks Lake strategy? Hanyu felt confused. He provides us with useful and beneficial information, but he doesn't trust us. She still hoped. Just as I trust him, will Lai Jun one day trust me and tell me everything? Hanyu successfully led her clan to the finish line safely. Because she ran for a long stretch, she was completely exhausted. Young Jean ran up worriedly to ask, "Hanyu, are you all right?" "Yet," she answered very coldly. "MHM." He worried. "Has everyone arrived? Are there any injuries?" Hanyu reassured him. Everyone arrived safely. Dagon overheard their conversation and was furious. Why is the Divine Power Clan completely unscathed? It's too unusual that only we suffered such heavy losses. There must be some conspiracy. Of course, Lai Jun was no exception. The Divine Power Clan has arrived safely. Now it's our clan's turn, isn't it? The system announced again. Only 50 more people, and the mechanism will change. The final stage has the highest difficulty. He was now somewhat vigilant. The most dangerous thing is when the mechanism changes midway. Is it important? Lai Jun pondered. I'm too lazy to deal with everything. I'll have to use the portal. Minguk turned back to encourage his people. The Divine Power Clan is all safe and sound. We can do it too. The immortal elder squinted his eyes. Looking closely, there was something wrong with that guy. He was surprised. Huh? Who? He pointed directly at the crazy Lai Sin, who was smiling eerily in the crowd. That Lai Sin, the immortal elder, felt there was something wrong with him. I sense a familiar energy from him, but I can't pinpoint it. Remember to keep an eye on him. Not long after, several members of the Divine Power clan also advanced step by step. Suddenly, several spears flew towards them, leaving Minguk no time to react. Luckily for him, Hyung-jin quickly unleashed his spiritual energy, breaking those spears. He flew up in front of Minguk, his face as taut as a bowstring. Hyung-jin asked Han, "Are you all right, sir?" He stammered, Minguk had already underestimated this challenge. Easier than I thought if we crossed safely at this speed. But Lai Jun wasn't going to let him pass so easily. Suddenly, there was movement from beneath the water surface. It's starting. Meanwhile, the Divine Power clan had not even crossed halfway. Seeing the critical situation, he could only shout, "Calm down. Don't panic. Cross the water pillars and keep moving." Thanks to the power from the gem, these water pillars were mere trifles for Lai Sin. The Sa-Ku appeared from the water pillars, leaving him stunned. It immediately swung its spear, but Lai Sin was saved by sheer luck, escaping death. He swiftly used his leg to kick and break the spear. It was at this moment that the Sa-Ku emerged from the water pillars. Lai Sin was stunned. He could only freeze in front of this three-headed, two-legged, six-pack creature, the fish monster. Lai Sin stopped gawking. How can a red-level monster like the fish monster appear here? It only appears in high-level gates. He stood frozen, watching the Sa-Ku rush to attack him. Minguk, despite his old age, was still sharp. He used his spiritual energy to stomp on the waves and send them flying thousands of meters away. He anxiously asked, "Are you all right, Lai Sin?" Lai Sin, though foolish, was lucky. "Uncle!" Minguk rallied their spirits. "The water pillars have subsided. Let's deal with it together and get out of here." Suddenly, both of them broke out in a cold sweat. In just a few seconds, for some unknown reason, the members of the Divine Power clan were dismembered. Not a single one survived. What's going on? Minguk was shocked speechless. We were attacked because no one detected the fish monsters hiding in the water pillars. No, even so, this amount of casualties is too high. Danger still awaited them. Precisely. What attacked the Heavenly King team? The final boss had summoned all its fish monster brethren to churn the water and avenge their comrades. It stepped forward with its muscular body. The mid-level boss monster, Sa-Ku, had appeared. Sa-Ku angrily enveloped the space with dark energy. Sa-Ku let out a roar. Its roar was so powerful that Minguk and the other couldn't bear it. Water elemental attack power of the fish monster increases by 30%. Water elemental magic attack power of the fish monster increases by 30%. Fish monster speed increases by 50% when underwater. Lai Jun watched with amusement. In this lake of 1,000 peaks filled with water, with a terrain advantage, these fish monsters will be even more formidable than a red-level monster. He was waiting for a good show. Let's see what you'll do to handle this worst-case scenario. Suddenly, the system flashed red. The system panel displayed data. Gatemaster's abilities have been activated. Opponent's buffs have been nullified. Ability 1, Abyssal Maw, has appeared. The unique ability of the primordial divine art, Dread, has been activated. The Dread skill of the primordial divine art and Abyssal Maw have been combined. He looked bewildered. The passive skill Dread is active? But why now? Lai Jun stared blankly at the Sa-Ku. For some unknown reason, the situation was reversed. Sa-Ku is on alert against the master of the Forbidden Zone. The fish monsters are afraid of the master of the Forbidden Zone. The fish monsters are afraid of the master of the Forbidden Zone. He was so shocked he completely froze. The intermediate boss Sa-Ku should have attacked the Divine Power family members, but it just stood there, staring at them. Only Lai Jun's voice echoed in its head at this moment. "Why are you all running away? They're right in front of you." His voice lingered in Sa-Ku's mind, making it turn pale with fear. "Go attack them. Charge. Even though it's known as a fish monster, it was so weak that it fled. Saku ran away because it was too scared of you. You've broken an unprecedented record. He was furious because his goal wasn't achieved. You have received double the reward. You have received 2 million points as a reward. You have received 2 million points as a reward. Lai Jun could only look down at Thousand Peaks Lake and scoff. These idiots. You have received the title, Gray-Eyed Assassin. Luckily, he also benefited quite a bit, so there was nothing to be sad about. This title is great, Gray-Eyed Assassin, S-Rank. Description: you instantly defeated a red-tier monster with a single glance. Effects: damage to fish monsters plus 200%, water defense plus 100%. But sadly, it doesn't make me happy. Old Man Immortal also poked fun. So many members of the Heavenly Kings and Divine Power team survived. Lai Jun's eyes almost popped out. That's exactly what I mean. Meanwhile, Jun Gyeon was discussing with everyone. We don't know when the monsters will return. We should move further away before drawing the magic circle. Han Yu also mused. I think so too. That way, we won't incur any more losses. Dagon suddenly announced something unexpected. First, I want to check a few things. Everyone felt confused. Huh? What do you mean, sir? Then he speculated. It seems someone among us is trying to harm our team. This old man is making sweeping generalizations. It's strange. Our Lord's family suffered 150 casualties, and over 50 members of the Divine Power clan died. But unusually, the Iron Blood Sword and Divine Might families suffered no losses at all. Hearing that, Kang Yu flared up. Hey, are you suspecting us? Yet he continued to make random accusations. Though I don't want to. Aren't things too coincidental? It's perfectly reasonable for me to have suspicions. The old man, fuming, was about to charge and deal with him. You. Jun Gyeon calmly stopped Kang Yu. We came here to help clear the gate at the Iron Blood family's request. Instead of respecting us, you're accusing us? Dagon continued to press. All right. Then answer my question. How did you know the mechanism for crossing Thousand Peaks Lake? She started to reveal a weakness. Seeing Jun Gyeon stuck like that, Han Yu stepped in to help. How rude. Even if you are Choi Dagon, the collapsing wind, you cannot attack us without evidence. Dagon was humiliated by her evidence. I certainly don't have any yet. He stamped his foot on the ground, but one stomp from Dagon made everyone unstable. I can make you confess a crime. He threatened. Just wait and see the result. Dagon loudly declared. Let's see who's right, you or me. The final boss, Lai Jun, finally came to the rescue. Enough! Dagon scoffed. How dare you interrupt an elder? You're just trying to prove you're really an illegitimate child, you brat. But he wasn't one to back down, immediately retorting. Oh, I'm sorry. I should be more understanding. Considering your age and mental instability, I had to interject because it's truly pathetic for an attack team leader to suspect his allies. He glared, having been hit where it hurt. How dare you? Lai Jun continued to needle. I also don't want you to die of anger, so let me give you a suggestion. He proposed. Since it seems we're only bothering each other, why don't we split up from here? You can do as you wish, and so can we. Doesn't sound too bad, does it? His words were so reasonable that the Dagon family members had nothing to argue against. He was forced to reluctantly agree. Fine, I accept. However, Min Guk was determined not to miss out on this lucrative opportunity. But Lai Jun belongs to our family. Dagon seemed intent on continuing his interrogation. Enough already. Too many unnecessary things. Right now, clearing the gate is our priority. Lai Jun was pleased. He was right. The broadcast was also gone because all the cameras were destroyed when everyone crossed the river. It's best not to go with him. He had to change his plan. I had intended to keep him by my side, waiting for an opportunity to eliminate him. But later, I'll have many more opportunities to do that. Dagon proposed. We will mainly explore the sea caves in the west. Lai Jun also agreed to cooperate with this cunning old man. Then we'll check the Glacier Mountain in the east. He thought to himself, how foolish. The sea caves were already explored in the first and second attacks. He didn't expect them to choose the dangerous, unexplored area. The old man even put on an act to encourage his teammates. Good luck. And Lai Jun, not to be outdone, replied, Bad luck to you. A moment later, he and his friends were at the glacier mountain. They all enjoyed a hot bowl of soup together. Han Yu looked confused. Is it okay for you to separate from your family like that? Lai Jun calmly replied, That's my plan. The sea caves are much more dangerous. Thank you. I'm just trying to survive. Clearly, he had calculated very carefully. The true habitat of Saku and the fish monsters was the glacier canyon. Not to mention, Lai Jun knew every characteristic of these fish monsters inside out. If they know I'm here, they'll just run back to Thousand Peaks Lake. But the sea caves are different. He understood perfectly. The owner of that place was the fish monster's natural enemy, Nagochi. They were terrifying giant spider monsters that emitted chills instead of poison. Lai Jun just needed to calmly eat his hot soup. Going into their den was like delivering fat to a cat's mouth. He reminded everyone, listen carefully. There's a shortcut leading to the fourth section of this canyon. It requires a special item to get there, and I have it. Lai Jun assigned tasks clearly. Your job is to cover me. Jun Gyeon's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Where did you get all that information? When she asked such a difficult question, his face immediately darkened. Huh. Oh, well, I got it from the underworld. Jun Gyeon had no choice but to comply. All right, I trust you. Lai Jun quickly gulped down a spoonful of hot soup after escaping his predicament. Thank goodness. Suddenly, he choked and coughed. Han Yu, what did you put in this? As Jun Gyeon's voice spoke up, he had to shut his mouth. It's boiled pandan leaves. Snow was falling heavier in the glacier canyon. Everyone had gathered there. Run Gyeon looked around, assessing the situation. So this is where the fish monsters live. It's best not to let our guard down. Lai Jun stated confidently, They're around here. She looked confused. It's just a frozen lake. He emphasized, I told you, there's a shortcut. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed. Flags in the glacier canyon were lowered, signaling a full-scale assault. Hyo-Jin panicked. Lai run. And Run Gyeon yelled, Lai run, what are you doing? If it makes a sound, the monsters will discover us. At the same time, Kang-gyu let out a desperate shout. Something's wrong. The Saku were ready to engage the two families. Fish monsters appeared. Han-gyo got into a ready stance. Everyone, prepare to fight. He wasn't scared at all. They won't do anything. The Sakas suddenly darkened their faces. Lai Run charged forward with his hammer like a god. He struck a blow, cracking open the secret passage beneath the ice. Once upon a time, there was a legend. The legend began on the day a man broke the invincible Thousand Peaks Lake. The man mentioned was a blacksmith of the true Dog family. The secret path Lai Run knew was thanks to this hammer, while everyone else fumbled to find the next route. He tried to repair his weapon, and the resounding hammer blow caused the ground to open. Precisely, it was the path where glacial water was preserved. After he slammed the hammer down hard, a crack gradually appeared, and the ice blocks separated into pieces, causing everyone to move away from each other. Everyone watch out, it's collapsing. Hyo-Jin was utterly panicked. Run, what are you doing? But Lai Run stood calmly like a CEO. What do you mean? Just follow me. He didn't understand what he was saying. What? Follow you. Suddenly, Lai Run jumped into the water, abandoning those left behind. Run Gyeon was scared. What's happening? Han-ju turned pale. Did he just fall in? The foolish Hyo-Jin had already committed, so he had to follow along. Hey! Run Gyeon also had no other choice but to signal everyone. Everyone, get in the water quickly. The rest also jumped into the water, following Lai Run. Only then did she realize that this wasn't magical water, just normal water. Run Gyeon looked up at Lai Run and Hyo-Jin, who were floating. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow. The two clans, like a school of fish, swam after their leader. A moment later, Lai Run finally succeeded in leading everyone to escape death. They were all dead tired, dragging their heavy feet onto the land. Run Guion was utterly exhausted. Please, Run, if you want to do something, can you at least give us a heads up? My heart's about to drop out, and you're still laughing. He apologized, but surprises are always fun, aren't they? She grumbled. A few more surprises like that, and there'll really be a murder. The two clans followed the diamond path together into a colossal cave. Lai Run announced, "We've arrived." He explained, "This is the secret route leading to the boss's chamber." Hearing that, everyone started murmuring, "He's right." How did he know? Lai Run stepped forward majestically to check the door. He warned, "Everyone, step back, it's dangerous." Lai Run swiftly and forcefully struck the door. In just a blink, the gate leading to the secret route finally opened. The system announced, "You have discovered the secret route. You have received 550,000 Kitchi points as a reward." He led everyone deeper inside. Run Guion gasped, "Are all of these mana stones?" Even High OOC Jean was dazzled. "This is my first time seeing so many stones." Han Jiu approached to examine the stones. Such a brilliant blue. They must be of very high purity. Their value must be at least 1 million per stone. Lai Run, grasping her thoughts, advised, "If you want them, take them now." But she hesitated. "But I don't have the collection skill." He used psychological manipulation again. "The others are trying too. Nobody here has the collection skill anyway. It would be a waste to leave empty-handed with so many stones. Come on, we can kill the boss first and come back later." Run Guion worried for the group. "Run, do you think we have enough people? It's the boss of the Thousand Peaks Lake. Shouldn't we call for more people?" Nothing could ever stump Lai Run. "No, it's enough, even more than enough." He sternly faced Kim Kui directly. "Right now. The boss of the Thousand Peaks Lake has awakened from an eerie dream. It cannot attack us." Meanwhile, in the sea cave, Digong and his group were surrounded by the Nagochi. One person from the clan was already caught in their nets. "Get away!" He gritted his teeth. "Help!" But it seemed fate was not on his side. The unfortunate young man was pounced on and devoured by the Nagochi. Digong stood there, sweating profusely. The Nagochi, not satisfied after eating, advanced to attack the others. Minguk screamed, "Retreat!" And Min also became frantic. "No, all the exits are blocked." He felt a chill down his spine. The 200-person expedition team had been reduced by half, while the number of Nagochi continued to steadily increase. The Nagochi instantly appeared, ready to devour Minguk alive. Even so, Digong showed no fear. "Li Minguk, do you have it?" The spiders made him stammer, "Huh? What?" He insisted on getting an answer. "Answer me via telepathy. I'm asking if you have a recall stone." Minguk stammered, "Yes, of course. I also have one." Digong got into a ready stance. "Then get ready. I believe we should use our subordinates as bait and use the recall stone," the old man mentioned. "A recall stone, a one-time use item that can save your life at a crucial moment. It's an extremely expensive emergency item created by a foreign witch clan." Minguk, timid as ever, held the recall stone in his hand, therefore. But ordinary awakened ones never get the chance to touch it in their lifetime, and only prominent figures from clans who venture into dangerous gates can obtain it. He was scared. "He wants me to use it now." Minguk shivered. "Just us? What about the others?" Digong glared. "Do you want us all to die together?" His intimidating demeanor made him cower. "That's not what I meant." Digong warped his spirit. "I know what you're worried about. If your divine power runs out, your standing in the clan will also wither." He leaned in and whispered into his ear, "But you can rebuild everything." "I'll help you. I'll do everything. Just get out of here alive." Minguk flinched. "Please, remember your promise." The clan's disciples were fighting fiercely. They turned to see Digong and the other two bastards quickly leaving using a recall stone, abandoning their comrades. "Elder Digong, are you abandoning us?" So heartless and ungrateful. He even pretended to care. I'll definitely get revenge for you all one day. After that, the three bastards vanished. The unfortunate ones could only stay behind and wait for death. Even Hyung Run, who once saved Minguk when he was about to be swallowed by the stone pillars, was mercilessly cast aside. I can't believe it. What should we do? Just then, Yujin ran over. Yujin. Hyung Run didn't know what else to say. Young Master Lai Sin seems to be quite fond of you. He pulled out the last recall stone and gave it to him. I still have something to do. If you die, he'll surely be sad. You should go in my place. Yujin acted until the end, leader. But in reality, he was just pretending. Thank you so much. Leader, this madman left in an instant without looking back. Everyone was demoralized by the Nagochi attack. It's over for us now. We're going to die here. Hyung Run raised his voice to rally their spirits. Heavenly King, listen here. He ignited their fighting spirit. Don't forget, our mission is to serve the Divine Power Clan. Hyung Run shouted. Now, we're going to confirm whether young Master Lai Run is still alive. He encouraged them. Everyone, grab your weapons and fight. Those who fail will not be forgiven. Because of this, everyone was invigorated. We'll follow you to the end, leader. Lai Run, on this side, suddenly froze. He was bewildered. This is... The elder explained. It's the energy of the Wangbo clan. Lai Run fell into contemplation. The Wangbo clan's divine power. No one knows how to properly use the divine heavenly king except for Father. Even though Lai Sin is also learning it, there's no way he can control such powerful energy. Suddenly he remembered something. Wait, there's one more person. The leader of the Heavenly King team, who was originally the vice leader of the Divine Fist Alliance. Finally, Lai Run remembered this important figure, Si Hyung Run. However, he was still firm in his thoughts. But it's a bit strange. One Nagochi isn't enough for Si Hyung Run to unleash his power. The elder could only guess. Perhaps it's something else. Lai Run already predicted like a prophet. Anyway, the boss isn't attacking. Why don't we go take a look? Hanjo wondered. Where are you going? He casually replied. Just looking around. The elder also felt confused. Wait, who is the boss of this place? Why hasn't it shown up yet? That's unusual. Lai Run said subconsciously. Perhaps she can't get out of the water because she's laying eggs. She's called the 1,000-year-old golden turtle. The elder then threw a tomato at his ear. What? He jumped up, startled. Is something wrong? As for him, he felt insulted. I told you already. My pet is a 1,000-year-old golden turtle. Only then did Lai Run remember. His master had said it. His mind was a mess. But hey, don't tell me master thinks this boss is the one he used to race, right? Logically, that can't happen. First, more than 1,000 years have passed. What's more, he must have picked it up in a faraway Chinese place when he was still alive. The elder snapped. Hey, who are you calling Chinese? He puffed out his chest, asserting his own status. Your master is a great and glorious man from Gurel. Lai Run shrieked. Huh. Run Guion stood there, also bewildered. Run, is something wrong? He didn't realize that only he could see the elder, so he ended up looking foolish. Lai Run couldn't believe what he heard. Aren't men from Gurel the strongest in the Murim world? He declared. You wouldn't know until you saw it with your own eyes. If Little Turtle is here, she's your senior. He had never heard that name before, but Lai Run needed to focus on the main issue. Go to see Hyung Run first. He thought, that name sounds even worse than my Lam Lam. One by one, the members of the Divine Power Clan were subdued by the Nagochi with spider silk. The number of people who met their ancestors was equivalent to the number of spiders that had their heads blown off. Only 5 people remained from the clan. A Nagochi lunged at them. Hyung Run was quickly overwhelmed by its physical strength and speed. His 2 arms were tied tightly by them. Hyung Run's chance of survival was hanging by a thread. Hyung Run tried to use all his strength to break free. His hands were intensely veiny. An unruly Nagochi prepared to attack from behind. Hyung Run quickly turned around and punched it to smithereens. All his power was concentrated in his punches and kicks against them. In just a moment, Hyung Run quickly dealt with the small fry. Even Lai Run had to exclaim, "The Nagochi's silk is so strong that even brute force can't tear it." Yet he ripped it in half. The elder couldn't help but marvel. He had to use his strength. He tried to search for those bastards among the people. But why couldn't he see the others? "I don't sense Uncle's or Choi Digong's energy." Lai Run thought he'd put on quite a show with those two scoundrels. Nagochi eat very little. After satisfying their hunger, they retreat to their nest and don't come out for a while. Someone like Choi Digong would definitely try to find a way to survive and show off to his subordinates, so I intended to clear them out while they were fighting it. But when he observed carefully, he realized. Now I understand. The wise Lai Run discovered their intentions. They must have used a return stone to escape. Their subordinates were used as bait. He was furious on behalf of the subordinates below. Lai Run yelled his lungs out, so he had no energy left to curse. He furiously scratched a deep line on the wall. Are they still human? How can they abandon their subordinates and flee? Lai Jun erupted in rage. Scum of society. Below, Hyung Jun was exhausted from fighting the Nagochi. Just a few seconds of carelessness, he was ambushed by one, which wrapped itself tightly around his throat. Hyung Jun's entire body was dragged away without a moment's hesitation. In that moment of life and death, he was facing a bloodthirsty Nagochi. It was about to swallow Hyung Jun whole. Its saliva continuously drooled down his pathetic face. The Nagochi prepared to snatch Hyung Jun with its claw and devour him. Luckily, a disciple managed to strike it in time and turn the tide. He anxiously asked, "Leader, are you all right?" He also broke out in a cold sweat. "I'm fine." Hyung Jun looked at his trembling hands. "I've killed hundreds of Nagochi. My internal energy is depleted." He mentally encouraged himself. But there are only a few more left. Just a few more, and the others can escape. Hyung Jun was helpless. "I'm almost out of internal energy." The disciples behind him said in unison, "Yes, we know. From now on, just leave it to us." But he insisted. "No." Hyung Jun was ready to sacrifice himself for the clan. "I will clear the way. You all use it to escape." A disciple was trying to dissuade the leader when a Nagochi's leg swiped past him. "No!" The leader immediately crushed it with his muscular arm. That Nagochi was instantly obliterated. He affectionately entrusted them. "That is my final order. Please follow it." Everyone's faces darkened. Everyone said in unison, "No, this time we refuse to obey." Hyung Jun was so exhausted he couldn't even stand steadily. "You all are so foolish." They spoke boldly, but everyone was hesitant. "Who's going first?" Ghost suddenly volunteered. "I'll do it." Perhaps he wanted to atone for his past sins. "May we meet again in the next life, leader." Ghost quickly rushed forward. Suddenly Lai Jun jumped down and pulled his shirt back. Ghost became furious and screamed loudly. His blood boiled. "Who did that? You sneered. Who gave you permission to die?" Ghost broke out in a cold sweat. "You are." He yelled loudly, "Lai Jun." Ghost was flustered. "How did you get here?" Lai Jun immediately scared him half to death. "How dare you point your finger at me? Do you want another beating?" Everyone standing there was stunned by Lai Jun's sudden appearance. He said in an unpleasant tone, "Look what we have here." Lai Jun immediately looked at him with scorn. Hyung Jun was in a losing position, so he could only manage a few polite words. "You're still alive." He immediately said pointedly, "While you're almost dead." "No treatment." He hesitated. "I've used it all up." Lai Jun acted like, "I just thought it wasn't necessary, so I didn't bring any." He forcefully plunged his spear into the ice. "So be it." Lai Jun stepped forward. "I'll kill them all before you die." He nonchalantly challenged the bloodthirsty Nagochi horde. "Now then, what should I do with you guys?" The elder wondered. "Aren't you going to use primordial divine magic?" Lai Jun prepared a punch. "No, it's best if I show them." As his muscles flexed, "How powerful this new skill is." Lai Jun unleashed a tempest of spiritual energy. Heavenly King's divine art has been activated. He dashed forward at light speed. In the first few seconds, the Mina Noguchi were cleanly dealt with. Yet, Lai Jun felt nothing at all. His pincers moved swiftly, kicking the spiders continuously in the face. Then Lai Jun used his hands to control these beasts. He swung his arm, creating a fierce wave of spiritual energy. The subordinates were also completely shocked. Oh my God, the Heavenly King's divine art. Hyung Jun couldn't hide his astonishment either. No, that movement doesn't just appear in the Heavenly King's divine art. That must be. He stared intently at the powerful back of Lai Jun, the Heavenly King's divine art. Seeing their comrades almost all defeated, the Noguchi began to tremble. They turned pale and scattered in every direction. Naturally, Lai Jun was determined not to spare these wild beasts. He tore them apart one by one. Lai Jun provoked, "Where do you think you're going to run?" Not only that, he even stroked its pincer, which was about to break. "If you want to live, don't harm anyone in the first place." Lai Jun put on a friendly facade. Right? After clearing out the small fries, he felt incredibly stiff in the neck. Lai Jun stood on the stone pillar like a god. "I can't believe I wasted energy on this." The subordinates were so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. He immediately ordered them, "What are you standing there frozen for? Aren't you going to pick up those items?" The subordinates meekly replied, "Yes, young master." Lai Jun ran over to check on the leader. "Hyung Jun, how are you?" "Why are we listening to Lai Jun?" "Because we want to live." Hyung Jun replied softly, "Thanks to the energy circulation, I'm feeling a bit better." He was surprised. That martial art. It was the Heavenly King's divine art, wasn't it? He was surprised. "How did you recognize it?" Hyung Jun laid out all his conjectures. "Initially, I was a bit skeptical, but I guessed correctly." "How did you learn the Heavenly King's divine art?" Lai Jun didn't answer directly but bluffed. It just happened out of nowhere. He was a bit confused. "But why did you show me the Heavenly King's divine art?" Lai Jun didn't hesitate. "Because it's you." He recounted everything. "Your subordinates will no longer want to serve Lai Min Guk and Lai Si, who abandoned them. And you're not the type of person to disregard their opinions." Lai Jun persuaded the leader to leave the family. "Hyung Jun, why don't you follow me?" Hyung Jun was dumbfounded by this somewhat unreasonable offer. Initially, he just held his hand to help him up, but Hyung Jun was still hesitant. "I'll think about it." Lai Jun was impatient. "I can't wait that long, you know." He had figured out the leader's strategy. "You'll report this to my father, won't you?" He nodded vigorously. Yes, Lai Jun's boastful nature was incorrigible. "Good, that's what I want," he advised. "Go back to your subordinates. They're worried you'll faint again. Do something." The subordinates, not knowing who had scared them, huddled so close together that not even a nose could squeeze through. Hyung Jun was satisfied looking at this scene. He was incredibly grateful. "Thank you, Lai Jun." The immortal elder wondered, why let him go? Isn't this a good opportunity to bring them to our side? Lai Jun was very relaxed. What's the problem? Anyway, that wouldn't change his mind. He explained to his master, "He only serves my father. He's the only loyal person in that family. Besides, I'm not the person they want." Lai Jun already had a plan in his head. "But what I want is Lai Sin's downfall, the betrayal of the Heavenly King's unit, the organization protecting the heir. That will have a big impact on Lai Sin." The immortal elder shyly covered his face. "As long as you achieve your goal, I'm happy." He then became deluded with power again. "Master is worried about his disciple, aren't you? It's truly a blessing to have such a wonderful master like you." Lai Jun's antics made the old man lose all composure. "Don't tease me, you little devil." He pondered. "Everything's smooth sailing from now on. I wonder how things are outside." A few hours later, the teleportation gate lit up once more, signaling someone's return. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared from the middle of the gate. That wretched Digong led his group of people. The people around rejoiced. "It's the expedition team." They're back. The atmosphere was more chaotic than ever. What happened? Why are you back? Where are the others? He hastily concluded. I'm afraid the third liberation effort will end in failure. Digong acted sorrowful for his abandoned subordinates. The broadcast was interrupted because the camera was broken. Even so, we continued to clear the gate and try to save everyone. But the host kept asking questions. What happened to the Iron Blood clan and their divine power? He uttered coldly, I'm not sure. The more Digong spoke, the more he proved himself to be a cold-blooded person. They just couldn't use the return stone. Everyone was dumbfounded. Oh my God, everyone. Even the fire ice, flower poison, and dragon sword? Suddenly, someone started sobbing uncontrollably. Thank you for returning safely, Mr. Digong. Because of that, everyone cheered along. That's right. Thank you for surviving, Bravo. You can do it again. He shamelessly replied. Yes, thank you, everyone. Digong put on a ridiculous show right below the teleportation gate. He made memorial portraits for all those who stayed behind, including Lai Jun's group. Digong also hung banners and white chrysanthemums for everyone. He lit an incense stick for each person. Those scoundrels bowed deeply as if on cue. People around, who didn't understand what was happening, made seemingly real assumptions. I can't believe they did this for the deceased, even though they barely survived themselves. People used to say Lai Min-guk was very fierce. Turns out that was just a baseless rumor. The public's tongue truly twists in many ways. Today, I see them in a different light. Min-guk was quite pleased that everything was going smoothly. He felt a burden lifted. Those who needed to die had died, and people were starting to like him. At this rate, he smiled cunningly. I'll soon regain my position. Suddenly everyone yelled, Look over there! Those scoundrels froze. The gate. The public was in a frenzy seeing the teleportation gate spinning. The gate is being cleared. Lai Jun, in a stunning appearance, suddenly showed up, making Min-guk's face turn purple. So you're here. He called the old man affectionately. Uncle. Lai Jun smirked then glared at Min-guk. A few hours before the gate was cleared, everyone was discussing heatedly. Hanjo couldn't sit still. How are things over there? Hyuk-jin shook his head. I don't see him. She was distraught. Where could he have gone? Jun Gyeon encouraged everyone. There's no time left. We must continue to explore. Suddenly, Lai Jun appeared out of nowhere behind them. No need. The three of them gaped. Lai Jun. He walked calmly, with a few subordinates. Were you all looking for me? Jun Gyeon yelled. Where have you been all this time, little brother? We didn't see you come back. Everyone was looking everywhere for you. Lai Jun smiled. Sorry. She was surprised to see Hyung Jun and his subordinates. Wait, why are members of the Heavenly King's team here? He pretended to think, then changed the subject, saying it's a long story. But first, can I get some treatment? When Lai Jun threw Hyung Jun to the ground, he pretended to be unconscious, making his subordinates cry out pitifully. Leader! A moment later, everyone finally understood. So that's what happened. Everyone felt indignant for those who were left behind. He led the effort to clear the gate, and then ran away alone. He even abandoned his subordinates. What a scumbag. Hyuk-jin, swallowing his fear, also swore, If I survive and get out of here, I'll make the imperial family and divine power take responsibility. For what happened last time too. Hanjo also resolved, Our divine skill team will cooperate with your bloodline clan. Lai Jun explained the mechanism to everyone. You'll all survive and get out of here. This gate will be cleared in just 30 minutes. The two of them asked excitedly. What? Really? He mimicked them. Why would I lie? Lai Jun, as always, became the pioneer. I'll jump down there and clear it all. Hanju shouted loudly. Wait, that lake is made of celestial water. Her very words of caution gave him an opportunity to indulge in self-admiration. That's why I intended to go alone, because I'm the only one who can withstand the weight of the celestial water. Lai Jun tossed his jacket to Han Jio. He smiled. Hold my jacket for me. Then Lai Jun resolutely jumped into the water. A voice caught her attention. "Sister." A girl walked over and started a conversation. "I know you want to investigate Lai Jun, but I'm worried you're being led on too much by him." Knowing her intention to undermine him, Han Jiu immediately refuted. "Don't say that. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have made it past the second round." She clutched Lai Jun's jacket and gestured. "Once the gate is cleared, Jun will achieve fame and trust beyond our wildest imagination." Meanwhile, Lai Jun was diving deep inside the celestial water lake. The elder watched and reminded him, "Continue to use the primordial divine art to protect your body. Stop for even a moment, and you'll turn to dust." Following his master's words, he finally approached his target. Lai Jun's eyes lit up. "It's here." He immediately swam to the bottom of the lake. A few hours later, Lai Jun had completed his objective and returned to land, looking drenched. He wrung out his clothes to get rid of the water. "I've never swum for so long in my life." The elders still remembered Kim Kui. How nostalgic. "My little Kui used to live in a cave just like this." Lai Jun yawned. "That's not Master's little Kui." His words again angered the old man. "How can you be so sure? My cute little turtle wouldn't die that easily." He turned pale as his master kept misunderstanding him. "What I mean is, the chances of it being your turtle are extremely low." Lai Run was curious. "Well, whether it's little Kui or not, we'll only know once we see it." Before them now was Kim Kui, curled up on the water. He explained to his master that it was resting, preparing to lay eggs. The old immortal's eyes widened in surprise. "Little Kui." Lai Run remained stubborn. "Don't lie to me. It can't be it." And the old man was fuming. "No, what would I gain by lying to you?" The old immortal challenged him. "If you don't believe me, try using the primordial divine technique." Little Kui really likes the energy from the primordial divine technique. He immediately threatened. "If it's not little Kui, I'll kill it right away." Lai Run observed Kim Kui for a moment. It also woke up due to the sound he made. He froze. "Divine Marshal! Divine Marshal! Is it really you?" The old immortal excitedly ran to reunite with Kim Kui. "Little Kui." Kim Kui cried bitterly. "Why did you leave me? Do you know how lonely I've been?" He gently stroked its head. "I'm sorry, little Kui." Lai Run couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be? He could never have imagined. "I understand a turtle living for 1,000 years, but how is it in the gate as the gate's master?" Meanwhile, the old immortal was still clinging to Kim Kui. "What have you been through?" "It felt incredibly wronged. I returned home after searching for you for so long, but the world had been turned upside down." He doted on it. "You've suffered so much because of me." Kim Kui was also happy. "But now you're here. I'm so happy. I'm sorry." The old immortal was heartbroken. "Oh, little Kui." And it was also moved. "Divine Marshal." As they were choked with emotion, Lai Run suddenly rushed over. "Excuse me. I know you two are reunited after 1,000 years, but let me say something." The old man snapped. "Hey, how dare you interrupt your master and senior?" He questioned. "What?" The old immortal staunchly protected Kim Kui. "I told you already, didn't I? Little Kui has been my disciple long before you. You must respect her." She was overjoyed. "You're the best." Lai Run, shamed by his master, could only turn and leave. "After all, it's just an animal." "All right." He spoke up. "So what do we do with this gate now?" "We need to defeat the tortoise." "Oh no, I mean, defeat the boss to clear the gate." He interrupted. "No need to worry." The old immortal gave a sly smile. "I've got a plan." Lai Run clasped his hands in entreaty. "As expected of master, you had a plan right from the beginning. What is it?" The old immortal assumed a knowledgeable air. "Well," he folded his fan. "Combine the gates." He froze. "Huh, that's it." The old immortal angrily threw his fan at him. "Huh, that's it. What do you mean? Who told you to expect so much?" Lai Run sighed in exasperation. "No, it's just, I thought it would be something much more impressive." He scratched his head. "But I can only possess 2 gates. I also promised the fairies that once things settled down, I'd let them go home." He suggested. So why don't you ask the fairies? Lai Run proposed. If they refuse, you'll have to find another way, okay? The old immortal quickly pushed him into the barrier. Yeah, go ask. In the garden, the summons were being treated like capitalist slaves by the crowd. He stepped out. Everyone. They turned around in surprise. Master. Lai Run, looking awkward. I have some bad news for everyone. He wondered, what is it? But then stopped. Wait. He thought about the worst things that could happen. He's not going to tell us to go back, is he? After settling down here. We prefer living here rather than at the enchanted flower garden. Catch me. The fresh air. Lush flowers and grass. And there are servants. Friends. He sighed. I'm sorry, but everyone must continue living here. At the same time, the group spoke in unison. Please don't drive us away from here. After hearing that, Lee's face froze in confusion. He didn't understand what they were doing. As for them, they also looked up, full of shock and confusion. He was skeptical. What? Why would I drive you away? It stammered. Aren't you going to abandon us? Because we're no longer useful? Lai trembled helplessly. I want you all to continue living here. The group sighed in relief. You scared us. Now we prefer life here more than in the enchanted flower garden. You can do whatever you want with that place. The system sounded an alert. The fairies request to be completely bound to you. Do you agree? You have agreed. A portion of the fairies now completely belongs to you. Your intimacy with the fairies has increased. You received 1,800 reputation points. He smiled and stepped into the barrier. Thank you. You all go back to your work. The old fairy stroked Kim Kui's head. What did they say? Lai showed relief. Good thing they like Lam Hoseo Huyet. I can abandon the enchanted flower garden now. He clenched his fist. That's great then. Hurry up. Make this gate yours. He quickly replied. Okay. The system sounded a notification. The 1,000-year-old golden turtle requests to be completely bound to you. Do you agree? You cannot expand your territory due to Lam's rank. You can choose Thousand Peak Lake by removing one of the following territories. Lam Hoseo Huyet. Enchanted Flower Garden. Lai Run intently looked at the board. You have removed the Enchanted Flower Garden. You have become the new owner of Thousand Peak Lake. You received the items belonging to the gate. He picked up the book. Grade A Mana Stone +5. The system introduced. The Supreme Chain of the Empire. Lai Run clutched the book. I have to give this to him. The Supreme Chain of the Empire. The Immortal Elder stroked the golden turtle. We found the little turtle and the martial arts skill you wanted. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, isn't it? He mumbled. No, there's one more thing. It has to be 1 arrow, 3 eagles. Lai Run with an incredibly greedy look, actually. If I could, I'd also want to take the golden turtle's energy crystal. His eyes lit up a bit. His lips curved slightly. The shimmering, bone-chilling water in front of Lai Run. You're afraid of being too greedy, so taking only the glacial water is enough. The system sounded right after the water bottle was half full. You have taken the glacial water. He held up the glass bottle. Lam will surely love it. Lai Run strode out of the cave. I don't want to make them wait too long. Can we go back now? Goodbye. He thought about his friends. Back to everyone. The system sounded. You have cleared Thousand Peak Lake. Lai Run confronted Min's pale, threatening face. I was looking for you because I couldn't find you anywhere. He sneered. But here you are. Lai Run looked down, creating an invisible pressure. Uncle. The old man yelled furiously. How are you still alive? He said triumphantly. How, you ask? We defeated the boss and survived, that's all. The reporters caught wind of the hot news and rushed forward. Did you hear that? Thousand Peak Lake has been cleared. They swarmed like a disturbed beehive. What are you standing around for? Go interview them. One by one, they stepped forward to talk. Did you clear the gate? You. Hold the mic. You. Hold the camera. What kind of monster is the boss? Questions poured down like a flood. The leader of the expedition team said that a team member had died. Please tell us what happened. Lai Run answered vaguely. I don't know. Where should I even begin? You won't believe what happened inside. His gaze intentionally swept towards Min. First, let me tell you about those who ran away from the gate. Lai Run slowly uttered each word. They did. The old man ran up, wanting to snatch the mic from his hand. Wait. Min humbly knelt down. We thought you all had died, so we used the mana stones. We didn't expect you to return alive. I'm so glad. With a disgusted look, he moved away. Don't be like that. He was the one who started the conflict by saying that someone from the Blood Iron Sword and Divine Artillery intentionally tried to harm the expedition team. The people around them whispered when they heard that. What did he say? What happened while the camera was broken? A reporter boldly stepped forward. What happened inside? Lai Run replied. That's a good question. He forcefully pushed away the old man's wretched face. In the third circular area, we split into two groups. The Divine Power Clan with the Imperial Clan, and the Blood Iron Sword with the Divine Artillery Clan. We split up for the reason I just mentioned. Lai Run provoked. Now, why don't you say something? He scoffed without mercy. How could he say anything? He used mana stones, abandoning his subordinates. After Lai Run finished speaking, all eyes turned to him. That's why both the Imperial Master and the Heavenly King were destroyed. Of course, he wouldn't dare say it himself. He looked alienated. To think he tried to cover everything up with a fake face. It's truly disgusting. He was furious and drew his sword. He set a trap for me. He wants to bring down our Imperial Clan. He wanted to rush forward for a fight. This is ridiculous. But Lai Run stopped him. Why can't you act like an adult? What is getting mad solve? He charged forward like a madman. Shut up. Slashed down with a strike, but he easily dodged it with a jump. The excited crowd watching was startled and scattered. Run! Shouted. Everyone this way. His eyes blazed with fire. Who ordered you to do this? Tell me the truth. His seemingly masterful attacks were all dodged by Lai Run, as if playing a game. You're incredibly delusional. Why don't you go home and get some sleep, old man? He roared in anger. How dare you, a worthless nobody who can't inherit the bloodline, humiliate me in front of so many people? Swung his sword forward. He leaned back and dodged it instantly. He struck a few more times, but saw that none of his blows hit Lai Run. His hands remained in his pockets from beginning to end. Internal energy like a storm. They don't call him the Wind Apostle for nothing. Suddenly, a tragic scream echoed from somewhere, drawing Lai Run's attention. Rocks had crushed passers-by. Blood splattered everywhere. Help, my leg, my leg. A child could only cry for their mother. Mom, mommy. Behind him was a bloody battlefield. Help us. I can't take it anymore. Lai Run no longer held back and drew from the merchant's barrier. Not unexpected, huh? Imperial Clan. His hand gripped the spear tightly. The killing intent emanating from him made the opponent cautious. Lai Run swung his sword and flew forward. It's time to end this. The battle was broadcast live nationwide. Currently, right before the Lake of 1,000 Peaks, the battle between the Wind Apostle and the demonic spear. In front of them was a screen showing that fierce battle. Heavenly Divine King Art. He ordered, "Get ready. I'm going to meet that kid." The towering building reached the blue clouds, standing majestically. The sharp sword reached out as if to cut down everything in its way. A streak of light pierced through. The building visibly trembled slightly. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Fragments of bricks flew everywhere. Lai Run, holding his spear, remained nonchalant as if nothing had happened. He lunged forward with fiery eyes. His hand gripped the sword tightly. He roared. "D." The boy retorted. "No, I won't." The two sources of spiritual energy clashed, but it was clear that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't defeat Lai Run. The boy was in awe. Then he was startled to recognize someone familiar. The men in black stood on the rooftop of a nearby building. Wait, that's... Their eyes met. Lai Run was startled. Dad. He parried blows continuously, but his mind couldn't help but wonder. He should be in secluded cultivation right now. Lai Run realized the problem instantly. That's right. This battle is being broadcast everywhere, so he must have seen it and come here. He came because of the Heavenly King Divine Art. The boy raised an eyebrow in amusement. Since we have an unexpected audience member here, I'll have to put on a truly impressive performance. Lai Run crossed his arms, forming an X shape. Spiritual energy accumulated, sensed the surging spiritual energy, and paused. She looked up at the overflowing spiritual energy, drawing everything in like a whirlwind. The boy focused intensely. Blue flames flickered in his eyes, his heart pounding. Shouted, "Members of the primal body and black tortoise formation, everyone, stop what you're doing. Plunge your swords into the ground to form an equatorial circle." They poured all their spiritual energy into that circle, kept their entire body steady. Otherwise, they would be cut off from the attack. A large blue spiritual energy circle appeared over the entire city. Lee's spiritual energy was now fiery red, his eyes wide, staring straight ahead. Looked up blankly, that's... The boy sneered, raising his hand, clenching his fist. Swung his sword. "You dare!" He cried out in despair. "I am a member of the Emperor clan. Give it, Wind Apostle." He punched straight at the sharp sword without fear for a second. A blinding light appeared in the ruined city, like a final salvation, followed by an earth-shattering explosion, orange smoke rising into the air. She tried to calm everyone down. "Keep going. Try to endure." Grabbed his collar to prevent him from being blown away by the force of the wind to Mars. She widened her eyes. "No way." Everyone looked up together. What just happened? Dust and smoke billowed up, and silhouette gradually appeared from behind the smoke. He glared. Then he smiled. "Thank you for participating in the stage I created." He glared at the defeated old man kneeling before him. "Wind Apostle," he speculated, "you've received the divine art of the Heavenly King." Suddenly brought forth, then quickly turned and taunted. "You see now." He knew his son was stubborn, so he didn't beat around the bush. "I know you're paying attention. I want to say a few words to you, but there are too many eyes here, so I'll get straight to the point." Pointed his hand out, "Go home." Stepped out of the dust. He hasn't changed. He was stubborn. "I won't go back to that house." He frowned. "Do you know what you're saying?" Preached. "You've just made the Emperor clan your enemy after destroying the Wind Apostle." "No, no way, no, me." "How do you plan to deal with the consequences?" Smirked disdainfully. "I told you. You haven't changed at all. Just tell the truth." He hit the nail on the head. That he fears I'll die with the divine art of the Heavenly King. That he's afraid of losing the divine art of the Heavenly King he's been searching for all this time. His face darkened. "Don't let emotions control you. If you get caught up in trivial memories, but immediately interrupted, I can handle the consequences." He showed no respect for the father who gave him life. The Divine Power clan has already accepted me as their member. Then turned and walked away, leaving stunned in place. "I have nothing more to say. I'm leaving." He swore to the heavens, "The truth that you are my son will never change, and you will eventually have to come home." Looked at his stubborn sons retreating back at all costs. Returned to the headquarters with its usual bustling appearance. Inside the meeting room furiously slammed the table. "Say something." He angrily yelled, "Shut up. It won't solve anything." Then his gaze swept over to, and he spoke loudly, "Divine power." Then he continued to look at S. leisurely demeanor, and his voice began to sink. "Tyrant King." Seeing this immediately stopped him. "Sword King, calm down. Fist King, Tyrant King. If you two still refuse to cooperate, we have no other choice." Hearing this, the old man unconsciously curled the corner of his mouth. "No choice. So you intend to attack our Emperor clan?" He angrily yelled at him. "Who was it that asked for help with the Thousand Peaks Lake incident in the first place?" Then spoke up. "Even as an outsider, I think the Thousand Peaks Lake story has gone too far." He became serious. "Our poison domain refused the Emperor clan's help at the Twin Swamps. If we also participate in the attack on Thousand Peaks Lake, just imagining it is terrifying. The Emperor clan and Divine Power have basically betrayed the family alliance." Instantly, a strong killing intent emanated from his whole body. "You two must take responsibility for this." Calmly said, "Don't just blame us. We also have a lot to say to the Blood Iron Sword." He yelled, "Didn't you know the strategy to attack Thousand Peaks Lake beforehand?" Was a bit confused. "That's ridiculous. So how did you pass round 2 so easily?" Said that the Blood Iron Sword definitely knew the strategy for Thousand Peaks Lake beforehand. At this point, he unconsciously paused for a moment. That's because suddenly some memories flooded back from when he was talking to his daughter. had told her through telepathy. Facing his gaze, hesitated, if it weren't for. Then she resolutely stated the situation. We wouldn't have made it through. Even now, thinking back to that scene, I honestly don't want to remember it. And even as a father, empathized, hearing the story. Even I found Blood Iron's actions very suspicious, but I couldn't reveal what my daughter had told me. While he was pondering, suddenly interrupted. Everyone knows how much our Emperor clan wants to wipe out Thousand Peaks Lake. Yet instead of sharing the strategy, you kept it to yourself. If this gets out, what will happen to Blood Iron Sword? He calmly replied. Even so, betraying the alliance cannot be overlooked. His gaze flickered. So, what do you want Dao Wang and me to do? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the other party slowly say, First, hold a press conference and send an apology to the entire nation and... A few hours passed, and it was time for him to return. Numerous bodyguards quickly bowed their heads to welcome him. As he was taking off his cloak, he suddenly heard a voice echoing at his ear. I heard you want that kid back. She frowned and asked, Did you forget our promise? At the same time, she glared at him in annoyance. He calmly replied, He has learned the Heavenly King's divine art, so it can't be helped. She shrieked, I don't care. Her body trembling, she continued, You promised that if I drove that boy away, you'd spare his life. Now you're bringing him back here. That lowly bastard. You've already harmed his own uncle. She was furious. If you bring him back into this house, I won't stand for it. Then, seeing his indifferent expression, she suddenly collapsed. I won't let this go. Inside her room, she began to lose control, throwing things around wildly. Why is he doing this to me? How dare he? She said resentfully. Though I really wanted to tear that kid apart, I had to hold back because of our promise. He gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. If you keep getting angry, that beautiful face will get wrinkled. Regaining her composure, she suddenly asked, Nanny, what if someone breaks a promise? She calmly replied, If it were me, I'd make them pay for daring to do that. Hearing this, she smiled. Nanny, that's right, isn't it? She agreed. Of course. She suddenly approached and hugged her. Nanny, you're the only person I trust. She looked up inquiringly. So you'll take care of it for me, right? She gave a meaningful smile. Just leave it to me, young mistress. Then she affirmed again, I will handle it for you. When she left the room, she immediately instructed the servants, Tell everyone to be quiet so the mistress can rest. They immediately replied, Yes. As soon as she left, the two girls immediately began to chatter. She can calm the mistress down so quickly. She was brought into the divine power family when she married, so she must be very trusted. She naturally understood. Exactly. She still looks like she's in her 60s. It's amazing. Then she paused briefly. But have you heard about that rumor? The other person was puzzled. What rumor? She leaned close to her companion's ear. About the nanny. Then she lowered her voice. They say she's been the young mistress's nanny since birth, and her appearance hasn't changed at all. At the same time, somewhere in the school, he teased, My God, you've mastered the Heavenly King's divine art, something even the Fist King couldn't achieve. He chose the divine skill family instead of his own divine power family. He looked at its expression, as if he was about to explode, and asked, Crushing the Wind Apostle, what kind of power is that? He awkwardly shouted, Shut up! Haven't you read enough already? You could read it silently, without making a sound. He suddenly got excited. Hey, but it's really great that our family's potential is recognized by everyone. After speaking, he turned to the person next to him. Right. The other person chimed in. Right, I think so too. He was momentarily helpless. Both of them. While they were joking around, he suddenly stopped. Oh, the press conference is about to start soon. Are you guys watching? She echoed. Is it that late already? Let's watch it. He flatly refused. No, I'm going to get some sleep. He chuckled. Don't tell me to open it for you to see later, okay? Both ignored him and started watching the press conference about the Thousand Peaks Lake attack. The Divine Power Clan and the Imperial Clan spoke up. The incidents at Thousand Peaks Lake. All the fault lies with our Divine Power Clan and the Imperial Clan. He gravely said, "On behalf of my brother and son, I apologize for causing an unforgivable act." Suddenly, a reporter raised their hand to ask a question. "Are you apologizing to the clans who entered the gate with you? Or are you apologizing for deceiving the public?" Quickly replied, "It's all due to our oversight." The reporter wondered, "So both points are true?" The elder ignored him and turned away. "Any other questions?" Immediately realized, "Look at that blatant contempt." The person next to him also agreed with this opinion. How shameful. Suddenly seeing another reporter wanting to ask a question, he called out, "Please, young man." He spoke with full doubt. "Is it true that, to atone for their mistakes, the Imperial Clan is offering the demonic sword as the prize for the upcoming Tan Tien martial arts tournament?" Everyone was surprised by the question, but he calmly looked straight ahead. His subsequent admission made the surrounding atmosphere even more lively. "Yes, that's true." Suddenly became overjoyed. "Am I hearing things? The prize for the Tan Tien martial arts tournament is the demonic sword." Beside him was equally astonished. "Really?" The very next second, he suddenly woke up and got a slap. He stared at the screen, unable to believe it. How can this be? Was so emotional he had no words to describe it. The demonic sword. Suddenly, memories took him back to the Tan Tien martial arts tournament. The MC announced, "The winner of this year's Tan Tien martial arts tournament, with no casualties, is..." Then he turned and solemnly introduced, "Long Keem from the Iron Blood Sword Clan back." At the same time, he additionally announced, "The prize is the map of the Dark Region Gate, known as the Blood God's Tomb, and the sword." As soon as the MC's words finished, everyone in the stands became excited and cheered. Even at that moment, from behind, he was stunned and applauded. He pondered, the prize for the competition should have been the sword. It's one of the reasons I stayed at school. Why was the prize changed to the demonic sword? More accurately, without the sword, entering the Blood God's Tomb gate would be impossible, and this item is something they also crave. Had some doubt, but the demonic sword is also something he desires, second only, even if it's not related to the Blood God. Suddenly appeared out of nowhere from behind. Then he snatched the phone back. "If you missed me, just say so. Why hit me?" He gave a forced laugh. Sorry. I just got startled." Then he fell into thought again. The prize has been changed. I don't know if this change is good or bad. What do you think, Master? Seeing the immortal elder say nothing, he called out again, "Master." He asked again, "What did you say?" He replied, "I asked what you think about the prize change." The other party calmly replied, "It'll belong to you anyway, why worry?" "Doubt it, really?" He sat in a corner, chuckling. "Has Master finally acknowledged my strength?" On this side, the immortal elder was somewhat troubled. The demonic sword. It could be. He stopped there. Well, we'll see soon enough. A while later, when the weather cleared, he decided to go into the forest to find Lam Lam. He looked around, searching, Lam Lam, Lam Lam. After searching for a while and not finding her, he wondered, where is she hiding? Suddenly, from behind the trees, a pair of sharp eyes gleamed. The very next second, Lam Lam immediately charged forward, stunning him. Very quickly embraced her. "There you are, Lam Lam." Lam Lam's eyes lit up. "Woof, woof, woof." He understood and immediately refused. "No, we'll play hide and seek later, okay?" Seeing its crestfallen face, he said, "Don't be disappointed. We'll do something else more fun." Then he took out a bottle of divine water and asked it, "Are you ready?" Lai Jun immediately channeled negative energy into the bottle. As soon as he finished, he poured the divine water down. Then he looked towards Lam Lam and gestured, "Here, drink it." As soon as it drank directly, the system announced, "Lam Lam has absorbed the negative energy of the divine water." Very quickly after that, the system sounded again. Lam Lam has begun to absorb negative energy. It immediately returned to the form of a nine-tailed fox. Lai Jun, standing right there witnessing this scene, was slightly surprised. At the same time, he affirmed, "This energy is stronger than I thought." The immortal elder replied, "It's a divine medicine taken from the dwelling place of the little turtle. Of course, it has to be strong." He continued to analyze. The negative energy is comparable to the divine medicine inside the nine-tailed fox, so Lam Lam will endure quite a bit of pain. As expected, its whole body began to throb with pain. His eyes showed no ripples. He could do nothing but watch. Suddenly, Lai Jun's thoughts returned to the past. Remembering the scene where Hyung Jun was mocked made him unwilling. "I'm sick of it already." After pondering for a while, Lam Lam gradually adapted to the negative energy. It raised its head and roared fiercely in the silent space. The surroundings became colder than ever, and snowflakes began to fall here. Lai Jun reached out his hand to catch the first snowflakes. He held them tightly, as if cherishing every value Lam Lam had created. Then Lai Jun turned and praised, "Well done, Lam Lam." Immediately after, the system continuously announced, "Lam Lam's rank has increased. The gate, once a green zone, has been upgraded to a red zone. A new skill will be acquired, an achievement no one has ever reached. A reward of 10 million points has been granted." He gently stroked its belly. "Good job. Get some rest. Then you can play as much hide and seek as you want. You used all your energy, so you've shrunk." Suddenly, the system continued to appear, making Lai Jun wonder, more notifications." He pondered, looking at each line of text on the system board. The owner of the Forbidden Zone has evolved. The reward for merging 4 gates has been granted. Zoljiwan to metlam ho sawit en ho nganding. This came too fast, so Lai Jun hesitated a bit. This. Suddenly, the system, without a word, brought him to a desolate, snow-capped mountainous region. "What is this?" Lai Jun looked at the system in shock. "I can't increase the number of gates I own, but I can merge them? Is that allowed?" Seeing the system urging him to choose a direction, he became bewildered. "Should I try it? I can choose right away." Then, the south direction. The system immediately took them both to the chosen location, announcing, "The southern area will merge with Hon Nan Din Gate." Because it was so sudden, Lam Lam didn't react in time, making it difficult for Lai Jun to catch it. They both landed safely and then looked up, while the system reported, "The southern area of Lam Hoseo Huyet has merged with Hon Nan Din Gate." He held himself still for a few seconds. My goodness, the gates really merged. In the silent space, a sound suddenly echoed. Then Vo. The immortal elder immediately recognized. "Oh, little turtle." The golden turtle wondered, "What's wrong, then Vo?" Hearing that, he honestly replied, "The gates merged." It paused. "Ah," the immortal elder inquired, "is this your first time too?" The golden turtle replied, "I've never heard of anything like this before." The system continued to propose. "The owner of the Forbidden Zone wants to rename the den. Do you want to rename the den?" He stroked his chin. "Tisk, it's come to this. I can't keep calling it Lam Hoseo Huyet." With that, Lai Jun began to concentrate, thinking, "I should change it to a more suitable name." After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "All the gates I've cleared all have the word Kai in their names." Lai Jun reached out and pointed at the system screen. "This name is good." He gave a sly smile and asked it, "Do you like it too, Lam Lam?" Lai Jun ignored Lam Lam's strong reaction. "All right, it's decided then." Then he decisively pressed on the name he had chosen. Click. Meanwhile, at Giant Moo's private residence, Lai Sin, I told you to stay by his side and win his trust. Now you've lost his trust. Thinking of this, his hand unconsciously tightened around the glass. Pathetic. Then Giant Moo said again, "I approve your request." Hyung Jun hesitated. "I didn't expect you to agree so easily." He muttered, "If I could cover up the mistakes of that idiotic successor, I would have already done so. Having said that, Giant Mu looked up. Hyung Jun, you are talented. He paused for a moment. You are the vice leader of the Heavenly King team I command. You're even being groomed to be the next leader. I still don't want to lose you. As soon as he finished speaking, Giant Mu stood up. Tra, let's put that aside for now. Have you found anything about Lai Jun yet? He honestly reported. Please forgive me. We haven't found much yet. He wondered, nothing at all. Hyung Jun explained. Lai Jun uses the Heavenly King divine art. He further affirmed, but he also uses unknown techniques and various other martial arts. Hyung Jun trailed behind, progressing at such a rapid pace. It's clear that to reach that level, he must have a master, but we still haven't been able to identify who that is. He contemplatively looked at the sky. That kid isn't that foolish. Then he reached his hand into the air. If he has mastered the Heavenly King divine art, he will surely become stronger than me. The very next second, Giant Mu clenched his hand into a fist, as if wanting to snatch the moon. His complexion grew darker. Do everything you can to bring him here. I must have that, at all costs. On the other side, Lai Jun saw Lam Lam's basic information skyrocket, and was overjoyed. At the same time, her skills also became more diverse, making him exclaim in admiration. Lam Lam was already strong, now she's even stronger. Lai Jun secretly analyzed, from D rank to A rank and above. The speed is 3 times S, and with the new skills, it's perfect. He suddenly picked her up and showered her with praise. My darling, you are the most beautiful creature in the world. Next, Lai Jun turned to ask, you all see it too, right? He looked at them for a moment, then lowered his voice. Saku, monster fish. They quickly bowed their heads and said in unison, Master, we agree with you. Lai Jun then said, no need to kneel. There were a few living creatures here before you. Remember to try to get along with them. Saku replied, yes. He tried to tell Kim Kui at the same time, you too. The immortal elder heard that and was displeased. You. Lai Jun was stunned. Oh, does it have to be like that? He shouted, call me senior, senior. He struggled to utter the 2 words. In the end, Lai Jun still couldn't say it. How can humans and monsters be senior and junior? He angrily scolded. You shameless disciple. He continued to justify. Besides, little turtle can't even learn martial arts anymore. The immortal elder growled. What did you say? Seeing the unstable situation, Kim Kui immediately intervened. Master, stop it. Other disciples are often provoked like this too. He calmed down. Since you said so then. After speaking to his master, he also turned to Lai Jun. Lai Jun. He also stopped. I'm very satisfied with being called Little Turtle. Lai Jun hesitated. Oh, all right. He instructed. From now on, get along with each other, you two. Saku looked dejected. What kind of situation is this? Even though we have a new master, perhaps serving the old master was still better. Not long after night fell on the bustling cities, even though it was late, people still flocked to the bars. They enjoyed and danced, immersing themselves in the music. At this moment, Lai Jun was being led inside by the waiter. Upon arriving, he knocked on the door and announced, a guest has arrived. Immediately, a voice replied, come in. He quickly opened the door and entered the room. Suddenly, a sword appeared out of nowhere, pointing directly at Lai Jun. He calmly dodged the attack, then instantly swung his hand, striking the man. Lai Jun saw the sword that had been knocked away stuck in the door, and immediately seized it. Then, he channeled all his strength into his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the man. Soon after, the man couldn't withstand it and gradually lost consciousness. Lai Jun moved behind him to launch a decisive attack. He raised the sword, preparing to strike, when suddenly a voice rang out. That's enough. No sooner had the words been spoken than the sword was already above the man's head. Feeling that he was no longer being attacked, the man slowly opened his eyes. Lai Jun turned his sharp gaze towards the source of the sound, and at the same time, heard the other party add, apologies for the interference. He calmly spoke. That kid is under my authority, so please be generous and let it go. At this point, he introduced himself. I am the ruler of the underworld, Hong Ba-Chu. At the same time, on all social platforms, everyone was discussing something. Have you guys heard the news? That young man is putting a new artifact up for auction again. They all vied to listen in. This time, it's Jurgen's crown, isn't it? That's an item that can only be picked up after defeating the Lizard King and Queen in the Twin Marshes. Then it's true. He only sells artifacts from unexplored gates. Then they discussed the core issue. This time it's being sold for 1.5 billion. What? Who's the seller anyway? Last time, that person also sold items from Y. It seemed they found the young man's identity. The seller's name is the Fallen, right? Back at the bar, Lai Jun greeted them cheerfully. It's a pleasure to meet you, Hong Ba-Chu. I'm here today with a proposal, so to save time, I'll get straight to the point. He smiled meaningfully and asked, is the revenge still valid? The overlord understood what Lai Jun was referring to. It still is. He spoke as he took off his hooded jacket. That's good. He looked at the person opposite him in surprise. You are. The overlord carefully observed and then guessed. Divine Sage Lai Jun. He still couldn't believe his eyes. Unbelievable. I never thought the Fallen was you. Sweat dripped from the overlord. At my age, I thought nothing could surprise me anymore. Lai Jun smiled. Am I too young to be trusted? He quickly denied it. No, you're not. He began to explain. In this world where only the strongest survive, respecting anyone with ability is what should be done, regardless of age. Then he slowly spoke. You remember the incident at Lake of 1,000 Peaks, right? That's why I'm offering to help with the revenge. The overlord remained calm. But that's not enough. Aren't you a descendant of the Divine Power Clan? He took a small sip of tea. I heard you broke ties with them and joined the Divine Craftsmanship only as a guest. There's no guarantee you're not a spy. The overlord continued to analyze. If you reveal assassination information to the Imperial clan, they will use it as an excuse to swallow my underworld. This place is my life's work. I can't let it fall. Lai Jun subtly smirked. There's a big sword tournament before the school break. The overlord replied, I know. He slowly stated, the big sword tournament is an official ranking match determined entirely by skill. Then he expressed, I'm participating as one of the representatives of the Divine Craftsmanship clan. That's the level of trust they have in me. Lai Jun looked directly at the overlord with sincerity. And I also want to maintain a good relationship with you. In a residential area hidden within some luxurious city. Suddenly, gasping sounds echoed, as if someone was running away. Tae-Huin looked around in fear. He reassured himself. I have to escape. I have to run far away, to a remote countryside and live isolated from the world. Yes, I'll do that. However, he hadn't gone far when Minga caught him. Old Mu. The bodyguard behind him stepped forward and grabbed Tae-Huin's leg, causing him to panic. Please, sir, spare my life. He continued to beg, but it seemed fate wasn't on his side. I'll do anything, please. Save me, save me. The next morning, at the school Lai Jun was attending, he leisurely tapped on his phone as usual. The screen displayed a message from someone named Money Slave. I'll pay in advance for the Namsan District Gate and the Dream Garden. The old immortal saw this and wondered, why did you choose the Dream Garden? Lai Jun explained, I think going there would be good, and I can learn more about Lam Lam from the Immortal King. He chuckled. That way, we can nurture Lam Lam well, don't you think so? He happily replied, well, I think that's right. Lai Jun suddenly fell into thought. Above all, I'm curious why the Black Zone gates are angry. Who is Lam Lam that she makes the divine beast so furious at her? I already have many enemies. I don't want any more. After pondering, he looked dejected. There's still so much to do. Why is everything so complicated? Suddenly, Moonbai spoke up. Look, Han. She pushed up her glasses. Lai Run is looking at you and sighing. Guess what he's thinking when he looks at you. Helpless. Moonbai, come on. Han tried to act cool. What he thinks has nothing to do with me. Bai and the others exchanged glances. He's embarrassed. A moment later she asked, Aren't you going to watch? Han, I suggest a classic romance novel for you. It's perfect for reference. The other person retorted, "Why would I watch that?" While they were chatting lively, suddenly rushed in. Silence. Everyone returned to your seats. Unbai was confused. "What's wrong, teacher? Where's our homeroom teacher?" Suddenly spoke urgently. "I have some bad news to announce to you all." Her expression darkened slightly. "Teacher Kim Tae-hwin has passed away due to an accident." Added, "Last night he was attacked while returning home drunk. It seems he was attacked by a monster that emerged from a gate." The students buzzed. "No way. Teacher Tae-hwin is dead? A monster wave." The teacher continued, "Although the exact cause isn't known, it's believed to be a monster breakthrough." Lai run calmly. "Finally dealt with, Kim Tae-hwin. Of course, it's different from a monster wave, where monsters pour out of the sewers. A monster breakthrough is when a part of a monster's body temporarily appears outside a gate due to an unknown wave. If detected and pulled into a gate by a suddenly appearing monster, no matter how strong the awakened, they won't survive." He pondered, "But there's no way a monster breakthrough could happen at such a convenient time. It's good to get rid of the trash I'd put off, because I was busy with the Thousand Peaks tiger." Lai Run suddenly remembered Minguk. If Kim Tae-hwin had decisively dealt with him, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Uncle must be the angriest one to have to deal with him. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a female student crying. A moment later, a male student approached to comfort her. "Don't cry." However, she was still unconvinced. How could teacher Kim Tae-hwin? Lai Run turned away. "They're just kids, so they're still weak." Or perhaps, he seemed to think of something, even such a person is mourned by someone when they die. At this moment, in a strange room, Bai-sung couldn't help but get excited watching the items displayed for auction. He praised, "It seems you found some decent items in the second dungeon this time." Then he gazed into the distance. "Get ready." Bai-sung simultaneously declared his goal. "We're going to the underworld." At this moment, the overlord seemed unable to believe his ears. Then he rubbed his forehead. "It seems I misheard. Could you please say that again?" Lai Run clearly stated, "I want to buy a large quantity of seedlings and wheat." "Can you get good quality ones?" The overlord mumbled, "So I didn't mishear." "Why do you need that?" Lai Run replied, "Nothing special. I just—" He hesitated for a moment, then chuckled. "Feel like trying. Farming." Suddenly, Lai Run's memory returned to when he was in the fields. He looked around and couldn't help but be amazed. Lai Run exclaimed, "Lam Hoseo here is a desert, so it's very difficult for plants to grow there, but you still manage to grow them well." He smiled. "It's a small matter. Slaves, I mean, we plan the farming. Then we cast spells on the fields." He added, "It helps speed up growth. Clearing a field won't take more than a week." When he heard that, he seemed to understand something and exclaimed, "Oh, I see." When Lai Run finished speaking, the overlord immediately agreed. "I will prepare the items you requested." He hummed, "It might take some time, as it's different from what we usually collect." Lai Run calmly said, "No problem, take your time." The overlord thought for a moment, then spoke. "Where do you want to receive them?" Lai Run quickly replied, "In Busan." He asked doubtfully, "Busan? Are you sure?" Lai Run affirmed, Yes, it's fine." Hearing that, the overlord sighed. "All right." Suddenly, he turned and whispered to a student, "Ah, there's something I want to give to the clan leader. Bring it out." He understood. Yes. Soon after, a box was brought out. "Take a look." Lai Run was surprised and speechless. "This is—" The overlord meticulously instructed, "Since you'll be frequenting the black market from now on, I prepared this for you, so you can move around freely. I hope you like it." Soon after, Lai Run was in a large hall. He looked at the displayed items and vaguely guessed, "Is there an auction today?" The person next to him heard and confirmed, "Ah, yes. Those are the items displayed for auction. The exclusive VIP auction will start with those items." Lai Run observed thoughtfully from above. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a familiar item. That's the demon-slaying mirror. It was hidden here. Speaking of the demon-slaying mirror, it's a sword used to strike down demons. It can be used for good or evil purposes, depending on the owner. In the future, it became widely known. He remembered it being taken by a demon from the Sima clan. Lai Run involuntarily gave a cunning smile. What should I do? Inside the auction hall, a multitude of brokers were gathering. Bai Sung, sitting leisurely, suddenly asked, "How much do we have?" The assistant immediately replied, "We brought about 2 billion. He looked at the world with half-closed eyes and mumbled, "That's probably more than enough." Bai Sung began to pay attention to the item. Demon-slaying mirror. I really like this name. I wonder how the black market got their hands on this. He immediately checked the system. Demon-slaying mirror level. Description. A sword used by a master swordsman. Only effective against demonic cults. Effects. Strength plus 50. Durability plus 40. Demonic attack power plus 40%. Bai Sung smiled cheerfully. This should be unique enough. Don't you think so? His assistant replied accordingly. You truly have a discerning eye. Lai Run, currently disguised as someone else, sat in the back row watching this scene, speechless. A moment later, the MC opened the auction. Now, let's begin the VIP auction. The first item is an A-grade Eastern artifact weapon, the demon-slaying mirror. Starting price, 100 million. Seeing a customer bid, he immediately read it out. Yes. We have 120 million. However, after that, a series of people vied to raise the price. 200 million, 250 million, 300 million, 400 million. Bai Sung, as if nothing, loudly shouted, 700 million. We have 700 million. The MC heard this and immediately asked, Are there any bids higher than 700 million? Seeing no hands raised, he quickly concluded, Then it will be sold for 700 million. Before the MC could finish, Lai Run suddenly raised his hand and offered a huge price, 2 billion. He, who was calmly sitting, immediately stood up after hearing that. What? The MC continued to ask. 2 billion. Are there any bids higher than 2 billion? The assistant, stunned, said, Young master, we're out of money. What should we do? Finally, no one could offer a higher price, so the MC finalized it. It will be sold for 2 billion. Bai Sung stared intently at the person behind him, and even asked. He angrily ordered, Go investigate who that bastard is. The sky had already darkened, and it was time for Lai Run to step out of the auction hall. The immortal elder stared at him with sharp eyes, deeply pondering. Seeing his expression, Lai Run spoke. Are you still angry? Come on. He tried to explain. Master's era and now are very different. The notion that only evil uses demonic artifacts is outdated. The elder angrily scolded. Even if that's true, the fact that it's made of human skin and used by evil spirits remains unchanged. At this point, the immortal elder thumped his chest. How could my disciple use such a despicable thing? Oh dear, it's truly painful. Lai Run thought to himself, That's a bit much. He took out the demon-slaying mirror. Please be understanding. Thanks to it, we won that valuable item. The elder also conceded. It seems to be a good item. Lai Run gave a wry smile. That's my master for you. You could see its value at a glance. As if sensing the mirror's power, he said, It looks like a normal A-grade artifact. But Lai Run watched the electric currents flowing around it and was momentarily speechless. He was walking steadily when suddenly the system activated. The system board announced that the demon-slaying mirror had awakened along with its effects. However, Lai Run only focused on the lines of the hidden effects. That's why the demon race was so strong in the previous life. The Sima clan has many members who use demonic energy. He will kill those who use demonic energy to enhance his own abilities. He secretly rejoiced. Luckily, I didn't let it fall into his hands. This thing suits him too much. He has a very strong sense of justice. Lai Run continued walking along the road, and then suddenly the corner of his mouth curved up. Lai Run stopped, a smile on his face, and spoke. Not planning to come out? Bai Sung spoke up. Unexpectedly, the clan leader sensed our presence. He wore a cunning smile. So, is the rumor that you cleared several unexplored gates true? Lai Run calmly replied. You're emitting such killing intent. It would be strange if I didn't notice. Bai Sung said arrogantly. Your senses are sharp, aren't they? Then our business will conclude faster. He pointed the knife directly at Lai Run. The demon-slaying mirror you just took is what I'm after. If you hand it over, I'll let you go safely. Amidst the orange sky and the rustling wind, Bai Sung gave a sly laugh. The equipment of the plane's boss and artifacts from the fairy garden, the Fallen became famous by selling rare items. He hinted, nowadays, people often say that even miscellaneous things can easily become famous. Yes, it Jangyovi. That guy is younger than me, but those around him always revere him. The very next second, Bai Sung's expression and attitude changed 360 degrees. Ridiculous, he grumbled. But guys like you are useful in your own way. If I rob you and return with the gem, Father will praise me. Bai Sung sneered. Who is this idiot who can't even emit killing intent? Lai Run slightly turned his face, thinking, killing intent. You see, he glared at them. This is how you emit killing intent. He suddenly gasped. Me, the son of the doke, am I scared? Because of a rookie's killing intent. Thinking this, Bai Sung hastily said, Hey, what are you doing? Take everything that bastard has, including the demon-slaying mirror. His henchmen immediately obeyed. Yes, they said, and at the same time, they all rushed towards Lai Run. Seeing this, he only managed an unclear smile. Lai Run immediately switched to serious mode and attacked simultaneously. Witnessing this scene, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Seeing his henchmen defeated, Bai Sung immediately backed away. This can't be happening. He slowly took a step towards him. Are you a demon? You're still called Kim Pai Sung, son of Doke. Bai Sung panicked. Don't come here. Don't come here. Seeing this, Lai Run stopped and stared at him. Then he used a teleportation spell to move to another place. Seeing this, he became frantic. He's gone. As if sensing something, Bai Sung slowly looked around. No, this is... Instantly, he saw Lai Run standing tall behind him. Position swap. Despite being attacked, Bai Sung was still defiant. Father, my father is Doke. If you kill me. Without waiting for him to finish, Lai Run suddenly gave a strange smile. Don't worry, I'm not the type to kill indiscriminately. He reached out and took a talisman from Bai Sung's chest. You're hiding something like this on you and still asking for mercy. That's playing dirty. As soon as he picked up the talisman, the system quickly activated to notify him. After hearing every word, Lai Run immediately grabbed his face tightly. Something this good would be wasted on you. I'll make good use of it. He began to ponder a solution and asked, Now, what should I do? The next morning, reporters extensively reported. Last night, in front of the Union building, the son of Doke, Kim Pai Sung, was found tied up with ropes along with those believed to be his subordinates. He also added, it's still unknown who captured them. Even after checking nearby surveillance cameras, no traces were found. He left this note at the scene and disappeared. Then they discussed the note on Pai Sung's back. It read, I caught a bad guy who bullies innocent people. Please punish him. I will not negotiate with Doke or this guy, the Fallen. That's all. The reporter continued to announce, the Union plans to investigate the Fallen, who left the note. Sung Hai looked outside and softly asked, What did the Union say? The person sitting replied, They said it would take some time to negotiate because there are too many eyes watching. The old man wondered. Still no idea who the brazen person was who delivered our Pai Sung to the Union? Understanding the implication, he quickly said, I'm sorry, sir, we're still looking. Sung Hai said nothing more and decisively struck him. As soon as he finished, the old man pensively stroked the blade. Then he warned, You better find his name before I lose my patience. Meanwhile, in the desert where Lai Run was present, Hiseo saw a familiar figure and immediately ran to him. "You're here." He smiled. "You've arrived?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw him bow. "What brings you here today?" Lai Run saw this action and felt resigned. "I have a few things for you. I've told you so many times, but you still haven't dropped that habit." After speaking, Lai Run immediately threw a box towards Hiseo. "Here, take it." He hesitated to refuse. "I can't. You've already given me so much." Lai Run understood the other's intention and interrupted. "This is the last time. Open it." Hiseo stood admiring the demon-slaying sword. Soon after he quickly realized, "This is," and couldn't help but be moved. "Why are you so good to me?" Hiseo pondered. "I haven't done anything for you, and I don't have a good background like others. Why are you doing these things for me?" Lai Run couldn't put it into words and thought, "Because I value your ability. If I say that now, it might sound a bit strange, wouldn't it?" Thinking this, he gently nudged his shoulder. Then he flashed a bright smile to encourage him. "That's a gift to help you try harder." A moment later, as Lai Run turned to leave, he didn't forget to wave goodbye. "I'm off." Hiseo wasn't so naive as to not understand. He said that so I wouldn't feel burdened. Regardless of his fading silhouette, he still clasped his hands in thanks. Then he silently thanked him. "His generosity is as vast as the Pacific Ocean. I respect him more than I admire him." Concurrently, Hiseo declared, "I will follow you until the end of my life." By evening, Lai Run finally arrived home. He played with Lam Lam while answering the phone. "Hello." The other end replied, "Greetings, Fallen One. This is the underworld." He announced, "The item you requested has arrived." Lai Run politely said, "Thank you. You've worked hard." The other person replied, "No problem. If you need anything, let me know anytime." As soon as he hung up, his eyes unconsciously gazed into the distance. Time to prepare. That same evening, at the traditional family home, a voice rang out. "We have been tracking Lai Run's movements." The subordinate bowed respectfully and announced, "Sim Jinhua." She lowered her voice and asked, "So, where is he going?" He quickly replied, "Busan." Jinhua murmured, "Busan." She toyed with the petals of a red spider lily. "I don't know what a high school student is doing in a place like that, but it's the perfect place to handle everything silently." After pondering for a long time, Jinhua turned her face and smiled strangely. "Prepare to leave." Then she immediately ordered her subordinate, "We're going to Busan." Not long after, a voice echoed from outside the door, "Mistress." "It's Jinhua." Hearing this, Minjin said, "Come in." She didn't even look up and went straight to the point. "What is it?" Jinhua quickly reported, "Lai Run has left school." Minjin was surprised. "Really?" She gave a sweet smile. "Yes, so I'll be out for a while. While I'm away." Jinhua paused for a moment, then introduced the person beside her. "Wu Jian will attend to the mistress and young master." She immediately instructed, "All right, handle it cleanly and return safely." She replied, "Yes, I'm leaving now." After informing Minjin, Jinhua immediately exited the room. Lai Si then wondered, "Mom, can the nanny fight? I thought she was just a normal maid." She refuted, "Not at all." After speaking, Minjin began to explain, "The nanny isn't an ordinary person. Your grandfather brought her back after he cleared the red zone gate." Hearing this, he stood up in horror. "What? Does that mean they're monsters?" She calmly sipped her tea. "No, they're just humans like us." Suddenly, Minjin's eyes darkened a bit, but, meanwhile, she thought to herself, their true nature might be a little different. Busan, once known as South Korea's second capital, is now a ruined city due to broken dungeons. Monsters released from uncleared gates have taken over the entire city of Busan. The alliance of 15 clans, the Martial Arts Alliance, and the Sima Alliance have tried countless times to reclaim Busan, but each time they failed, and finally, South Korea gave up on reclaiming the Busan area. Now they can only prevent the monsters from escaping Busan, leaving it as an uncleared gate area. After Lai Run finished his thoughts, his mood immediately dropped. It had been a long time since he'd seen this scene again. His memories automatically reverted to the past, when he was easily bullied. They sneered, "Damn it, you God-powered bastards, betraying humanity and siding with the world's demons. You're truly trash." All evil eyes were directed at Lai Run. The only support we get are these D-rank wastes. At that time, he was just an ordinary mortal, so he could only remain silent in the face of those words. Lai Run stood dazed for a long time until Hyuk Jin walked over and called, "Run." He suddenly snapped out of it. "Ah, Hyuk Jin." He asked, "How are you doing? After this conflict, we'll soon face the demons." Hyuk Jin hesitated. "I've always been grateful. You could have sided with the Divine Power clan and the demons, but you made a difficult decision, which was to turn your back on your own clan." Lai Run quickly avoided his gaze. "It's just what I should do. And of course, not everyone thinks that way." Thinking this, he couldn't help but blame himself. I was really useless back then. Now Lai Run can become strong through his own power and can defeat the monsters. He unconsciously clenched his hands into fists, completely opposite to before. Suddenly, something was squirming inside Lai Run's clothes. The next second, Lam Lam's radiant face appeared. He gently stroked its head. "Hum. It's all thanks to Lam Lam's help." Seeing Lai Run didn't mention him, the Immortal Elder reminded him, "That power is thanks to a certain master who recognized your potential." After hearing this, he and Lam Lam showed their attitude openly. "We've been together this long, and you're still acting so childish." He angrily scolded. "What kind of attitude is that?" Lai Run indifferently replied, "Nothing." The Immortal Elder continued to sulk. This ungrateful disciple, not cute at all. He immediately made a deal with him. Yes, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Run used teleportation. At this moment, two young men were leisurely walking. Suddenly, he appeared from the sky right where the two of them were walking. Unexpectedly, a powerful gust of wind enveloped the area. They turned back to look but saw no one, so they wondered to each other, "Why is the wind blowing so strong?" Lai Run excitedly moved to an empty plot of land in Busan. Not long after, he landed smoothly. Lai Run glanced around and felt happy. Then he suddenly raised his voice. "Everything has arrived." The Immortal Elder was puzzled. "Why did you choose to receive the goods in Busan?" He explained, "It's the perfect location for a secret transaction. There's no one around here. Monsters are very rare." After speaking, Lai Run immediately shouted, "All right, everyone gather." Tegu and Iong, while appeared one after another as ordered. Even Saku gradually materialized before him. Seeing everyone gathered in one place, he began to assign tasks. "It's time to work." They helped each other complete the task of moving items through space. Suddenly Lai Run asked, "Master, have you ever seen such diligent workers?" The Immortal Elder replied, "They have reached the pinnacle of manual labor, surpassing the ultimate level and entering the transcendent realm." Soon after, a Tegu approached to report, "Master, we've transported everything." Lai Run praised, "Excellent, Tegu." Seeing there was nothing left to do, Lai Run said, "You can go home now." It replied, "Yes," then turned and gestured, "Everyone clear out." They chorused, "Understood." Lai Run looked at the time on his phone and said, "I should head back too." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Lai Run stopped and slowly turned around. Right in front of him, uninvited guests quickly appeared. Just as Lai Run expected, this familiar and repulsive aura. His voice turned cold. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Sim Jin Hoa." Humming greeted, "Long time no see, young Master Lai." Before half a second had passed, Jin Hoa immediately drew two swords. Her face became more sinister than ever. "I've come to offer my condolences." He, on the contrary, was very calm. Quite confident, aren't we? Well, I guess you've got skills for these kinds of things, both in your past life and this one. Lyron suddenly felt that a good show was approaching and smirked. Perfect timing. His entire body exuded a chilling aura. I've got a fun game for you to try. Seeing this, Jean Hoa's voice involuntarily deepened. You've lost your mind. All the demon-slaying members behind her couldn't bear Lyron's arrogant demeanor and urgently exclaimed, Commander, give the order. I'll take his head. She didn't even look at them once, but coldly said, Silence. Jean Hoa's mood became complicated. Lyron. She analyzed. No matter how strong he becomes, it's not enough to confront me and the demon-slaying members. So where does that confidence come from? Then she mused to herself. Could it be that coming to Busan is a trap to eliminate me? Having thought this, Jean Hoa immediately ordered, Everyone stand still. Don't do anything reckless. Lai Run on the opposite side merely let out an O sound when he heard her. Sim Jean Hoa. She usually worked as Choi Min Jin's nanny, the wife of the clan head of divine power. But in the shadows, she was the leader of the demon slayers and one of the strongest in the Emperor clan. With that kind of power, Lai Run thought she would attack without hesitation, but she was very cautious. Feeling the situation wasn't promising, he muttered, How annoying! Lai Run began to get into an attacking stance. If you don't come here, I'll rush in first. The demon-slaying members quickly took defensive positions. Without another word, he rushed towards them like a gust of wind. Lai Run surged forward without hesitation. The demon-slaying members gripped their weapons tightly, but in the next second, they saw him zip past them. Jean Hoa and the demon-slaying members were bewildered by Lai Run's action. He deliberately turned his face slightly, sticking out his tongue to provoke them. The demon-slaying members' eyes involuntarily exchanged glances. She didn't hesitate and yelled, Chase him. They immediately obeyed. Understood. The demon-slaying members vied to chase after Lai Run. A member standing nearby saw his figure pass by. He thought, Finally, heaven is on our side, and sneered, Got him. However, just as he was about to appear, Sokka's hand suddenly emerged from nowhere and quickly pulled him into another space. Lai Run saw this with his own eyes and smiled. One down. Before he could enjoy it for long, other members had simultaneously rushed over. This way. He nimbly jumped over the fence, infuriating them. That bastard, get him. The demon-slaying members hadn't taken many steps before Sokka caught them all. Stop. Huh. Help. Lai Run continued on his way, leisurely humming his favorite song. Finally, he led them to a dead end. By now, the demon-slaying members were also getting exhausted and panting heavily. It's a dead end. Lai Run scratched his head, feigning innocence. I guess so, but I don't like being caught too easily. A second later, half of his body entered the teleportation gate. It can't be helped, goodbye. Lai Run's action was too fast, leaving them no time to react. The demon-slaying members angrily shouted, That guy's crazy. A member approached Jean Hoa to report, Boss, Lai Run has escaped through the gate. He stammered. Many members disappeared while chasing him. What do we do? She could barely think of anything now. Lai Run, what is he doing? Then Jean Hoa gnashed her teeth. Fine, we can go back if we don't kill him. She furiously ordered, Inform all demon-slaying members to prepare to enter the gate when I arrive. Li Jun had now returned from the gate. Sokka was thrilled. Master, you're back. Seeing this, he immediately asked, Have you dealt with those guys I sent in? It quickly replied, It's all done. I'm collecting them to make fertilizer for the plants. Li Jun reminded, Don't use it on edible plants. Huh. Sokka stammered, confused. Yes. As he was walking, the system unexpectedly announced, An unauthorized group has entered the gate. As soon as Li Jun finished reading, the system panel continued to chime. Do you want to expel them? He didn't rush to press it, but turned and said, Sokka, call the summons and the fairies. Having said that, Li Jun immediately raised his hand to confirm. A pile of fertilizer is on its way. After the system updated, they successively announced, the unauthorized group will not be expelled. The gate has been locked. Jin Hoa and the demon-slaying members had all set foot in Li Jun's territory. After walking a few steps, continuous system notifications rang out. The red zone gate has been sealed. The owner of the forbidden zone shows hostility towards you. They panicked. What's going on? Owner of the forbidden zone. Suddenly, a member's voice rose, drawing everyone's attention. Look, he said, his voice trembling. We're surrounded by monsters. They observed in astonishment. Summons, fairies, even fish monsters are here. What the hell is going on? She suddenly saw his figure and loudly exclaimed, What kind of illusion are you creating, Li Jun? He feigned misunderstanding. Illusion? That's unfair. This is my territory. Upon hearing this, they were terrified. What? Li Jun calmly gave instructions. All right, Saku. Today I want to test your combat abilities. They bared their fangs and accepted the order. We are ready, Master. Li Jun chuckled. Good, then attack. Immediately, the summons, along with IWA and Saku, simultaneously rushed down the abyss to attack. Seeing the situation was somewhat intractable, Jin Hoa shouted, Demon Slayers, crush them. They obeyed the command, flying forward to attack them one-on-one. Very quickly after, they simultaneously attacked each other, causing piercing sounds to echo. Li Jun was surprised to see this. I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect you to fight so well. At this, Li Jun's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Jin Hoa. The demon slayers seemed to be struggling a bit. She swung her hand with a Saku, asking in parallel, Are you sure you don't want to participate? Time seemed to stand still. Jin Hoa's sword blade reflected Li Jun's face. As long as I get your head. Her eyes grew serious. I'm willing to sacrifice each and every one of them. Then Jin Hoa bluntly stated her resolve. Of the demon slayers. No sooner had her words passed than the atmosphere immediately turned cold. Li Jun helplessly shrugged. Too bad, I'm no match for you. Jin Hoa heard this and stared in confusion. What? Suddenly, she felt her entire body overshadowed by a giant shadow. Jin Hoa looked up and instantly understood his meaning. Li Jun chuckled. I should also show respect to my elders, but you are a demon from another world, one who cruelly trampled our world, aren't you? He finished speaking, paused for a moment, then continued to warn. Try to survive, Blood Witch. Speaking of the Blood Witch, everyone thought of the countless awakened individuals who had died by her hand. The number of ordinary people she massacred was even greater than that of notorious assassins. Moreover, she killed indiscriminately, regardless of children or the elderly, and as a bloodthirsty murderer, she drank blood from their hearts. At this moment, she seemed to have lost, collapsing to her knees. Jin Hoa had been defeated by Li Jun in an instant. She never expected such a day and couldn't willingly accept defeat. What? Jin Hoa's thoughts began to wander. How could this be? A human controlling monsters? All the demon slayers here are A-rank, high-level martial artists in this world, yet they are being annihilated by these monsters. Her voice trembled. This is what kind of trick is this? How do you know about us? Li Jun didn't rush to answer, but stepped forward and lifted Jin Hoa's face. He slowly opened his mouth. Of course I know. I also know you killed my mother. She heard Li Jun add, Perhaps you were following orders from your superiors, but I still remember it very clearly. Suddenly, his past memories came back one by one. June, Mom's June. Li Jun remembered his mother's words vividly. Let's play hide and seek, okay? No matter what happens, don't come out. She caressed his face as if she knew this was the last time they would meet. Absolutely not. Thinking of this, Li Jun struggled to speak. My mother was killed without being able to resist, even after she died. Li Jun suddenly flung away Jin Hoa's face. To be honest, no matter how much I torture you, I won't feel satisfied. Hearing that, she immediately shrieked crazily. Li Jun glanced at them and signaled, You guys handle this. Saku, summon, and IWA immediately received the order. Lee Jun was relieved to let them handle it and continued walking forward. He quickly stepped out of the teleportation gate and into his bedroom. Lee Jun seemed exhausted and collapsed onto the bed. Suddenly, the immortal elder coughed a few times. "I didn't know your mother had passed away," he casually replied. "How would you know?" "I didn't tell you," the elder complained. "A great master should know everything about his disciples, right?" Lee Jun recounted. "After my mother passed away, my aunt left me in the clan and under the watchful eyes of others, but she didn't treat me as her child, only abused me day after day." The immortal elder heard this and wondered, "Does Jong Ryan know about this?" He didn't care much. Hyuk Jin doesn't know either. Why tell them those unpleasant things? It would only cause more trouble. They'd get angry and demand to kill this person or that. He suddenly yelled, making Lee Jun's eardrums feel like they would explode. "You foolish disciple." He wondered, "Why are you suddenly getting angry, elder?" The immortal elder was annoyed. "That's not important right now." Immediately after, he stepped forward and patted Lee Jun's shoulder gently to encourage him. The immortal elder became affectionate. "How could you endure all this time with a rotting, lonely heart?" He encouraged him further. "I may just be an old man without a body, but I was once the greatest person of all time. Don't forget, the greatest master of all time is your teacher." Hearing these words, he was stunned. "You always tease me. I didn't know you had this side to you." A moment later, Lee Jun immediately smiled brightly and said, "Thank you for worrying about me." At the same time, he thought to himself, "Perhaps it's not so bad to have at least one person in this world who knows my secret." The immortal elder stroked his beard. "Ah, I have something I want to ask you." He looked puzzled. "What is it?" He spoke. "Before, you said you wanted to." Before he could finish, the phone suddenly rang. Lee Jun turned to look at the immortal elder. "Wait a moment." Then he answered, "Hello." The other end immediately spoke. Lee Jun. He recognized. "Ah, Hanju. What's up?" She went straight to the point. "We need your help with today's practice. The kids are waiting for you." Lee Jun was surprised. "Huh, so sudden." Hanju urged. "You know our training room, right? Get here quickly." The immortal elder standing nearby heard and encouraged Lee Jun. "Excellent. Training is the best way to clear your mind." He hesitated. "If Master says so." A moment later, the sky at the school gradually darkened. All four of them were waiting for Lee Jun to arrive, but he was nowhere to be seen. Seo-ho clearly showed signs of worry and wondered to himself, "Jun is a bit late, isn't he?" Han-ju, at this moment, seemed to have lost all patience, and her entire body immediately exuded a powerful murderous aura. Seeing that, he immediately turned and wailed, "What do we do? Ju's getting angry because Jun is late. Jun won't stand us up, will he?" Umbai, as if nothing was wrong, said, "Don't worry, Jun will come, right, Iji?" She replied, "Uh-huh, do you want to eat this?" Seo-ho refused without hesitation. "Oh, no, thank you." No sooner had he finished speaking than the door simultaneously opened. Seo-ho clearly saw Lee Jun's face and yelled, "Jun!" He rushed over and grabbed the hem of his shirt. "Quickly! You're finally here. Do something about Jean." Lee Jun was puzzled. "Huh? What's going on?" As the two of them were huddled together, Han-ju's furious voice rang out, "Lee Jun!" She approached them with a murderous aura. "Didn't I tell you to come early, huh?" Lee Jun gave an awkward laugh. Sorry. I was preparing some things to help you guys train, so I came late." These words quickly reached Han-ju's ears, making her stop. Then she cleared her throat. In that case, a delay is unavoidable. What did you prepare?" Lee Jun's lips curved slightly. "You all want to get stronger, don't you?" With that, he immediately reached out and pulled the bag to the ground with a thud. Lee Jun quickly gave a gentle smile. "You'll do anything to get stronger, won't you?" The three of them were terrified by Lee Jun's expression, but Han-ju was the complete opposite. Finally, amidst the silent night at the school, only her lone thoughts lingered. Perhaps I shouldn't have called him. At the same time, in another gloomy space, Min Jean, restless and uneasy, paced back and forth. She clenched her teeth so hard that her fingernails broke. While her mood was unstable, she heard Gu Wen's voice, "Madam." Min Jean immediately ran over and asked repeatedly, "You received news from the nanny, didn't you? Huh, didn't you?" His expression was a bit worried as he hesitated. About that." Gu Wen finally spoke bluntly. "It seems Mrs. Sim Jean Hoa has run into trouble." He reported, "She and the Demon Slayer team members went to Busan, but we only found traces of them chasing something." "Mrs. Sim Jean Hoa has disappeared along with the Demon Slayer team members." Gu Wen continued reporting. "The Demon Slayer members couldn't find any clues about Mrs. Sim Jean Hoa, it seems." Before he could finish, she interrupted, "Enough." The next second, Min Jean gave him a hard slap across the face. She quickly ordered, "Turn Busan upside down if you have to. Find and bring the nanny back to me." He struggled to stand up and replied, "Understood." Gu Wen didn't hesitate and walked out of the room. He directly faced Jean Hoa's close subordinate. "What does the report say?" The man quickly handed over a stack of documents. "Here it is." Gu Wen meticulously tracked every trace. If you look at the remaining traces in Busan, the Demon Slayer members appeared, and there are signs that some members ambushed someone, but at some point, all traces of the ambushing members vanished. He posed a question to himself. Mrs. Sim Jean Hoa and the Demon Slayers went missing at the same location. What could that be? Then he speculated. Suppose, just suppose, the person next to him, hearing Gu Wen mumble like that, didn't have time to process. Yes. He followed up. Suppose a monster breakthrough occurred at that location. Gu Wen's eyes flickered slightly. But by whom? Did someone open a gate there? Or was there an unfortunate monster breakthrough to overpower Mrs. Sim Jean Hoa? It would have to be at least a black zone gate. His hand unconsciously tightened around the document. There's no other explanation. It's impossible for one person to open a gate. Suddenly, Gu Wen clenched the paper in his hand. No. He began to destroy the document. It's only possible for him. The fresh morning of the next day, at the empty plot behind the school, the birds were enjoying the morning sun. But before they could, a loud noise suddenly erupted, startling them and sending them flying far away. Co Ho's voice trembled. "June, this can't be." He helplessly yelled loudly, his voice echoing through the forest. "Seriously." Meanwhile, Han Ju was currently putting all her effort into persistent training. Li Jun retorted, "Do you think I'd waste your time on useless exercises?" Co Ho cried out, "But this kind of training is too brutal." He chuckled, ignoring it. "Looks like you still have the energy to talk. Let's keep going." Finally, amidst the harmonious natural scenery, he decided to let out a really loud yell, as if venting his grievances. Not long after, everyone was exhausted and rested at the same time. Han wiped her sweat and said, "I didn't know there was this empty plot behind the school." Lai heard her say that, and somewhat understood the reason. Not many people know about it. He walked over, carrying a rock. "No one ever comes here, so this is where I usually train." At the same time, he also pulled Ong Ho along, saying, "Drop by sometimes." Lai smiled strangely. "Rest for a bit, then walk for more rounds to school and come back." They all said in unison, "No way." He pondered, "This is fun, so it's over." While standing still, the system suddenly announced that he had received a new trainer characteristic with a reward of 500,000 points. Lai couldn't believe his eyes and moved closer to examine it. "What? Why suddenly?" Han noticed. "What is it?" He replied, Nothing." Later, the system continued to update, stating new trainer rank C. Description: Lai has discovered the joy in pushing his friends to their limits, while also understanding why his master pushed him so harshly. Effect: awakens characteristics in others, increases training experience by 50%. Effect increases with rank. Lai was astonished. That's crazy. He silently glanced towards the old master. I didn't expect to receive rewards and characteristics just by teaching these kids. Is this what master meant by enlightenment? The old man suddenly turned back and scolded. No, you shouldn't explain everything like that. They say true training is for the foolish ones. Lai unconsciously changed his mind. Probably not. And time continued to pass. He gradually introduced stricter training methods, simultaneously fostering resilience in each person, and while enduring those hellish days, until one day, they seemed exhausted and sat down to rest. Meanwhile, an announcement caught everyone's attention. Wait, what is this? What am I seeing? The system announced that her aim was a B-rank characteristic. Ong-ho was surprised. A B-rank characteristic. Also chimed in. That's a rank only possessed by heirs of the 15 allied families. Everyone started praising. Congratulations. That's amazing. Congrats. Immediately after, also received a system notification about divine skill. And next was Han. She received it and stared, saying nothing. Even Ong-ho, who complained all day, had achieved a B-rank characteristic of dual wielding. Their voices began to echo through the empty plot. Walked over happily. Oh, that's a perfect characteristic for our healer. I prefer dual wielding. It's a rare characteristic, even within the 15 allied families. The old master spoke up. It's all thanks to the correct training methods, isn't it? On this side, seeing Han say nothing, he approached and asked, Han, what characteristic did you get? As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly stopped on the system board. It announced that her Queen Sword quality was an S-rank characteristic. He stared intently for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. S-rank characteristic, with a hint of surprise. Han had followed the training very well, but he didn't expect her to get an S-rank characteristic. While deep in thought, Han suddenly called. Lai, thank you. She sincerely expressed. If it weren't for you training us, we wouldn't have awakened our characteristics. Ong-ho and also spoke up. Thank you very much. You're our savior. Suddenly, Han called from behind Lai. Her face turned beet red, seemingly embarrassed, and then she blurted out, Thank you. After hearing these two words, he stood motionless. A moment later, Lai regained his composure and smiled kindly. He didn't reply, but thought, I'm going to make these guys train like real people, and at the same time, instructed. Train diligently until the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament begins. They unanimously agreed. Okay, we'll do our best. Not long after, when the training session ended, Lai was on the school grounds. He helplessly scratched his head. I swear I only intended to make them go through a few brutal training courses. Then he said, Could you repeat what you just said? She put her hand on her chest resolutely. I only have one request. She declared loudly, I also want to participate in your training course. Lai felt a headache coming on. No, seriously? He silently lamented. What in the world is going on? The story goes back 1 week. Most of the students were running on the school grounds. 1, 2, 1, 2 was running and reminding them. When you run, remember to focus on your breathing. They all replied in unison. Yes. At the same time, she urged, Those of you at the back, speed up. Ong-ho and had gone through harsh training and were also forced to run, so they looked utterly exhausted. Yes, ma'am. Seeing their terrible expressions, was momentarily puzzled. She shouted loudly and allowed everyone to rest. The warm-up is over. Said, It's been quite a while since we started. I believe your basic abilities are sufficient now. She smiled. From now on, you'll have free time to train. Based on your own skills and understanding, feel free to practice the 10 divine step techniques. A moment later, all the students were practicing on their own, observed and silently evaluated, no matter how many skills one is taught or learns. True mastery only comes from understanding. To achieve it, one must continuously think and ponder, but it seems no one has reached that level yet. While she was lost in thought, a sudden sound caught her attention. First was using the divine technique. he had painstakingly practiced. Next was with a B-rank aiming technique. Finally, it was none other than Ong Ho's dual-wielding swordsmanship technique. All three focused on a single dummy to attack it simultaneously. Immediately, the dummy cracked into pieces due to the impact of their power. Standing nearby, couldn't help but be astonished. That dummy is made from monster remains and isn't easily broken. Aren't those three E-rank awakened ones? She wondered, why haven't I noticed these talents until now? However, as soon as this thought crossed her mind, all three seemed to be exhausted and collapsed. They muttered to each other, I can't do it anymore. Me too. Let's rest. Felt something was wrong. Did I misjudge them? While they were resting, a teacher suddenly mentioned, Hey, what's the name of the class president of Class 5 again? She asked back, Are you talking about Park? He immediately remembered. Park. That kid trained very hard and finally achieved results. I was so surprised when I saw her skills. Another teacher spoke up. Me too. I thought she only had healing abilities. I never expected her to also have talent and stealth techniques. He continued. Has everyone seen Nam Ong Ho? That kid awakened dual-wielding swordsmanship. The other person was surprised. Huh, is that the super rare dual-wielding swordsmanship? He recounted. I heard that kid awakened it while training with Lai. They all turned towards him at once. So Class 5 has 3 more talented students now. Ko Cha, who teaches that class, must be thrilled. Suddenly seeing her about to leave, he immediately asked, Miss Cha, are you going somewhere? Replied, I have a few things to do. You all can continue talking. And then she started observing the young master Lai and the other students. It was a very brutal and intense method, but it helped them significantly improve their abilities. Back to the present, full of determination, she said, as a homeroom teacher, she wanted to participate in and learn from this amazing training course, so she could pass it on to other students. Lai realized with a start. So this is why I always felt someone watching during training. Since I didn't sense any killing intent, I just ignored it. So that was it. Looking into her eyes, he saw that determination, so he immediately agreed. All right then. Before she could even be happy, she heard him continue. But there are a few conditions. He explained. Since you're here, it's very likely others will come to participate too, and I don't like trouble at all. Then he explained. First, don't tell anyone about this training course. Second, I will choose the training location. He concluded, there are only those 2 rules. Hearing that, she breathed a sigh of relief. Of course. The next day, everyone had gathered in a bustling urban area. They got out of the cars one by one, admiring the place, excitedly asked, So this will be the new base? He quickly replied, It's home. They began discussing animatedly. Living in a dorm must be suffocating compared to a place like this. All houses are the same. I wish I were like Han. Politely said, Thanks for letting us use your family's training room. Turned away shyly. It's nothing, follow me. As soon as they entered the gate, a series of bodyguards immediately ran over. They simultaneously bowed respectfully. Welcome home, young lady. Looked around and asked, Where's Dad? The bodyguard replied, He's waiting for you in the training room, young lady. A moment later, she and everyone else found their way to the training room. Dad, I'm here. Heard the sound and immediately turned his face. Oh, you're back. Ho looked at that face and immediately recognized. Wait, it's the chairman. Confused. Said, What are you talking about? He's my dad. Look, they're different. He chuckled. Everyone says I look exactly like him. Joked, You've all arrived safely. It might be a bit hard to make friends, but you're all very resilient. Hearing this, she growled, Dad. With murderous intent in her eyes, she looked towards them. Answer properly. And Mr. Ho shivered. It's very good. Yes, we like it very much. He walked over and greeted. I can't believe you're here. It's been a long time. Following that, she greeted back. Yes, it's good to see you, clan elder. His meaningful gaze swept towards. Oh, so this must be. He casually put his arm around his shoulder and said with a happy laugh, my future son-in-law. He insisted like that, without allowing any resistance, shocking everyone completely. Angrily scolded and physically hit him. Dad, your ears are almost deaf. It hurts. Stop saying weird things. Still tried to smile. Anyway, it's been a long time since I saw my daughter. I'm very happy. I have to go now, train comfortably. He brushed past him and simultaneously instructed. After training, talk to your father-in-law a bit, okay? She clearly saw his expression and immediately kicked him out the door. Get out. Coughed. Don't think anything of it. Dad just likes to tease me. Sighed, indicating understanding. I know. That's just how he is. Some might say he's cunning or sly, but the truth is he's one of the most straightforward and respected men. If he got involved, the traitors of the Divine Arts clan would be wiped out without a trace. But currently, he's too busy hunting down the demons of this world. That's why Han and Han are struggling with the clan's problems. He values the safety of Korea more than his family and clan. It sounds simple, but few can do it. He clapped his hands to break the tense atmosphere. All right, the clan elder has left. Shall we begin now? Curiously asked, what will we be training today? Replied, today will be a different kind of test. She wondered, a different kind? As soon as he finished speaking, a gravity field suddenly enveloped the training room, leaving everyone no time to react. They immediately lost their balance. Hey, DTS. The one standing opposite immediately figured it out, but she didn't understand what he was trying to do. Killing intent, why? He just walked out of the training room. He also seemed to sense the killing intent and smiled. It's begun. Inside the training room, it was utter chaos, affected by the powerful killing intent. The gravity made it hard for them to breathe, but they still struggled to resist. He tensed his arms, supporting himself on his knees. At this moment, only she and were not yet crushed by the gravity. She couldn't believe her eyes. How can an 18-year-old high school student possess that power? He looked at the teacher's expression and felt it was obvious. He's gotten stronger. She observed the person around her. His killing intent is even more threatening than before. The first time I felt his killing intent, it wasn't this refined. Han Yu's memories started to rewind. But now, she thought to herself, it feels like he's controlling a vicious beast. Han Yu tried to adjust her thoughts. I initially thought I could catch up to him. Just a little bit more. Just a little more effort, and I could catch up. And that was just an illusion. No matter how much she trained, she still couldn't see Li Jun, who was far ahead, and she herself was only chasing his footsteps. Thinking of this, Han Yu felt unwilling. No, she was determined to chase that figure. I don't want to be left far behind Li Jun. Han Yu angrily reached out her hand towards Li Jun. I don't want to be swept away. He was woken up by the passing gust of wind and dodged the attack. A second later, a wound was left on Li Jun's face. He saw her gradually losing consciousness and reached out to catch her. But Li Jun still heard the other person's voice. I still have so much left in me. He looked at Han Yu affectionately. No. Li Jun simultaneously looked at everyone else. It's over. COEG panted heavily. What kind of killing intent is this? Unbai was no less. How can I endure that? Co Wang stumbled to him and asked, we're not going to keep training nonstop, are we? Li Jun didn't answer, but just gave a friendly smile. Seeing this, their moods were immediately subdued. Then they complained one after another. Please forgive me. I can't take it anymore. He ran his hand over his cheek. I didn't expect that to cause this injury. With that, Li Jun's gaze involuntarily lifted to Han Yu. You did well. A few days later at school, Kyung Jin still couldn't seem to get the training session with them out of her mind. Teacher, hearing the call, she quickly regained consciousness. Excuse me, where are you? A student replied, you said the 10 steps divine art requires precise control of internal energy. Kyung Jin continued, that's right, when internal energy reaches its peak. The words had barely left her lips when she gradually sank into her own thoughts. I'm so worried thinking about young Master Lee Jun's training that I can't focus on the lecture. That was a dangerous training method. One wrong step could cost a life. The dangerous path that young Master Lee Jun chose yields high risk, high reward results. From teacher Ki Young-jin's father's perspective, these children are still like chicks who will eventually face the real battle inside the gate. When that time comes, they will need to become stronger to survive. She unconsciously frowned. These students are nothing compared to young Master's challenge. As a teacher, I must reflect and improve. The student was confused. Teacher, Ki Young-jin held her ground. I will continue to follow the young Master's teachings. Then she yelled, all right, everyone, stand up and run 200 laps around the field. Everyone was stunned. Huh. Meanwhile, outside the school gate, Chun-zich suddenly arrived to visit. He looked for a moment and then remarked, this place still hasn't changed. After a few steps, Chun-zich heard Min-sung's voice. Welcome, sir. He smiled brightly and said, it's a great honor to have the sword master himself visit. He replied politely, you say it's an honor? We haven't met in years. No need for such formalities. Min-sung retorted, who would dare stand straight before you? Then he offered, please allow me to escort you. Chun-zich refused without hesitation. No need. I'll walk around with my grandson. You go attend to other guests. So, the three of them, the old man and his two grandchildren, proceeded into the school. Everyone whispered, I was so nervous, but it turns out it's not a big deal. It doesn't feel as special as I thought. Meeting the Martial King or Sword King is much more difficult. Min-sung, however, thought the complete opposite of the crowd. No, that's what's even more terrifying. He analyzed. Even if an A-rank conceals their aura, there's still a strong presence. But S-rank awakened ones are different. If they hide their aura, we'd think they're normal. It shows their ability to control their inner energy, as if it's second nature. Min-sung regained his composure and said, come on, let's prepare to meet the next guest. Stay vigilant. They obeyed. Understood, sir. After walking for a while, Ryukei-jin spoke up. The school is very big. Are you tired, sir? Would you like to rest a bit? Chun-zich suddenly got angry and scolded him. How dare you call me an old man? Ryukei-jin pleaded. I apologize. I was wrong. He muttered, insolent brat. Just as he was about to swing his cane at him, Chun-zich suddenly froze. Seeing him stand motionless, Ryukei-jin called out a few times, sir. Chun-zich looked into the distance. What's in that direction? He quickly replied, that's the main building. He seemed to sense a familiar energy. This energy. It must be them. Chun-zich involuntarily remembered the aura of those who came from another dimension. He suddenly signaled, I think I've seen enough. Let's head to the main building. Jun-gyeon barely managed. Huh. But the students will soon be going to the schoolyard. Chun-zich remained pensive, looking in one direction. There's something I need to check. Inside the classroom, Ki Young-jin announced, today, the final exam for the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament begins. She explained the rules. The tournament uses a lottery system. All students from grades 1 to 3 will participate. The winner will receive the demonic sword. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes unconsciously glanced at Lee Jun. Isn't the demonic sword a mysterious item that even sword masters can't decipher? Lee Jun is sure to win, isn't he? I'm so jealous. Ki Young-jin diffused the tension. Already jealous? Keep trying. This time, the chairman said he'd reward students who significantly improved their rank. Everyone was surprised. Really? She replied, but those who don't improve their rank will have to participate in hell training. After that, Ki Young-jin resolved, everyone, let's win the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament in return. All the students replied in unison, yes. Finally, class was over. Lee Jun wearily walked out of the classroom. While walking, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Jun. Ryukei-jin rushed over, trying to embrace him, but Lee Jun detected his move. and so he ended up rolling on the hallway floor, making a piercing sound. Who you, Jean muttered. Why'd you dodge? That's not fair. Li Jun said coldly. You shouldn't have rushed in. Seeing this, Jun Gion laughed. He's my younger brother, but he's so foolish. Jun isn't stupid. He won't fall for that again. Li Jun noticed, sister. However, his eyes quickly fell upon the person next to her. Who's that person behind you, sister? Jun Gion said solemnly. Go on and introduce yourself. This is my grandfather. Chun Zich gave a gentle smile. So you're Jun, nice to meet you. Li Jun quickly realized. He's a member of the Iron-Blooded Sword clan, one of the top 10 awakeners in the world, and the only S-Rank awakener in Korea. The old man suddenly extended his hand. I am these children's grandfather. He politely stepped forward. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Li Jun. His gaze was fixed on Chun Zich. In my previous life, I only ever saw him from afar. Suddenly, sweat trickled down Li Jun's forehead. This is the first time I've seen an S-Rank awakener so close. He pondered for a moment. Ah, of course. A-Rank is nothing compared to S-Rank. The old man sensed the killing intent and sank into his own thoughts. What is this child? Veins pulsed on Chun Zich's hand. Who is he? Meanwhile, Li Jun politely shook his hand. The talk of the town, a friend of my grandchildren, and a high school student who overwhelmed an A-Rank awakener. The Wind Apostle, a bastard who cannot inherit the bloodline of the Divine Power clan. The old man couldn't believe his eyes. Someone like that, is it possible? Chun Zich wondered. What kind of power does this child possess? I can't sense the energy he's cultivating. He held the boy's hand for a long time, but found no clues. I can't sense his energy, even after using the Thunder King's divine art. Such a thing shouldn't exist. No, it must be something that shouldn't exist. Chun Zich was suspicious. Is the divine art of Mount Sumeru's Heavenly King superior to the Thunder King's divine art? Could it be the hidden power within Sam G martial arts? Li Jun suddenly pulled his hand away. Whoa! He scratched his head in confusion. Is something wrong, sir? You're staring at me so much. Chun Zich bluffed. You're a friend of my mischievous grandchildren. I was just curious, so I unconsciously stared. Jun Gion was annoyed. What are you talking about, Grandpa? The two siblings ran over and clung to him. Even if a UK Jean doesn't know, I'm very gentle and kind, Grandpa. I'm hurt. The immortal elder then appeared to decipher it. He tried really hard to figure out your power, but it turns out Li Jun was just faking it. I was about to freak out because I thought he recognized it. He immediately flicked his head. How dare you doubt the divine creation of the Han One Gate? Even the best swordsman cannot penetrate the power of the Han One Ring. The immortal elder praised it to the heavens. The Han One Ring was made by threatening the world's greatest artisan, coveted by the emperor. He himself declared it his masterpiece. He finally felt relieved, as his master said. Luckily, he didn't notice anything unusual. Li Jun thought to himself, primordial divine art is like a painting. No matter what it's mixed with, it blends naturally. He only feared one thing. The foundation of his primordial divine art was currently demonic energy, and it was extremely pure and brutal demonic energy. If he recognized it, he might think I'm a demon. Li Jun reassured himself. Chun Zich tried to be friendly. Li Jun politely replied. The elder feigned concern. Shimmering sunlight shone on Murom High School. Li Jun looked up at the deep blue sky. He worried, but Li Jun quickly regained his deluded self-confidence. He's quite strong for a freshman, and although he's the son of the Iron King of the Poison Clan, he can't compare to me. He mused. Hai Co approached warmly. Li Jun was also happy. He scratched his head. He asked. Hai Co answered clearly. Li Jun was a bit puzzled. Imperial Clan? He wondered again. Li Jun's question confused him. He continued to ponder. Li Jun stared at his stunned brother in front of him. Hai Co was highly skilled in John Gonmiho divine art and John Hon Pai Guang Du swordsmanship, and both martial arts were at a 3-star level. With his skills, he could easily defeat most opponents. But he worried. Li Jun was restless. He was confused. But the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament is a place for students to showcase their skills. How could he explain asking him to give up such an important opportunity? Lee Jun realized he had misspoken. Don't misunderstand me. Hai Co immediately followed his words. He was the one who advised him against it, but now he was bewildered. Hai Co explained, I don't need to show my skills to anyone else. I don't care about ranks or school scholarships. I already have the reconnaissance fee you gave me, so it's fine. He looked at Lee Jun with loving eyes. Hai Co smiled brightly. He patted his shoulder. Suddenly Lee Jun froze. He involuntarily looked around. Hai Co was also dumbfounded. What's wrong? Lee Jun suddenly grabbed his hand tightly. He decisively pulled Hai Co away. Come with me. Don't ask anymore. He had no choice but to follow. Yes. Lee Jun pushed Hai Co hard into the warp gate on the wall. He anxiously urged, Get in there quickly. Hai Co's face turned pale. Bro, why did you suddenly do that? Lee Jun didn't let Hai Co react and just went straight in with his leg. Didn't you say you trust me absolutely and follow me blindly? Just go in there. He stammered. I didn't mean it to that extent. After finishing the task, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lee Jun also suddenly disappeared. Kang Yu also chased after him to scout the situation, but it was too late. He glanced left and right. What's going on? Kang Yu suspiciously bent down to check the floor. I clearly felt an energy very similar to the martial arts of the Emperor's clan, but the traces suddenly disappeared here. He was suspicious. Was I mistaken? Xian Ho shouted. Jun, where are you going? At this moment, Lee Jun reappeared. I just had a few things to do. What's all the commotion about? Everyone said loudly in unison. Very loud. He excitedly pointed into the distance. Look, the match of the century is there. On the screen appeared two legendary names, Han Ji-ho, Park Jun-jian. He hesitated. That. Xian Ho was astonished. Why do you seem so normal? Did you already know? The match was just posted. Lee Jun, with a feigned look, no. Of course I'm surprised. That's a match similar to the one in my previous life. He clenched his fists, so happy he jumped up and down. You're definitely rooting for Ji-ho, right? Bai also smiled brightly, unable to close her mouth. What a question. Of course, I have to root for Ji-ho. Right, Jun? He hesitated. Lee Jun took it to heart. In my previous life, I rooted for Sister Jun-jian. Back then, I wasn't close to Ji-ho, and she threatened me to root for her. He was apprehensive. If I root for Jun-jian, Ji-ho will be disappointed. But if I root for Ji-ho, I'm afraid of facing the consequences. Lee Jun froze when he saw Han Ji-ho standing silently in a corner. He had somewhat guessed the situation, so Lee Jun didn't think much further. Never mind. Whatever. You're frank. Of course I'm cheering for Han Ji-ho. Park Jun-jian wasn't happy to hear that either. Oh, exactly who are you cheering for? Lee Jun was stunned. Hello, sister. She put on a friendly and approachable demeanor. Jun, just finish it. Who are you going to cheer for? He hesitated. I'm cheering for you, sister. Pleasing one person displeased the other. Lee Jun began to tremble as he saw the fiery Han Ji-ho about to explode. He screamed, Why do you two have to do this to me? Anyway, the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament will begin now. The host spoke warmly. Thank you for waiting. This was a big match right from the start, wasn't it? He introduced the first monster from the Divine Clan, Sword Queen Han Ji-ho. Then the second monster from the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan, Sword Master Park Jun-jian. Xian Ho asked curiously, Hey Jun. Lee Jun glanced sideways. Huh? Xian Ho whispered, Who do you think will win? Lee Jun wasn't about to make wild guesses either. I don't know. We'll know when there's a result. Xian Ho was dumbfounded. Even you don't know. Lee Jun replied calmly. Of course not. Who do you think I am? He pondered. Everyone believed that Park Jun-jian was just barely A-rank, but in reality, she was close to A-rank mastery. Han Ji-ho, who had just reached A-rank, was facing a formidable opponent. Lee Jun recalled. Before the regression, Han Ji-ho was the winner of the practice match. But in reality, that was Park Jun-jian's victory, a place where talents from countless clans could shine. Park Jun-jian gave up so that the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan couldn't monopolize it. He made a wild guess. Well, Actually, it might have been because she didn't want to waste time on a boring match with a weaker opponent. Lai Jun thought to himself, if you knew your little brother came in first, you wouldn't do that. A sincere and arrogant act. He subtly smirked. But this time will be different. Lai Jun was excited. He's the opponent prepared for you, my sister. Let's see them give their best. Everyone in the stands also cheered together to support the two contestants. Han Ji-ho was the first to raise her sword. Jun Jian pretended to be innocently naive to distract her opponent. Sword practice. It's my first time seeing it. How did you practice it? But Han Ji-ho didn't waver at all. Jun taught me. Hyuk Jin wondered. Jun taught you. Han Ji-ho replied softly. Yes, that kid is always alone, isn't he? Jun Jian wondered. When did that kid become friends with you? Han Ji-ho replied concisely. Just recently. Jun Jian immediately tried to charm her. Say, do you have a problem with me? You've been thorny with me from the start. You don't act like that with Hyuk Jin. Han Ji-ho's face remained expressionless. No, not at all. Jun Jian played dumb. Really? If you say so. She put on a friendly act. I'm really happy that you're the one fighting me. I have a few things to tell you. Han Ji-ho still looked cold and imposing. To me. Hyuk Jin threatened. Don't get too close to Jun. Han Ji-ho felt confused. Why should I do that? Hyuk Jin sneered. The reason is simple. You're not very sharp about this, are you? It turns out this woman had been fond of Lai Jun for a long time. I like Lai Jun is the one I need to give attention to. But she also saw through Han Ji-ho's heart. But you look quite dissatisfied. Jun Jian swung her sword out and announced, how about this? The result of this match will decide. The loser will give up Jun. She put on an innocent look again. What do you think? Han Ji-ho also took a step back due to that threat. She gathered momentum and lunged forward. While Jun Jian was showing off, Han Ji-ho appeared from behind to launch a sneak attack. Fortunately, Jun Jian quickly parried her first strike. Han Ji-ho intended to deliver a decisive blow. That's the last word. Jun Jian continued to challenge. I won't back down either. The two of them backed away to prepare for an intense battle. A fierce surge of spiritual energy erupted right in the middle of the arena. The students frantically covered their faces. What powerful energy! Is she going all out right from the start? Han Ji-ho and Jun Jian clashed fiercely. Neither of them yielded to the other. They fought beyond Earth, reaching into the cosmos. She yelled as if she had made a great resolution. Even if I have to give up everything else, I can't give up my Jun, right? So I'll do everything. Jun Jian's eyes blazed, swinging her sword down, making her grimace as she parried. Han Ji-ho squinted one eye, blinded by the glowing spiritual energy, gritting her teeth to endure this fierce blow. Her sword shone brightly, emitting a terrifyingly cold silver light. Jun Jian's eyes widened, her hair blowing wildly in the wind. Her sword, which was being parried, dropped straight to the ground without warning. Han Ji-ho stepped back. The sword was long and winding. She swung her sword in a long arc. The spiritual energy released twisted like a snake. Jun Jian easily dodged it all with a calm expression. She focused intently ahead, but couldn't help but think, ah, that kid must be channeling internal energy into her sword to make it harder. When hit hard, she disperses energy to weaken the impact, and channels energy back when she attacks. Han Ji-ho's sword took the opportunity to flash past Jun Jian's face. No matter how much I deflect it, it will still come back. What on earth did Jun teach this kid? She licked the lingering blood with delight. But Jun Jian nimbly leaped to the side, taking the chance to slash at the flexible sword. She stomped hard on the sword, making it impossible for Han Ji-ho to pull it back. She gnashed her teeth. Her brows furrowed as if they could pinch two flies to death. The sword twitched a few times, vibrating violently like a fish caught in a net. Jun Jian flew over, face to face with Han Ji-ho. The tension was palpable. She widened her eyes, raising a fist glowing with electric spiritual energy. Han Ji-ho also clenched her jaw, blue spiritual energy light gathering in her fist. A tremendous explosion occurred. The spectators covered their eyes from the blinding light. Lai Jun was dazzled by the sight before him. Wow, did she use the 10-step divine technique like that? Even the master couldn't help but marvel. That girl understood the range of the practice sword and used the close-range 10-step divine technique to avoid widening the gap. For her age, it's highly commendable that she understands martial arts. Lai Jun exclaimed, "That's why I'm afraid of that older sister." The immortal elder stood beside him and made a judgment. But Han Ji-ho was also trained by my disciple. She won't be easily defeated. The outcome of the battle cannot be certain. The two of them wildly swung their limbs. Han Ji-ho and Jun Jian neither backed down. The two girls were about to deliver a decisive blow when the referee promptly blew the whistle. Stop! Han Ji-ho was utterly exhausted. Jun Jian, on the other hand, seemed completely unfazed. The referee announced, "The match will end because the time limit has expired. The decisive moment has arrived and the winner is." Cian-ho rushed over. Everyone praised Han Ji-ho. "Han Ji-ho, great job. That was really impressive." He held out a bottle of water to her. "But I still regret that you almost." "Here, drink this." The referee politely announced. The match ends in a draw. Han Ji-ho draws with Park Jun-jian. Team leader Eun-bai flattered her. "If you had a bit more time, I'm sure you would have won." Han Ji-ho. Coeg praised her. "Exactly." Eun-bai wondered. Han Ji-ho. "Who are you looking for?" Meanwhile, Coeg ran to deal with this provocative Cian-ho. "You should be comforting Han Ji-ho instead of saying that right now." Han Ji-ho, who was resting, was also bothered by Jun Jian's unpleasant voice. "Lai Jun, that scoundrel, did he run away?" She yelled loudly. "Go find that kid and bring him back to me immediately. I need to hear from his own mouth who he was cheering for." Coeg looked around. "He was with us just a moment ago." Cian-ho, still restrained, also looked around frantically. "Where did he go?" Furious, Han Ji-ho crushed the water bottle. Everyone around her became bewildered by her attitude. He slipped away like an eel. Han Ji-ho shrieked, "Just you wait until I catch you." Scene change. The Murim High School Music Festival was bustling. Lai Jun was casually munching on a huge skewer. The immortal elder drooled at the sight of the food. "What is that candy you're eating? It looks so sweet." He heard his master call, but didn't bother to share. "Because it's a candy that kids usually eat." Lai Jun smiled. "You also need snacks. Truly enjoying the festival atmosphere, right?" Suddenly, Hyung Jun passed by and accidentally bumped into his shoulder. Lai Jun covered his head. "Sorry." Hyung Jun also turned back in surprise. "Young Master Jun." He was also flustered. Saw Hyung Jun. Lai Jun immediately stood up and asked him, "Why is the Heavenly King here at this hour?" "So is Lai Sin here too?" He replied, "No, I'm on a short vacation." "Huh? A vacation, you mean?" He was so shocked he completely froze. "What's going on?" He thought to himself, "The Heavenly King I know always lived as if protecting Lai Sin was his life's purpose." Lai Jun couldn't take his eyes off the Heavenly King, whose face was red as a tomato. Someone who never took a day off before becoming the leader of the Heavenly King squad. What made him suddenly change? Kyung Jin peeked from behind Hyung Jun, the person over there. She was bashful. "Ms. Cha Kyung Jin." "Hello, master." He immediately panicked and explained, seeing the young master's not-so-innocent expression. "I happened to meet her while on vacation." Kyung Jin was flustered. "Yes, that's right. It was just by chance." Lai Jun then showed a wicked smile. He teased, "Well, even the Heavenly King deserves to find love." Hyung Jun was flustered. "That's not what I meant." Yet, Lai Jun continued to poke fun to the very end. "Why are you refusing so vehemently? Ms. Kyung Jin will be hurt." After teasing them, he left, leaving the two of them standing there, barely even looking at each other. "I'm leaving. Have fun, you two." Kyung Jin was upset by the misunderstanding and angrily scolded Hyung Jun. Lai Jun was pleased to see this scene. The music festival was lively, with crowds flocking the streets. Lai Jun stood on the school's rooftop, admiring this peaceful scene. There was something strange about Hyung Jun that he kept thinking about. The Heavenly King, who always stood by Lai Sin, enjoying a vacation. Li Jun was satisfied watching the two of them clinging to each other. It means he's broken free from protecting Li Sin, if he's dating Cha Kyung-jin. He mused, seeing the two of them close together. That means I can win Sa Hyung-jun over through her. Lee Jun carefully read the system board. Since Cha Hyung-jun also participated in training the kids, if I help her overcome the obstacles here, because I have this ability. The system screen appeared, S-Rank Demon Training. Description: you enjoy manipulating your friends, and at the same time, you understand why your master manipulated you. Effect: unlock special abilities in others. Increases training experience by 100%. Effect increases as rank increases. He slowly pieced things together. Right after Hanjio unlocked the S-Rank characteristic, the Sword Queen's quality, the new trainer characteristic, has evolved into a demon trainer. Lee Jun scratched his chin thoughtfully. If I can unlock Cha's characteristic with this. He looked up, enjoying the cool breeze. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. At the same time, in a church with a 5-meter-tall crucifix statue, a group of monks knelt as if performing some kind of ritual. A grumbling sound came from the door. What a mess, what a mess. As Sunmi entered, she scoffed, abandoning heaven and now praying to change the gods. What a mad monk. Moonbine retorted, not to be outdone. How dare you use your cunning tongue while praying to sacred things? She grumbled, behaving like a monk doesn't suit me at all. The old man interrupted. Shut up and get to the point. Sunmi recounted. The blood witch, my precious child, suddenly disappeared. Her gaze slightly dropped. That kid went out with the psychic house and disappeared in Busan with the demon-slaying members. Moonbine inquired, Busan, did a regional gate appear there? Sunmi hypothesized. The deliver man said it seems the kid died from a monster outbreak. The old man sighed in exasperation upon hearing that. A top-tier child dying from a monster outbreak. How unlucky. Moonbine was eager to end the conversation. So, you only came to say that. But how could she let him off so easily? No way. Sunmi dropped a bombshell that made the old man's head spin 360 degrees. The demon sword has finally appeared. Moonbine was excited. Really? She flipped her hair triumphantly. The Blood Sword clan is using it as a prize in the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament. The old man seemed troubled. How crazy. They don't know what the demon sword is and brought it into a kids' show like the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament. Sunmi was helpless. If he didn't say anything, we wouldn't know its value either. Then they both said in unison, we must obtain the demon sword. Moonbine hurried off. Prepare thoroughly for his appearance in this world. This time, we must achieve everything in one go. She raised her hand. Yes, yes, I understand. The old man spoke sternly. I will take the demon sword. Don't forget our ultimate goal. Bring our master Maru to this world. They faced each other. All for our Lord. Insong froze for a few seconds. He launched the first attack. I'm first. Insong threw nails at Lee Jun relentlessly. Lee Jun only needed a small spear to effortlessly swat away these petty obstacles, unable to hide his displeasure at not being the center of attention. He remarked, quite immature, aren't we? Insong was not to be outdone, quickly dodging Lee Jun's aura attacks. Young Insong, son of the Iron King of the Mandagam clan. He's one of Amwa's identical twins, Young Jae-un, in the same class and a B-rank genius at 17 years old. He's a competitive person, being the Iron King's only son. He's very pampered. This led to his rather arrogant nature. It's most accurate to call him the heir, even though he has an older sister, Dokwa. Lee Jun rushed forward at light speed. If I want to get along smoothly with the Mandagam clan in the future, I need to humble his pride. The two of them clashed. The distance was only a few meters. Insien dramatically tossed his hair and threw a palm strike at Lee Jun, but he immediately ducked to evade, then instantly blocked the attack. He could only grit his teeth. That's odd. This guy started to be wary of Lee Jun's swiftness. Why are there so many openings? He defends important points so poorly. Insien doubted his perception of reality. Could he be going easy on me? He was determined not to be outdone. Do you think I'll fall for that trick? Li Jun sneered, seeing Ncian take a few steps back. Hey, why don't you come here? Are you aiming for a draw by stalling? How boring. Ncian immediately retorted. Are you only good at provoking? You're a disgrace to your name. Heh, Hyung, if you only fight with your body, how can you be a martial artist? Your mouth is just as terrible as his. The two of them faced off on the sandy arena. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 3 elixirs. Ncian focused intensely, while Li Jun was yawning. He took this opportunity to unleash a barrage of attacks. At this moment, a loud explosion erupted from the arena. Someone in the stands grew anxious. Isn't that the Wadong, using such a technique for a martial arts competition? Suddenly, Hyun-jae's voice rang out. Don't worry, he stated with absolute certainty. I, Lee Hyun-jae, did this for the Mandagam family's direct lineage. I modified it for use in martial arts competitions. It's significantly weaker than the original Lee Wadong. Students can block it if their skills are good enough. Hyun-jae subtly smirked. If their abilities are equal, then yes. Hundreds of needles from Ncian's needle bomb shot out, heading straight for Li Jun. He curled his lips, standing still as if victory was already in his grasp. Hyun-jae couldn't help but be astonished. He leaned forward to get a clearer look. Lee Sin was stunned speechless. His mouth hung open. He looked up, dumbfounded. That's insane. A spiritual energy shield appeared, enveloping Li Jun. He smirked. That should have been us, but I've encountered Li Wadong before. The silver needle stuck on the spiritual energy shield trembled slightly. The electric current seemed to constrict it. Li Jun stood proudly. I'll return it to you. Catch it properly. He pointed forward. All the needles simultaneously turned around. Ncian froze, unable to react in time. Huh, he still couldn't get away in time. These are the throwing darts I threw. Why are they here? I clearly threw them at Li Jun. Ncian's pupils contracted. Will I die? He still remained stubborn. No way will I let you do that. He spared Ncian's life and snapped his fingers. Aren't you scared? My friend. The needles that were flying swiftly towards him fell straight down at his feet. To his astonishment, Ncian sat slumped on the ground as if he had accepted his miserable defeat. The referee announced loudly, "The match is over. The winner is..." The referee's voice and the cheers blended with Li Jun's triumphant expression. He stammered, "You..." Ncian knelt, head bowed as if wanting to touch the ground immediately. "How did you do it?" He raised a hand to his mouth, signaling that it couldn't be revealed. Hyun-jae's eyes widened. What I just saw, was it anti-gravity? Ji Mu was also stunned by the strange object. I saw it too. He couldn't believe his eyes. An 18-year-old high school student could control internal energy so skillfully. Min Sung spoke up. Don't look down on him just because he's an ordinary high school student. Didn't he defeat the Wind Apostle of the royal clan? He also put on an air. He also said that he would personally visit our Divine Finger clan. Ji Mu, sitting below, refused to concede. Don't spout nonsense. He also put on a haughty air. That child is of our Divine Power clan's bloodline. I would greatly appreciate it if you wouldn't covet him. Min Sung, without deference, went all out. He's also the child mercilessly abandoned by the king. Ji Mu wasn't an easy target either. Blood is thicker than water. Every word he spoke sent shivers down everyone's spines. Li Jun's past story is truly heartbreaking, living a life never knowing peace within his clan. The Divine Finger clan is always in a precarious state. That will never change. Shouldn't you solidify your foundations before pursuing such a risky endeavor? Min Sung, at a disadvantage, had to try to salvage the situation. Are you done talking? Ji Mu provoked. What if I'm not done? Ji Gong quickly covered Min Sung's talkative mouth. In the end, Li Jun's opinion is the most important, isn't it? He said affectionately. Don't you think so? Ji Mu glanced around. In the stands, Li Jun had completely won. The referee announced, Hai Trang Li Jun. Hanju gnashed his teeth. Li Jun might have felt uncomfortable due to sweat. Hyuk Jin cheered loudly in the stands. Li Jun. He leaped down, looking even happier than the winner himself. Hyuk-jin put an arm around his shoulder. Congratulations. You're finally shining brightly, Lee Jun said arrogantly. I'm always the center of attention. He held out his phone to prove it. No, everyone finally saw the real you, because the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament is broadcast nationwide. Look, people's reactions are crazy. Hyuk-jin's eyes shone like stars. No one can call you a failure or a loser anymore. That's what makes me happiest. He expressed sincerely, without his usual childish demeanor. I feel relieved knowing you've become stronger. Just then, an announcement blared from the speakers. Second year, Class 1, Sword Master, Park Hyuk-jin. Please proceed to the arena, he said regretfully. I have to prepare for my match. He ran off with a smile, not forgetting to look back. When I come back, you have to show me how to do that move. Lee Jun waved his hand. All right, all right. The immortal elder sighed in admiration. You have a good friend. He also smiled. He's a great guy who's excessively good to me. Why would someone like that be friends with me? He instructed him. He looks at your heart, not your skills. For a child, trust and belief are very important. Lee Jun looked up. I'll remember that. Unbai called after him. Lee Jun, let's go cheer for Hyuk-jin. He turned his head and replied. Okay, I'm coming. He walked onto the stage to cheers and applause everywhere, leaving behind a straight back and flowing robes. Lee Jun watched him go. Good luck. Scene change. The night was silent, without a single star, but heavily clouded. Behind the large school was a mountain with lush green trees. Several cups of soda clinked together, followed by cheers. Congratulations on our first victory. Cheers. COEG was overjoyed. I can't believe we all won today. Unbai forced a smile. I really thought we'd lose. Lee Jun teased. Zhao, did you really think you'd lose after training with me? My training sessions must still be a bit too easy. Huh. Hearing that, she trembled with fear. Ah, no, that's not what I meant. Unbai explained. It's just that Jun, Han-jio, and Hyuk-jin are all really strong, but compared to them, we're only E-rank. Our chances of winning against D and C-rank awakened ones are almost zero. COEG smiled brightly. Us being here is truly a miracle. Hyuk-jin also chimed in. Right. He cut her off. Your judgment was wrong from the start. Lee Jun with his haughty demeanor. You're not just any E-rank. You're an E-rank trained by me. Understand? Winning is simply obvious. He started lecturing. You shouldn't be satisfied with just today's victory. There are many more people you'll crush in the future. Unbai panicked. No, that's not it. I can't tarnish my master's name, Lee Jun. Han-jio was smiling, watching everyone discuss, when suddenly her phone rang. Lee Jun asked, Han-jio, did you get an important message? No one knew what she read, but Han-jio suddenly crushed her phone, bewildering the entire team. She growled. Lee Jun. He clutched a bag of chips in a panic. Huh. What's wrong? What happened? Lee Jun's scream echoed throughout the building. Someone tell me what's going on. Scene change. Awakened ones are becoming more numerous. In today's world, awakened ones are celebrities. Idols or actors who are not awakened ones have long been pushed aside by famous awakened families. What mystery do the clogs symbolize? But among them, a few have survived. Some awakened people have become singers, like the very famous awakened girl group, Red Girls. They went everywhere to gain fame. They visited places destroyed by gates, performing relief concerts to increase their visibility. That girl group fought monsters and was cheered by the public during a concert. They live-streamed their battle against a monster wave and quickly became famous as a beloved group among them. Uni is known for her short hair, famous on YouTube. Uni's YouTube channel has many clips and huge views. Her clip kissing Lee Jun's cheek has over 1 million views. The manager approached. Uni was watching something. She replied vaguely, "My YouTube." The manager reminded her, "And by the way, stop using those clickbait-edited photos as your YouTube background. You'll get reported." Uni raised her tablet nervously. Nowadays, how can you get attention if you don't do that? Everyone loves clickbait. Uni, a member of the Red Girls group. She joyfully pointed at the most viewed clip. Look, it just got 1 million views. Li Jun must be watching it by now. Yuni gazed admiringly. Li Jun, he's so cool. She gently caressed his photo. I really want to meet him just once. Scene change at the arena. The packed audience was chatting and laughing boisterously. Someone asked, "Have you seen today's lineup?" The other person commented, "It's amazing, right? I'm so excited." Someone interjected, "Who do you think will win?" Hicks looked up in awe. "Oh, can you believe this is actually happening? At this point, it looks like he's destined to be trampled by you." He turned helplessly. "But—" Hicks looked at the wound on Li Jun's face. "What happened to your face?" Li Jun covered his face. "Don't ask." He wondered, "I never thought I'd get hit by Hanyu twice. But why did I get hit in the first place?" He asked worriedly, "Do you need me to buy some eggs for you?" Li Jun replied, "No need, thanks." Lee Sin loudly called from behind, "Hey, loser." He crossed his arms proudly. "I thought you'd be scared and run away after seeing the lineup, but it seems you still have some self-respect." Lee Sin said condescendingly, "I'll acknowledge your idiocy." Hicks looked confused while he just picked his ear, pretending to be deaf. He discussed, "Doesn't he ever get tired?" Li Jun didn't pay attention. "Just ignore him. What else can he do?" Lee Sin glared at them. "You're very conceited because you defeated an A rank like the Wind Apostle and the Heavenly God technique that my father always coveted. It's unacceptable for a scoundrel like him to inherit such a divine technique." He threatened, "Laugh while you still can." Lee Sin turned his back and walked away like a CEO in a movie. "I will utterly destroy you." Jian Mu sat in the stands. "No, rather, I'm very satisfied with this match." Hyun Jae wondered, "What?" He explained in detail, "Only the strong can stand at the top of our abilities. The weak will naturally be eliminated and removed. Once the succession is decided through this heavenly martial arts tournament, I don't need to act anymore. So I'm very relaxed." Not letting Jian Mu explain further, he poured cold water. A perfect example of a desirable clan leader, but the worst father. He nodded. "I'll take that as a compliment." On the sand arena, 3 referees, Li Jun and Lee Sin, stood opposite each other with a tense atmosphere. The referee announced the rules. Once the match begins, any type of martial arts or weapons can be used, and surprise ambushes are allowed. The referee continued, making his face tense. The match ends when an opponent surrenders. And as long as they are alive, everything continues. Do both agree? He calmly said, "I agree." The referee turned to Lee Sin. "Lee Sin, do you agree?" He ground his teeth. "Me too, I agree." A shout rang out. "Then let the match begin." Li Jun tilted his head and cracked his joints. Warming up before fighting, he slammed his spear onto the sand, the friction creating a jarring sound. Lee Sin was in a fighting stance, an eye for an eye. "Blood for blood, why don't you attack first?" Li Jun just curled his lips in contempt. An electric current ran from his head to his feet. His veins popped out in anger. "You arrogant bastard, I'll make you regret that decision." Lee Sin stomped his foot, sending sand and dust flying everywhere. "Can't see a thing." He shielded his eyes. "So that's why you're so confident." Li Jun could see blood energy radiating from him. That crimson energy, it's not normal. As the energy spread, it smelled increasingly foul, like energy soaked in blood. Lee Sin charged. It's too late to realize it now. He used his hand to block, not letting the punch hit him, and simultaneously transferred electric force through his hand. Li Jun kicked forward, but Lee Sin's eyes had already caught the move. He tilted his head back haughtily. The flash of light made his eyes close. He landed a kick, but it didn't connect. Li Jun quickly threw another punch. Spiritual power radiated from his hand, illuminating a streak. He flinched in alarm, as if he'd just seen something very surprising. Lee Sin curled his lips in disdain. He lunged, striking him continuously, but Li Jun only defended and didn't act recklessly. "Ha ha ha!" Lee Sin yelled as if he had won. Where's that attitude now? Fight back. Are you listening? He looked at the boy in front of him and secretly mumbled, I can win, even without the heavenly monarch divine art. I can defeat Li Jun, you who defeated the AA rank Win disciple. Li Sin was determined. Me. Then he charged with a powerful punch. I'm the strongest. Li Jun clenched his fist, his fighting stance ready. Spiritual power gradually gathered. Two streams of spiritual energy intersected, creating an incredibly powerful impact. He was like a madman, only screaming, die. D. 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 The audience gasped in awe, oh my. I can't believe it. At that age, he's already AA rank. Someone chuckled. The king must be very happy to have two talented sons, they exclaimed. If my son was like that, I'd cherish him like a delicate egg. An invisible power emerged in a certain family. An awakened one is a form of power. A family with many A rank awakened ones cannot be touched by the government. A family with an AA rank awakened one attracts the attention of world governments. Jian Mu looked down at the arena, a high school student and an extraordinary AA rank. The boy will become an S rank in 5 years. South Korea hasn't had an S rank in the last 50 years, since the Sword Master. His lips twitched a few times. That's good news, but... Jian Mu was somewhat wary. But what is that ominous energy that Sin possesses? Konggu mused. That power. He was concentrating on blocking Li Sin's attack. As he concentrated intensely, suddenly a patch on his thigh was ripped open, blood splattering, mingling with the scent of the wind. Despite that, Li Jun's eyes didn't waver. His expression showed no weakness. He burst out laughing. Heh heh, ha ha ha. Well, with my power, do you still dare to come near me? Huh, speak up. Li Sin's mouth spewed words nonstop like a radio. Ah, can't you even open your mouth in this internal struggle? Ha ha ha. He openly showed his displeasure. TCH so noisy. Li Jun felt extremely annoyed by this human loudspeaker. I was just busy thinking about how good you've gotten. But I can't stand listening anymore. He controlled his spiritual power to create a vortex, and the ground beneath had already caved in. Li Jun's eyes flashed with a murderous glint. His brows were furrowed so tightly they could squeeze 2 flies to death. He threw a punch right into his nose. His eyes bulged open. Li Sin was sent flying far away like a rag doll. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Ugh! Li Sin spun once in midair before landing on the ground. Li Jun reminded him. Lower your voice. My ears are about to burst. He looked up with a puzzled expression. Master, your forehead is dotted with cold sweat. How is a piece of Pa Chan Gi here? The immortal elder stared at him in disbelief. A piece of my martial art. How can it be emanating from him? The broken glass shard he'd been searching for all this time was now inside Li Sin. Li Jun looked up in confusion. A piece of your martial art? What do you mean? Master, beads of sweat dotted the immortal elder's forehead. The Ba Chan Gi technique is the martial art you will learn after the boundless technique, and... He continued before Li Jun's stunned gaze. It was the martial art from when I was most renowned, and also the martial art of your first senior disciple. He was utterly confused. How on earth did this 1,000-year-old martial art appear here? What's going on? The immortal elder also threw up his hands. I don't know either. Li Jun thought of Kim Kui, the boss of Thousand Peaks Lake, and now this situation. How did something from 1,000 years ago appear in modern times? A huge question mark was clearly etched on his face. Could it be because of those gates? Li Jun stood frozen, deducing. Gates are rifts. The highest level gates are in the form of lands, and inside them, they resemble medieval times, or a martial arts world. If the world inside the gate is a world from 1,000 years ago, and if that world is linked to the modern world through the rift, he glanced at the immortal elder with a scrutinizing look. Even though I'm just a soul, I still met Master Mu Yusi Jia. He also comes from 1,000 years ago. Perhaps Li Sin got a piece of Pa Chan Gi. He spoke with a sense of helplessness. I don't know how this happened. Li Jun remained calm. But we can find out right away, can't we? He crouched, preparing to fight. He's right in front of us, isn't he? Lee Sin scowled. At the same time, the system announced. Side quest. Retrieve the fragment of Pa Chan Gi. Rank C description. Grandma UC is curious why the fragment of Pa Chan Gi is here. Defeat Lee Sin and satisfy Grandma UC's curiosity. Success condition. Destroy Lee Sin's Dantian. Failure condition. Lee Sin escapes or Lee Sin's Dantian is not destroyed. Reward. 800,000 B accumulation points. Accumulation points needed for Pa Chan Gi reduced by 10 million B. Lee Jun's eyes widened and his mouth hung open. A rank C quest gives that many rewards? He smirked. Looks like I just got another reason to win. Lee Jun stood opposite him with an innocent expression. All right then, shall we begin round 2? He suddenly leaped into the air, as fast as a flash, not giving his opponent a chance to react. Lee Jun multiplied, surrounding Lee Sin like a whirlwind. He reeled in a daze. What? Is that a secret martial art? No, this is. Lee Sin looked up to see dozens of Lee Juns before his eyes. It was just Lee Jun moving so fast that he created afterimages. He dashed past, making him cover his head in absolute defense. Suddenly, a sky-shattering punch descended from above Lee Sin's head. He luckily escaped, and Lee Jun punched the ground. Lee Sin's face was filled with extreme horror. This guy, I noticed him from the start. He glided past and smirked as if teasing his prey. Lee Jun flew, making him dodge from side to side. He deliberately avoided vital points and restrained his strength when attacking. Lee Sin gritted his jaw. What? He stood in a defensive stance. Spiritual energy surrounded him like a protective shield. He swung a few strikes, but they were all blocked by the spiritual energy shield. Lee Sin was furious when Lee Jun dared to create illusionary clones again. You dare to toy with me? He roared. With this power, I won't lose to anyone. Lee Sin flew forward, throwing a punch but hitting only air in front of him. He turned to the side again. Lee Sin once again launched a strike into the air as Lee Jun had easily avoided it. He was fuming with anger. He frowned tightly as if they could skinship. Lee Sin was suddenly punched in the face. A strike as swift as a flash with no one visible. He clutched his cheek, utterly confused. He walked from behind, as if nothing had happened. Another blow landed on Lee Sin's other cheek, evening things out. After an evenly matched opening, Lee Jun unleashed a flurry of punches, making his head bounce up and down like a spring. The audience in the stand stood up, eagerly watching and cheering continuously. Lee Sin spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Ugh! He clutched his bruised face, groaning a few times. Humph, humph. Lee Sin's body couldn't help but collapse, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. And cold sweat drenched my back, this feeling. I've never experienced it before. I know exactly what it is. He looked at him with an overwhelming aura, and he couldn't help but tremble. This is the fear of absolute power. Lee Jun walked step by step closer to Lee Sin, as if wanting to slowly savor that pathetic expression. Stay back. Don't come any closer. Lee Sin roared, then swung a punch. Get out. He dodged to the side, causing Lee Sin to lose balance and lunge forward. Lee Jun smacked Lee Sin with a blow. His skinny body collapsed backward. The audience gasped, unable to believe the match could be that fast. He stood looking down at his face pressed against the ground. Dust was flying everywhere. The referee hesitated. The match was over. Lee Jun cut him off. No, it's not over yet. He smirked in amusement. The match only ends when the opponent surrenders, right? Lee Jun lifted Lee Sin's head. Blood was streaming from his nose, and he'd lost a tooth. He swallowed hard. Ugh! He smiled warmly, finally awake. Huh! Lee Sin's eyes widened. Lee Jun. You. Lee Jun calmly replied with a threat. Remember what I told you when I defeated you? About how I deal with people who annoy me. He grabbed his hair tightly. Now you'd better answer me properly. Otherwise, I'll destroy your Dantian. Lee Sin's face was filled with horror. That disgusting power you possess. Lee Jun's reflection was in his eyes. Who gave it to you? Lee Sin stammered. That person, the one who gave me this power is. While the two weren't paying attention, someone drew their sword and approached. None other than What's going on? Lai Sin turned to look behind him. Kang Jiaihu solemn, sword held level with his chest. On screen was Lai Sin screaming like a radio. How's my power, huh? He mused. That power. Kang Jiaihu felt the spiritual energy surging in the arena. Did they also bestow the power of destruction upon the king? The image of the first awakened one appeared. The power of destruction. It's a power that can be obtained from those who have surpassed the martial arts realm of this world. Extremely mysterious powers. Initially, I mistook them for monsters in human form and joined the battle. I expected a fierce battle to unfold from the energy radiating from them. But, hands clasped and glowing, a sign of fervent prayer or something more cold-blooded. Bodies piled on bodies as the battle erupted. The result was complete defeat. Sweat beaded on his forehead. There's no way to win. The levels are completely different. How can such power exist? Kang Jiaihu sat listlessly, looking like a defeated man. Above the sky, there are even larger skies. Beyond power, there are even more powerful beings. Li Xiao raised his hand to bestow a blessing. Do you want to become stronger? I will grant you power, but in return, you must give us something. Are you ready? The lowly old man bowed his head. I am willing to do anything. Kang Jiaihu frowned, lost in thought. I am willing to do anything. This power is absolute. However, those individuals all want to conceal their identities. The old man looked up at his face. And of course, this power is also kept secret. Furthermore, without significant cultivation, I won't be able to hide my aura. Kang Jiaihu's gaze turned down to the arena. Just like that young man over there. Down in the arena, Li Sin held his shoulder, standing in front of Li Jun, while the referee nonchalantly watched the show. The old man mused. It seems the king must intervene now. Kang Jiaihu wondered. It feels like this young man is about to say something foolish. With your abilities, you should have been able to stop him, shouldn't you? The mysterious silver-haired person communicated with a look. Because you are protecting the king. You have a good reason, the old man retorted. But I cannot take such a risk. The mysterious person looked up. Well, why don't we reveal ourselves in this situation? Kang Jiaihu objected. Thuong Tong doesn't want that. The mysterious person agreed. Understood. I'll go right away. The old man with a disgusted look. Clearly, they hesitated because of the demon's sword. Kang Jiaihu glanced curiously. What could make them crave it so much? The old man pondered all possibilities. If I can uncover the secret of that demon's sword, I can make them my subordinates. Down in the arena, as Li Jun held Li Sin by the head, the old man rushed forward. Kang Jiaihu drew his sword. How shameless. Someone has lost the will to fight, yet you continue to strike. Will you stop right now? He turned back to ask. You're the one who ripped his mouth open, aren't you? The old man continued with a very righteous demeanor. From the start, you were the one I was targeting. If you hadn't missed. Li Jun stood up and pondered. Although the King Tyr was Lai Sin's uncle to the imperial family, he was a future opponent. If he wanted his son, Choi Temin, to win, he had no reason to get involved in this. He glanced at him, who was clutching his mouth with drops of blood seeping through his fingers. From the way you ripped his mouth apart to stop him from speaking. Li Jun smirked. There was something about the King Tyr. He focused on his deduction. The imperial family is currently allied with demons. A fragment of Pa Chan Ji must be related to the demons of this world. Kang Ju's face contorted. Your actions are truly outrageous. By trying to kill your opponent in a sacred and righteous match, I saw through your evil nature before, but I can no longer overlook this. He scoffed. Even if you are a King Tyr, you have no right to interfere in my match. You're old. Just sit back and watch quietly. If you continue, then I'll end this quickly. The old man's eyes widened in anger. You! Kang Ju lunged forward. You arrogant brat! Li Jun used his hand to block the swinging sword. The old man's lightning spiritual energy was transmitted. An explosion erupted. Smoke and dust obscured the view, making it impossible to see the situation inside. The audience panicked. Oh my goodness! Is that the aura of the so-called 5 kings I've heard about? He gave a forced laugh and remarked, Ah, this isn't going to be easy. The 5 kings might be a bit too much for me right now. Lai Jun commanded. Open system panel, status window. Sharp deductions poured into his mind. Currently, my abilities are precisely at AA rank, defeating the Wind Apostle and confronting the demon of this world, Shin Jin Hoa, all thanks to my superb martial arts. System displayed. Basic information. Title: The Hermit's youngest disciple and 2 others. Name: Lai Jun, age 18. Current external potential rank: AA. Unique skills: Kuan martial arts SSS. Dominating footwork B. Infinite spear technique SS. General skills: Blood-sucking demonic art A. Heavenly King's footwork B. Heavenly divine martial arts S. 10-step divine fist C. Flying dragon technique C. Myriad medicine water C. 7-step pierce C. Consecutive spear technique C. Characteristics: plus the ultimate path. Sense of disillusionment with the mortal world. Master of the 4 sacred lands S. Divine body SS, and 7 others. Attributes: Health 286/500, Stamina 318/500, Strength 234/500, Agility 350-500. Special items: Internal Energy 560/1000, Mental Strength 358/500, Fame 8800 Renowned. Influence: For Great Sacred Lands Enemy. Say men obeys. The Fairy trusts. Sa is afraid. Status: Attack power plus 150%. All affinity attributes plus 70%. Immunity plus 35%. All attribute resistance plus 100%. Internal energy recovery plus 15%. The ultimate path. Dream padding feeling with Tran the 5 recluses. Divine body not over 10 million. Martial arts 2. Ultimate technique not over 15 million. Attribute 45. Physique plus 15. 10 million. Current expenditure points 27,680,000. Lai Jun fell into contemplation, however. Han's martial arts still couldn't be revealed to everyone. So he signaled the system. The points received to upgrade a trait is 1 million B. System notification. Attributes: Health 286/500. Stamina 318/500, Strength 234/500, Agility 350/500. Special items: Lai Jun looked at Calm, who was stunned before his eyes. Health 286/500, Stamina 318/500, Strength 234/500, Agility 350/500. He clenched his sword as if to shatter it. Health 286/500. Stamina 318/500, Strength 234/500, Agility 350/500. Lai Jun smirked, showing he had victory in his hands. Health 286/500, Stamina 318/500, Strength 234/500, Agility 350/500. The old man looked at the sword, which was gradually being gripped tightly by him, and panicked. What? This is... Lai Jun seized the opportunity to taunt. Surprised, aren't you? Did you think you could crush me as you pleased? But now we're facing each other fairly. He leaned close to Kang's face. Isn't it obvious? Compared to your lightning technique, my martial arts are far superior. The old man roared and swung his sword, slashing. How dare you mess with me? Lai Jun dodged aside, not forgetting to mock. Bro, your uncle is a bit scary. He threatened Lai Sin, who was covering his mouth on the ground. Since you didn't say anything, I can't keep it a secret from you. Hearing this, he yelled, I'll tell you. It's because of my uncle that I couldn't say anything. Lai Jun grabbed Lai Sin by the collar. Now I don't need to listen to you anymore. Kang yelled, Will you stop? A sound came from behind. It's over. He was grabbing his collar, about to send him flying with a punch, but he froze. Mu tightly held Lai Jun's hand. Is that enough? The murmurs made the old man reluctantly sheath his sword. Your Highness, please stop. It's not good for adults to get involved in children's arguments. Lai Sin, seizing the opportunity, cried out, Dad, please, forgive me, forgive me. Lai Jun frowned and retorted, I don't want to stop. He roared angrily, Are you disobeying your father? He questioned, Have you ever treated me like your son? Mu froze as if he'd been hit by a pressure point. What? Lai Jun pulled his hand away from the old man's, as if to sever this cheap father-son relationship. He glared. Please take off that fake mask, okay? I find it disgusting. It makes me nauseous. Someone commented with contempt. No matter what, calling him the sixth king is a bit much. Ha, was indignant. Everyone just wait and see. Then we'll see who's right. Lai Jun violently pulled his hand away from Mu's, as if to cut off this father-son relationship. He glared. Please take off that fake mask, okay? It's disgusting. You make me sick. Mu and Kong were stunned, their faces showing disbelief. Lai Jun questioned, Have you ever treated me like a father? If so, you should have fulfilled a father's responsibilities. He stood up with surging momentum. I never expected anything grand from you. Lai Jun recalled the painful past, when my mother was murdered. He recounted the days of suffering, when I was abused by Choi Min-jin. Lai Jun was resentful, when I tried so hard to get your attention, but Mu deliberately avoided his pitiful approach. Lai Jun was exhausted, even when I pleaded for my life. He beat his chest and shouted, You didn't even bother to look at me once. You were the one who abandoned me first. Mu wanted to explain that, but Lai Jun had already turned his back. Enough. I don't want to hear anymore, he said with a gloomy face. If you chose to be a bystander, the killing intent around Lai Jun grew denser. Then you will have to pay for that. The system appeared simultaneously. Side quest, retrieve Pa's fragment, success condition, complete the quest to destroy Lai Sin's Dantian. Kong sprang up, slashing forward, but he dodged by tilting his head back. The old man swung his sword down onto the arena, causing a section of the wall to crack and break off. The crowd watching the match panicked and ran away. The arena has collapsed. Han calmed everyone down. The arena is protected by a security team. It won't collapse. Please move slowly. Please return to your seats. The girl with bangs ran frantically, then suddenly stumbled and fell, but the expected pain didn't come. Again, a hand caught her. It wrapped around the girl with bangs' waist. Are you all right? Are you hurt? She softly replied, Yes. The girl with bangs held her cheek. Why am I like this all of a sudden? She, meanwhile, still watched the match anxiously. Her eyes stared intently at him. Please don't get hurt. Kong roared like a madman. You bastard. Not only do you show such cruelty in the tournament, but you also disrespect a demon king like me. He flew into the air, intending to strike down with a single slash. Today I'll teach you a lesson. But that attack was easily anticipated and skillfully dodged by him. Another large crack appeared in the arena wall. Lai Jun smirked. He muttered, Master, do you see it? The immortal elder frowned. I see it very clearly. Lai Jun stared intently at Kong. That bastard also possesses a fragment of Pa. The fragment is clearly visible on his hip through his keen eyes. The immortal elder was frustrated. In the end, he still caused trouble, even though I warned him. Lai Jun was in a fighting stance. What? That guy. A single glance was enough for him to see the old man's intentions. Kong roared, How dare you look away? Lai Jun flew past. This is difficult. A familiar figure, Chu Zich, unexpectedly appeared in the arena. He turned back. I wanted to toy with you a little longer. Lai Jun was ready to fight seriously, but it seemed it wouldn't happen. Because I've confirmed Choi Kong has a fragment of Pa. He mused. There's no need to continue this practice match. Then he swung his hand. But if it ends like this, it would be a shame. The spear stuck in the ground suddenly trembled violently, as if some force was acting upon it. Lai Jun used his spiritual energy to pull the spear from the ground, creating a blinding light. The spear flew and hit his hand. His robes billowed in the wind, looking like a god descended to earth. Lai Jun leaned back. Let's give the elder a little gift before we finish, shall we? He mumbled an incantation, the third form of the infinite spear technique. Behind Lai Jun, a dragon shining with spiritual energy suddenly appeared, a modified divine technique of Sumeru Heavenly King, Black Dragon's Roar. The dragon's head writhed. Its ancient roar echoed. shaking heaven and earth. It lunged towards Kong like a whirlwind, catching everyone off guard. He gritted his teeth. Can't stop it. Kong pushed it aside. I have to deflect it. The dragon's body staggered, flying close to the stands, causing panic among the people. Chu Zich approached, his spiritual energy blowing off the old man's outer coat. He drew his sword. The sword gleamed with a sharp light, along with eyes so keen they seemed to pierce through everything. Chu Zich drew his sword, causing his spiritual energy to glow dazzlingly, a divine technique of the Thunder Heavenly King. Sword barrier. Before the old man's eyes, the dragon scales were magnified 100-fold. The ground cracked into a rocky hollow. The people who were shielding themselves gradually looked up. Lai Jun stood beneath the arena. All right, that's enough, everyone. His voice echoed throughout the shattered arena. This has caused too much trouble. Everyone disperse. I don't think we can continue the tournament today. Scene change at an internet cafe. A computer screen reflected the chaos of the comments section. Keyboard warriors typed furiously. Spear God Lai Jun, breaking the bonds of dragon power. Is this cruel approach acceptable? The terrifying outcome of the heir's battle. Someone criticized as if they knew everything. I'm so scared. His ruthlessness is no different from a devil's. Isn't that a form of unfilial behavior? They're family after all. Do they need to go this far? They didn't understand what Lai Jun had been through, but typed as if they were insiders, suggesting that since he was praised by everyone, he could do whatever he wanted. He might have actually joined the demon sect. We should impose sanctions. Search keywords appeared one after another. Spear God versus Du. Who is stronger? How strong is the Spear God? Lai Jun displayed divine power, standing tall against Du. The sixth king is about to appear. The comments were a mess. You were right. Is this place a prophecy site? I can quit being an idol and become a fortune teller. She lay back on the chair, sighing in relief as if a burden had been lifted. She grumbled, even if it's the chairman's order, I can't believe I have to write articles and add comments. To think I have to resort to manipulating the media. She pretended to threaten. If you don't give me an extra reward, I'll quit. Min Sung still ignored her. Don't worry, that won't be accepted, Secretary Nam. Warm sunlight streamed down onto each hibiscus bloom, accompanied by swaying banana leaves. Lai Jun looked at the message on his phone. Kim COA. Hello, I'm reporter Kim COA. If you see this message, please contact me. He comfortably rested his head on Lam Lam. The world has advanced beyond what's necessary. Now I can't avoid annoying messages. Even the gate has network access. His gaze moved to the system screen. He raised his hand and clicked on the mission section. The system displayed a notification. Side quest, retrieve pause fragment completed. Reward is being sent. You have earned 800,000 accumulation points. The points needed to acquire Pa have decreased by 10 million. Lai Jun scratched his chin with delight. After defeating Lai Sin's Dantian, I see the reward is so sweet. Eliminate a scoundrel and receive a reward, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He pondered. Now I just need to win the Heavens Tournament. The martial art weapon that these world demons are hunting for, if I can acquire it. Lai Jun suddenly opened his eyes. Wait. He sat up abruptly. Master, I have a question. The immortal elder glanced over. What is it? Lai Jun anxiously asked. Female Lai Sin and Kong have fragments of Pa. So, are those demons from your time? The immortal elder hesitated. I'm not certain. He questioned. You said Pa belonged to my first senior. He explained. I must see or acquire the demonic sword to know. Lai Jun was astonished. Demonic sword. He stammered. Master, just supposing if. Lai Jun posed a hypothesis. If these world demons are related to my first senior, what will happen? The immortal elder turned. Well then. He delivered a cruel truth. You will have to kill them. He retorted. What? Those are your disciples. The 2 beasts looked at each other, puzzled. This isn't something I should be hearing. The immortal elder floated. You will understand when the time comes. A shattered glass piece appeared. Pa's fragments must never appear. If they do, this world will be destroyed. He explained. Pa, also known as Blood Heaven art. It's the martial art I once used to drench the world in blood. The immortal elder's face was filled with sorrow. Anyone who uses Pa feels an unquenchable thirst. The more it's used, the more intense the thirst becomes, and only human blood can satisfy it, but only temporarily. He seemed to sink into a fiery pit. The next day, the thirst surged again, and the heart-craving slaughter continued to tremble endlessly. With a little sanity remaining, I avoided harming ordinary people. Instead, I killed martial artists from both righteous and demonic sects. All of it was nostalgia, and also the immortal elder's greatest humiliation. The title I received back then is my lifelong shame. If I could go back, I wouldn't create Pa. He lamented. Only after killing tens of thousands of people did I realize that Pa was an incomplete martial art. The immortal elder worried about his bloodthirsty disciple. Although it was more perfect than any other martial art, the problem lay in the mind technique. The mind technique supporting Pa couldn't sustain the martial art, leading to the side effect of bloodlust. It is a martial art forbidden by the martial arts world, on a different level compared to ordinary demonic arts. Lai Jun was startled. You really taught that kind of martial art to your disciple? He fanned himself with his fan. Luckily, I only passed it on to my first disciple. My innate ability wasn't enough to use Pa, so I immediately chose to go into seclusion to atone for the unforgivable sins in heaven and to ensure my first disciple wouldn't follow in my footsteps. I created a new martial art. He pointed directly at the boy. A dance created by combining the heavenly sand divine art as its foundation with the heavenly horse divine art and the Danma reverse muscle technique. The immortal elder continued. That's what you call the primal divine art. System notification. New. Primal divine art description has been updated. Primal divine art SS. Growth type 5 stars. Description. A legendary divine art that Muokga dedicated his entire life to. It can control what is dispersed throughout the world and combine well with any martial art. Its foundation is the Heavenly Horse divine art and Danma's reverse chi technique. Effects: energy recovery speed plus 25%, Muki control, Heaven's destruction, magic resistance plus 30%. Lai Jun could only force a laugh as he watched. Haha. Isn't that just a scam? He scratched his chin curiously. SSS-Rank and growth type. It's quite surprising that there's a rank even higher than SS. And if it develops further, what rank could it possibly reach? Lai Jun wondered. So, after creating the primal divine art, what then? The immortal elder tried to approach his disciple. I came to find my first disciple to pass on the perfected martial art, but nothing could go back to how it was. But he didn't get what he expected. Instead, he was stabbed. Even though I am a sinner, what happened to my first disciple is also my fault. My first disciple was like a beast, ruthless towards everyone's life. I tried to make the kid feel better by taking all the blame. He and his most beloved disciple had an incredibly fierce battle. The immortal elder lost. Life never goes as planned. Back to reality. He hesitated. Disciple, I'm just saying if. The immortal elder sorrowfully uttered the words he least wanted to believe. If the demons of this world are somehow connected to my first disciple, could you handle them? He was despondent. This isn't an order. If you don't like it, you can refuse. Just consider it an old man's request. Lai Jun replied, Master. He knelt down, showing his sincerity. I was about to say the same thing. I, your disciple, will certainly fulfill your last wish. Thanks to you, I become strong, Master. Lai Jun bowed respectfully. In a world where the weak aren't even considered human, you were the one who made me human, no one else. And eradicating the demons who caused my mother's death is something I've longed for my entire life. He smiled happily. So you don't need to request it like that. Besides, I'm your disciple. Right, Master? The immortal elder looked at him with affectionate eyes. Thank you. While we're at it, Lai Jun suggested, if you're grateful, you could give me one or two of those nice pretty items. He brushed it off. Dream on, you brat. Scene change. Footsteps echoed with each beat. 1405, 1406, 1407. Lai Jun walked over. Oh, you really are here. Haiseo's eyes lit up. Brother, you're here. He sheathed his sword and approached. You fought really well. Outside, everyone's been talking about you so much. He acted as if he didn't care. Let them say what they want. Hiseo enthusiastically squeezed his hand. As expected, face means nothing to you. I'll train diligently to follow in your footsteps. Lai Jun could only force a smile at this excessive enthusiasm. MHM. He reminded him. Oh right, Haisu. While you're at it, awaken 1 or 2 traits. He wondered. So suddenly how? Lai Jun suspiciously. Why so many questions? Do you not trust me? Hiseo shook his head vigorously. No, not all. If I don't trust you, then who will? He intimately slung an arm around his shoulder. I know you skipped the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament because of me, but I feel bad for not taking proper care of you. Just trust me and do your best every day, understood? He covered his mouth, deeply grateful. Yes, I will try until my last breath. Lai Jun smiled with a cunning look. I guarantee you'll be reborn. Scene change, a tranquil full moon night. Angry curses echoed through the manor. A sword plunged into a paper on the wall, followed by a roar. Damn it. Kong sat in his chair. Everything was messed up again. His face distorted. The reputation of our imperial family has plummeted. At this point, there's only one way. Kong looked down at his useless son. Taemin, you must win the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament. You must obtain the demon sword at all costs. He stubbornly wants to defeat Lai Jun. As for Lai Jun, I will handle him. Do you understand? On the wall, an image of Lai Jun with a sword piercing through his head like an entertaining puppet. Blazing sunlight shone down on the dusty desert. The system appeared. Your disciple has awakened an AA grade trait. 1,700,000 P has been awarded as a reward. Lai Jun crossed his arms. It takes about a day to awaken a trait perfect. He asked with a smile. Hiseo, how do you like the new trait? Hiseo raised his muscular fist. Haha, it's great. I've never felt so energized right now. Lai Jun smugly said. Of course. A good trait should be like that, right? The system bombarded them with notifications again. Descendant of the Du lineage, trait type, A grade. Description. Descendants of the Du lineage have practiced ultimate martial arts since ancient times. Though it has been lost, their innate talent in the Du arts remains. Effect. Adjust Du-related talent to S grade. He scratched his chin with delight. Sweet. Even Master acknowledges Hiseo's talent, so this is well-deserved. The Immortal Elder appeared. I didn't expect the Du lineage to continue like this. Lai Jun wondered. There's a so-called Du lineage in the martial arts world? He explained. Not every clan that uses Du is part of the martial arts world. In the time of the great Goel, there were many warriors. The Du lineage was one of those clans. He had an idea. If the Ha family originated from China, then the Du lineage is Korean, right? And Hiseo is a descendant of the renowned Du lineage from Goel. The Immortal Elder nodded in praise. That's smart. Lai Jun raised an eyebrow, inferring. So, Master, I think, a descendant of the Du lineage from the great Goel, learning how martial arts. From an amateur martial artist. Isn't that funny? He teased. Oh my, look at my disciple, so spot on. The Immortal Elder doted. All right, in that case, I must find out where the Du clan's martial arts are for my disciple. He rejoiced. Master is the best. Lai Jun stepped halfway into the war portal. All right, I'm heading back, Hiseo. If you get bored, just fight them, okay? Sa reached out. Wait. They pleaded in vain. Master. Hiseo approached with a murderous expression. Since it's an order from your master, could you please fight me? Scene change. At the arena, which was utterly shattered from the day before, smoke and dust billowed. The writer held the camera, unable to help but exclaim. Wow, that's harsh. The arena is like this. And they still want us to practice? The reporter next to him gestured. Don't you think this tournament is a joke? They should have prepared better. Look, the leader is holding the holy sword. The whole group concentrated their spiritual power to create an atmosphere. Rocks and fragments of the arena were gradually lifted into the air by spiritual power. Everything that was once destroyed was now enveloped by spiritual power and restored. He was stunned. Wow, what's that, senior? The reporter explained. It's a healing spell. In the Asian region, where martial arts were chosen, they don't have that ability. But in the Western region, where magic was chosen, there are many spells like healing. The Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament attracts attention from many countries, so they receive support like Western magic. The people in the stands were excited. "Oh, have you found Lai Jun yet?" Someone replied, "It's too crowded. I can't see him." They complained, "Oh man, I should have just waited by the door then." He covered his nose. "More people than I thought." Lai Jun squeezed through the crowd. "Today's match is between the Sword Master Jun and the Dragon Sword Choi Tae-min. I thought everyone would focus on them." The immortal elder hovered in the air. "That's why you should keep your identity a secret." He threw his hands up in frustration. "How can I refuse such a task, Master?" Lai Jun opened the door. "I only came to watch Jun fight. I just need to hold on until then." "The people are still searching. Have you found Lai Jun yet?" The people in the stands wondered, "Isn't he coming today?" The other person was doubtful. Where else could he be? Lai Jun walked to the preparation room and politely knocked, looking for someone. He stepped inside. "Hey, Park Hai." Hai greeted him happily. "Lai Jun, why are you only just arriving now? I've been looking all over for you." Lai Jun calmly replied, "Just had a few things to sort out." "Where is she?" He answered, "She went out a while ago." He blinked. "Oh, really? Then I'll wait for her to come back." From behind, Jun approached, pouncing on him, leaving no one time to react. She expertly applied a leg choke hold. "My dearest Lai Jun, I told you to come earlier, but it seems you didn't listen." Lai Jun cried out miserably. My arm." Jun smiled brightly. "Aren't you worried about your weak older sister? I'm about to fight that shady Choi Tae-min." He tremblingly raised his hands in surrender. "Weak, huh? Oh, my leg." He's the one who's worried. Lai Jun screamed in helplessness. "I'm late because I had to find something to give you." Hearing that, she released him. He braced his hands on the ground, trying to get up. Lai Jun handed her a white towel. "Here, take it." Jun was startled. "This is—" In the sunny arena, filled with cheering, Tae-min and Jun had an intense sword fight. She scoffed. "Tae-min, you look like you're struggling. Why don't you just surrender now?" He tried to block her blade, his face changing color like a chameleon. Jun swung her sword, but luckily Tae-min dodged it. The next time, he wasn't so fortunate. He took a divine punch from her. Tae-min flew into the air like a broken puppet. The sparks on Jun's hand hadn't faded yet. He quickly covered his head with his hands. He retreated backward and used his sword to slow his momentum. She advanced again, delivering a sharp slash that missed. The audience in the stands cheered. "Haha, maybe here." What a pathetic sight. They mocked him mercilessly. Even the legendary dragon sword will fall. One hit was dodged. Damn it. Tae-min could only defend. Damn it, damn it. He gritted his teeth. "I can't lose here." Tae-min was determined. "I must win." He swung his sword first. "I must get the demon sword." But a punch to the face woke Tae-min from his dream. Jun stood above, looking down at the defeated foe. "Oh my, giving up already?" She didn't spare any sarcastic remarks. "I've only just begun." Jun smiled kindly. "I promise do. I'll defeat you for do." Tae-min clenched his fists. "You guys are more persistent than I thought." Then he played dirty. He threw a handful of sand into her eyes while no one was looking. She screamed, clutching her eyes. "My eyes." The audience yelled. "Hey, that's not fair." Someone cursed. "Fight properly." Jun clutched her eyes, but her hand still held the sword tightly, as if she had never given up. She opened her eyes wide, blood vessels visible. "You!" Jun flew over with murderous intent. "Did you think I'd let you escape?" She stabbed him in the chest, giving him no chance to dodge this time. Fresh blood gushed out, staining his shirt crimson. Jun violently pulled out the sword, blood splattering everywhere. She scorned him. "Ah, it's true I can't beat you." Jun put away her sword. "I was going to make your defeat more pitiful." But it ended too quickly. Tae-min gave a bitter laugh. "Ha ha, you must be very disappointed." She muttered, "That unlucky bastard." He held his wound, but his face still looked like he was the winner. But don't think this is the end. A long needle shot out from the hilt of Tae-min's sword. Jun turned around. What? The needle shot straight at her eye level, making her pupils contract. At the same time, the system announced, "Advanced amulet activated." June was surprised. "This is," the system explained, "a protective energy shield has been created to guard against external threats." She thought back. The thing Lai Jun gave me. The silver needle stabbed straight into the amulet. The protective ability of the amulet has been depleted. The amulet gradually disappeared, turning into smoke as if nothing had happened. June looked up at the stands, where two very familiar figures were. Hai stomped his foot in anger. "Hey, Choi Tae-min, Du-hen, just wait until this tournament ends, you'll see." She smiled charmingly. "You're so cute. My heart is practically melting." Tae-min stammered incoherently. "Protective energy." He looked up with a horrified expression. "It really is. How could you create an energy shield? You're only rank A." Not letting him speak further, she used the hilt of her sword to strike his head. Tae-min fell flat on the ground like a beached fish, and there was a large hole in the arena floor. June scorned, "Bastard, someone like you isn't worthy of wielding a sword." The referee's voice echoed from the stands. "The match is over. The winner is Sword Master Park Jun." Hai pouted, looking annoyed. "Ha, what a shame. I thought I'd get to crush Choi Tae-min with my own hands." Lai Jun suggested, "Then lose. You two might face each other in the loser's bracket." He scratched his chin. "That sounds good." Hai suddenly remembered something. "Wait," he wondered. "If you advance, how will the next round play out?" He calmly replied, "Currently, there's just me, Han, and others, plus June. The next round is the quarterfinals." At this, the two suddenly panicked. "We're going to fight each other?" Hai sprang up as if on a spring. "No more time to mess around." He gnashed his teeth in anger. No wonder Han didn't come to watch the match with me, and instead locked himself in the training room. "Go play somewhere else." Very well. I'm never inviting you again." "Han, that kid." Hai ran off like the wind. Lai Jun. "From tomorrow, I'll train diligently." Lai Jun waved his hand. "Good luck." He scratched his head, pondering. It's only natural for Han and Jun. Both of them want to win the tournament. Lai Jun quickly corrected himself. "But that doesn't mean I'm giving up." He crossed his legs leisurely. "Well, Hai, you've been through this once before. Good luck." At the school, with its incredibly vast campus, cicadas buzzed everywhere. In the infirmary, through the clear glass, one could see slightly curled legs. Tae-min and Tae-ho sat close to each other, the atmosphere extremely tense. He hung his head. "Dad, I'm sorry. To lose to a girl." Tae-min was stunned. "I didn't expect Park Jun to use a protective energy shield, nor did I expect her to reach rank AA so quickly." Kang dismissed it. "No, what that kid used wasn't a protective energy shield." He was silent. "You were too distracted to notice. It was a one-time use item." He clenched his fist. "No way." Tae-min felt humiliation rising. "I spent a fortune on that sunken IWA martial arts manual, and yet I lost in both skill and preparation." Tears trickled down his face. "Total failure. I'm furious, so furious." "Dad." Suddenly, someone pushed open the door from outside, abruptly and without warning. Kong yelled, "I said no one is allowed to enter." Mun Ba softly introduced himself. "It's this humble monk." The old man quickly stood up. I'm sorry. I thought it was some of my subordinates." Kong greeted the Buddhist outside the door. "Monk Mun." Tae-min wondered. "Dad, who is that?" The old man ordered. "Even if it hurts, try to sit up and greet him. He's your father's benefactor." The guy stood up and bowed respectfully. "You didn't recognize such a respectable person." "My name is Choi Tae-min." Mun Ban replied. "Pleased to meet you." The old man patted his head. "It's been a while, so I dropped by to greet Master Kong." "But why is our young master so dejected?" Tae-min hung his head, as if suffering from a great injustice. "It's just that. I've worked very hard to win the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament, but all came to nothing. I wanted to carry out Dad's command to obtain the Demon Sword." Mun Ba stroked his beard. "Ha! The Demon Sword is also what we've been searching for all this time. What a coincidence." The old man chuckled. "Master Kong truly has foresight." Kong was frightened. If the Divine Power Clan discovers the Emperor has hidden the demon's sword. The Imperial clan will be finished. He blurted out regretfully. I intended to offer it as a symbol of loyalty, but my son failed, and I feel utterly ashamed. Munban achieved his goal and visibly brightened. Ha ha. No need to feel so bad. How can worldly matters always proceed according to worldly desires? The old man added. But because of your sincerity, this humble monk will give the young master a gift. Kong wondered. A gift. Mun Ba and fumbled in the folds of his robe. You must know, this is an exceptionally precious item. He cackled, tilting his head 180 degrees. Don't forget to be grateful. You bestowed it upon us. Scene change, early morning, crystal clear sky. Sunlight reflecting through the glass windows of Lai Jun's building. The morning of the quarterfinals. He stretched. I slept so well. Lai Jun took his coffee cup to the window to enjoy the breeze. Wow, the weather's beautiful today. He closed his eyes and savored it. It's perfect for getting the demon's sword. Lai Jun turned back in surprise, hearing the door open. Han's eyes were fixed on him, unmoving, and even though she opened the room door casually, her face showed no change. Lai Jun rushed onto the bed and wrapped himself in the blanket. Good heavens, how did you get in here? She replied nonchalantly. I broke the door. He couldn't believe it. Broke the door? You'll pay for the repairs. Hanyu walks in. That's not important now. She clasped his hand, pleading desperately. Hanyu bowed her head and screamed, Save me, Lai Jun. She blurted out something that stunned him too. The tournament prize, the demon's sword, has been stolen. The door was haphazardly taped up, and Lai Jun's voice echoed from inside. To summarize, he adjusted his collar. We believe the demon's sword was stolen last night. He had just discovered it and was investigating potential suspects. Hanyu replied, Yes. Lai Jun rubbed his hair helplessly. Seriously, who's crazy enough to do that? The old immortal guessed. It must be them. He looked up, He said grimly, The creatures you call demons come from another world. They will do anything to obtain the demon's sword. That's the first clue. Lai Jun clenched his fist. How sinister. They should have fought fair and square. How dare they steal my stuff? The old immortal judged. Truly despicable. The question from the phone rang out. We need to get it back, right? Hanyu replied. Yes. Secretary, I already told June. Yes, yes. The old immortal declared. Of course, we can't let those demon scum get their hands on the demon's sword. He inquired. Hanyu, do you know what's happening with the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament? She guessed. I think they're having a meeting about it right now. Lai Jun proposed a solution. First, we need to make sure the tournament isn't postponed. We need to put out this fire first. He had an idea. Hanyu, can you suggest to the chairman to change the prize? Tell him it's my idea. Scene change, in a completely dark room with no lights on. Min Sung gravely announced, We've been informed the Tyrant clan will not participate. He sat before a packed meeting room. To everyone present, I assume you all know about last night's incident. I'll get straight to the point. Min Sung presented his intention. We are considering postponing the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament. What do you all think? A leader agreed. I support it. Another discussed. An item from the Black Gate was stolen. Recovering it should take priority over the tournament, shouldn't it? John Sip offered his opinion. Even if we postpone the tournament, we should still award a prize to the most talented student. At the very least, we need to maintain this rule. It will help quell their dissatisfaction. After some thought, he also agreed. It's also good for calming media criticism. Someone quietly asked, But what should we give as a prize? Ji Gong softly called from behind, Chairman. Min Sung held the phone to his ear. Hanji, what is it? Yes, the meeting is still ongoing. He nodded. I understand. Min Sung clapped his hands to stop the increasingly loud discussions. Everyone, please pay attention. He smiled and proposed a solution. What do you all think about using the Blood God map as the new prize for the tournament? Ji Gong approved. I think that's good. After all, you are in charge of the tournament. Chairman, We're just here to offer suggestions. Someone looked bewildered. The blood god map? The person quickly explained. It's an artifact from the Black Gate. But it's just a piece of paper we know nothing about. Finally, everyone agreed. So, with unanimous consent, the new prize for the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament will be the Blood God map. It's been decided. The sky was clear blue. Tall buildings reached up to touch the clouds. Inside the museum, inspection staff walked back and forth, scrutinizing carefully. There was no shortage of cameras. Ji Gong meticulously inspected every nook and cranny of the artifact, not missing a single bit. He startled, looking up as if he'd heard something suspicious. Ji Gong turned back irritably. What is it? Is that you? Li Jun feigned innocence. Huh, what are you saying? Feeling awkward, he turned away and muttered, I must be imagining things. He gritted his teeth and shoved Lam Lam back. Lam, you. Li Jun grabbed its blue fur. I told you to stay still. We were almost exposed, but it still excitedly rushed forward. Woof, woof. The invisible artifact that he painstakingly acquired. It was so hard to get this invisibility artifact by asking the Golden Sioux tribe. I'll use it carefully. The time limit is short and it can only be used once, so we have to go fast. Immortal Elder chuckled. There must be precious magic stones displayed here. It's no different from heaven for Lam Lam. Li Jun struggled to hold it still. This greedy little rascal. The iron door closed, just as he carried Lam Lam and ran out. Li Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Just in time. He looked towards the empty space in front of him. This is the back corridor of Building 3. Where is it kept? Li Jun picked it up. Lam. Stop scratching. Come here. He put it down to sniff for a path. Now, find energy similar to my intrinsic power here. If this goes smoothly, I'll give you a magic stone. A man and a fox walked side by side, moving forward to investigate the matter. But after walking and walking, they found nothing suspicious. Continuing forward like this isn't good. Li Jun was anxious. Lam, where exactly are you going? Lam stopped at one spot and barked loudly. Woof, woof, woof. Before him appeared an ancient temple with hundreds of steps. Li Jun wondered. According to the map, this is in Wangsan in Zhongyo. Is there a temple here? It's not on the map. He tilted his head and asked, Lam, are you sure this is the right place? They walked up to the temple and whispered, Master, are you here? Li Jun called out loudly, Is anyone here? But there was no echo, so he was disheartened. There's nothing here. Seeing Lam scratching at the door, Li Jun was also curious. Is there something inside? The temple door opened and sunlight shone in, injecting life into the space. He was surprised. Oh my. Inside the temple was a green glowing barrier. So it turns out they secretly built this temple for a reason. The system displayed a notification. This is a closed gate. Force it open, IN. Li Jun put his hands in his pockets. So this is the path that led here. It nodded. Woof, woof. He put his hand into the barrier. Well, I guess I should go see the faces of those who stole my stuff, shouldn't I? The system chimed. Force open the gate. The notifications kept ringing. The gate had been forcibly opened. What lay before Li Jun now was a temple even larger than before. The red zone gate. Li Jun looked at the temple in astonishment. Whoa, this place is magnificent. He mused. It seems the 4 great sacred land monsters are still relaxing. It looks like it has nothing to do with them. The immortal elder frowned. Jungnatsa Temple. Sounds familiar. Li Jun asked, Do you know it? He vaguely replied, unsure. I feel like I've heard of it. But it was a long, long time ago. Everything is hazy. We'll have to go inside and check. He teased. Even a master like you isn't old enough. The immortal elder warned. Say one more word if you want to die. Jungnatsa Temple. Li Jun, the immortal elder, and Lam slowly entered the temple, as if they were at home. He curiously looked around. Whoa, I've seen a lot of medieval architecture and ruins from other gates. But Chinese-style architecture, This is the first time. It feels more like traveling to China than entering a gate. He also glanced around. Now that we're inside, I know. This is exactly the place I thought of. Li Jun wondered, what kind of place is this? The immortal elder explained. This is where assassin monks, who made a living by killing, resided. He strode forward. I thought Shaolin monks wouldn't even hurt an ant. This isn't Shaolin, is it? The elder elaborated. They are actually heretics from Shaolin. You could say it was during your master's time. Li Jun's eyes widened. What? He mused with a very intellectual expression. My master's era. How could that be? Ah, that's right. If gates can open, like in novels, then perhaps, with our awakening, the gates, then the status window, maybe anything can happen. Li Jun concluded. If it's from your time, then those ghost sword thieves are clearly related to you. The immortal elder immediately agreed. Yes, we can't let them keep the ghost sword. After walking for a while, they arrived before a door guarded by a monk. Of course, that's how it is. The monk pointed his staff directly at the three. Who's there? They shouted. I asked, who are you? Answer me. He smirked, who am I? Li Jun used his spiritual power to pull the spear. I am the owner of what you thieves just took. Urgent footsteps echoed, getting closer and closer to the three. Nearly 100 monks ran to reinforce the other two. They stood in a circle, all pointing their wooden staffs directly at him. One scoffed. How dare a lowly awakener like you set foot in Jung Natsa? Idiot. The immortal elder wondered. What's wrong? Why aren't they attacking? Li Jun was also speechless. Uh-huh. He put on a dutiful expression. These guys are from thousands of years ago, right? As a refined Korean, I'm torn between respecting my elders. Or maybe not. With a disgusted look, he said, Ah, I should have used honorifics from the beginning. Now I'm regretting it a bit. The old immortal continuously hit him. Respect these barbarians? Ignorant fool, you've annoyed me, you stinky brat. Li Jun jumped up and down. How can I respect someone who once, that hurts so much? The monks couldn't see the old immortal, so their expressions were like looking at a madman. Is he talking to himself? They communicated with their eyes. Is that guy crazy? A system notification appeared. Subquest. Retrieve Pa Chin Ji Fragment 2, Rank A. Description. Muyuke Jia is displeased that the Janaxa soldiers also possess Pa Chin Ji fragments. They are lowly creatures who kill without hesitation. Eliminate them to appease Muyuke Jia's concerns. Success condition. Annihilate all masters. Failure condition. Leave a single master alive. Reward. 3,500,000 P accumulation points. Reduce accumulation points needed for Pa Chin Ji by 40 million P. Li Jun was stunned. How many points does Pa Chin Ji even need? For a reward of 40 million points. He shouldered a spear. Oh, you want to join the fight too? Li Jun was ready to fight. All right. Let's see how strong our Lam Lam has gotten. The monks also charged forward. Brothers, we've waited long enough. Send them to hell. It suddenly lunged forward, fiercely biting the most zealous monk. The remaining monks were also terrified by Lam Lam's enormous form. Demon beast. He looked at the formation full of holes in front of him. Thanks to Lam Lam, there's a gap in the formation of the 18 arhats. I must exploit this weakness. Li Jun quickly darted through the red Bagua circle. A system notification appeared. Skill used. Heavenly Demon King's footwork. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, along with a swirling stream of spiritual energy. The approaching monks were also struck by the spiritual energy and sent flying backward. He immediately braced his feet to hold his ground, preventing himself from sliding too far. They didn't rest for long, but immediately sprang back up. Gritting their teeth, they raised their staffs. The monks surrounded Li Jun from all sides, leaving him no escape. He struggled to parry the fierce blow from the monk in front of him. There was also someone attacking from behind. Li Jun glanced and dodged it. Next came attacks from hundreds of monks. He widened his eyes at the overwhelming number. Li Jun gritted his teeth. He could only defend and hadn't found a suitable attack. He held aside, sighing. It truly is a different league. Before Li Jun was a long line of monks, their killing intent surging. One-on-one, it might not be as hard as Kangyu, but with this many, it's even more formidable. If Lam Lam hadn't taken one out before we started, that formation of 18 Arhats would have given me a massive headache. He clenched his spear with a determined look. I have to finish this before reinforcements arrive. Li Jun closed his eyes, gathering spiritual energy. Spear art, third form, Black Dragon style. The spear lit up with streams of green electricity. His eyes also blazed as if summoning something. A green dragon gradually rose into the sky, roaring. It lunged forward, making the monks scatter like bees from a disturbed hive. They widened their eyes. Impossible. How could a lowly person like him use the spear art of a war god? The monk screamed in despair, not noticing Lam Lam was already close behind him. Hurry! We must report to Elder Manbaen. It bit him, making the scene even more bloody. One moment it was noisy and bustling. Now only the sound of mosquitoes remained. He stood holding his spear amidst hundreds of corpses. The stench of blood filled his nostrils. One monk still tried to struggle, Elder Manbaen. But a strike to the back of the neck silenced him, leaving him motionless. Li Jun wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lam Lam barked happily, woof woof. He bent down and patted the little fox's head. Well done, Lam Lam. You've gotten so much stronger. Li Jun waved his hand. Now, time to get what we came for, right? The system notifications flooded in. Absorbed raw energy with vampire art. Innate stats increased by 1+. Absorbed fragment of Pa Chin Ji. Innate stats increased by 1+. He absorbed the energy. 1 innate stat point per person, so about 18 in total, huh? Not bad. His eyes became extremely sinister. Just then, a foot wearing black cloth sandals appeared before him. The strongest and final monk had appeared. It's time for the final boss to show up, isn't it? Manbaen's eyes were tightly closed, his demeanor serene. An unusual calmness exuded from him. He opened his eyes wide, veins bulging on his face as he saw the other monks lying motionless. The door to the shrine appeared, gray and emanating an eerie aura. Manbaen's eyes were slightly closed as he gently pushed the door open. He entered, holding his staff, with rows of monks bowing respectfully on either side. Manbaen respectfully stepped forward to perform the ritual. Oh, you have returned, O Lord. Please save this humble mortal. He gripped his staff tightly, and a beam of light gradually spread out. Manbaen reverently offered it up. Finally, a miraculous spiritual energy surged within the staff. Finally, I have obtained the blade of revelation. Oh dear! The elder's tears flowed like a waterfall. It has been too long. We have toiled so hard to find it. The image of an immortal elder appeared, accompanied by a staff of immense power, the blade of revelation, a special weapon used by the blood god who shook the heavens, His Majesty's master. Even the emperor of the continent was afraid. The people reverently knelt, a treasure His Majesty desperately sought. The seemingly simple staff concealed mysterious things. If the blood god had not betrayed His Majesty, it would have rightfully belonged to His Majesty. Manbaen placed the enigmatic staff where it belonged. He thought of finding it in another world, more than 1,000 years in the future, in a vile place called Korea, originating from the ancient Goryeo bloodline. All efforts to search across the common plains were futile. He knelt, a smile still on his face. Now, if His Majesty crosses over to this world. Suddenly, a scream interrupted Manbaen's train of thought. Senior brother Manbaen. He turned his head. What's wrong? Junior brother Hien Mu, the other person recounted frantically. An intruder has entered the Dragon God Temple. All the monks who were bowing also looked up with stunned expressions. Manbaen glared. An intruder? How could outsiders get in here? It could be one of us. I've checked many times. They are ordinary awakened ones. His mind was in a whirl. even though the gate had opened and Kunlun, along with the Temple of the Crack, had successfully opened. Only those from the martial arts world know this place. Mun Ba and hastily strode forward. We must identify them. Lead the way. Lam Lam was baring his fangs and growling, as if anticipating the approaching danger. Li Jun called out in confusion, Lam Lam. He glanced and immediately understood the problem. Oh. He and a monk stepped forward. So it's that person? Li Jun assessed objectively. He seems quite strong. The immortal elder immediately folded his fan. Blood Crane. So it was you who did this. He wondered. You know him. He raised an eyebrow and explained. I did. He always followed the first disciple like a baby chick. Li Jun asked, Is he very strong? The immortal elder didn't think much of this old man. He's probably the weakest among the first one's subordinates. He observed intently. From what I see, he seems to be at least as strong as the sword god, an S-rank awakened one. Then he reasoned to himself. What Master said when we first met is true. That awakened one is much weaker than the martial artists of Master's time. Mun Ban's eye snapped open. His long eyebrows curved like shrimp antennae. He restrained himself and asked, Mun, junior brother Hien Mu, is what I'm seeing truly happening? Hien Mu hesitated. I see the same as you. Mun Ban looked at the blood before him. Understood then? The puddle of blood for my disciples. Layers of clothing, patches of blood soaked the entire garden. He roared like a mother bear who lost her cub. How dare you? Mun Ban shrieked in indignation. A beast like you dares to kill my disciples. Mun Ban's shrill scream made Li Jun's ears ache. I'll tear you to pieces and feed you to the beasts. He stomped hard on the tiled floor, shattering it. Then Mun Ban's aging body quickly darted forward nimbly, no less swiftly than those young men. He intended to give him a painful blow. Mun Ban poured all his power into this attack, blood lotus palm. But Li Jun immediately unleashed his skill. First form of infinite spear, demon slayer. The two fought fiercely, neither willing to yield. Yet, old Mun Ba was carried by his ancestors. He quickly blocked the spear that was about to finish him. He thrust the spear, sending him flying. Suddenly, Li Jun withdrew his weapon. Mun Ba took advantage of his carelessness and intended to deliver the next blow. Li Jun managed to block the attack with his spear in time. Nevertheless, his young body couldn't immediately withstand the old man's aged and experienced body. Even though I defended with the primordial divine technique, I'm still injured internally. The old immortal appeared and warned, Control yourself. It's not over yet. Mun Ba lunged forward swiftly, delivering a palm strike. He decisively delivered a powerful spiritual energy strike, sending Li Jun flying off the edge. Even a talent like you must surrender to this fierce palm strike. Suddenly, a giant blue lightning bolt struck from the sky, terrifying the grand hall. It turned out Lam Lam knew her young master was in danger and came to rescue him. It grabbed Li Jun and soared away, temporarily hiding behind the cliff. Old Mun Ba was left alone in the desolate grand hall. He was furious that his opponent had disappeared mid-fight. I'll tear you in half. I know you're not dead yet. Mun Ba shouted, Get out here now. On this side, Li Jun also landed safely. He worried Lam Lam. It made a sad face that made Li Jun restless. What are you thinking? He recalled the moment Lam Lam saved his life. She blocked a punch that even he couldn't properly stop, but before it could show its true power, Li Jun immediately stopped it. What if I hadn't pulled you in time, huh? He could only advise the angry little fox in front of him. That can't happen. You could have died. It seemed Li Jun wasn't satisfied with that strike and continued to press on. I'll handle this. So wait for me at the gate. Lam Lam was stunned. Q. He picked up the little fox and recited a spell. Summon gate. And so, poor Lam Lam had to return to where it belonged. Li Jun also recovered from his defeat. It's been a long time since I was beaten like this. It's the first time since I regressed. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he still indulged in self-admiration. Well, running away doesn't suit me at all. Mun Ban calmly walked over and put on an arrogant air. I don't know what you're mumbling about. But before you die, let me ask you one question. His face darkened. How could someone like you learn the martial arts of the divine warrior? Are you like us? Li Jun looked bewildered. Like you? Mun Ban stated firmly. The move you just used was definitely an illusion annihilation technique. He said coldly, what does that have to do with you? But the old man still didn't give up. Of course it does. Mun Ban explained in detail. The divine warrior's technique is a technique of the demonic blood heaven. Only now did Li Jun realize. What? He suspected. Master, how many names do you have? The old immortal, hit where it hurt, could only turn his face away to avoid it. Haven't I told you? That's the name martial artists gave me during my peak. Li Jun kept repeating the old immortal's old name for a long time. Demonic blood heaven. Demonic blood. And he was still optimistic in this situation. This won't turn into a scenario where the blood demon's map leads to your secret hideout, right? The master feigned ignorance, really? Li Jun was bewildered. Master, I never thought you had such deep connections with those wretched higher-ups. He shouted. So, when I chose the path between the divine warrior's path and the infinite path, the two paths of annihilation, are all those paths linked to your names? He just stood there scratching his head. You could say so. Li Jun was a bit confused. So if I chose the path of annihilation, would I start with the annihilation technique? If it's all you, then why did you tell me to choose? He calmly chatted with his master, not paying any attention to Mun Ba and standing dumbfounded there. Master, do you know what? The old immortal looked bewildered. What do you want to say? Li Jun confided, after facing that person. The blood demon, I realized one thing. He gripped the spear tightly. Now I can truly feel that you are indeed the best martial artist of all time. Then Li Jun got up again after stumbling. Even if my internal power isn't enough, even without the annihilation technique, I'll still be fine. Warning, he provoked the old man, with the best master of all time by my side. What else is there to fear? The system continuously reported red. A powerful demonic energy is approaching. Mun Ba kept using the same old move. He stepped back to gain momentum. Blood demon palm. This time, Li Jun still couldn't withstand the heat of the surrounding spiritual energy. He still swiftly cut through each layer of spiritual energy. Then he lunged forward, intending to strike the old man with a palm. In that instant, from the center of Mun Ba's body, a circle swirled as if his form was torn, allowing Li Jun's spear to pass straight through. He suddenly appeared looming behind him. Before he could counterattack, he was already dazzled. The old immortal in midair could only urge, it's the one-strike technique. Dodge it. Mun Ba unleashed a direct surge of spiritual energy at Li Jun. He froze for a few moments. Li Jun's right arm ached intensely. As for his left arm, it started to bleed. The master sternly warned his hasty disciple, with your current level, you cannot defeat the blood demon. Waiting for an opportunity is the wisest course. However, Li Jun flatly rejected his master's advice. No, he was determined to defeat him. If he could find the Heaven Temple, then he could also find the forbidden land of the four sacred sites. Li Jun would get back up wherever he fell. I can't let him endanger you, master, and those who follow you. He gripped his spear tightly, determined to fight to the end, even if his body broke apart. Even with his internal energy from the unified martial arts interrupted, Li Jun controlled the surging spiritual energy. I won't give up. Infinity Spear, second form. Mun Ban squeezed his eyes shut. This is the intense light from divine martial spear art. Hien-Mu rushed over. Brother Mun Ban, he's coming as reinforcement. I'll stop him. Li Jun's eyes snapped open. Veins bulged. The battle was also nearing its end. Hien-Mu struck his chest. His arm pierced through his body. Fresh blood gushed out, forming a dark red puddle at Li Jun's feet. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. His chest was stained with blood, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The immortal elder was flustered, not knowing what to do. Disciple, wake up. Li Jun struggled to open his eyes. You must stay conscious. Master. He fell into a space as if it were a thought bubble. Am I dying? I remember the first time I died. The loved ones Li Jun cherished most gradually appeared. I was so scared then. Ah, so this is what they call the film of life, flashing before your eyes. How wonderful. Every moment I've lived is being replayed in panorama. His eyes were vacant as if his soul had left him. Yes, in each of those moments. When he tried his hardest or faced difficulties, the immortal elder was always by his side. His joys and happiness were also never without him. Master was always with me. Even when he had friends or someone he loved, the immortal elder was always there. He gave him loving glances, every affectionate gesture, as if he were his own son. The immortal elder's figure appeared before his eyes. Li Jun seemed to want to engrave that image in his memory until the end of his life. The image gradually faded. I wish I had treated him better. He slowly drifted into a dream. Thank you for everything, Master. The immortal elder scolded him affectionately. Thank me for what, you foolish disciple? He used his hand to control Li Jun's body. It's not your time yet, but there's no other choice now. You foolish disciple. He just stood there dumbfounded, watching him lie motionless on the floor. Li Jun seemed to have no reaction to the world around him. Hien-Mu stared. Is he dead? He already gave up so quickly. I'm just avenging my fallen disciples. Suddenly, his body stood up like a ghost. Mun Ban was startled, as if he had seen a ghost. Hien-Mu also turned around, his face astonished as if he'd swallowed a fly. He screamed in despair. Hien-Mu, the surging spiritual energy, like a tsunami, made Mun Ban scared, so he stayed away from him. Li Jun's eyes snapped open, now only white with streaks of red blood. The dazzling light blinded everyone. From deep within the sanctuary, it was as if a calling had awakened. The tightly shut door was also forced open by an invisible force. The staff of power flew up, surrounded by a radiant spiritual force. The staff slowly cracked into large pieces. Some terrifying power was pressing down on the entire sanctuary. An explosion echoed, tearing through the quiet night sky. Gray smoke billowed up. He was horrified as he looked at the pile of blood on the ground, but Hien-Mu's body was nowhere to be seen. Mun Ban's tears flowed uncontrollably. Disciple Hien-Mu. The fresh blood on the ground proved that something had devoured him. He froze as if struck by a pressure point. How can this be? The Heaven's End artifact was still intact. Thoughts flooded Mun Ban's mind. How can this ordinary awakened one possess his energy? He got into a fighting stance, slightly hunched for defense. Mun Ban closed his eyes, sensing the aura of light present in the sanctuary. He stared wide-eyed, looking up. Demonic energy, reacting to his Heaven's End. The arrow, guided by spiritual energy, shot through the air like thunder. The arrow glowed, every detail clearly visible. Mun Ban trembled. No, I must stop him from getting the demonic energy. He lunged forward parallel to the arrow. Mun Ban's eyes burned with rage. Li Jun's small figure stood rooted before the spiritual energy that overwhelmed even his elder. A giant Buddha's hand suddenly crushed the entire area. Then the land suddenly exploded, burning countless trees and earth in just a few seconds. The shape of that hand was clearly imprinted on the ground. Mun Ban coughed relentlessly. Only then did he taste what defeat was like. It's impossible. This cannot be happening. His voice spoke for Li Jun. He was also the one controlling the spear, preparing to attack Mun Ban. A lowly awakened one. Master controlled the spear through his body. Li Jun's hand gripped the weapon tightly. Then a fierce spiritual energy emanated from where he stood. He was blinded by this light. My eyes. Then, Li Jun swiftly charged forward, holding the spear. He used his spiritual energy to unleash a palm strike at Mun Ban, but the old man must have been nimble on his feet, so he quickly dodged that strike. A bolt of spiritual lightning zipped past Mun Ban's nose. Infuriated, he immediately launched an attack on Li Jun. Mun Ban used his old trick again. He leaped far back to build momentum. His pale, emotionless eyes widened. His body was once again controlled by the immortal elder. Lai Jun landed with steps that shook heaven and earth. The dominating steps B had awakened. The dominating steps B had transformed into a new martial art. The name of dominating steps B has been changed to Infinite Dominating Steps SS. He unconsciously turned around, but he had already closed in behind Mun Bain, getting closer and closer to the old man's pale head. With just one palm strike, Lai Jun made Mun Bain fly off the earth. He breathed his last. Mun Bain stared blankly at the spear before his eyes. He trembled as he grasped the spear. Then he tried to muster his last remaining strength to grip the spear tightly. Lai Jun's hateful voice sent chills down Mun Bain's spine. I cannot let you continue this. His body spoke the anger in his master's heart. For disciple Hien Mu. Only then did the old man understand everything. For your majesty, Mun Bain displayed a sinister smile. I will take you to the next life with me. The cliff suddenly exploded. Dense smoke enveloped the area. Lai Jun was as resilient as a leech. He stood majestically on the body of the recently defeated bearded old man. Mun Bain no longer had the strength to rise. He bent down, staring intently at this weak body. Even as he was about to meet his ancestors, the old man still tried to curse a few words. Monster! Lai Jun continued to strike until Mun Bain shut his mouth. He screamed in fear. No! The old man finally began to shed tears. Your Majesty! In just a moment, the entire scene became more solemn than ever. The cunning old man Mun Bain had also been defeated. Only his clothes and a puddle of blood remained on the ground. The fireball, filled with his power, gradually flew towards him. You have absorbed a fragment of Pa Trong Jhi. Your internal energy has increased by 15 plus. Subquest: Retrieve Pa Trong Jhi Fragment 2. Completed. Reward 3.5 million B. Accumulated points reward. Reduced accumulated points required for Pa Trong Jhi by approximately 40 million B. Lai Jun stood frozen in the desolate space. The dark aura surrounding his spear also gradually faded. The spear fell to the ground. Lai Jun couldn't move anymore either. He collapsed onto the ground. The old immortal flew over, having struggled to withstand the destructive aura. He comforted, rest. Disciple. His weary eyes slowly closed. Scene change. At an ice cliff, Hizio was focused on training with his spirit sword under a waterfall. Tegus suddenly appeared, interrupting him. He cleared his throat like a leader. My junior, how's your training coming along? He was surprised. Tegu Nim. Tegu immediately put on airs. Come on, between us. You don't need to use Nim. Nim is used to show respect, usually for elders. Yet Hizio remained polite. But you are Lai Jun's first companion. He humbled himself. Hey, I'm not that kind monster. He was also stiffened by the remark. His tone of voice didn't match his words at all. Hizio wondered. Anyway, why did you suddenly come here? Tega showed concern. I think it's time you went home. It's very late. Only then did he open his phone to check the time. Oh dear. You're right. I completely lost track of time while training. My sibling must be waiting for dinner. He then advised. You're too diligent. Like me. You should relax a bit sometimes. Hizio prepared his belongings. I know. He walked towards the teleportation gate. Well, I'm off then. Tega frantically ran over. Wait a minute. He puffed out his chest. Since my master isn't here today, I will personally escort you. Hizio was utterly bewildered. Huh. You're being too kind. No, it's not necessary. But Tegu stubbornly insisted on doing things his way. My master's people are also my people. Ah, no. It's just family. I want to take care of you. Hizio found it strange, but Lai Jun never took me home. Tegu flopped onto the ground, writhing like a beached fish. Whoa. I said I'd take you. I'll take you home. I really want to take you home. Hizio sighed heavily. Tegu Nim is a Skymon, and he's a monster if he steps out of the gate. He'll be considered a monster outbreak. If he happens to meet an awakener, today will be Tegu Nim's death anniversary. He asked, Are you sure? Lai Jun won't get angry, right? It questioned as if it were absolutely right. Your safety is more important than being scolded. Hizio scratched his head helplessly. Huh. All right. Just make sure no one sees you, okay? Tega cheered happily. Of course. Ayangwa flew over. Oh my. Tegu, what's got you so excited? It greeted them. Hizio. Tega hugged him tightly. Hee hee. I worried the junior would be lonely going home alone, so I decided to escort him. It was startled. You're going alone? Tega turned back, wondering. Yes, is there a problem? Ayangwa hesitated. It's too dangerous for Tegu to go alone. It acted as a protector. I'll go too. Tegu rejoiced. Hizio is coming too. That makes me feel much safer. Hee hee. Ayangwa covered its mouth, chuckling. Oh, Tegu, you're quite the smooth talker. Hizio froze for 5 seconds. Wait. Hold on. They suddenly advanced. Human world straight ahead. It made him cover his head and wail. Lai Jun, help me. A quiet moonlit night. New tall buildings lined a small street. A junkyard, where old, wrecked cars were piled up. A small house sat neatly in the middle of the junkyard, looking utterly desolate. A delicious bowl of egg noodles. Steaming, the smoke rose to the roof. The small child watched longingly. Big brother, when do we get to eat ramen? Hizio replied. Just a moment. The short-haired girl interjected. I've finished preparing the bowls and chopsticks. He quickly replied. Thank you. Coming right away. The playing children suddenly stopped, their faces beaming. They rushed outside. Rai, you're back. Hizio shouted. Hey, don't run, you'll fall. They ran out, barely opening their eyes, not knowing who was in front of them. Big brother. Brother. The boy hugged the muscular figure in front of him. Why are you so late? We've been waiting for ages. They sensed something was wrong and innocently looked up. In front of them now were Saku and Ayonwa's group. The alarm bells blared loudly. Warning! Warning! Everyone was in a panic, as monster energy was detected in Dabong District. The detected level is red. This is a red-level monster. The government became more chaotic than ever. What's going on? Dabong District has never had a gate breach before. It's always been a clean area. Even the leaders were at a loss. Damn it. While we were busy investigating dark arts. There's no other way. He ordered all staff. Immediately contact the accident-free team. Request assistance from top students. Everyone followed orders. Understood. The little one was delighted. Uncle Tegu. Higher. Go higher. He indulged in her. All right. Uncle will toss you higher. The boy standing next to them also asked. Uncle Tegu. Me too. The short-haired girl was flustered. Oh, I can do it myself. Ayangwa quickly washed the dishes. It'll be done faster if we do it together. She replied awkwardly. Thanks. Saka sat cross-legged. Thanks for letting me come along. Hizio waved his hand. Don't mention it. I'm just glad the kids aren't afraid of you. He asked tentatively. By the way, is this really your house? He looked bewildered. Saku explained. At first, I thought it was a junkyard. I heard the owner gave you high-level mana stones. They arrived with reluctant expressions. Is this even a house? Hizio smiled. We used to live in a slum, you know. This is a big improvement. He wondered. A slum. What's that? Hearing that made him freeze up completely. Where should I even begin to explain? Hizio complained. I wanted to use the mana stones the owner gave me to buy a better house, but the real estate prices in Seoul shocked me. He was utterly dejected. Even in the suburbs, houses start from 3 billion won. After the gates appeared, it's always been like this. The fewer the monster disaster impacts, the higher the price. Hizio looked at the child in his arms. Moving out of Seoul isn't a good option either. It won't be safe for the kids. There are fewer awakened people in the countryside. My kids will be in danger if a gate opens. He looked up, watching the kids play. So, after searching for the safest possible place that was spacious enough for our large family to live together, we finally decided on this place. He frowned. Even so, a place like this, a junkyard. Suddenly, Ayangwa interrupted. You've gone through a lot. So young yet already responsible for your siblings. He whispered softly. Saku, you're being too harsh. Talking like that will hurt Hizio. He remained stubborn. I didn't say anything wrong. Sako asked quietly. Don't you all feel anything looking at this rundown house? Hizio carried the little one back to the room. I'll carry him to sleep. Ionwa still didn't understand. Huh? And Tega looked confused. What do you mean? He said mysteriously. Thanks to our master's grace, we have a beautiful home and delicious food. But looking at this place, it's clear Hizio isn't the priority. Meaning, Saka looked up and explained as if it were obvious. Our master worries about us more, which is why Hizio is pushed aside. Ionwa was stunned to hear that. His mouth hung open, unable to utter a word. Tegu, on the other hand, furrowed his brows, deep in thought. He exclaimed, So, whatever our master overlooks about Hizio, we'll take care of it ourselves. He sat in the room. He was dumbfounded when he heard that. The bright moonlight shone dazzlingly everywhere in the junkyard. A shield surrounded the small house in the middle of the junkyard. Hai froze for 5 seconds. What's going on here? Before him was a team of diligent construction workers. How did it turn out like this? The leader Tegu urged, Hurry up. If you're so slow, the master won't praise you. The Sukmon also obeyed the leader's command without question. Let's show the master our abilities. Saka felt something was a bit off. Hey Tegu, this place is a bit strange. Tegu, who was concentrating, turned around. Where? Saku, this wise monster fish. It seems there are only 3 rooms. Shouldn't it be at least 1 room per person? Only then did Tegu realize. You're right. But it just thought simply. But Saku, the kids are still small, right? I heard human children are very afraid to sleep alone. But Saku quickly became worried. So what about when the kids grow up? Build more rooms? Tegu showed it the blueprint. Look, do you see the marks in all 3 rooms? It acted like Detective Conan. There are magic keys. Tegu explained in detail. In modern times, advanced technology is everywhere, especially from Shinji, who has always excelled at creating amazing inventions. Using one of their patented products, I will create buttons at these points. It was proud of its own classiness. When you press the button, the walls will open, turning 3 rooms into 5 rooms. Even 8 rooms are possible. To be safe, I've made it convertible to 10 rooms. This is the result of the collaboration between science and cunning monsters, Saka calmly said. Now I understand why the master took you in. You are a capable monster. Tegu also became delusionally confident because of that praise. Oh dear, Saku, don't say that. I just thought learning human architecture could help the master. But it remained humble. I can only do so much, truly. You're much better than me, Saku. Thanks to your magic-infused ice walls, even if a monster outbreak occurs, no monster would dare to approach. Saku then took over Tegu's position as the narcissistic boss. You're quite the smooth talker. Just then Hizio, carrying the little boy, walked over and froze when he saw the 2 monsters smirking at each other. He was confused. You don't all have to go to this extent. At this moment, neither Hizio nor the monsters knew that the house they were building would be more valuable than any house in Korea. The group of people at the high school in the evening kept yawning. So sleepy. June also felt confused. Why gather in the middle of the night? Onha was stunned. Anbai, you're here too? Anbai replied. They called me. Hurrayed. All right, everyone, focus here. Her face looked serious. Thank you all for coming despite the sudden call. I will begin the mission briefing. Upon hearing this, everyone present froze stiff. According to information from Shinji, announced a serious problem. A large amount of monster energy has been detected in Dubangu. The monsters are estimated to be red level. She changed direction. However, our mission is not to eliminate those monsters. June wondered. Then what do we do? Explained. Our job is to ensure no monsters escape to other areas. The awakened hunters are actively preparing for the battle. Foolishly spoke nonsense. Then why don't we just let them do everything? He was immediately punched in the stomach by his sister, who warned him. Stop talking nonsense. June glanced around. Most hunters are busy looking for magic crystals, so we're the ones responsible for this, he said, still in pain. Yes, you just need to say it. She said bluntly. If you understand, then let's move. He scratched his head. All right. They quickly dashed forward. They stopped at an ice wall. She shouted, Over there. June peered around. An ice wall. It must be a monster with ice attributes. He was shocked to see a swarm of black creatures clustered together on the map. My goodness, there are so many of them. He sighed. Definitely over 100. He was immediately chided by his sister. Can you please shut your mouth? He sheepishly replied. But I'm just worried. June questioned. Weren't you worried during the Celestial Lake incident? He calmly replied. We had them then, though. She finally remembered. Right. Hey, want some tranquilizers? The most mature one in the group said, Our team might not be enough to deal with red-level monsters, but our job is just to monitor and observe, don't worry. She guessed. That must be the entrance. We just need to watch for monsters coming out of it. Team leader Anbai began to worry. What if they come out? He remained unusually calm. Stop them until the hunters arrive. She quietly asked, Is a midnight mission like this exhausting? She immediately replied, To conserve energy, we take turns watching and resting a bit. The order was set. Warm sunlight shone on the area where they were preparing to act. The younger ones were fast asleep, while he stared blankly around. He coughed in surprise. Something's moving at the exit. She hastily asked, A monster? What kind? He calmly assessed the situation. Wait a moment. Let me see. He was looking around frantically. Then suddenly his jaw dropped. Hizio was walking around his newly built house when he was attracted by someone's call. Hizio. He was stunned, Hizio. June was bewildered. Who's that? He quickly explained. He's S. Jr. He's always with him. June was puzzled. Why? Why is his junior coming out from there? He was flustered. How would I know? What the heck is he doing there? She glared down. Hold on. June stared at Hizio, who was cautiously looking around. He seems very wary of his surroundings. Is he looking for something that fell nearby? He agreed. That makes sense. She continued. Whenever a new gate appears, there are always people who rush to it, right? Everyone here probably knows who that is. He, the wise one, immediately understood. You mean the item scavengers? She explained. Exactly. Since they can't enter dangerous gates, they mine the outside. They have a fast and strong network, so they're usually the first to arrive whenever a gate appears. He murmured, No. That reminds me. I heard his parents both passed away. So he's the breadwinner for his family. His sister also had many questions. But doesn't he still receive support funds from the school? The school June was referring to was the most prestigious school in Korea. Jinhua High School is one of the 3 prestigious elite schools for awakened individuals. Simply enrolling guarantees significant financial support and generous scholarships. And students get to keep any items obtained during training or examinations at the gates. Even after deducting costs for specialized uniforms, activity fees, and quarterly educational expenses, students still receive significant financial support. He worried. That's if he lives alone. But he also has several younger siblings. She wondered, how many siblings does he have? If it's 3 or 4, it'd still be fine. Suddenly, June was distracted by someone's silly questions. 7. He pieced together his reasoning. Moreover, as a standard awakened individual, his scholarship was only enough to cover the minimum expenses to survive in school. And other scholarships are monopolized by the alliance of 15 families, aren't they? I also heard he didn't participate in the Paradise Martial Arts Tournament, possibly due to his circumstances. He started overthinking. So, because of his siblings, he had to be the item picker. Gongha, showing pity, said, It's really dangerous, but I can understand. Everyone was in a mess. She asked, What should we do? She speculated. He probably doesn't realize he's being followed by a monster. She put on a righteous air. We can reprimand him later. For now, protecting him is the priority. avoid monster encounters as much as possible, and focus on getting him to safety. They all agreed. Yes. At that moment, he was casually strolling under the structure. He suddenly stopped. He didn't need a loving home. He was very flustered right now. Oh my God. Oh my God. What should I do? Where are the supervisors hiding? Not long before, he had left, telling the little ones at home, "Okay, I'm going for morning practice, monsters. Don't cause trouble and behave yourselves." Muscle called out. "Wait," it asked. "Are humans monitoring this area?" This question startled him. "Huh," he said sternly. "They're heading this way. Act natural and behave as usual." He panicked. "What about you?" "And the others?" It reassured him. "We'll handle ourselves. Don't worry about us." Then it pushed him away. "You just need to go somewhere else to attract their attention. We're counting on you." He nodded vigorously. "Okay, I understand." He told himself, "I must keep my spirits up. If anything happens, I won't dare look him in the eye again." Calm, confident, he was startled to see a group of people running towards him. The anxious students called out, "Are you okay?" He wondered, "How did you all get here?" She clutched his hand. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Gong Ha also couldn't help but ask all sorts of questions. "You're still intact, right?" She suggested, "Let's get out of here first." He looked bewildered. "Huh." She explained righteously, "There's a monster behind you. If you're picking up items, you should check your surroundings first." "What if the monsters find you?" He smiled awkwardly, unsure what to say. "What are they talking about? Wait, they don't know about my agreement with the monsters, do they?" Phew, that's a relief. He flustered. "Yes, it's my fault, I'm sorry." She said dejectedly, "I didn't expect to be exposed so soon." He gritted his teeth. "I haven't even finished building the house yet. Arms crossed. I need to return safely. What a hassle. Should I fight my way back?" It said smugly, "No need to worry about that." Inquired, "Do you have a way?" Smiling brightly, "Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here." It introduced the teleportation barrier, which it set up when it first decided to build the house. "I created a gate underground so I could come check regularly." Hearing that, he was as if struck by lightning. He froze for 5 seconds, exclaimed, "Wow, that's really thoughtful." It quickly claimed kinship. "You truly are my brother." Was overjoyed by the praise. "Don't flatter me." It put its hand into the barrier. "Let's go in together." Suddenly, a force shot out from within, leaving no time to dodge. A cloud of dust billowed everywhere. Spiritual energy spread throughout the space. Grabbed its collar. Stepped back. Was already in a fighting stance. "Who's there?" Behind the white smoke was a seemingly familiar cry. Lam Lam's small feet touched the ground. It fanned out its 9 foxtails. Lam Lam immediately trembled. "Master of the Forbidden Zone, why are you so angry?" Its eyes glowed brightly, as if it could see everything clearly. Lam Lam snarled. The immensely powerful spiritual energy emanating from it forced them to only defend. The outer shell of the small house also began to shake, as if it could shatter at any moment. Outside was still flailing wildly. Actually, I don't know anything. I was just passing by." Then a huge explosion erupted from behind him. The students looked up with a variety of distinct expressions. A stream of spiritual energy surged out from within. The outer shell had a large hole in it. Lam Lam intently watched the students, looking for the softest landing spot, in someone's arms. As the chosen one, it plunged straight down. She flinched and instinctively raised her hand to catch it. Lam Lam flew into her arms, as if long familiar. She was stunned. Lam Lam made a cute face, and let out a yelp. Wondered, "Why are you here?" Next to her was crying. "Brother, I'm sorry. I tried my best." Cupped its cheek. "Look how cute it is." See, Ong was bewildered. "Wait, why is there a dog here?" "Hanjo always cared about that person." "Where's Li Jun? Why are you alone?" So Lam Lam perfectly mimicked the scenes that unfolded when Li Jun was clashing with Moonbane. He Eugene understood nothing and even guessed wildly. The answer was, it went mad. It helplessly ran away in a panic. Hanju was anxious. Li Jun is in danger. Follow him. Meanwhile, He Eugene just stood there, stunned. How did you know? Jun Guion was also worried about his secret crush. Li Jun is in danger? Let's go. Kyung Jin was diligently on duty when she panicked as she saw the students scatter. Wait, where are you all going in the middle of a mission? Come back here. Hizio ran over to persuade her. Teacher, you should go with them too. You can't just let the students run around on their own, right? She looked bewildered. Huh, but I need to monitor the monsters in this area. Kyung Jin shrieked. Hizio, don't push me. Everyone was stunned by the recent explosion. Hanju anxiously looked down, muttering, Oh my God! That explosion created a deep hole in the ground, surprising everyone. What's going on here? Eugene peered forward. What is that? Seeing the two girls slide into the hole without hesitation, he became worried and quickly called out to them. Hanjo Jun-gyeon. They both rushed to where Li Jun lay motionless. Their friends above also panicked and leaped down after them. Seeing him covered in injuries, they couldn't help but call out anxiously. Li Jun. Hanjo gently lifted Li Jun to check. He's still breathing. Jun Gyeon immediately took out medicine and carefully poured it into his mouth. In just a moment, Li Jun coughed violently, blood gushing from his mouth. Jun Gyeon looked at the bottle of medicine in his hand skeptically. Even B-grade medicine has no effect. We need to take him to the hospital immediately. Kyung Jin, beside them, reminded them in a low voice. If there's a monster nearby that could do this to Li Jun, we need to move very carefully. We still don't know what kind of gate this is. Their friends quietly waited for orders. Hyujin, Hanjo, Jun Gyeon, you're the fastest. Take Li Jun to the infirmary. The rest of you, stay here and investigate this area with me. Upon hearing this, the three immediately lifted Li Jun onto their shoulders and ran off without hesitation. Then we'll go first. Take care. Hyung Jin slowly scanned her surroundings. But where is this place? She had never seen a gate like this before. Sian-ho suddenly spoke up. This place reminds me of China. Coe Jin asked skeptically. Aren't gates usually set in medieval times? Unbai vaguely replied. I've never heard of that. Suddenly, Sian-ho's eyes froze. Before him was a strange staff, and immediately, a question arose in his heart. That's a demonic artifact. Sian-ho called out to Kyung Jin with suspicion. Why is this thing here? Teacher. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if hypnotized. But Sian-ho felt himself being controlled. His hand unconsciously reached for the item. Why do I crave it so much? Just then, Kyung Jin's call made him snap out of it. Sian-ho. He awkwardly turned his head. Yes. She slowly approached to observe. Did you call me for something? Is there something there? Sian-ho nervously glanced back at the spot from earlier. Ah, right. There was a demonic artifact here. But now, the demonic object had vanished without a trace, leaving him completely astonished. Sian-ho looked around, searching. Wait, why? It was definitely right here. Kyung Jin frowned slightly. What's wrong? Did you see a monster? He replied awkwardly. No, I didn't. She seriously advised him. If not, then let's keep going. It's not good to stay here for too long. Sian-ho scratched his head and replied. Okay. He turned his head back, his eyes still full of doubt. Was it a hallucination? But a big question suddenly arose in Sian-ho's mind. What was that momentary feeling of being mentally controlled? At the same time, a frightening red and black scene appeared in Li Jun's mind. Where is this? A figure in a white dress with long hair appeared in his sight. Who's there? The person stood still, unmoving. A moment later, the figure slowly turned its head. Bloody red eyes appeared, their gaze piercingly cold. The figure reached out its hand as if to manipulate Li Jun. Get out. It's not time yet. In a panic, he immediately sat up. His breathing gradually became rapid. Pain immediately spread throughout his body. Looking at his body covered in wounds, Li Jun began to lament. It hurts so much. How badly am I injured? Just then, Hanjio opened the hospital room door. She held a fruit basket and looked at him in confusion. Li Jun also looked up at Hanjio. Seeing her stride in fiercely, he immediately panicked. What the? Hanjio, don't you know how to knock? The fruit basket fell, scattering everywhere. Hanjio said nothing and rushed into Li Jun's arms, making him blush. You're awake? She looked at Li Jun with worried eyes. How are you feeling? Does it hurt anywhere? He replied without a moment's thought. Yes. Hanjio immediately left, worried. I'll go get the doctor right away. Wait a sec. The doctor then came to check. After a while, he took off his glasses and started asking about the situation. How are you feeling? Does it hurt much? He calmly replied. Pretty good. Hanju was stunned. What? Seeing the needles all over Li Jun's body, she couldn't help but be surprised. Seriously? But you've only been hospitalized for 3 days. Even the wound on his right back has completely healed. His disturbed chi has also settled. The doctor gently made a guess. Perhaps it's thanks to the energy of S-Rank martial arts. Sumi Jing Guang. Li Jun only smirked when he heard that. Sumi Jing Guang, that's not it. He slowly checked the flow of power surrounding his body. The energy flowing within him isn't Sumi Jing Guang, but primordial divine art. The energy of the primordial divine art works non-stop to heal every part of my body. That's why I recovered so quickly. The old doctor slowly stood up and advised him. If you rest properly, you'll fully recover in a week. Well, I'll be going now. After the doctor left, Li Jun got out of bed without hesitation. Lying down for 3 days has made my body stiff. Hanjo anxiously stopped him. Are you sure you can sit up now? Shouldn't you rest a little longer? Li Jun gently waved his hand. It's fine. The doctor also said I could walk around. More importantly, what happened? Why am I in the hospital? She glanced towards what was under the blanket. Lam Lam came and told me everything. That's how I found you. Lam Lam wearily crawled out from under the blanket and let out a soft whine. Hanju bent down and smiled gently. Hey, you didn't do anything wrong. Why are you so down? Lam Lam was now nestled in Li Jun's arms, playfully fawning. Good job, good job. He held it in his arms and looked at her with grateful eyes. Were you the one who saved me? Hanjio, thank you. Her face immediately turned red. You're a guest of our tribe too, you know. It wasn't just me, Guion, Hiu Jin, and even my father helped. Li Jun's voice had a hint of sadness. Really? So now everyone knows Lam Lam is a monster. Hanjio quickly replied. I'm sorry, that was unavoidable. He wasn't angry. He just smiled and shook his head. It's fine. There's no need to hide Lam Lam's identity anymore. More importantly, while I was unconscious, nothing serious happened, right? She calmly replied. Oh, there was, a lot actually. Li Jun's expression immediately froze. Huh. Hanjio began to recount. First, a red-level monster appeared in Zabangu, so we were all dispatched there. And there Hizio. After hearing the story, Li Jun's mood became extremely gloomy. His eyes clearly showed anger. Those fools. Li Jun immediately stood up and scolded angrily, causing trouble while I was gone. We risked our lives to save them, and then, because he was too agitated, his wound throbbed again. Aren't the painkillers working? Should I use primordial divine magic to relieve the pain? Suddenly, Li Jun noticed something unusual. Something's not right. The character status board immediately appeared. Several attributes were deducted. Seeing the deducted attributes, he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! Just as I thought, there's a penalty. That made Li Jun pause for a moment. All my stats dropped, my internal energy was reduced by 300, and my rank also dropped. Is this a side effect of defeating Kain, the blood demon? He sighed tiredly and lay down on the bed. Whatever, I guess I'm lucky. The important thing is that I'm still alive. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Li Jun's ear. He turned around in surprise, his eyes wide with confusion. This voice. Just then, he saw the immortal elder in tears. He softly called out, Master. Hearing his voice, the immortal elder calmed down. Did you call me? Li Jun asked excitedly. Master, you scared me. Wait, are you crying? The immortal elder looked at him. His tears kept falling. but he stubbornly refused to admit it. The greatest person of all time shouldn't cry. No, this old man doesn't have emotions. It's definitely not because my disciple is about to die. He yelled irritably. I said I'm not crying. Li Jun ignored him and immediately got out of bed. All right, I know you're worried about me. But I have things to do, so I'm leaving. The immortal elder angrily chased him to the door, but he still pretended not to hear. What? You're planning to leave in this state? He yelled angrily. Lie down and rest immediately. On a brilliant afternoon, the sunset stretched across the coast of Qingdao, China. Somi knelt, looking respectful. Upon seeing Inju, she immediately bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Inju looked at her, his gaze softening slightly. Somi, it's been a long time. Somi looked up at him, every word filled with respect. Are you doing well? Your Majesty. Inju smiled, glancing sideways. It's been years since someone called me that. Now they all call me Vo. She immediately bowed in apology. My memories are stuck in the past. Please forgive me if I've displeased you. Inju's eyes narrowed dangerously. It's all right, no need to be tense. To describe him, people rumored that among the masters of the sky, earth, and mankind, the master of the sky, Samyong Vo, was the one all martial artists feared, captivatingly beautiful, wicked, and ruthless. Suddenly, Inju's voice deepened. By the way, Somi, she asked blankly. Yes, Your Majesty. His body seemed enveloped by a chilling, murderous aura. Where's the sword of destruction? Somi replied, startled. Ah, Huyet Hoa is retrieving it. Inju retracted his terrifying expression and smiled, but his tone remained cold. Is that so? My predecessor will be very happy. But before that, I want to see it with my own eyes. Her body began to tremble. Once it's retrieved, I'll bring it to you right away. He praised her, satisfied. You're quick-witted, Somi. Under the brilliant sunset, Inju's smile became even clearer. Now tell me, what is this world like? Cut to the hospital. Li Jun gently stroked its head. Lam, wait here, okay? He clenched his hand, his eyes darting around once. Good, no one's around here. This place is perfect. Li Jun took a deep breath, then ordered the summon. Destruction sword. The sword slowly appeared, accompanied by system notification sounds. The destruction sword responded to its master's call. The destruction sword recognized the primordial divine art. The destruction sword has been bound to you. Holding the sword in his hand, an indescribable feeling surged in Li Jun's heart. Thank goodness, I thought I'd lost it when I passed out. Is this really the destruction sword? Its form has changed so much, and the aura it emits is like an SS grade. The information continued to appear. Destruction sword, Stage 1, SSS grade. Description: the first demon weapon of the blood god of destruction. Reacts to destruction magic. Only obeys its master's command. Improper handling leads to destruction or soul capture, turning the victim into a puppet. Option not available. Hearing the SSS grade, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. An SSS grade weapon. I look forward to working with you. But carrying it out like this is a bit too flashy. Suddenly, the sword in Li Jun's hand shrunk, to his surprise. Oh, wait, what's going on? Looking at the compact weapon in his hand, he thought to himself. It shrunk, and its design changed too. It can respond to my thoughts? Li Jun immediately gave an order. Return to your original form. He happily looked at it and pondered. With this ability, no one will know it's a demon weapon. Suddenly, Lam coughed a few times, a reminder. Li Jun immediately understood. All right, the last thing is to clean up the remaining mess. He picked up Lam and began to open the portal. Summoning portal. Let's see what kind of trouble they've caused. Outside the construction site, a shimmering protective ice wall formed. Outside, Hyung Jun's eyes clearly showed bewilderment. Damn it, what's that ice wall made of? It's not even scratched. The person behind him immediately replied. The scanner is still detecting monsters nearby. He asked anxiously. What's in there? At the same time, inside the wall, Tegu nervously reported. Mr. Saku, there are many people gathering outside. Saku powerfully pointed towards the wall. What other choice do we have? I tried to avoid this, but in the end, I still have to break it down. Tegu immediately smiled flatteringly. Truly capable. While they were arguing about whether there was a better way, Li Jun's voice rang out. Break what? Seeing him appear, they immediately bowed respectfully. Master. Li Jun walked over angrily. Why are you still calling me? Hizio explained. Called by name, Hizio awkwardly stepped forward to explain. After seeing the scrapyard, Tega decided to build a house for us. And then, after hearing that, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh! He spoke coldly. Tegu. It immediately knelt on the ground and bowed its head in confession. Tegu. Sorry, master. Please forgive me. Li Jun pointed towards the luxurious house and said, Enough. Did you make that house? Tegu replied softly. Yes. He nodded in praise. Yes, it's a bit spacious for 8 people, but quite nice. Li Jun gently tapped the wall and said, And what about this wall? Saku confidently stepped forward to show off his work. That's my design, Saku. Thinking he would be praised, it continued to speak. I built it as a defensive wall. It looks like a scrapyard. Upon hearing that, he got angry again. Oh, you did? Lam, how should we deal with this? Understanding the hint, Lam immediately growled menacingly. Sokka trembled in fear and begged, O King of the Forbidden Zone, please forgive us. Li Jun, without a hint of mercy, used magic to open a portal. No need for forgiveness. All of you go home. As soon as the portal opened, they immediately fled. Just then, a reserved voice echoed from behind him. Brother. Hizio awkwardly bowed his head, admitting his fault. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. You all did this for my family, but it turned out too big. The 2 children at his feet looked up in confusion. Li Jun explained softly. This defensive wall can keep monsters below red level at bay. Not even an A-rank awakened can break it. It's quite risky but effective. Looking at them, he didn't feel angry. Instead, he smiled happily. Monsters often appear here, so this wall is beneficial for protecting his younger siblings. Let's just leave it like this then, Hizio asked worriedly. But how do we explain this to the people outside? Li Jun gently placed his hand on the wall and replied, It's fine, we just need to make up a story. He quickly put all his strength into it. Just 1 second later, a hole was breached in the wall. Hyung Jun's eyes widened in surprise. The ice wall has been broken, young Master Li Jun. He stepped forward, holding his injured arm. Oh, Hyung Jun. Seeing Li Jun, he approached him and asked, How did you get out of there? No, what happened inside? He replied with a smile. I've handled everything. Hyung Jun froze. Huh. The person behind immediately announced. Huh. The scanner no longer detects any monsters. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. You handled it all by yourself. Li Jun immediately put his arm around Hizio's shoulder and replied with a laugh. You see, we both did it together. The monsters that broke and were blue level. I just closed the gate, and the gate's energy froze the surrounding area. Hearing that, Hyung Jun quickly made a request. We need to investigate inside the ice wall. The 2 subordinates behind him whispered quietly. They both handled all the red-level monsters? The other person immediately replied. If it's true, that's amazing. After a discussion with Li Jun, he turned and gave an order. It seems our work here is done. Everyone returned to the main house. The entire team responded in unison. Understood. He silently watched as each person left. Those people came from the Godfinger clan. Suddenly, Li Jun spoke up. There's one more thing for the Godfinger clan. One person turned around and spoke softly. Please go on. He looked at them with resolute eyes. To the leaders of the 15 Family Alliance, keep the ice wall. Li Jun continued. This is now the children's home. The children below cheered excitedly. Brother, are we really going to live in a mansion? His eyes flashed with a sharp glint, his tone exceedingly cold. Especially the Imperial clan and Johnson. The other person immediately replied. Don't worry about that. He calmly looked at Li Jun. Our Godfinger clan only acts according to young Master Li Jun's wishes. We will inform the Imperial and Johnson families as you wish. Li Jun said nothing, just silently watched them leave. Then he turned and went inside. Watching Hizio's children happily chattering, Li Jun secretly rejoiced. They seemed very happy. A while later, at the hospital, he returned looking dazed. I'm back. So tired. News sounds echoed throughout the room. Inside the ice wall, which is Lai Jun's subordinate's home, was filled with red monsters. As soon as he stepped in, he saw Jun Gyeon waiting with her arms crossed. Sis. She looked at him in surprise. You. Jun Gyeon angrily rushed over and scolded him. Do you want to die? Why aren't you in the hospital? He quickly raised his hand. Sorry. Have you been waiting long, sis? She angrily pointed at the TV, which was broadcasting news. What's with this news? You went there with that body. The television's sound continued to play. When Hizio didn't participate in the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament, Lai Jun knew something was up. News continued to pour in. He arrived before the scouting team of the 15 Family Alliance, and it was reported that he had wiped out all the monsters. According to the Godfinger clan, Lai Jun thought to himself, they really made a big deal out of it. He forced a smile and replied vaguely, this news is a bit exaggerated. Jun Gyeon angrily lowered her head. And you? Why didn't you tell me you were raising monsters? Lai Jun shrugged slightly. Well, I didn't tell anyone. She asked coldly. But you knows. He answered nonchalantly. Yes, but I didn't tell him. Jun Gyeon couldn't keep her calm anymore, so she rolled up her sleeves and lunged forward. You. She powerfully swung her attack. Don't mess with me. Fortunately, Lai Jun dodged in time. Sis, calm down and listen to me. Suddenly, the sound of sobs made him stop. Sis. Jun Gyeon tried to hold back her tears, but the sobs still escaped. Lai Jun stepped closer, intending to touch her. I'm sorry. Next time if anything happens, I'll tell you. Jun Gyeon coldly dodged. Do you know how worried I was? If you weren't injured, I'd punch you right now. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from under the blanket, making both of them turn their heads to look. Lam, looking bewildered, crawled out from under the blanket. Lai Jun was startled and worried. What's it doing in there? Jun Gyeon was no longer angry and stepped forward to hug Lam. So cute. Is this one of the monsters you're raising? Hey, he reminded worriedly. Don't be reckless and touch it. She wasn't scared at all and continued to hug Lam. It's gentle. I really want to take it home and raise it. Lai Jun smiled inwardly. She seems to like this. Suddenly, Jun Gyeon's mood sank again. I feel a bit left out when Hanyu knew before me. After saying that, she looked up at him with a serious gaze. From now on, if things like this happen, please tell me first, okay? Jun Gyeon's smile seemed to dispel all the previous tension. That's a promise. In the private hospital room, Lai Jun was gently stroking Lam. He patted its head. Ever since she came back, this little one has started to get clingy with me. As soon as Lai Jun summoned, a metal rod appeared in his hand. Infinite spear. He meticulously observed the object he was holding. 3 days have passed since I killed the blood demon and obtained this demonic artifact. The problem now is how will they react? Those who value demonic artifacts and the map of divine martial arts will certainly not let this rest. Lai Jun thought to himself, Chan Oi-chan, the demons of this world. He pondered. Chan Oi-chan's goal is to open a multidimensional gate and bring their master out. Jean. Li Jun bowed, his expression turning serious. The blood demon's death might have changed the future, but there's still plenty of time. His thoughts were heavy. 7 years from now, Chan Oi-chan's master will descend upon this world. Just 1 month after he arrives, everything will be destroyed. Li Jun raised his spear. The future can change. His gaze was firm. If I want to kill Jean Mayen, I have to become even stronger. Before that, I need to cut off Chan Oi-chan's tentacles. The next day, Min-sun gave Li Jun a scroll. Here. This is the initial reward you were looking for. He happily took out the paper inside. I'll cherish it. He leaned his hand on the table nearby. I wonder if you know the rules of the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament? After Li Jun read the contents written on the paper, a series of notifications appeared. You have received the Blood God's map. The Blood God's map is sealed. Rank, difficulty, description, effect. You are not allowed to view the artifact. You are not allowed to view the artifact. He replied casually. Oh yes. Minsung wondered. So, Li Jun, you can't see the information either, right? He answered frankly. That's right. He sighed in frustration. Because it's you, Li Jun. I thought you must have known something, which is why you asked about the Blood God's map. He smiled and opened his satchel. Let's investigate it together from now on. The master unexpectedly gave Li Jun a suggestion. Try using the primordial divine art. Hearing that, he fixed his gaze on the map and activated his skill. Primordial divine art. Moments later, letters began to appear, surprising Li Jun. A hidden message appeared. The system proceeds with analysis. The Blood God's map has been unsealed. Rank SSS. Difficulty SSS. Description: a map leading to a secluded place where the Blood God turned his back on his disciples and went into hiding. The system states, there, he founded the Han One sect, a sect with a single successor, marking a new beginning. Only one person can enter the Han One sect, a disciple who has mastered the primordial divine art to a 9-star level. If one enters the Han One sect, that person will inherit all the martial arts knowledge of the Blood God, also known as the Boundless. The effect, the key to entering the Han One sect. Hearing that, he asked, puzzled, Master, this is the location of the Han One sect, so why does it have a difficulty level? The old immortal stroked his beard meaningfully. Think carefully. What kind of martial art does your master possess? If you want to inherit all my martial arts, you must first prove yourself worthy. Li Jun surmised. You mean I have to pass a challenge, like a gatekeeper's test, to inherit your legacy? He gave him an approving look. Exactly. You catch on quickly. Li Jun then had a question. What level do I need to reach for 9 stars? The old immortal smiled brightly. By your standards, it's about SS rank. He was so incredulous, he spoke aloud. What? Min Sung, thinking Li Jun was talking to him, exclaimed in surprise. What? Don't tell me you actually found something on the Blood God's map. The old immortal continued. By martial arts world standards, one needs to enter the transcendent realm to meet the minimum requirements to join the Han One sect. The transcendent realm, the realm of absolute masters. He let out a dry laugh. It's nothing. I was just looking closely. Li Jun glanced at him. I didn't expect there to be a level higher than S rank. The old immortal chuckled with delight. That's the level you must achieve in the future. He thought, the 10 strongest people on Earth are all S rank awakened ones, and I have to surpass a level that even they haven't reached. Li Jun pressed his lips together. Can I really do it? Minsung asked excitedly. Did you find anything? He immediately denied it. No. He spread his arms. Are we just going to keep going like this between us? Li Jun casually turned away. What exactly is between us anyway? Minsung was speechless upon hearing that. Seeing his silence, he smiled. I'm kidding. Li Jun looked resolutely at Minsung. I can't tell you anything about the Blood God map. Instead, during the break, I will work as a guest of the Godfinger clan. If you clear the Sown Forest Gate, I will give you the blood poison goo technique. He was a little stunned. The blood poison goo technique? Minsung asked anxiously. Give it to me. Is that okay? He replied casually. Anyway, I don't need it. Li Jun pondered. I already have the primordial divine art, so I don't need it anymore. He suggested, just spread a rumor about me to the divine power tribe and the emperor. He asked skeptically, what rumor? Li Jun quickly replied, I'll clear the Sown Forest Gate by myself. Spread that exact rumor on that day. Min Sung immediately compromised. All right. That request is too simple. If I give you the goo blood poison art, spreading a small rumor is nothing. A moment later, at the Sown Forest Gate, green level zone, Hai UK Jean asked him, So, are you planning to conquer this place? He looked around with interest. Oh, this place has a lot of greenery, doesn't it? That's enough. Li Jun quickly stopped him. Wait, there's one more person. Hai UK Jean asked curiously. Who is it? No sooner had he finished speaking than someone rushed over. Seeing him, Li Jun said, He's here. Hai CO stopped in front of them, panting tiredly. Brother. Sorry for being late. High UK Gene crossed his arms. Ah, High CO is here too. He greeted. Senior High UK Gene. Are you also coming to the Sown Forest Gate? High UK Gene put on a very arrogant expression. Yes. Follow me closely, kid. I'll make sure you're safe. High CO clenched his hands and shouted. No way. I'll go first and check if there's any danger. Lee Jun turned and walked ahead, cutting them off. Enough. There's no time. He urged. Let's go. Lee Jun was currently scrolling through a message on his phone. Please begin. Chairwoman Han Emily Cian. A notification board suddenly appeared. Warning. You are the owner of another gate. The owner of the Sown Forest Gate considers you an enemy. The owner of the Sown Forest Gate is trying to seal the entrance. Will you maintain or reject? He decisively chose. Reject. After that, the system displayed the result. The owner of the Forbidden Land of the Four Great Sacred Sites has refused to close the gate. The owner of the Sown Forest Gate is confused. Lee Jun looked into the distance. Maybe it's because Blue's rank has increased, so I can do more things inside the gate. Opening and closing the gate is as easy as pie. He and his teammates strode through the forest. The Sown Forest Gate is a green-level zone. Actually, I could clear the gate by myself, but to clear this place, I have to meet a certain condition. Lee Jun thought. I need at least 3 people. High UK Gene exclaimed with a relaxed expression. What beautiful weather! Hearing this, he felt helpless. He's entering a gate, yet he talks as if he's going to a park. Lee Jun looked at High CO, who was cautiously looking around everywhere. If Ratsu or a few others tagged along, cleaning up would be easier. But this is a chance for High CO to use his demon sword. He looked up, and Park High UK Gene was much more skilled than most monsters. Lee Jun called out, High CO. He quickly replied, Yes. He asked with interest, Have you ever seen a goblin in real life? At the same time, inside the Divine Power Tribe's chamber, Min Jin stood by the bed, looking at the unconscious Lee Sin. That scoundrel must be torn to pieces. She cursed incessantly. The low-class illegitimate child dares. Min Jin gritted her teeth, her face revealing pure malice. Dares to touch my son, the legitimate heir of the Divine Power Tribe. Suddenly, someone entered. Madam. She turned to ask, Are you keeping a close eye on that Lee Jun? He respectfully replied, Yes, and I bring good news. The subordinate reported, We received a report that Lee Jun is clearing Sown Forest Gate, a green-level area. He's alone. Min Jin asked again, full of doubt, Are you sure? He affirmed confidently, This is information from a messenger in the Divine Finger Tribe. She smirked dangerously. Sown Forest Gate, you say? Min Jin's eyes glowed with a dark red light. Send the Imperial Squad. The Imperial Squad is the elite bodyguard squad of the Imperial Tribe's strongest military unit. She changed her tone to a gentle one, speaking to Lee Sin. Don't worry, my dear son. Your mother will surely send the one who did this to you to hell. On this side, Lee Jun was standing in front of a stone statue. Hi, CO. This is your first time seeing a golem, right? Seeing this, he was stunned. Hi, UK Gene confidently said. Hi, CO waved his hands and feet in astonishment. The boss appears right away. Then what about the other monsters? He explained. You also know that each gate has a different strategy, right? For Sown Forest, you have to clear a total of 3 consecutive stages. Lee Jun smiled. Instead of regular monsters, each stage will have a boss. I know the strategy, so just follow me, and we'll get this done quickly. Understood. He drew a simulation on the ground with a wooden stick. When the golem awakens, it will summon smaller golems. Don't use inner power and focus only on the brown golems. The important thing is for all 3 of us to attack together. He timidly raised his hand. Why can't we use inner power? Lee Jun held the branch. That's the condition for the first stage. His face was full of anticipation. You can only use your weapon's power to fight. What do you think? Isn't this the perfect environment to test your sword's power? High CO slowly turned his head back, to look at the sword on his back. Chamado. He put his bag down and unzipped it. Hayuke Jin excitedly approached. What kind of sword is that? It looks so cool. Hiseo reached out for the sword. Oh, Jun gave me this. When Hayuke Jin heard that, he exclaimed in surprise. Really? Let me see. Wait, it's S-Rank. Hiseo seriously warned. Don't touch it. Only Jun and I can control it. Immediately after that, Hayuke Jin turned to Lee Jun. Lee Jun, give me a weapon too. I'll be your junior. He gently brushed him off. Your thunder sword is at least A rank, isn't it? Why are you still complaining? In an instant, Lee Jun's face showed traces of having been punched, along with Hayuke Jin's demands. That sword was given to you by your master, right? I want an S-rank weapon too. He secretly grumbled. I must owe Hayuke Jin a lot from my previous life. Even so, Lee Jun agreed to his request. Stop whining. If I find a good one, I'll give it to you right away. Okay. Hayuke Jin achieved his wish and laughed heartily. He's truly my best friend. He closed his eyes and put one hand in his pants pocket. All right, then I'll get a good weapon next time. Hayuke Jin said with determination. Now, let's see what I can do. Hearing that, he had a bad premonition. Hey, don't you think? Before Lee Jun could stop him, he had already grabbed his sword and dashed off like the wind. Lee Jun, from behind, tried to shout loudly. Hey, we have to go together. Lee Jun anxiously stood up. That reckless idiot. Hiseo, we have to catch up to him. Grab your weapon and let's go. He also obediently followed. Yes, the three of them ran at full speed towards the boss. The pupils of the giant stone statue suddenly lit up. In a flash, its entire body moved. The system announced, Stage 1, Earth Golem boss has awakened. The Earth Golem activated a shield. He looked around in confusion. A shield. Lee Jun looked behind him. Focus. Hiseo. He began to analyze. A special feature of this gate is that when fighting the boss monster, a shield will form around it. From underground, smaller golems emerged. Earth Golem summons mini golems. Lee Jun shouted loudly, Hayuke Jin, focus on the brown golems. He swiftly dashed forward. Understood. Hayuke Jin had barely brushed past the small golems before they shattered. He continued to command. Hiseo, when I give the signal, all of us will attack the boss together, got it? Lee Jun counted each word. 1, 2, 3. No sooner had he finished speaking, they all immediately ran towards the boss. Lee Jun struck down decisively, causing its head to shatter. He yelled, It's trying to recover. Hiseo, destroy it before it regenerates. He struck the goblin countless times with his sword. Understood. Hiseo's sweat-soaked face turned back. The huge goblin was now nothing but a pile of dirt fragments. Stage 1 monster boss, Earth Goblin, has been destroyed. You have defeated an easy level boss. The system announced congratulations. You have received 250,000 P as a reward. You may proceed to the next stage. Lee Jun happily clapped him on the shoulder. Well done. Hayuke Jin rushed towards the mountain of gold piled on the ground, a huge stack of rewards. This gate is really generous. He excitedly picked up a blue stone. There's even a super rare artifact here. Is it that valuable? Hayuke Jin called out to everyone standing behind him. You guys come quickly and grab some too. He suddenly froze, as if he had seen something. Wait. Lee Jun looked at the old scroll placed among the pile of gold. He walked over and picked it up. Pop. Impossible. Lee Jun smiled. I'll take this. He didn't even look back. MHM. He clutched the paper in his hand, his heart full of questions. Why did the blood parasite technique appear in Stage 1? The system analyzed in detail. Blood parasite, rank A. Description: a technique to implant a parasitic worm into an opponent to control them. It continued. If the infected opponent resists, they will suffer extreme pain. If they submit, blood vessels can rupture, causing instant death. Lee Jun's eyes showed clear wariness. In short, it's a perfect technique to use when someone doesn't obey. Worry arose in his mind. I was hoping to get it from this gate. But getting it this early, if I give it to the Intelligence Guild, I'll get a lot of information. Hi Jean wondered, is that all you're taking? Lai Jun replied, yeah. His face was full of anticipation. Awesome, we hit the jackpot. Let's move on to the next stage. He helplessly complied. All right. A few minutes passed, and they were all standing before another monster. Stage 2 boss, Shield Goblin. Hi Jean observed it incredulously. It looks really sturdy. It's bigger too. It's holding shields in both hands. He looked up. Not just sturdy, but incredibly tough. After hearing that, he asked suspiciously, you talk as if you've met it before. Or have you been here alone before, and even know how to clear this place? Lai Jun was silent for a moment, then replied, I told you before. Master taught me everything. He thought to himself, I can't admit that I died and came back again. Hi Jean probed. Who exactly is your master? Even my grandfather doesn't know these things. Hi Co guessed with amusement. Perhaps it's someone far beyond our imagination. Hi Jean continued to ask, so, is that person even greater than a demon god or a living Buddha? The old immortal suddenly appeared next to Lai Jun and admonished him. Disciple, what are you doing? Are you comparing your master to those fake monks and cunning tricksters from a past life? He was confused. There are more? He spoke up. So, how do we take down this boss? Lai Jun explained. Just keep attacking until it raises its shield. Hi Co cautiously asked, are we allowed to use inner energy this time? He confirmed definitively. Yes. And this time, Hi Co, you make the first move. He was a bit dazed upon hearing that. Yes. Hi Co gripped his sword tightly and leaped high. He winced. His eyes showed determination. Hi Co drew his sword and charged straight at the boss. He used the divine technique of the mysterious space of heaven and earth and slashed down powerfully. Lai Jun, standing aside, saw this and wondered, what kind of martial art is that? Hi Co landed right in front of the golem. It grabbed its shield and rushed quickly towards him. The boss easily sent Hi Co flying far away. Hi Co fell onto the cracked ground. He held his sword firmly. His eyes widened in fear. He raised his sword to block. If I hadn't blocked with the demon's sword, I would have been dead. The giant iron monster slowly approached, bearing a terrifying smile. As soon as the iron club was swung, Hi Co instinctively dodged to the side. He sprang up, almost clearing the monster's head. Hi Co glanced at the monster behind him. He swung his arm, delivering a sure slash. A small flame flared around the monster. He thought to himself. He didn't hesitate. At this moment, Hiu appeared with a confident smile and shouted loudly, as an elder brother, I can't let my junior carry all the difficult tasks alone. He performed several sword slashes in 3 seconds, creating a brilliant blue lightning surge that enveloped the monster's entire body. Divine art of the Thunder King. Cracks began to appear on the monster's body, and its eyes glowed. It turned and looked straight at Lai Jun. He held the spear firmly in his hand. Hiu sprang up from behind the monster and called out loudly. Lai Jun, as if on cue, raised the spear in front of him. A sharp gaze, I got it. He swung once, creating a brilliant yellow surge of power that slashed through the monster's body. Its head suddenly separated from its body. Red energy enveloped it. Lai Jun, frightened, exclaimed a warning. A wide-area attack is imminent. Stick as close to the barrier as possible. Hiu and Hizio heard that and immediately jumped back. Less than 3 seconds later, the monster unleashed countless bright white rays, attacking in all directions. A ray of power cut Hizio's face, causing blood to flow, and he looked terrified. Sweat poured down. The monster's entire body emitted a red aura. There were even cracks all over it. In a flash, its body exploded, the shock wave making Hizio flinch. The system board announced, you have destroyed the Stage 2 boss monster, Shield Golem. You have received 250,000 points as a reward. The system board stated, you can now proceed to the next stage. Lai Jun gently wiped a few drops of sweat from his face. Hiu sighed tiredly. It's a blue-grade dungeon, but why is it so difficult? He chuckled faintly, thinking to himself, because this isn't a normal blue-grade gate. This place hides a mana stone mine. Lai Jun looked at the beautiful blue stones. A mine large enough to supply more than 1/3 of South Korea's total energy. He suggested, now that we've collected all the rewards, let's move on to the next stage. Hiyu, however, countered, hey, we need to clarify a few things first. He called out in surprise. Hizio. Hizio cautiously replied. Hiyu approached curiously and asked, you used the martial arts of the Imperial clan? His eyebrows furrowed slightly, showing suspicion. To be precise, that's not an Imperial clan technique. It's something even more advanced. Like how my grandfather mastered the Emperor's body sword. There's no way you could have learned something like that on your own. Lai Jun explained. Lai Jun scratched his head, hesitating before explaining. You're right about that. The martial art Hizio practices is a 5th-grade technique. He said seriously. Emperor's chain blade. The same rank as the Emperor's body sword. Hearing that, Hiyu couldn't help but be surprised. Emperor's chain blade? You mean the sword technique that the Sword King was always desperately searching for? Hizio's face went blank. Lai Jun hummed in affirmation. Hiyu still felt something wasn't quite right. But wasn't that technique only usable when one has mastered the heaven and earth void art? Lai Jun lowered his head slightly. He smirked slyly. What if Hizio has already mastered the heaven and earth void art? Hiyu couldn't believe his ears and turned to look at Hizio. What? Really? Hizio scratched his head, answering shyly. Yes, that's right. Lai Jun gave me a succession catalyst, which helped reset my martial arts foundation. He asked again, startled. Even a succession catalyst? That thing is worth millions. Hiyu turned and asked, are all these things thanks to your master? Lai Jun picked his ear and replied, something like that. He thought to himself, even if I know the future, if my master hadn't trained me, I wouldn't have been able to safely guide martial arts. Lai Jun spoke coldly. If you're done wondering, let's move on to the next stage. Hiyu's face brightened. Lai Jun, your master. Could you introduce me to him? However, Lai Jun changed the subject. Shall we move on to the next stage? Hiyu angrily shouted. Hey, don't play dumb. Seeing that, Hizio chuckled, watching them engrossed. Scene change. Night fell, around 9 p.m., before the entrance of Seoul Forest. A group of people dressed in all black gathered. Sun Ho whispered to Min Jin, the Emperor clan has arrived. She took off her mask, sighed, and asked sternly, how long do you intend to make me wait? One man chuckled and replied, sorry, sister. Sun Ho seriously stated, we had to avoid the eyes of spies from other clans. Choi Sun Ho, Choi Min Jin's cousin and leader of the Emperor clan. Min Jin's face clearly showed anger. We must enter the gate and kill Lai Jun before he finishes clearing it. Didn't you see what he did to our younger brother in Dong, Su at the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament? He's no ordinary child. Sun Ho forced a smile and asked contemptuously, sister, do you think a clan leader needs to use all their strength against a kid? It won't even require 30% of my inner power. She replied, even so, I still have a bad feeling. He tried to reassure her. Don't worry. Today I'll sweep away your worries. Sun Ho's eyes narrowed as he looked ahead with a confident expression. With the demon-slaying squad from the Divine Power Clan and 200 soldiers from the Emperor Clan. As the commander of an elite squad of one of the 5 great clans and one of the top 5 martial arts masters. Lai Jun's image flashed through his mind. He thought, honestly, confronting a few brats only requires me and a few clan members. My sister is just overthinking things. Bringing the entire Emperor clan just to assassinate a kid. Sun Ho placed a hand on his chin, pondering deeply. I heard he's proficient in the Heavenly King's divine art. But he's still just a child. At most, he's reached level 3 or 4 stars or something. Min Jin put her hood back on and called out, hey! She waved her hand, giving a command, her eyes turning sharp. Move. A car with bright headlights pulled up near where they had gathered, and they all stepped through the blue gate together. Through the car's rearview mirror, the image of Ji-Yu calling someone was reflected. The lady of the Divine Power clan and the Emperor clan have made their move. She asked, "What do we do now?" The other person replied cryptically, "The fish has taken the bait." "Then let's get to work." Ji-Yu replied coldly. She dialed her phone to call reporter Kim COA. COA, sitting at her desk, quickly picked up the phone. "Hello." The person on the other end spoke. "This is Nam Ji-Yu, secretary to Chairman Han Min-sung of Musago. Are you reporter Kim COA?" COA couldn't help but wonder. Chairman Han's secretary? Ji-Yu's words made her hand pause. "I want to give you exclusive information about Lai Jun." Her face brightened considerably. "What is it?" Kim COA, a reporter specializing in stories related to Lai Jun. As soon as she finished speaking, Ji-Yu hung up. "I'll tell you at Seoul Forest Gate. We'll be waiting." COA hurriedly tried to stop her. Hello, wait." She discreetly sent a long text message to IUNI. "I am Nam Ji-Yu, secretary to Chairman Han Min-sung. I want to offer an opportunity to Ms. IUNI, a fan of Lai Jun, to record exclusive footage of him. To prove this is not an impersonation, I will leave verification details. If you have any questions, please contact me at 0610. From inside the broadcasting station's waiting room. Upon receiving the message, IUNI exclaimed in surprise. Her friend curiously asked, "What is it, IUNI?" She quickly replied with wide eyes, "I'll be there." "Where is the address?" GIU's voice echoed in her ear. IUNI stood straight, her expression darkening. "At Seoul Forest Gate, reporter Kim COA from Portal Information Magazine will also be there." You can go with your team members." She nervously typed a reply. "Reporter Kim COA too?" "I understand. I'll be right there." IUNI screamed happily in excitement. "I get to witness Lai Jun clear a gate with my own eyes." Another voice interrupted. "Come back immediately." IUNI, what about the live broadcast?" Hugh asked dejectedly. "You're really not going to teach me?" Lai Jun replied bluntly and annoyedly. "Even if I taught you, you wouldn't understand." He angrily scolded. "At least tell me the name." Lai Jun's face showed helplessness as he silently guessed. "He's definitely going to investigate Master Muke Ja once he gets out. Just try to find him. There won't be a single speck of dust." He turned back and announced, "I only know his alias, Muyuke Ja. The master calls himself Muyuke Ja. The image of two inverted twin women represents his two selves. Actually, the master also has two more aliases, Divine Marshal." He secretly thought to himself, "Blood God of Destruction." Even when the awakened ones can only use names like Emperor or King, but he dares to use God as a name. I can't tell him about those names. Lai Jun glared at Hiyu. "At least Muyuke Ja is the safest alias. If analyzed, it means someone who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts." He kept muttering the name. Hiyu gave a smile full of praise, making Lai Jun click his tongue. "Damn, that sounds even cooler than my grandfather's alias Sword King." He took out his phone, forcing a helpless smile. If Sword King heard that, he'd cry. The phone displayed a notification message. The great commander of the Divine Power clan and the elite squad of the Imperial clan are all taking action. The estimated number of troops is about 250. As Lai Jun read, he sneered dismissively, recalling Min Jin's sharp, bloodthirsty gaze, and thought to himself, "They're really eager to kill me. And now they're acting separately?" Lai Jun's expression darkened. He spoke up. Hearing this, Hiyu immediately guessed. He continued, "Lai Jun asked for a favor. Put that aside. I need your help with something." Hizio declared boldly. Hiyu said calmly. Finding it strange, he wondered, "What on earth have you endured?" Lai Jun calmly looked up, remaining silent. Hizio clenched his fist, affirming strongly. Hiyu turned to advise. "You almost got crushed by the golem just now, didn't you?" "But Jun, don't worry too much." Both Hiyu and Hizio smiled and agreed. He spread his arms. "Tell us right away. That's what friends are for." Lai Jun's face remained impassive. He just looked down and hummed in acknowledgement. Hiyu was eager. All right, let's go deal with them now. Lai Jun immediately stopped them. Wait, let's clear Stage 3 first. System panel notification. Stage 3 boss. Stone giant. The three of them walked up to a giant rock. Hiyu showed disdain. So simple, Lai Jun suggested. He chuckled smugly. For final boss, that's a bit too easy. The system board announced, the stone giant has detected intruders, summoning 3 golems. The 3 of them exclaimed in surprise. 3 of them? Lai Jun got ready, yelling. We have to take all 3 of them on at once. 1 for each of us. Remember to report your own damage. Hizio quickly replied. He directly punched the stone giant while Hizio was fighting with his sword. This guy relies on strong teamwork. Lai Jun thought to himself, I'm glad I'm with this team. He called out loudly, Hiyu. Hiyu turned and replied, Almost done. Lai Jun called again. Hizio. Hizio, with a serious face, replied, I'm almost done too. He immediately praised them. Good. Reduce their HP until we can kill them in 1 hit. Lai Jun held up his hand and said, On the count of. We'll smash them simultaneously. Hiyu raised his sword with a stern expression. 1. Hizio focused, glaring upwards. 2. As the final count was called, the 3 of them attacked the stone giant together, creating a huge explosion. 3. They landed on the ground simultaneously. Hizio wondered, Is that all? Lai Jun gravely stated, No, not yet. We still need to defeat the final boss. A stone hand appeared. The system board announced, You have defeated the golem. The stone giant opened its eyes. The 3 of them became incredibly small when facing the stone giant. Hiyu leaned on his hand, giving a wry smile and admitting, It's huge. Can we finish it before they arrive? Lai Jun continued, Of course. The 3 of us can do it. The scene shifted to Min Jin's group. The system board announced, Green Raid Gate. The stone giant has been cleared. Min Jin froze for a moment, then asked, It's over already? Sun Ho nodded. No way. The gate notification must be wrong. Another person suggested that since the information came from the Supreme Intelligence Agency, it must be accurate. Sun Ho turned skeptical. That doesn't mean their notifications are always correct. Isn't the Supreme Intelligence Agency supporting Lai Jun? He guessed that. Maybe they spread false information to lure us out. Min Jin's eyebrows furrowed slightly. There's no way he could clear the gate alone in such a short time. Could it be that he already knew the strategy? Sun Ho's eyes narrowed, his calm voice resonating. No way. How could that brat know? He just got lucky. But the outcome remains unchanged. Now that the Emperor's army has acted, Lai Jun's life ends here. Min Jin looked over, one eyebrow lowered in tension, and agreed. Right, she ordered loudly. Speed up. The others shouted in unison. Understood. While they were strolling in a line in the dead of night, suddenly, one of them was pulled away in the blink of an eye. It seemed no one noticed. They continued on, even as the other guy lay sprawled behind the trees. It turned out to be Lai Jun. He clamped his hand over the man's mouth, holding a knife to his throat threateningly. In a flash, he slashed the man's neck, causing blood to gush out. The man's eyes widened in surprise. Lai Jun looked down coldly. A little blood was splattered on his face. He thought to himself, 50 men now. They're probably starting to pay attention by now. He opened the system panel. Stage information. Intruders have entered Stage 2. Do you want to let them escape? Lai Jun looked at their footsteps on the map. Stage 2. This army skill level is no match for me. They've underestimated me too much. 30 minutes ago, the system panel reappeared. The owner of the stone giant has disappeared. Do you want to become the new owner of the gate? Yes, you have become the new owner of the stone giant. Hiyu let out a long, satisfied yawn. He stretched. Just in time. Lai Jun, shouldn't we start preparing before they arrive? Lai Jun. He startled and replied, Sorry, I'm checking a few things. He called out, Hizio. Hizio, about to drink water, turned and answered yes. Lai Jun intended to warn her. If they discover your martial arts, the Emperor's clan won't let you live. Be careful. Hizio simply said, I'm ready for that. Hiyu laughed loudly to reassure her. Don't worry, I'll protect you. He didn't forget to turn and ask, but Lai Jun, the sun's about to rise. What's the plan? Lai Jun paused for a moment, then asked, what do you think is the best way to instill fear in the dark? Hiyu quickly said, an ambush. Lai Jun's face revealed a calculating look. Right, we'll take them out one by one. That way their comrades won't realize their disappearance. Hiyu frowned slightly, wondering, but isn't that too slow? What if the gate closes? Lai Jun looked up and said coldly, the door might close, but the gate won't disappear. He hemmed and hawed for a moment, then smiled brightly, guessing. All right, I bet your master taught you this, right? Hiyu quickly declared, I'll follow you all the way. Lai Jun replied, thanks. Seeing them so close, Hizio also felt happy for them. Suddenly, he stopped short. At his feet lay a silent corpse, its hand still stained with blood. But then again, Lai Jun suddenly felt strange. They should have noticed by now, right? An urgent call rang out. Deputy Commander, Deputy Commander. Sun Ho squinted and turned to ask, what's wrong? The other man reported, Myung-se OK is gone, but he seemed not to care. That brat probably snuck off to pee again. Immediately, the subordinate reported, no, sir. He was just walking right beside me a moment ago. Another man also spoke up. Deputy Commander, Jang Hiyu is missing too. Sun Ho squinted, looking around. Just like that, one by one, they reported. The commander of Squad 4 is also missing, and all the squad commanders. It was then that Sun Ho hurriedly shouted orders. Immediately check the members. One man stammered, Sir, it seems we've been ambushed. Hearing that, Sun Ho was startled and turned, shouting, what the hell is going on? Another man reported through the earpiece, 50 members of the Imperial Guard have disappeared. He couldn't believe his ears and urgently asked again, what? Did you check carefully? Deputy Commander, Deputy Commander. Suddenly, a shadow darted past where Sun Ho, Min Jin, and the other man were standing. Sun Ho noticed it and instinctively turned to look. He angrily lowered his head and growled. He reached for the sword at his back. You brats. Sun Ho leaped up, throwing his sword forward. Hiding around, are we? Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Staring straight ahead, a member of his own team had been impaled by Sun Ho's sword. It wasn't him. Again, that figure flashed past, almost directly in front of Sun Ho's eyes. But as soon as he turned to look, everything vanished again. He was sure he had felt something, but all around was silence. Min Jin angrily shouted, Damn it! Stop hiding like a rat and come out. The subordinate standing beside her softly requested, Mistress, please allow me to go. Hearing that, she ordered, Catch him. The man tightly held 2 small swords in his hands. He and Sun Ho stood back to back, defending from all directions. Looks like you're having trouble. Let me help. Sun Ho clicked his tongue. Once again, Lai Jun's figure darted past, disappearing into the crowd. Immediately, the subordinate leaped up, intending to attack. He slashed, and blood splattered all over his clothes. He suddenly realized. It wasn't him. The man looked ahead and confirmed. He ran this way. Understood. Now, that figure was lurking behind the trees again. Sun Ho gripped his sword, cursing internally. Damn it! Only my own men are getting hurt. If that's the case, let's just finish this quickly. He raised his sword, preparing to swing, and shouted a threat. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. If you keep scurrying around like rats, I'll destroy this entire place. Sun Ho's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing his tension. He drew a long sword stroke, creating a brilliant blue wave of power over a wide area. Dust and smoke completely enveloped the surroundings, right before Sun Ho's eyes. His face was taut like a bowstring, waiting intensely. Sweat poured down. Got him, with this move. He must be dead, right? Within the thick mist, Lai Jun appeared clearly, his hand firmly grasping his spear. Sun Ho paused slightly. Seeing this, he retorted, "Why so surprised? You came here to kill me, didn't you? Clearly, I'll be the only one swinging a sword here." Less than 3 seconds later, the two of them clashed, sword blades sparking bright red in the fierce collision. Sun Ho knocked the sword away and loudly questioned, "You bastard! How the hell are you still alive after taking my Du Gang head-on?" Lai Jun raised his sword to block the next blow, bluntly scoffing, "You're Du Gang. You're much weaker than Du King. Stop putting on airs." He gave a strong flick, sending Sun Ho flying backward. If it were the old me, that blow would have killed me instantly. He dropped to his knees. The person in front of him was A-tier. Sun Ho cursed under his breath. Damn it. He's ranked top 5 in the Emperor's squad. Before Sun Ho was Lai Jun's serious and powerful face. He held out his spear meanwhile. "I'm only A-tier, and my abilities are still limited. However, I'm still holding my ground. No, the longer I fight, the more relieved I feel. This is the power of retribution." His master's figure seemed to hover in Lai Jun's mind, advising, "Using the refined mixed technique on retribution is, of course, invincible." Sun Ho cursed bitterly. "Damn it. Just because you're a bit stronger, you think you're the best?" Seeing Lai Jun use the red spear, he scoffed. "That damned sword again. Inferior, inferior. You're too predictable. What are you all still doing? Are you going to let yourselves be defeated by a lowlife?" As soon as they heard Sun Ho's command, the men immediately gathered, surrounding Lai Jun and pointing their swords at him. "Your mouth will be your downfall, Emperor." And the lightning formation. He showed no fear, even glaring down with contempt. These annoying tactics. Min Jin's voice rang out. "It seems you'll finally be killed here." Lai Jun lowered his head slightly, eyes looking up. "The main character has arrived." "Your footsteps are quite heavy, aren't they?" Min Jin approached with a sneer. "You dare to look me in the eye when you speak like this. You've grown a lot." "You lowlife," he questioned. "Did that idiot Lai Sin beg you to help him get revenge?" Hearing this, she couldn't help but be surprised. "What?" Lai Jun stated. "I just happened to overhear it while tailing you like a mouse." Min Jin leaned down slightly, flashing a sinister smile. Her eyes widened. So enraged she had bloodshot eyes. "How dare you mention my son with that filthy mouth?" Min Jin swung her sword in a swift strike, lunging forward. Her expression clearly showed her fury. Choi Min Jin, rank A, known as the Emperor Witch. Min Jin's sword slashed past Lai Jun's spear, creating overwhelming thunder and lightning. She was only known as the wife of the Divine Power clan, and many had forgotten her. But in her heyday, her reputation was notorious, cruel, and fierce in battle. He secretly admitted to himself, "She's truly strong. If it weren't for the mixed essence technique protecting me, I'd be in real danger." Lai Jun spoke up, wondering, "There's one thing I've always wanted to ask. Why do you hate me so much?" She replied while swinging her sword with all her might directly forward. "You really don't know. A filthy harlot aiming for my position and my blood. Would you just stand by and watch?" Lai Jun's brows furrowed. "So, that's why you brutally murdered my mother?" Min Jin smirked. "Oh my, you already know? All right, I'll answer you, since you'll be dead soon anyway." She revealed a mad smile, admitting, "That's right, I ordered your mother's death." Min Jin didn't even hesitate to severely insult him. "And even after knowing this, you still cling to this family?" Lai Jun's face changed. "Hearing it directly from your mouth, it feels strangely satisfying." He widened his eyes, gripping his spear, thrusting it straight up. A red aura emanated from around him. "Now it's certain. I can kill each and every one of them without hesitation." A cloud of smoke enveloped him, and Lai Jun stood frozen. A close subordinate said to Min Jin, "The situation isn't looking good. Let's temporarily retreat and observe." Lai Jun lowered his face, then looked up with eyes full of doubt. He wondered to himself, "What is this energy?" The subordinate's brows furrowed in extreme tension. It feels similar to the energy of the Pachion divine art that His Majesty is proficient in. Truly unsettling. Sun Ho shouted loudly, giving orders. Don't just stand there, attack it. Understood. Many people stood, pointing their swords at Lai Jun. He stood ready in a stance. From the hand holding the spear, a blue energy also emanated. Lai Jun swung powerfully in a circle, able to defeat those who had just surrounded him. He stood still, gripping his spear tightly, his feet planted firmly. Lai Jun's eyes gleamed with cold seriousness, staring straight ahead. Sun Ho reassured his subordinates. Don't panic, quickly fill the gap. Keep attacking, and sooner or later, it'll show an opening. They obeyed the command and jumped into the fight. Holding their swords, they shouted, Die! One by one, each person was sliced to pieces by him. Another guy was pressed forcefully onto the ground by Lai Jun. From behind, 3 more guys charged forward. He glanced, thinking, they just keep rushing in. This lightning formation is really troublesome. Lai Jun extended his hand, creating a vortex of black aura to overcome it. I need to destroy that formation. He slowly and carefully looked up, fixing his gaze on the target, then forcefully pushed that dark power forward straight towards those 3 guys. In an instant, from a tiny black speck, it transformed into a massive, encompassing energy mass. That guy immediately screamed in fear. Helpless. My body's burning. Someone do something. Lai Jun's master stood behind, observing with folded arms. This isn't Mujio KG. It's similar to the Pachion energy that the eldest possessed. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Is it a transformation triggered by rage? Normally, Mujio KG would also cooperate. But thanks to the primordial divine art, the boy's sanity isn't consumed by Pachion. Lai Jun's outer whites of the eyes gradually turned red, along with patterns appearing on his skin. My disciple. His whole body exuded a fierce, blood-red aura. Let the rage flow freely, but remember, I'll only turn a blind eye this one time. The marks became increasingly clearer. Mujio KG should never transform into Pachion energy. Lai Jun suddenly realized he could hear his master's voice. He continued to fight several more guys alone. Of course he's worried. This power isn't like any martial art I've ever used. As Lai Jun's foot stomped hard, the ground cracked. He swung his spear, a defensive aura surrounding it, a murderous urge, nerves numbed by bloodshed, and there was an overwhelming sense of thrill and excitement. Lai Run's eyes turned pure white, and he ground his teeth until veins popped out all over his face. This is a feeling I've never had before when using primordial divine magic. He leaped high into the air in front of them, his glowing red eyes burning with strong determination. With this power, I can wipe out all life. In this dungeon, less than 3 seconds after white streaks of power overwhelmingly attacked the royal clan's people, Minjin, disbelieving her eyes, asked, Where did that guy get that kind of power? Her trusted subordinate picked her up and said, I'll get closer and investigate. He jumped and appeared right behind Lai Run. That guy stared at him, but he just stood still like a statue. He destroyed the lightning formation in an instant. This energy is like his, Peon's energy. Just as a thought flashed through his mind, a red aura enveloped his face, making him freeze. I must immediately return and report to His Majesty. That guy looked up in surprise, seeing Lai Run had already approached. When did he get this close? Damn it, is it because of Peon's energy? The boy looked down with empty yet authoritative eyes. The other guy's entire body stiffened, his eyes wide with fear, thinking, My body can't move. The raging flames surged closer and closer to him, while still stunned, was incinerated by the flames in an instant. Lai Run stood silently, watching him burn. He inherits His Majesty's advancement. Just like that, the guy's entire body gradually vanished in the furious flames. Minjin grew increasingly terrified by what she saw, her eyes wide and eyebrows furrowed in a stare. She called out, Sun Ho, Sun Ho. Sun Ho, who had lost all will to fight, blurted out, Sister? That guy, he's no joke, we need to run. He was so scared that he was drenched in sweat. He wiped out the royal army with a single slash, We must save the survivors and retreat immediately. Minjin leaned in and spoke provocatively. Don't you want revenge? Next to the scattered corpses, she kept persuading. In the blink of an eye, we lost half of the royal army and our divine power. For that bastard, don't you feel guilty towards them? Sun Ho looked to the side, hesitating slightly. Sweat streamed down his face, but he seemed to hear voices coming from the pile of corpses. Commander, please spare us. The more Sun Ho looked, the more his brows furrowed in tension. Please don't abandon us, Commander. Sweat streamed down his face. He stammered, asking, What should I do? Minjin smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. She then hatched a plan. That boy. He seems unable to move. Minjin's face couldn't hide her cunning. Or maybe he's just standing there. You saw it too, the power he unleashed. If you used martial arts with that much force all at once, what would happen to you? Sun Ho quickly replied, Of course, I'd be in a daze. Huh, she continued. Exactly. If my guess is right, he's completely defenseless right now. Following Minjin's words, Sun Ho recklessly leaped towards where Lai Run stood motionless. If you want to kill him, this is the time. His eyes narrowed, revealing wrinkles on his forehead, and he yelled with furious hatred, Die! Just as Sun Ho's sword neared Lai Run, Hiu Jin appeared and blocked it with his own sword. Sparks flew after the clash of the two swords. Sun Ho cursed angrily. You bastard! Lai Run just stood motionless, his vacant eyes staring into the distance. Sun Ho backed away on his own. You fool! That's what happens when you use too much power. Hiu Jin smiled confidently. I'll handle these guys for you right here. Hiu Jin said sarcastically. The lady of the Divine Power clan is here, isn't she? Minjin replied coldly. This isn't something you should meddle in. Finishing her words, she added, This is an issue between our Divine Power clan and that kid. Hearing that, he calmly retorted, And he's also my friend. Minjin asked incredulously, Are you really going to go against the Divine Power clan? Hiu Jin replied casually, You can think so. My grandfather also said he opposes the Divine Power clan and the Emperor. With that, he spoke again with a challenging tone. So, should we fight to see who loses? Minjin slightly drew her sword and replied, What if we kill you here and erase all traces of today? Hiu Jin, not only unafraid, even scoffed, You'll regret it when it's too late. At that moment, Minjin's eyes were filled with malice as she spoke. I deeply regret letting Lai Run escape last time. Sun Ho, what are you waiting for? Take the remaining forces and kill Lai Run. Hearing that, he replied, Understood, sister, then immediately acted. While Hiu Jin was still wondering, What do you think you're doing? She quickly advanced and executed a basic move. After that, Minjin also taunted, You shouldn't lose focus like that, should you? He cursed silently in extreme frustration. Damn it, Run. Meanwhile, Sun Ho lunged towards him, yelling, This time, I'll definitely kill you. Less than a second later, he was surprised by the scene before him. A strong young man suddenly appeared, blocking Sun Ho's attack. And that was Cian Ho. As soon as he landed, he apologized. Brother Run, I'm late. Seeing that, Hiu Jin immediately retorted, Cian Ho, do you think you can protect Lai Run at that speed? You need more practice. He immediately denied it. It's not that I'm slow, it's that those guys are strangely fast. Sun Ho, on the other side, prepared to attack, while boldly declaring, Adding one more won't change anything. If you love your friend so much, I'll send you all to hell together. With that, he delivered a powerful blow. Fortunately, Cian Ho quickly dodged it. He carefully helped Lai Run to another spot, then whispered, Please wait here for a moment, brother. With that, Cian Ho firmly declared, We will protect you, no matter what. After that, the scene shifted to the front gate of Cian Forest, where a car was speeding down the road. After arriving, the young woman suspiciously asked, Yuni, are you sure coming here will make us more famous than going on that music show? Yuni turned to look at her and confidently replied, I told you. Just trust me this once." The purple-haired girl hesitated, saying nothing. Immediately after, a voice rang out. "Hello, I am Namjiu, assistant to President Man Min-Sian." Immediately after, COA also spoke. "I am Kim COA, reporter from Gate Information Magazine." Yuni heard that and murmured, "She's the one who writes articles about Lai Run." "Next," she politely replied. "Nice to meet you. I'm Yuni from Red Girls." To her surprise, COA bluntly ignored her and turned to say, "Assistant Nam, everyone's here, so let's go right away." Jiu then spoke up, "Please enter through this gate." Seeing this, Yuni was confused and wondered, "Is she ignoring me?" The deeper she went inside, the more surprised she became, to the point of pulling out her phone and taking photos rapidly. Jiu walked and instructed, "They said we should go to the second stage. We'll go this way." Yuni heard that and exclaimed, "The inside of the gate is really beautiful. Should I take a picture before we leave?" In contrast to her excitement, CO coldly replied, "No time. Let's keep going." Making Yuni's face turn red with anger, her teammate saw it and reassured her that she could take photos later. Then Jiu tried to ease the tension, saying, "The vibrating sound is getting louder and louder, which means they're very close now." Yuni mumbled a fine. Before long, Yuni and two others cheerfully announced, "Hello everyone, it's Yuni. Today, I'm here with the Red Girls members to welcome Lai Run." Saying that, she excitedly called out again, "Bedum, Bedum, I'm so nervous. Please cheer for Yuni." Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, making Jiu, who was leading the group, pause for a second. It turned out they had seen the fierce sword fight between Hiu Jin and Min Jin. COA stared blankly and blurted out, "The evil butcher, Choi Min Jin, and the Sword King's grandson, even the leader of the Imperial forces." As she spoke, she glanced at the equally fierce battle between Cian Ho and Sun Ho. One of them wondered, "What's happening here? Don't tell me the evil butcher called people to kill Lai Run." Jiu heard that and replied, "It looks like it." Immediately after, Yuni cried out in alarm, "Wait, Lai Run is unconscious." She was frantic. "We have to go help him right away." Just then, someone unexpectedly called her name, Yuni. It was COA, who calmly suggested, "As an awakened, you can contribute. But we have a more powerful weapon. If you record a really good video, I'll write an article about it. What do you say?" Yuni heard that and thought, "I can't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." At that moment, COA said, "Let's bury those bastards together with our coverage." She hesitated for a moment, then quickly replied, "Okay." Cian Ho's instructions suddenly echoed, "Please wait here, we'll protect you." And Hiu Jin's desperate cry, "Run." Lai Run thought to himself, "I can't move. I have no strength left." As he wondered, confused, for some reason, I can still hear strange voices. At the same time, someone's deep voice suddenly echoed in Lai Run's head, "Kill them. Only by killing them can your friend survive." It urged him, "They are the ones who have always looked down on you. Tear them apart, so they can't look down on you anymore." Finally, the other person concluded, "That is the authority of one at the pinnacle." At this moment, Sun Ho was getting closer and closer to Lai Run. Then, a dark voice infiltrated his mind, "The enemies of your comrades. You can kill them now." Hiu Jin, fighting the woman while observing Lai Run's situation, also noticed this. He frantically shouted a warning, "Run, right in front of you." Min Jin immediately seized the opportunity and charged towards Hiu Jin. He looked in that direction and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, I can't help him. Hosu is having trouble with that guy." By now, the woman was very close to Hiu Jin, Min Jin's eyes full of murderous intent as she looked at him. But Hiu Jin had been too distracted watching the other situation, so he only realized it now. But it was too late. He was sent flying by a surprise attack from Min Jin. After that, she taunted, "Good heavens, you shouldn't be distracted like that when you're facing me, should you? Don't you value your life?" Meanwhile, Sun Ho was in position to finish off Lai Run. Despite being beaten, He Jin still desperately yelled, "Lai Run, get out of there!" Hearing that, he immediately opened his eyes, and a surge of powerful energy enveloped his body. Thinking he wasn't awake yet, He Jin continued to shout a warning, "Lai Run, wake up!" A second later, Lai Run abruptly stood up and punched Sun Ho in the face. Then he summoned his abundant power, preparing to counterattack further. Before Sun Ho could react, Lai Run flew straight towards him and grabbed his neck tightly. Then he forcefully pushed him forward, simultaneously tightening his grip, making it impossible for Sun Ho to resist. As he raised his weapon, the deep voice echoed in his head again, "Kill must kill." It was then that Sun Ho finally experienced the extreme fear his comrades felt. When the words "kill him" rang out, Lai Run's eyes had completely turned blood red, filled with murderous intent. Just as he was about to strike, the old immortal's voice rang out, "You fool! Can't you stop yourself?" He angrily scolded, "I told you to suppress your anger, not to let your murderous intent consume you." Hearing that, Lai Run gradually regained his sanity and called out, "Master!" The old immortal helplessly exclaimed, "You were almost consumed by the primordial divine technique." Hearing that, he felt very confused and thought, "Primordial divine technique?" He calmly explained, "To be precise, it's the Paon divine technique contained within the primordial divine technique. Paon's advanced martial art causes chaos in your internal energy." Hearing that, Lai Run was stunned and mumbled, "Someone told me. Kill them." Meanwhile, the old immortal eagerly gave an example. "Like the consciousness of Paon, something similar once caused me severe headaches." At this moment, he calmed himself and thought, "What should I do? If I focus my internal energy again, it might speak to me again." After speaking, Lai Run then hesitantly thought, "Master, I know this might be very selfish," he said with murderous intent, "but I don't want to spare those who harmed my mother." The old immortal then denied it. "You've misunderstood me. Revenge is natural. But what I meant was to feel the wrath without being consumed by the blood demon." By then, Lai Run belatedly understood and obediently replied, "Yes, Master." Elsewhere, the fierce battle between Se-Ho and Sun Ho was still ongoing. He fought Se-Ho for a while and then asked in surprise, "How the hell can you use the martial arts of the Imperial clan?" Meanwhile, the boy secretly lamented, "The enemy is an A-rank awakened. He's truly strong. But if I lose, Lai Jun will be in danger." As Se-Ho thought of him, his strength increased a level, and he decisively launched an attack toward his opponent. This sent Sun Ho flying a long distance, and he furiously cursed, "You bastard!" He summoned his power and threatened, "If you don't speak, I'll have to force you to open your mouth." Seeing this, Se-Ho thought, "His audacity is even greater than before." Sun Ho took a stance with murderous intent, preparing to show him his true power. Less than a second later, he launched an attack. Forcing Se-Ho to struggle to defend, Sun Ho interrogated him while fighting. "Answer me. How did you learn the Imperial clan's techniques?" "You really?" He still didn't answer, only secretly lamented, "You really? I can't stand this audacity." Meanwhile, Se-Ho was struggling to resist his unique technique. After holding on for a while, he again desperately wondered, "Is it really over?" Just then, Lai Jun's voice rang out, interrupting Se-Ho's thoughts. He stood behind him, in an attacking stance, and coldly asked, "Do you dare touch my beloved younger brother?" As soon as Se-Ho saw Lai Jun was awake, he became overjoyed and called out, "Brother!" Meanwhile, Sun Ho was so anxious that he stammered, "You can still move." He calmly launched a fierce attack and replied, "Can't you tell?" In that moment, he was filled with extreme regret. Damn it, I should have killed him before he recovered. Sun Ho was almost defeated, but he kept thinking, "The Emperor's team has been largely wiped out." Sun Ho glanced into the distance and told himself, "My sister is still fighting." He soberly declared, "In this condition, There's no way I can fight both of them at once. That was when Sun Ho's despair took over. There's no other way. Thinking so, he said, "We surrender." But Lai Jun, far from being pleased, felt confused and asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Sun Ho then replied, "Can't you see? I'm surrounded." Then he muttered to himself, "I was careless. That guy is really strong. Perhaps even stronger than my cousin." Sun Ho thought, "But behind me and my sister, there's also the Emperor's clan. If we die, he'll have to face the entire clan. He can't possibly do something so reckless." While he was lost in thought, Lai Jun suddenly spoke. "If that's your plan, then you've succeeded." He still insisted, "I'll persuade her." But Lai Jun bluntly cut him off. "Then I can kill you without hesitation." Facing his decisiveness, Sun Ho couldn't help but feel surprised. Huh! Before he could react, Lai Jun turned back and said to Hai Seol, "Hai Seol, I'll take care of this guy." He carefully instructed, "You go check if there are any left." Hai Seol obediently replied, "Yes." Lai Jun paused for a beat, then hesitantly praised, "You did well." It was a long while after hearing this that he dazedly reacted, "Yes." Meanwhile, Sun Ho startled and shouted, "Wait a minute. I'm surrendering." He calmly asked back, "So what?" "I don't accept your surrender. Let me tell you something. Do you think your arrival here was a coincidence?" At this moment, Sun Ho belatedly realized, "No way. You lured us here." Seeing that he guessed correctly, Lai Jun said, "Your brain still works, huh?" "That's right. Not a single one of you will return alive today." After hearing that, Sun Ho immediately turned hostile and cursed him terribly. "You bastard! How dare you?" Then he confusingly asked himself, "My inner energy. It's depleted." He sealed my pressure points. "Since when?" Just then, Lai Jun spoke up again. "You've strayed quite far, haven't you? If you plan to kill me, you should also be ready for your own death." He kindly added, "Do you have any last words?" "I'll listen." Hearing these words, Sun Ho began to stammer in fear. "Spare me." Lai Jun softly uttered, "I'll spare you. I'm not as heartless as you people." Having said that, he ruthlessly gave Sun Ho a hole in the middle of his chest, like a lifetime souvenir. For awakened ones, the most important thing is the Dantian, the center of internal power. Once the Dantian is destroyed, recovery is almost impossible. That's why awakened ones whose Dantian is destroyed will live the rest of their lives as cripples. It's not an exaggeration to call it hell, and death is almost more comfortable. Lai Jun had experienced hell once. After acting, he spoke contemplatively. "Now you have to live the life of a weakling. It'll be fun." Sun Ho lay alone on the cold ground, the pain slowly spreading throughout his body. Lai Jun finished his business and decisively left, not even bothering to look back. But in reality, he was still kind enough to drag Sun Ho's battered body along. Hai Seol saw Lai Jun approaching and cheerfully spoke. "Lai Jun, it's late tonight." He said nothing, but directly threw Sun Ho in front of Min Jin. Afraid she'd misunderstand, Lai Jun kindly reassured her, "Don't worry, I haven't killed him yet." "So, how does it feel to be defeated by trash?" Upon hearing this, Min Jin's rage immediately flared to the top of her head. She angrily cursed. He didn't care about what Min Jin said, but simply affirmed, "You lost." Sun Ho, who was once so aggressive, was now unconscious after one blow from Lai Jun. Se Ho, on the other side, was struggling to move the bodies of the Emperor's team members to one spot. Lai Jun approached closely and asked proudly, "Now no one can help her. Are you going to kill me?" Facing the situation of being surrounded, Min Jin could only open her mouth and curse. "You bastards! Don't come closer. I said get out." After that, she used the most despicable plan among the 36 strategies, which was to flee this place. Min Jin thought, in this situation, there was no chance of winning. She had to go home and regroup. Just then, she ran into Se Ho, who was working tirelessly. Their eyes met for a moment. After that, he didn't even care about Min Jin and just asked, "Brother, the high-level martial artists are all unconscious or dead." Lai Jun replied, "Excellent. Now you can rest." With that said, he then turned and whispered, "Don't tell me you intend to save yourself and return unscathed. Don't worry, I don't plan to kill you here." Lai Jun paused for a moment, then continued in a deep voice, "The crime of intentionally attempting to murder me. The crime of ordering my mother's death. Only when you have paid for everything will you be allowed to die." Min Jin, hearing this, furiously cursed. "How dare a despicable scoundrel like you talk to me like that?" Hearing her, he immediately fell silent and looked at Min Jin with eyes like bullets. In that brief moment, even she herself exclaimed, "So similar. He has the exact same eyes as his mother." Min Jin was stunned, thinking, "Those eyes are so dark and deep that I can't tell what he's thinking." Right after that, she knelt down again and mumbled, "No. She's looking at me, staring. It's her fault, yes, it's all her fault. I did nothing." Suddenly, something happened unexpectedly, causing Min Jin's eyes to widen in surprise. Turning around, she was already sprawled on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Hai Seol saw this and wondered, "Jun, did you take her down with just a glance?" He immediately denied it. "No way. Just now I only mentioned her weak point. I haven't even touched her." Hearing Lai Jun say that, he asked, puzzled, "Huh, so what are you planning to do with her?" Next, he calmly uttered a succinct sentence, "Public execution." You and I was holding her phone, live streaming, and hearing Lai Jun say that, she startled and called out, "Mr. Lai Jun." A short while later, Hai Seol excitedly turned and asked, "You're you and I from Red Girls, right?" He happily yelled for a while, then approached and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Long Thuong Park Hai Seol." Hai Seol shyly asked, "Can I get your autograph?" She immediately replied, "Of course, it's our honor." Meanwhile, Lai Jun was gazing thoughtfully at his phone screen. After watching, he blandly stated, "You filmed everything from start to finish." Hearing that, you asked, "Can we send the footage as is, or edit it further?" Lai Jun immediately replied, "Just send it as is." Seeing his decision, Hai Seol discontentedly said, "Hey, at least cut out the part where I got hit." But he coldly replied, "Never mind. Just send it exactly as it is." You stared blankly at the two of them and thought, they really defeated all the high-ranking soldiers. We knew Lai Jun and Park Hai Seol were stronger than other awakened individuals. But that guy Hosu is truly a surprise. She glanced at Sei Ho and muttered to herself, "There's no doubt about it. He's using the Emperor's technique, even if he's still green." With that said, you affirmed with certainty, "A 17-year-old kid. If the Sword King found out, he wouldn't let it go." As everyone was chatting happily, Lai Jun suddenly spoke up. "There's something I want to tell everyone." He admitted guiltily, "I deceived everyone," while bowing 90 degrees to apologize. Lai Jun hesitated for a while, but finally decided to speak. "The story about conquest was a lie. From the beginning, I realized the imperial clan and the divine power wanted to assassinate me. To expose this, I asked Secretary Nam to gather everyone here." Finally, he concluded with a sentence before everyone's stunned eyes. "Sorry for lying." Immediately after, you also spoke up after Lai Jun. "I also sincerely apologize." While you and I was still busy digesting his words, Sei asked, "So, basically, you used us to expose the fact that the Divine Power Clan wanted to kill you?" Lai Jun hesitantly admitted, "Yes." She listened and then said, "Actually, I don't really mind." After speaking, Sei smugly added, "That means I'm allowed to exclusively report this shocking news." "Right." Saying that, she casually said, "You can use me as much as you want." Immediately after, you and I then shyly spoke up, "I also don't mind being used." Seeing her lose control and shout, "Please use me again," Toktin immediately denied, "No, actually, we're just happy to have met you." Lai Jun, hearing these words, breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Thank you for understanding me." Saya calmly asserted, "Every scene of high-ranking soldiers attacking Lai Jun's group is enough for a big headline." He humbly replied, "I'm counting on you." After that, Lai Jun added, "And Choi Min Jin, Hai Seol, I want you to imprison her in your family's imperial hell. High Seol immediately replied, only our iron-blooded clan can deal with her. Anyway, my father has always been itching to overthrow the imperial clan. Let's use this opportunity to start a war. After saying all that, he turned to ask, but June, are you really okay with this? Lai Jun thought to himself, Choi Min-jin was once a part of the imperial clan, but also a member of the Divine Power clan. Even without a blood relation, she's still family of sorts to me. If I deal with her here, the Confucian followers will surely rise up against me. After that, he secretly added, and no sinner has ever been able to return from the iron-blooded clan's imperial hell palace. Even the madam of the Divine Power clan is no exception. Next, he suddenly remembered Min-jin happily hugging her child, and continued to tell himself. Furthermore, Lai Jun paused for a moment, then spoke. She'll never get to see her son again for the rest of her life. For Choi Min-jin, that would be more painful than death. Soon after, the article titled, The Truth About the Imperial Clan, Is This Okay?, was published. Everyone picked up their phones to read and discuss. I've seen it. This is topping the trending charts. Lai Jun swept through the Soul Forest Gate with his dragon sword and Junior. Meanwhile, the Imperial Clan head and his army ambushed him, revealing the truth that the Divine Power Clan's madam held deep resentment towards Lai Jun. The people discussed heatedly. Someone had allied with the 15 Family Alliance and launched an ambush inside a gate. 7. Isn't that something only a beast would do? Targeting students is truly despicable. The keyboard warriors were also working at full capacity. COA scrolled through each one. Crazy, dragging high-ranking soldiers into a children's fight. And so, what if it's a student? But what if that student is Lai Jun? Then you'd better smash your own head first. Haha, where are all the people who cursed Lai Jun for destroying Lai Sin's Dantian? Some even casually said, if it were me, I'd do the same. Another person asked, has anyone seen the video reporter Kim COA posted? It's insane, haha. Immediately after, someone replied, yeah, it's on Prophet's YouTube. They discussed enthusiastically. That cruel trick is savage. Haha, what's going on? Wait, it's not fake, is it? Is it real? The video Uni uploaded showed everything that happened inside the Soul Forest Gate. Some said it was too violent, but most condemned the Imperial Clan for collectively attacking students. Of course, some criticized Lai Jun's ruthlessness, but even so, public opinion still sided with Lai Jun, a student who overpowered an entire Imperial Clan unit with terrifying strength. His mercy in forgiving his enemies moved the public. Comments were continuously posted. Some lamented, Ice, you should have killed her, but you let her live, perhaps because she's still your mother after all. Someone else said, if that's true, isn't it heartbreaking? Bitter shiver, but some also encouraged him, saying, we believe in you. So young yet so impressive. Keep going, Lai Jun. And all these reactions were exactly what Lai Jun had predicted. The scene then shifted to the forbidden land of the 4 great sacred sites, located in the middle of a vast desert. At this moment, Lai Jun was diligently training. 2 streams of power, one white and one red, enveloped him. Lai Jun suddenly spoke. The murderous intent doesn't subside easily. The immortal elder then transmitted a message. Once unleashed, controlling the 3-chan energy is not a simple task. It would be better for you to master infinite art, and then quickly learn infinite chi. Hearing that, he mumbled calculations. Infinite art costs 15 million P, and infinite chi could be many times more expensive. Then Lai Jun wondered again, is there really no other way to control it besides learning infinite chi? He replied curtly, there is. He immediately asked curiously, what is it? The immortal elder calmly replied, reach the peak of the fire realm. The fire realm is equivalent to S-Rank, on par with the Sword King, Korea's top warrior. Then Lai Jun pondered again. That's just as difficult as learning infinite chi. But he stated that the fire realm is the minimum requirement to use infinite chi. The immortal elder kindly reminded him, don't neglect becoming stronger, otherwise, the 3-chan energy, especially the heavenly demise, could take control of you. He heard that and replied, I've also thought the same thing. After speaking, Lai Jun asserted, the energy from that chi is too dangerous. Then he wondered again. The three-chan energy originates from the three-chan divine arts, right? So why did it manifest when I used the primordial divine arts? The immortal elder thought for a moment and replied, it seems your desire for revenge activated the sealed three-chan arts within the primordial divine arts, and your weak physical condition also contributed. He paused, then continued, the three-chan energy disdains weak hosts. If its master is weak, it will sink its fangs into them without hesitation. Hearing that, Sukmun immediately spoke up. I know that. Master is probably still angry about last time. I think he's still figuring out how to punish us right now. The golden turtle then reassured it. No, Master Lai Jun is practicing the chi cycle. He's just checking if there are any issues with his body. Don't worry too much. Sukmun hesitantly asked, really? It then confirmed, so focus on figuring out how to support Master Lai Jun. Sukmun sadly replied, yes. At a certain airport, the first flight of the day had just taken off. Inside, Xiaomi held a phone in one hand and pulled a heavy suitcase with the other. She looked at the scene ahead and wondered, what kind of peaceful atmosphere is this? Then Xiaomi blurted out a chilling remark. It truly makes me want to destroy it. Meanwhile, in China, a silent war had begun under Inzu's influence. Compared to that, everything here was too peaceful. Next, she pulled out her phone and mumbled, damn it, where are those bastard masters anyway? The automated voice suddenly announced, the subscriber you have called is busy. Please leave a message after the beep. The second time, the automated voice had just said, the subscriber you have called is busy, please. When Xiaomi hung up, she furiously threw her phone to the ground and yelled, are they all insane? The more Xiaomi cursed, the more annoyed she got. Not answering is bad enough, but now they're ignoring my calls too? Annoying. Die. Her seemingly unconscious actions had attracted the attention of those around her. Soon after, a ground staff member approached and reminded her, excuse me, you're not allowed to behave like that here. Xiaomi panted, confirming, are you talking to me? He immediately replied, yes, there are many passengers around. Please don't cause a disturbance. She suddenly moved close and assessed him. You've got guts. Look at you, you're quite cute too. The staff member awkwardly dodged Xiaomi's hand and reminded her, your hand you can. A second later, her eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glint as she said, now goodbye. His colleague saw him standing still, not moving, and approached to ask, hey, are you okay? But after seeing the wound on his neck, that person also froze for a few seconds. After reacting, he yelled, someone's fainted. Block the airport exit. Don't let that woman escape. But then a security guard reported, she's gone. We couldn't find her, which completely stunned him. What did you say? In another development, at the foot of Ingwen Mountain, the entrance to Nirvana Temple, Xiaomi silently pulled her suitcase inside, then looked around. Finally, she reached a conclusion. Not a single trace appeared. Xiaomi thought, trash inside, while continuing to search for clues. After seeing the scene at her feet, she hesitantly murmured, bloodstains. Next, Xiaomi calmly deduced, those bastards, I had a bad feeling ever since he stopped responding in China. She paused for a second, then added, it seems a big battle broke out here. Meanwhile, Lai Jun was leisurely lying on his bed, looking at his phone. The tightly closed door suddenly burst open with a kick. Hanjo rushed in and loudly called his name, Lai Jun. Lai Jun hastily sat up, then complained, it's you again? Would it kill you to knock just once? She calmly replied, what's the point of knocking now? I've read the news. After speaking, Hanjo immediately approached to examine him, then pressed, were you attacked? Are you okay? He didn't answer directly, but instead asked, you can tell just by looking. Did you come because you're worried about me? Hanjo, hit where it hurt, immediately blushed, but still stubbornly denied. No. She tried to cover it up by saying, I just dropped by because you didn't come to practice. But Lai Jun just laughed and denied it. It doesn't look like that. It seems like you came because you're worried about me. Despite that, Han Jiu still vehemently argued. I told you no. Well, as long as you're okay, hey, eat up. After receiving the small gift, he knew but still tried to ask, whoa, 2 cakes, are they all for me? She didn't answer, but instead kindly advised, eat, rest, then come to practice. The others are waiting for you. When Lai Jun heard her say that, he immediately showed a very gentle smile. After that, he turned to look at the shattered door and muttered, the room door. Even if I fix it, it'll just break again. So I'll just leave it. Not long after, Lai Jun's phone suddenly rang again. He answered the phone. What? The person on the other end asked back. What do you mean by what? You're dumping everything on me. Lai Jun immediately corrected him. Not you. Specifically the Iron Blood clan. Hearing that, he immediately scolded. I am an Iron Blood clansman. You jerk. Have you been ignoring me these past few days? After speaking, Hujin said, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Hearing that, he pouted and said, I feel insulted. By the way, someone from your clan came because of that accident. He thought for a moment, then asked, who? Lai Jun replied, Sahwin Jun, Heaven King team. Then he added, his wife is imprisoned in another clan's royal dungeon, and he only sent a subordinate. Hujin heard that and sighed. Your father is truly terrible sometimes. But Lai Jun quietly replied, not exactly, which surprised him greatly. Huh. But a moment later he said, nothing. We don't have any secret agreements, do we? Hujin asked confused, Jun. We are the Iron Blood clan. I hate to say this, but is Xian Rang weighty enough to make an agreement with us? He immediately replied, what about the Emperor clan? He said dejectedly, don't even mention it. Complete silence. Ever since the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament, the Emperor clan has been completely silent. No one has come out. Hearing that, Lai Jun mumbled, it looks like I'll have to go myself. Hujin calmly asked, what do you plan to do this time? He replied with a blunt statement, what do you think? Absolutely nothing. In the morning, sunlight shone down on the main house of the Divine Power clan. In the great hall, Giant Moose sat on his chair. How was the visit? Hyung Jun knelt on the floor reporting, nothing but the Sword Iron Blood clan's refusal. HM. His eyes held a hint of disappointment. You couldn't even meet her wife. He respectfully replied, no, sir. Hearing that, Giant Moose suddenly realized. It seems the Sword Iron Blood clan has made their decision. Hyung Jun looked up and smiled. You look more relieved now. He immediately burst out laughing me. Haha. He maintained his kneeling posture. It seems they are very ready for war. Giant Moose seemed to know everything. Their target is the Emperor clan, right? Hyung Jun's face showed clear astonishment. Yes, they also sent a warning to us. Then he relayed their warning, that if we abandon the madam, divine power will not be harmed. Giant Moo's face tensed as he held out his hand. If we do nothing, Du Wang's anger will also be directed straight at us. But if we get involved, it would do more harm than good. Hyung Jun, what do you think? He frowned. His eyes filled with worry. Forgive my disrespect, but what the madam did is something a martial artist should never do. If she must pay for her sins, I believe humbly accepting it is the reasonable course for a martial artist. He glanced away. That's right. Then Giant Moo began to reminisce. Choi Mi-jin, my wife and Du Wang's younger sister. He recalled that time. Through her, the Emperor clan controlled and exploited us. There were no elite members of the Emperor clan, nor was there any unidentified force helping my wife. Above all, those who seemed to be their leaders, Mi-jin's wet nurse. Suddenly Giant Moo realized, Sim-jin Hua. She hasn't been seen recently either. He widened his eyes, his brows slightly raised. Then this is an opportunity. The Divine Power clan will withdraw from this matter. Hyung Jun worriedly wondered, are you serious? He sat on the chair with his legs crossed. Didn't you say doing that would benefit the Divine Power? His face briefly showed confusion. He quickly glanced away. I was talking about the martial artist's way. I didn't mean it in that sense. But Giant Moo interrupted. Tell everyone that and announce that Lai Jun will be the heir. After hearing that, Hyung Jun's face was full of shock, unable to utter a word. Suddenly he stood up, slowly walked down the steps. Giant Mu walked over to him. His cold voice echoed. The person you need to focus on right now is Lai Jun. Hyung Jun looked up to receive the order. Understood. Hearing that, he smirked in satisfaction. Good. After that, Giant Mu went outside. Hyung Run's face showed worry, and he immediately stood up. Where you going, sir? He let out a faint chuckle. To the training room. He couldn't help but wonder. Didn't you already finish your seclusion, sir? Giant Mu strode forward, raising his hand to wave. Martial arts, what's there to end? For now, I'll focus on my cultivation, so don't look for me. Even if it's an emergency, you're not allowed in. In that moment, Hyung Run stood there dazed. Yes, the scene shifts to the chairman's office. As Lee Run walked in, Min Sung saw him and immediately started teasing. So, what brings our superstar here? Lee Run walked over, holding a scroll of secret techniques in his hand, a pleased smile on his face. As promised, the poison blood art. Immediately, he quickly jumped up and snatched the secret scroll from the boy's hand. Min Sung panted, turning his head back with a look of doubt. Is this the real deal? Lee Run retorted. If it's fake, I'll take it back then. Min Sung lowered his voice to apologize. Ahem, I'm just a little surprised. Sorry if I made you upset. He crossed his arms and sighed. It's fine, but who's going to learn the poison blood art? He raised a hand to scratch his face awkwardly. That's the problem. The image of Han Jiru standing with her hands on her hips appeared in Lee Run's mind. It's not Han Jiru, is it? Min Sung explained. Because Han Jiru will lead the Divine Finger Clan in the future, I was thinking about it. He recalled her irritable nature and immediately felt awkward. But it'll be difficult for Han Jiru. One needs to raise male and female poison creatures, and with her personality, it's impossible. Lee Run wondered, what if the Divine Finger Clan head learns the poison blood art? Min Sung's gaze turned sharp. If he needed the poison blood art, he would have taken it from the start. Just like Han Jiru, he really hates such devious martial arts. At this moment, his eyes lowered in thought. Right, how could that clan head learn something like that? After that, Lee Run dismissed his deeper thoughts about Jigen. He doesn't have a devious bone in his body. The nickname Divine Finger Scholar means someone who possesses a pure soul, which describes Han Jiru's personality very well. Thanks to that personality, the Divine Finger Clan was destroyed in the past. Back to reality, he stood there, his voice cold as ice. Then the answer is obvious. You should learn it, Chairman. Min Sung rubbed his chin, considering. I'm too busy. Hearing that, he immediately questioned. Are you really not going to learn it because you're busy, or because you're afraid of insects? His face was drenched in sweat, his whole body trembling. Are you saying I'm afraid of insects? It's true I might look a bit weak, but I'm also an A-rank awakened, you know. How could I be afraid of such ordinary insects? Seeing his demeanor, Lee Run secretly confirmed in his heart. I was right. Chairman Han Min Sung hates insects, absolutely hates them. He turned away, waving goodbye. Anyway, I've kept my promise. Whether you learn it or not, the decision still rests with the Divine Finger Clan. Min Sung couldn't help but be surprised. You're just going to leave like that? Lee Run closed his eyes, preparing to leave. Do I also have to participate in the discussion about who should learn the poison blood art? All right, I'm going home. Min Sung turned towards the tall stack of documents. Wait, there's something I want you to look at. Hearing that, he turned back in surprise. Me? Outside, the sky was clear blue with rays of sunlight shining into the school campus. Lee Run picked up the paper, unable to believe his ears. You're telling me to teach someone my age? Min Sung began to persuade him. A student like Lee Run is definitely qualified to be a teacher. If you agree, you could become the youngest teacher. There's no problem at all. Would you refuse such a prestigious position? The document was written as follows. Instead of letting Lee Run graduate early to work immediately as an active member, keep him at school. After hearing that, Lee Run angrily refused. No way. Besides, you know this is unreasonable, don't you? He smiled and continued to persuade. Why? What are you worried about? He's only going to safe gates to train. And if something happens, with your skill level, you can always prepare for a monster breakthrough situation. Lee Run looked at the resume in his hand with a frustrated expression. I have no intention of teaching anyone, he thought to himself. The reason I came to school in the first place was because of the martial god's guidance and to focus my energy. Min Sung propped his hands on the table confidently. Well, there's still plenty of time. Think about it carefully. If student Lee Run agrees, a special class will be established. Lee Run couldn't help but be surprised. A special class? His expression serious, he explained. A class exclusively for student Lee Run. The students in the class can be personally chosen by Lee Run. What do you think? Isn't that tempting enough? Then, Lee Run turned and left, waving goodbye. Not enough. See you later. Goodbye. Min Sung couldn't help but be surprised. Lee Run. Outside the schoolyard, the immortal elder flew after Lee Run, a little curious about his decision. That was a good offer. Why did you refuse it? He walked and talked at the same time. I really hate troublesome things. I'm already busy teaching Hizio and Hanjiru. He stopped annoyed. Truly, a disciple who only knows half the story. Lee Run looked up, puzzled. Huh, what do you mean? The immortal elder held out his hand, wondering. You don't want to earn achievement points. Lee Run affirmed. I can get them from the gates. Hearing that, he immediately scoffed. With your current skill level, the normal gates only give a few points. Don't you feel it? His face was flustered, a few drops of sweat rolling down his cheeks. Lee Run rubbed his chin thoughtfully. After clearing the Sown Forest Gate, the points earned were less than 2 million, unless focusing on clearing red-level gates. Clearing low-level gates isn't very effective. And Master, it also takes more than a day to awaken the characteristics. The old immortal looked at him with gentle eyes. So, what about teaching the children while clearing gates? The next second, the system's mission notification sounded. Side quest, the youngest teacher, no incident. Difficulty A. Lee Run stood, reading the quest with a stunned expression. Your parents and guardians want you to go to school. They hope you'll spend your school days socializing with children your age. Completion conditions. Accept President Han Min Sung's offer and recruit at least 7 students. After introducing the quest, a reward immediately appeared. Reward: restored abilities that have been reduced. He read the quest board, smiling helplessly. Offering a reward I can't refuse. Then, Lee Run pressed the button on the screen. Under conditions where the heaven-slaying technique could suddenly appear. Agreed, the best way is to restore my abilities to normal as much as possible. A moment later, he walked into the president's office. Min Sung, focused on work, wondered. Student Lee Run, did you forget something? Lee Run calmly replied, I'll do it. Hearing that, his face showed joy. So that means. Lee Run held up the resume in his hand. I agreed to the offer to become a teacher. However, Lee Run made a condition. Instead of changing the contract, please allow me to add a special clause. Min Sung agreed immediately without hesitation. All right, just tell me what you need. Lee Run smiled, raising his hand to state the clause he wanted. I want to choose the students I'll teach and be assigned a teaching assistant. He held the paper in his hand and explained. Actually, when summer vacation ends, the current teachers will leave, so we're planning to recruit new ones, a rank or higher. Lee Run was a bit surprised. So, does that mean Ms. Cha Kyung-jin is leaving too? Min Sung's expression became a bit pensive. Ms. Kyung-jin is very capable, but she's only B rank. It's likely. Hearing that, his eyes gleamed with delight. He slammed both hands on the table. Then let Ms. Kyung-jin be my assistant. He looked at Lee Run, utterly confused. Ms. Kyung-jin? Oh, that's not difficult. I'll arrange it. Min Sung's hand moved as he placed it on the paper. A moment later, he held up the contract, flashing a bright smile. Now then, turn to the next page and sign first. The contract was placed next to a ballpoint pen. Min Sung, full of hope, was counting on him, the youngest teacher with a clean record. I look forward to working with you. A moment later, on a certain street, a voice rang out. So, Lee Run walked while typing on her phone. I'm officially a teacher now. Time to recruit some students. Hanjiru's name appeared on the screen, and she immediately answered. What's up? Her face was excited. Oh, she answered right away. Has the chairman told you anything yet? Hanjiru was a little surprised. Not yet. Is something wrong? On her end, she was standing with some friends, listening to the call. Her voice rang out. The chairman offered me a teaching position at Musego. Hanjiru was indifferent. Oh, really? That's great. Lee Run, seeing her attitude, smiled playfully. Based on your reaction, you definitely knew already, didn't you? How odd. Hanjiru reacted with a start. What? Lee Run changed the subject. I'm just talking to myself. Hanjiru's face couldn't help but show worry. More importantly, I heard you'll be the teacher for the special class. Can I join the special class? Lee Run quickly made an offer. I was just about to ask you. Do you want to join? She readily agreed. Yes. Lee Run looked up at the sky, smiling happily. Then tell Yunbai and the others too. Ask if they want to join the special class. Hanjiru gave a faint smile. They've already heard everything anyway. Yunbai grinned widely. Lee Run will be the teacher for the special class. I really didn't expect that. Co Young coughed, unable to hide her astonishment. Someone my age became a teacher. She pursed her lips, listening to them all clamoring and yelling over the phone. We want to join the special class too. On the other end of the line, someone immediately suggested, Lee Run, let's have a celebratory party. Let's go to Hanjiru's place right away. He smiled and declined. I need to complete the recruitment first. Let's celebrate later when everyone's gathered, okay? Keep practicing, okay? I'll call you back later. After ending the call, Lee Run was full of excitement. For people are confirmed. 3 more to go. The next second, his face turned serious as he cast a spell. A vortex appeared. Lee Run excitedly poked his head out. Hizio, you're joining the special class, right? I'll be the homeroom teacher. Before Hizio could speak, he made the decision himself and waved goodbye as he left. I'll take that as a yes. Keep practicing. He turned his head and looked up. Lee Run returned to the previous location. 2 more people. Then, he pulled out his phone and called someone. The person on the other end quickly picked up. Lee Run. What's up? He subtly glanced in another direction. Ah, hi, Gene, I wanted to say. He was a little surprised. What is it? At this moment, Lee Run's gaze was fixed elsewhere. Then he hung up. Nothing. I'll call you back later. Lee Run's slender legs stood on the ground. Immediately, Lee Run started to accelerate and run very fast. He turned his head back and thought to himself, just as I calculated. Lee Run jumped onto a towering wall, but his eyes still observed behind him. I'm going to tail those people. He stood on the rooftop of a building, looking at the people below. Hey, you guys, what could the Heavenly King's team want with me? Below, everyone respectfully greeted him in unison. Greetings, young master. Hyung Run stepped forward to explain. Because there's an important matter to discuss, we rudely followed you. He looked up and listened to Lee Run's suggestion. Come on, I know a secluded spot. We're in Incheon, on the rooftop of a tall building. Lee Run's voice rang out. All right, what is it? Hyung Run reported with a serious demeanor. The clan leader has designated you as the successor. Lee Run turned his head and smiled. I also guessed it would be this. Lee Sin's Dantian is shattered, losing gold, so they settled for silver. Huh. His gaze deepened in thought. If they're only appointing the successor, this could be an opportunity to easily swallow the divine power. Lee Run put his hands in his pockets, his eyes filled with many calculations. Take control of the divine power clan and tear it into pieces, or eliminate Lee Jianmu's power. He recalled his image. That would probably be the ultimate revenge. After all, what Lee Jianmu loved most was this very clan. Then, Lee Run turned to Hyung Run and inquired, So, you're here to serve me because I've been designated as the successor? He quickly confirmed. Yes, the clan head ordered us. Immediately, he broke into a meaningful smile. So, from now on, you'll only follow my orders, won't you? Hyung Run's eyes were fearful. Yes, that's how it is. Hearing that, Lee Run's cold voice rang out. I'll just ask you one question, he respectfully said. Go ahead and ask. Lai Jun couldn't help but wonder. Are you here as the Divine Power Vice Leader, or as the commander of the Heavenly King's unit? Without hesitation, Hyung Jun honestly replied, I didn't come as the Divine Power Vice Leader, but as the commander of the Heavenly King's unit. Lai Jun's gaze turned sharp. What if I told you to give up your Vice Leader position? If that was his request, he replied without hesitation, I'll give it up. Lai Jun's eye seemed to pierce through Hyung Jun. What if I asked you to prioritize my orders over the clan heads? Hyung Jun looked at him, silently assessing, his eyes as deep as the ocean. I can't read him, but that's why. He responded clearly, I owe you my life. Not just mine, but the lives of the entire Heavenly King's unit. Then he knelt down. This person, perhaps he is the one who can bring back the glory the Divine Power clan once had, even if its power has weakened. I was prepared for this from the beginning, to follow you. Hyung Jun bowed his head and resolutely declared, From now on, I will prioritize your orders over the clan heads. Lai Jun looked at him with satisfaction. That's the answer I wanted to hear. I'll give you a reward fitting that answer. Follow me. In Incheon, in front of the main building of the Imperial clan, the two of them stood in a tree, observing. Hyung Jun was a little curious. Young master, why are we here? Lai Jun pulled out his phone, smiling meaningfully. What do you mean? I'm here to use my own strength to show you that I'm fit to lead you. His expression worried as he looked down. But this place. The surrounding landscape was a series of towering mountains. Isn't this the Imperial clan's front yard? Inside the forest, sweat mixed with streaks of blood ran down Taemin's face. He stood there holding a sword, bodies scattered on the ground. The woman trembled, pleading, Please spare me. I have a family and a child. Taemin raised his sword, while the woman continued to beg for her life. Please. But he seemed not to hear, and plunged it in decisively. Ah! Fresh blood sprayed all over his sleeves, and Taemin smiled in satisfaction. Ah! The next second, he burst into a crazy, delighted laughter. Ha 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 ha! At this moment, a pair of blood-stained feet slowly approached from behind. Taemin immediately noticed, glancing cautiously behind him. He turned around and unleashed a powerful blow, without hesitation. With a single swing, the terrifying power created a deep, vast pit in the ground. Witnessing the scene, Kong Yu bared his teeth and smiled delightedly. You're stronger now. Taemin's face crumpled in anger. What the hell? The old man's gaze was extremely sharp. He was surprised. Oh, it's Dad. Kong Yu walked over, placed a hand on Taemin's shoulder, and smiled. How's the new power? He held the blood-stained sword in his hand. My body is overflowing with power. I feel like I'll go crazy if I don't use this power soon. Taemin looked at his hands, his eyes filled with excitement. With just this much power, I feel like I can defeat anyone, even the strongest swordsman in Korea. He cupped his hand to his ear as if trying to listen to something. Kill them all. Taemin cautiously glanced behind him. But I always hear a voice, like the whisper of a demon. Every time I use my power, it constantly tells me to kill someone. The old man heard this and cautiously warned him. Don't fall into the temptation of that voice. You must remember that well. He obeyed. Yes, Dad. Then Kong Yu suggested. Good, shall we continue? Taemin looked at his blood-soaked body, a look of delight shining on his face. Yes, I want to reach A-level proficiency before heading down. The old man's face showed a slight worry, something an awakened person should never do. Getting stronger by killing people. The old man agreed. There's still plenty of time and pray, so get as strong as you want. Kong Yu glanced behind him and summoned his subordinate, Kim Beam. You call, boss. The old man said. Taemin is looking for the next prey. Kim Beam's eye sharpened. Is he ready? He looked at Kong Yu and complimented. The speed is increasing. At this rate, we'll soon see an A-rank awakened person. Congratulations, Master. The old man smiled contentedly. It's thanks to your efforts in selecting quality prey. Next time might be the last, so I need you to go through a bit more trouble. Witnessing Taemin lifting the sword with both hands, Kim Beam smirked dangerously. If that's your command, Master, I'll do anything. I'll bring them back right away. Meanwhile, Lai Jun and Hyung Jun were observing from a tree. He dialed someone on his phone. Lai Jun brought the phone to his ear, his eyes still fixed on the house in front of him. Hyuk Jin's annoyed voice rang out. Lai Jun, what is it again? He glanced at the phone. I'm busy. Let's talk about it later. I'm only going to say this once. Listen carefully. Then he proposed. I've become a teacher for the special class. Do you want to join? He didn't seem to believe it and shouted into the phone. Do you think I believe that? Someone my age becoming a teacher, really? Hyuk Jin almost jumped out of the phone screen, asking. And what special class? The world must be ending. Lai Jun held the phone away. So you're not joining? Jun Gyeon appeared from nowhere behind him. What? Are Lai Jun teaching a special class? She smiled, extending her hand as a command. Give me the phone. As soon as he heard, he immediately recognized her. It's Sister Jun Gyeon. He sat listening to the two of them arguing. Hyuk Jin was a bit annoyed. Hey, I'm talking to Lai Jun. Jun Gyeon immediately scolded him. You idiot, you didn't give me the phone. She put her hands on her hips, a triumphant expression on her face after getting the phone. Lai Jun, is what you just said true? A bump rose on his head. He sat on the floor. Violent woman. Seizing the opportunity, he suggested. Yes, I was thinking. Would you like to join my special class? He rushed forward enthusiastically. Lai Jun, I'm in. Hearing that, he smiled brightly. I knew you'd agree right away. Hyuk Jin, what about you, sister? Jun Gyeon hesitated a bit. Do I have to decide right now? Hearing Lai Jun express his wish, her face looked flustered, her cheeks flushed. Yes, it's urgent. I really want you to join the special class. Then, she made a request. Give me a reason. He smiled coaxingly. If you don't join, I'll be really down in the dumps. Hearing that, she couldn't help but be surprised. Really? Lai Jun added. Yes, Hanju and others have already agreed to join. She smiled excitedly and immediately accepted the invitation. Oh, okay. If Hanju is joining, then I'll join too. Lai Jun confirmed. Really? Don't change your mind, okay? Hyuk Jin's face was full of confusion. The next second, the system's voice rang out. Submission. You have completed the mission. The youngest teacher in Musego. He was grateful. Thank you, sister. A blue circle on the ground shone up Lai Jun's body. The system's voice rang out. Submission. You have completed the mission. The youngest teacher in Musego. He looked at his body, receiving a different energy, and thought to himself, I can feel a strange energy, like a sealed power has been unleashed. Suddenly, Lai Jun's eyes widened in surprise. He stood reading the mission panel in astonishment. Submission. Lai Jun's will has been created. You have learned S-Rank Lightning Divine Palm from your master. You can now use S-Rank Lightning Divine Palm. After that, Lai Jun used his divine sense to speak with the immortal elder. Lightning Divine Palm. Master, what's going on? You previously said you couldn't pass on martial arts due to the interference of the awakening system. He appeared with a triumphant look. What's so surprising? Who do you think your master is? Even that mysterious awakening system cannot escape my genius intellect and observational skills. He looked down at the mission panel. A series of mission information appeared before his eyes. Submission. Lai Jun's will. Difficulty A. The divine martial artist believes that a true disciple must be ready to challenge major organizations. He fully supports you as his youngest disciple. Completion condition. Cripple the imperial family. Reward. Fame plus 50,000. Master the Muguk Palm technique. Lai Jun's expression showed a hint of fear. The Muguk Palm Technique. Lai Jun silently stared at the mission panel. Master, this mission. He questioned. What is it? Do you think it's impossible? He turned back with eyes full of excitement. No. I'll complete it no matter the cost. Hearing this, he praised him. Good. That's the spirit my disciple should have. Lai Jun couldn't help but feel thrilled. A chance to learn martial arts without using precious achievement points. Besides, I have another reason to take down the imperial family. With that, today, I'll definitely crush the imperial family, so they can never rise again. In the space, a series of his information appeared. Basic information. Title, Master's youngest disciple and 2 others. Name, Lai Jun. Age 18. General skills, Primordial Divine Art, Heavenly King Divine Art. Heavenly King Divine Art, Blood Fiend Palm, Black Dragon Style, One Blade Art, Heaven's Annihilation. Heavenly Thunder King's Divine Art. Abilities, currently unranked AA. Special skills, Primordial Chaos Divine Art SSS. Muguk's Ultimate Step SSS. He looked at his special stats, deep in thought. The restricted stats have returned to normal. Special stats. Internal Force, 593/1000. Mental Strength, 358/500. Fame, 10,800. Notoriety. Current points, 5,680,000. Where I should invest is Internal Force. Then, Lai Jun touched the notification screen. Internal Force, 593. Use 1 million to increase internal force? Yes or no? The system's voice rang out. The Primordial Chaos Divine Art has reached 6-star level. Extraordinary progress that even other disciples haven't achieved. The very next second, a violent surge of power erupted. Hyung Jun quickly raised his arm to block, to keep from being thrown back. Young Master. He shielded his body with his arm. Lai Jun was unleashing power from his body. An overwhelming aura, something even the 5 kings couldn't emit. Lai Jun stood amidst the powerful energy and scathed. No, it's even more overwhelming than them. A destructive power, far exceeding what I saw at Thousand Peaks Lake. His concentrated form appeared. Is this young Master Lai Jun's true form? Then, he opened his eyes with a startled expression. Whoa! The 6-star Primordial Chaos Divine Art. It's much stronger than I thought. Lai Jun looked at his hands joyfully. With this power, I can definitely stand on equal footing with the imperial family. Witnessing everything, Hyung Jun's face was full of questions. Young Master, what was that power just now? It doesn't feel like the Heavenly King Divine Art. He turned back with a faint smile. It seems the imperial family is tightening their defenses because of me. Should we go before they close the gates? His face became alarmed. What? Wait, are you really going there to attack the imperial family? Saying that, Lai Jun jumped down. Besides, what other reason would I have to be here? He stood on the ground, looking up and explaining. They provoked me first. Now they'll have to face the consequences. Hyung Jun couldn't help but worry. Young Master. A group of people appeared behind, looking bewildered. Captain, what should we do? Hyung Jun's face was dotted with sweat, showing a worried expression. Ah! He looked back up and ordered. If the young Master acts, we must follow. The man hesitated slightly. But this is beyond our capabilities now. This is the imperial family's front yard. If we're not careful, we could die at any moment. Hyung Jun looked down at Lai Jun below, reassuring quietly. I don't think we need to worry. He remarked seriously. That energy just now. Even the Fist King couldn't possess that kind of presence. He's very strong. No matter what happens, he'll protect us. Hyung Jun's faith in him was strong. In that case, perhaps risking our lives for him isn't so bad. Everyone was convinced by him. If you're so sure, Captain. The next second, Hyung Jun and everyone else descended with respectful expressions. Young Master, our Heavenly King squad will follow you as your subordinates. Lai Jun looked at them, now subjugated, and smiled in satisfaction. He looked up at the fortress in front of him. Then I'll have to put on an impressive display for my subordinates to trust me. After that, Lai Jun looked towards the camera. Hey, I know you're watching from there. He smiled mockingly. You must be furious seeing me. Immediately, Lai Jun unleashed his power and provoked. So why don't you show all you've got? A bolt of lightning appeared in his hand. Lai Jun glanced forward, a provocative smile on his face. Heavenly King's divine art. Thunder God's palm. Immediately after, he unleashed a surge of power towards the gate. Hyung Jun stood there, his eyes wide in surprise. Thunder God's palm, a martial art that even the Fist King couldn't possess. The walls shattered. Lai Jun turned back to look at them. What are you all still doing? His face happy. He looked at them. Are you going to stand there blankly forever? Come on, follow me. At that moment, everyone just stood there silently, their mouths agape in astonishment. The next second, they scrambled to where he stood, saluting respectfully. Yes, in a certain room, Tae-sin pulled out a chair, preparing to sit down. He looked outside, his hands on the table. Was there an earthquake recently? Tae-ho, somewhat worried, reached out his hand. Brother, are you just going to sit there forever? Tae-sin angrily turned around and ordered, Hey, go check what's happening. Tae sat at the table, his face devoid of worry. We'll talk when the clan head returns. His face angry, the man questioned, Aren't you angry at all? Your son is dead, and the culprit is the same person who once defeated you. Tae-sin walked over, frowning reproachfully. Third brother, you're going too far. Try to think about second brother's feelings. His face enraged. The man clenched his fist and turned towards him. Before he was second brother's son, he was a grandson I loved very much. Tae-sin retorted, Were you the only one who loved him? After that, he comforted Tae-ho. All of us and the clan had loved him. The man gradually calmed down. He sadly looked away. I just feel enraged. I can't imagine how much pain second brother must be feeling. He looked at him worriedly. At this rate, I'm afraid he'll fall ill. He reassured, I understand how you feel. Let's try a little harder together. The clan head is almost back. There was pouring water when the cup suddenly shook. Tae-sin turned to his subordinate, puzzled. Another tremor. Have you found anything? The subordinate stammered in fear. Yes, there's an intruder. He raised the cup, seemingly disbelieving. An intruder? Who dares to enter the heart of the imperial territory? The subordinate became urgent. It's true. He's gone through the main gate. The members are trying to stop him in the courtyard. The subordinate continued to report. Divine Force. It's Lai Jun from the Divine Force. He's with the Heavenly King squad. Hearing this, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Then, slammed the table and jumped up, making the other two hold him back. He walked over, picked up the sword placed in the corner, causing Tae to feel a slight worry. De fiercely held the sword in his hand, making him panic. He raised his hand to calm him down. Brother, calm down. His entire body was filled with killing intent. How can I be calm when that bastard personally came all the way here? Lai Jun, you scum, wasn't killing my son enough? Now you dare to intrude upon the Emperor clan. I'll make him regret for his entire life that he ever stepped foot here. Outside, he was performing a technique. Lai Jun looked up mockingly. It's gotten this heated, and still no one's willing to come out. Immediately, he unleashed a surge of power towards the group of people in front of him, lightning. Seeing this, the subordinate waved his hand, ordering, Deploy the Jian formation. They created a shield that covered their bodies. The subordinate ordered, Good. Hold on until the big brothers arrive with reinforcements. Lai Jun's face was excited as he continued to perform the technique. They're enduring better than I thought. He unleashed an even more powerful blow than before. Then try to block this. Another subordinate turned to report. Reinforcements from the Snow Lion squad have arrived. He reminded, the right flank defense is ours, Black Lion. The left flank is Snow Lion. The left flank defense has collapsed. Lai Jun laughed with amusement looking at the group. All right, at this point, we really have to endure. His eyes focused, and he immediately unleashed another technique. At this moment, Lai Jun raised a giant orb in his hand with a cold expression. Witnessing this scene, the subordinate couldn't help but be afraid. That massive attack, can we endure it? He urgently ordered. We have to try to find out, let's go. After that, they exerted all their strength to resist the attack from the orb. His face broke into a triumphant smile. What the hell, though it's big, its power is actually weaker than the previous explosion. Suddenly, a hand reached out from within the orb and grabbed the subordinate by the collar. He looked at Lai Jun appearing from within the orb, surprised. Since when? He created a small vortex in his palm. That massive attack was just bait to fool you. Then, Lai Jun unleashed an immense power, enveloping the entire space. This is the main event. Hyung Jun worriedly turned to look at him. Young master. At this moment, his face was clenched in fear. Lai Jun stood looking into the newly created deep pit. Hyung Jun's face was covered in sweat, while Lai Jun's remained calm. He looked at them lying sprawled in the pit. Snow Lion and Black Lion are both down. Luckily, they're still breathing. Hyung Jun seemed disbelieving, but I didn't expect him to openly use martial arts in the middle of the Emperor clan's manor. This is truly a declaration of war. Lai Jun calmly looked down at the pit. Hey, team leader. He was a bit angry. Are you just going to stand there and watch? The person behind rushed over. Yes. Lai Jun turned around, looked at the man, and spoke mockingly. Huh. Hey, you're too slow. How can someone like you become the captain of the Heavenly King unit? You idiot. His face was dripping with sweat. Damn, he remembers everything. Now I'm on his blacklist. He once called Lai Jun an idiot and told him to seek treatment. Haha. Hyung Jun looked at the group with injured faces. Young master, what should we do with them? Lai Jun coldly ordered. Just stop the bleeding to keep them alive, then destroy all their dantian. He bowed respectfully. Understood. Hyung Jun turned to order everyone, destroy their dantian. They immediately complied. Understood. He turned back and gave a faint smile. Now then. Lai Jun looked at the group that had just arrived. More people are still coming, huh? He leisurely walked towards them and questioned. I've done all this, and Emperor De Gong still hasn't shown his face? Don't tell me, De Gong isn't here? Lai Jun smiled excitedly. Really? He's not here. Then this is the perfect opportunity. He looked at the people blocking his path, pondering. De Gong's absence is the perfect opportunity to wipe out the Emperor clan's strongholds. If I spare them now, they'll definitely come after me later. Immediately, Lai Jun charged towards them as they stood stunned. I need to reduce their strength right now. He leaped up to perform a technique. Suddenly a voice rang out. How dare you? Lai Jun coldly looked at the newly arrived group. At this moment, De Gong and Taeho along with Taexian stepped out. He held the sword in his hand angrily. Do you know where you are? Lai Jun immediately slid back, dodging De Gong's sword strike. He raised his hands in defense in front of him. So, the most powerful ones have finally decided to show up, huh? The subordinates' faces lit up with joy. Elders, we're saved. He said coldly, report the damages. De Gong frowned, his face showing clear anger as he listened to their report. The Snow Lion Legion and the Black Lion Legion have been annihilated. He looked at him casually brushing dust off his clothes. That kid, he killed an entire Imperial unit and even made Min Jin submit. This outcome was already predicted. His aura is many times stronger than when I faced him in the past. Taeho stood behind, holding a spear in his hand. Brother, let me take his head to comfort Sun Ho's soul. De Gong's expression was calm. Taeho, you can't handle him alone. All the elders must attack together. He frowned, glancing over angrily. Even you say that? Is that kid really that strong? Lai Jun smirked, looking directly at them. You could say he has skills on par with the clan head, but the clan head is... His eyes filled with killing intent. Do you think I'm being cautious because I was once defeated by that brat? If you want to survive, you'd best listen to me. Both Taexian and Tae-ho were already in combat stances. He was attacked by them from two sides. De Gong shouted, "Everyone, combine your strength and attack." At this moment, Lai Jun's master also appeared to help. "They're coming." He glanced at them rushing over, including those brothers. There are 10 elders in total. The first to attack will be De Gong. He swung his sword at Lai Jun, who struggled to block it with his spear. The wind pressure was immense. He also began to charge. "Brother, step back." He immediately noticed Tae-ho. The force was too strong. He was thrown against the wall, and De Gong was also knocked back. He did a somersault in midair. Lai Jun immediately bounced back to regain his composure. At this moment, he knelt and silently observed. Tae-ho's face was contemptuous. "Just as I thought. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a brat. You can't withstand an attack from the two of us brothers." De Gong countered, "No, he's not easily defeated." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. He suddenly exclaimed, "Brother!" At this moment, he gripped his spear tightly. Then Lai Jun raised his spear high to block De Gong's sword. His face showed surprise and confusion. "Impossible. I landed a precise strike with my energy blade, yet he doesn't have a single scratch." In contrast, he maintained a calm smile while fighting back. De Gong's eyes were tense. Then, an intense battle broke out between the two, neither willing to yield. He swung a sword strike at Lai Jun's face, but he managed to dodge it in time. In this critical situation, Tae-ho turned around and raised his hand to command. "At this rate, Big Brother will be at a disadvantage. Everyone, deploy the Imperial formation to assist him." They stood in a circle, raising their hands to form the Imperial formation. If the Jian formation is a defensive tactic, the Imperial formation completely disregards defense. It's a pure offensive formation. The 7 elders of the Empire transmit their internal energy to the 3 attackers. The 3 continue to attack until the target dies. Seeing this, Hyung Jun's face was surprised. "I didn't expect them to use the Imperial formation against the young master. That's a double-edged sword. If they can't overwhelm the opponent, they'll be overwhelmed themselves. But the Empire has never failed to eliminate someone using this formation before." He stood at a distance, observing Lai Jun fending off powerful attacks. Even the Sword King would find it difficult. No matter how strong the young master is, this is still too dangerous. I must help him. Though it was difficult, he calmly advised, "Hyung Jun, don't do anything reckless. Leave them to me. You go deal with the other old awakened ones of the Empire." His face was covered in sweat. "But young master, the Imperial formation is something even the Sword King." Lai Jun suddenly smirked. "Yes, it's a bit difficult using only the Heavenly King divine art, but my strength doesn't come from that technique." Both factions temporarily paused. "So just leave them to me and take down the rest. Don't forget to destroy their Dantian. You can do it, right?" He felt a little more at ease. "I understand." Another person spoke up. "The Imperial formation has been deployed. This is dangerous. We must go help him. If he's captured by those old geezers." Hyung Jun stepped forward and seriously instructed, "Leave them to the young master. We will attack the rest." Someone incredulously asked, "Are you serious? Even if it's the young master, it's still dangerous." Deep down, he also understood. Yes, this is clearly a dangerous situation for him. But Hyung Jun declared loudly, "That's the young master's command." So he placed his trust in Lai Jun. It's strange, but I feel like I can trust him. The very next second, Hyung Jun pointed and loudly said, "Trust the young master and complete the task he assigned. Hurry." Everyone rushed off. "We obey." His face was tense and furrowed. The old awakened ones in the area will be handled by the Heavenly King's team. The real problem is the Imperial formation. At this moment, Lai Jun was surrounded by those standing in a circle, with 7 elders transmitting internal energy to 3 attackers. On the side of the 3, each held their weapon tightly. Perhaps the attackers are Choi De Gong, Tae-ho, and Tae-sin. The immortal elder carefully cautioned, "Disciple, be careful." He glared at him, The first attacker was Taeho. He immediately lunged and swung his sword, but he reacted in time and dodged. D. The two weapons clashed powerfully. Lai Run exclaimed, "His internal energy is truly terrifying. Even my demonic spear is trembling." He secretly calculated his moves. "I need to retrieve my spear and create some distance. Taeho will stop at nothing. It seems that spear has some strange magic. I can't let it go." Lai Run glanced at his weapon. The demonic spear wasn't moving. He was using energy to pin it down. Damn it, if I try to retrieve it, it'll be damaged by his internal energy. He realized in frustration. Damn it, the Elder's experience has taken the upper hand. At this moment, Taexian started charging out. "Brother, hold him tight." Lai Run's face was startled. "Taexian," he shouted with fierce momentum. "First, I'll take your leg to avenge my grandson." He cleverly struck his elbow, making both his body and weapon tilt to one side. His face turned back, stunned. This guy, he wrapped his leg in protective energy in that brief moment. The ghost stood outside, watching them fight. Protective energy. You're not an easy opponent to defeat. His sword emanated a blue energy. If that's the case, let's see if you can block this. Lai Run's face clearly showed his strength waning. Dago, much stronger and more precise than the Dago I saw at the Thousand Peaks Lake. The Elder Master warned, "There's a huge amount of power in that technique. Can you block it?" He stared at him. "I have a plan." Lai Run began to recall a plan he'd conceived when the Imperial Formation began, when his primordial divine art reached 6 stars, and the system displayed information. Your primordial divine art has reached 6 stars, an astonishing rate of development that other disciples cannot achieve. To become a divine normal, the ultimate technique of the limitless spear art, illusion, has been unlocked. His face was focused. The final step of the limitless spear art. Dago's body radiated a fierce blue aura, burning like fire. The enemies before me are worthy enough to test this technique. The next second, he gripped his sword tightly and roared, "I'll end this here." Dago's sword tip was aimed at the center of Lai Run's forehead. He calmly uttered 2 words, "Illusion." In the illusion, Lai Run saw the 3 of them fiercely attacking him. He dodged to the side, just as the sword tip was about to reach him. "This is illusion. Excellent. It feels like time has stopped." Just as I thought. Lai Run was being attacked from 2 sides. The Elder Master carefully reminded him, "Disciple, the time within the illusion is very short." He warned, "If you just stand there, it won't show its true power." Lai Run's face was full of tension. Yes, in the illusion, he immediately delivered a deadly counterattack. Limitless spear art, 5th form, storm of light. The moment illusion activated, the spear energy from heavenly annihilation remained in place. When time continued, the spear energy would attack them. Lai Run stood still, surrounded. Next, the elders would deploy the Imperial Formation. Then, he carefully calculated. Even taking a single step requires immense effort. Lai Run fought with all his might. If I want to master everything in a short time, I need to train a lot more. Illusion annihilation, until his whole body was exhausted, drenched in sweat. The Elder Master watched and praised. For a first-timer, this isn't bad. Back in reality, Dago swung his mighty sword straight down to the ground. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes wide with horror. At this moment, Lai Run was no longer there. They were surprised. "He's gone." Dago immediately ordered, "What are you doing? Find him now." Taexian's face was panicked. "Brother, I can't move my body." Taeho also spoke up. "Me too." At this moment, he stood on the rooftop and lightly snapped his fingers. Immediately, countless rays of light appeared around him. Dago looked up in confusion. Up there. Suddenly, a series of sharp sword rays appeared, surrounding them. Lai Run's eyes tensed briefly amidst his subordinates' astonished voices. The elders have been defeated. Where did he go? He stood on the rooftop, controlling the light streams shining down onto the courtyard below. After that, Lai Run jumped down to where the severely injured people lay scattered on the floor. Hyung Run stood at a distance, stammering. Young master, what just happened? Does such martial arts truly exist in this world? His face was full of surprise at his power. This is the first time I've seen such a technique. Sweat trickled down Lai Run's face. Unbelievable. He shattered the Emperor's formation like that. Hyung Run was still astonished. Unbelievable. The Emperor's elders turned to ash in an instant. Young master, what kind of martial arts did you use? Lai Run's hazy eyes glanced at them. Don't just stand there. Finish the rest. All of them said in unison. Understood. What are you doing? Go now. He felt a slight ache in his body, as predicted. The infinite spear technique put a heavy burden on the body. At this moment, the system panel appeared. Infinite Spear Technique SS Plus has been granted. You can now use Infinite Spear Technique SS Plus. Lai Run secretly rejoiced. Thank goodness, it's reached SS tier. It won't be such a burden on me anymore. Holding the spear, Lai Run read the notification panel. Analyzing your reputation. Alias, Spear Emperor has been added. You have been registered in the global rankings under the name Spear Emperor. He glanced coldly. I thought they were hiding some formidable treasure here, but there's nothing special. At this moment, Hyung Run approached and whispered in his ear. Young Master Lai Run ahead. He turned his cold gaze forward. In front of him stood two silent men. His expression was stern. The man behind is Kyung Hun, the powerful leader, my father's closest bodyguard. And he is. Their eyes met, full of tension. He's the first person I need to eliminate to claim the divine power for myself. The system displayed the ranking. Lai Run, the Spear Emperor, rank 100. Lai Run was surprised. It was always here? His eyes followed the board. What? I'm only ranked 100. He felt a bit annoyed. I thought an S-tier awakened would at least be in the top 20. Wait, this list is wrong. He read each confusing entry. Sword King, number 1 in Korea, and only rank 90? At this moment, the immortal elder appeared behind him, stroking his beard curiously. What kind of strange ranking is this? Lai Run looked up. Right, I'm not the only one who thinks so. He realized, there's only one conclusion about this kind of list. The immortal elder speculated, if monsters like Blood Flame are on the list, then this ranking is meaningless. Lai Run thought, Cho, Oi Cho, we'd better check if there's anyone else besides Blood Flame. Hyung Run respectfully bowed and reported, Young Master, we've cleaned everything up. Sumi observed from above with an annoyed expression. That guy, he defeated all the Emperor's elders by himself. And the weapon in his hand is the Sword of Annihilation. No wonder there's no movement from Blood Flame. Has he been taken out? Then he quickly left. It's best to report this to Master Inju. The next morning, at the main house of the Blood Iron Sword family, a hand was pressing on the system panel. John panted, holding a phone in his hand. Dad, you have a call. Chun Sik stopped and turned his head. Good. I'm waiting. He picked up the phone. The voice on the other end spoke. Chun Sik, have you seen the rankings? He replied crisply. Yes. The voice on the other end stammered. Those question marks are Cho, Oi Cho. Chun Sik calmly asked again. Don't tell me they've started to act. The person on the other end instructed. Yes, and what's worse, I haven't been able to find Ghost Heaven or Flame Buddha for days. Please be careful. His face flashed with worry. I see. Chun Sik was worried in his heart. What a mess. It seems this country is about to face a major crisis. On the other side, the editor was reporting. Breaking news. Early this morning, the imperial family's estate was found in ruins. All awakened ones inside had their dantian shattered. The reporter handed the microphone to the witness. According to the witness, Lai Run of the Divine Power Clan led the Heavenly King team. The public believes this is truly a declaration of war against the imperial family. In the basement of the Red Bull Club, Hongda, a young man walked up and held out his phone. Sir, have you seen the news yet? He stared at the phone. I'm watching it now. On the phone screen were two messages from Lai Run. reduced the imperial family's forces to only to Go and his son do remand remain. And Je praised. He succeeded. He frowned, then remained silent for the next few seconds. Elsewhere, Jian Mu was talking on the phone. Haha, the newly formed clan is always welcome. It seems we've been a bit distant lately. Let's be friendlier from now on. At this moment, Kyung-han walked over, and he quickly hung up. Contact us again later. He wondered, is it the newly formed clan this time? Jian Mu calmly, with his hands behind his back. Yes, before they ignored us, only fawning over the Iron Blood sword and Mandok. But now they're scrambling to get in line. He also realized. That shows how much impact young Master Lai Run has. He turned around angrily. Forget about that. Have you found a Go's whereabouts yet? Kyung-han informed. I'm sorry, not yet. There's a journalist waiting to interview you. Jian Mu held the business card. From Get Info magazine, huh? He added. That's the one covering exclusive news about young Master Lai Run lately. All the good articles about him were written by this reporter. He carefully read each piece of information on the business card and then agreed. All right, contact them. The person on the other end initiated. Hello, I'm reporter Kim Seoa from Get Info magazine. Jian Mu spoke calmly. I've heard a lot about you. You're the one who writes good things about my son. The purple-haired reporter sitting in front of the computer screen said, No, I just write the truth. He smiled faintly. Thanks anyway. So, what do you want to talk to me about? She gently asked for permission. I just have a few questions. May I ask them? He was also relaxed. Go ahead and ask. I'll answer if I can. The reporter asked a question that made Jian Mu suddenly silent for a few seconds. Are Lai Run's actions the will of the Divine Power Clan? Kyung-han stood behind, watching intently. Seeing the silence, she repeated. I'll ask again. Are Lai Run's actions your will, Lord of the Divine Power Clan? He carefully replied. Yes, it can be said that Lai Run's actions reflect my will. Hasn't the imperial family always deceived the public until now? The reporter's expression was stunned. Above all, they even ambushed my son within the gate. That enraged Lai Run, and I also believe the imperial family has crossed the line. Hearing that, she asked for clarification. So you mean, Lai Run and the Power King share the same view? Jian Mu affirmed. That's right. I want to be the shadow supporting my son. A few drops of sweat beaded on the reporter's face. Thank you for your honest sharing. Her mind was full of thoughts. In other words, this is a confirmation that Lai Run is the heir of the Divine Power Clan. Now there's a lot to write about. Kyung-han bowed respectfully. Unexpectedly, I thought you would draw a line between yourself and him. He calmly turned his head. It might be a violent approach, but all the effort I put into raising the clan's reputation, Lai Run achieved in one go. How could I not cherish that? He immediately agreed. Yes, with young Master Lai Run in front, I will achieve many things. Afterward, Kyung-han looked at his phone and reported, Sir, young Master Lai Run is waiting outside with the Heavenly King team. Shall I escort you? Jian Mu's expression was a little tense. My son is here. I must meet him. In the morning, outside the Divine Power Clan building, reporters aggressively fired questions. Where's Lai Run? The guards tried to calm the crowd. Everyone calmed down. Gathering here won't make him come any faster. Another person asked, What is the Divine Power Clan's stance on this matter? At this moment, someone looked behind with a startled expression. Over there. The crowd collectively looked. It turned out he was walking towards them with his team, the Heavenly King team and Lai Run. The reporter ran up to him. According to the surviving awakened ones of the imperial family, Lai Run is the one who destroyed them. Can you confirm this? He remained silent before the questions posed. The Divine Power Clan and the imperial family were once allies. Why did things turn out this way? Initially, Lai Jun was not on the family's side, but he unleashed his power to overthrow the elders. He put his hands in his pockets. Yes, I'm not on their side. He stepped forward to intervene. I think you should leave before I use force. Lai Jun's demeanor was nonchalant, but now it's different. A loud shout rang out. "Hey, gatekeeper!" The young man's face flashed with alarm. Yes, Lai Jun's face was calm as he told the gatekeeper, "Tell my father that his son, Lai Jun, is here, and ask him to open the gate." Upon hearing that, the gate slowly opened. He walked in confidently. However, in his previous life, Lai Jun could only stand at the line. In his previous life, he wasn't allowed to step past this threshold. He and his comrades were full of vigor with every step, but now, he could walk in without hesitation. The reporters looked up, continuously surprised. "Is that Lai Jun?" Lai Jun just entered the main house. Inside the main house, Ki-hun stood facing him. Recalling his childhood, Lai Jun knelt down, pleading, "Please tell me, what must I do to enter the house?" Ki-hun frowned in annoyance, glancing down at him indifferently from above. Ki-hun said coldly and bluntly, "Your mother was just one of the women he slept with, and now this illegitimate child dares to set foot in the divine power family. If you don't want to die, don't even dream of approaching the family." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the door shut, leaving Lai Jun kneeling alone outside. As soon as he snapped out of the flashback, looking at the man's fake face, he couldn't help but feel angry. "You two-faced bastard. You handle all the main affairs of the divine power." Second only to Lai Jun's father, he was the key commanding authority, Xian Ki-hun. Ki-hun smiled at Lai Jun. "You've grown a lot since I last saw you, young Master Lai Jun." He was the first person I had to eliminate to overthrow the divine power. He silently stared darkly at Ki-hun. Lai Jun then returned to his calm demeanor, glancing at Xian Mu. "What brings the authority king out here personally?" He replied, "I heard you were back." He asked in surprise, "Me?" Xian Mu said with an extremely sly expression, "Yes, and more importantly, I saw you with the Heavenly King. Have you accepted the heir position?" Lai Jun stared at him, a cold smile forming as he asked mockingly, "What if I have? Will you give me the divine power?" Xian Mu's face darkened. He growled, "Do you understand what an heir means? You will inherit from me and lead the divine power with me." He looked up at Xian Mu and said, "I mean the entire divine power family." Pausing for a moment, Lai Jun's expression grew grim. Then he continued, "And in my divine power family, there's no place for my father." Noticing his unusual behavior, Hai-hun nervously spoke in a low voice, "Young master." After hearing Lai Jun's words, Xian Mu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ki-hun beside him broke into a sweat, looking at him with a strange gaze. But immediately after, Xian Mu threw his head back and laughed even louder. He declared loudly, "Those of the divine power always get what they want, especially when it comes to divine power. You have the right to take it, even if it means beheading your own parents." Pausing, Xian Mu smirked and continued, "But it won't be easy. You know you have to be acknowledged by all members of the divine power, right?" He calmly replied, "Of course." Seeing this, he said, "All right, gain everyone's approval, and I will relinquish my position as patriarch and hand over the entire family to you. After that, I will no longer interfere with the family, as you wish." Lai Jun raised an eyebrow, looking at Xian Mu with amusement. "You'll regret this." He frowned after hearing him speak. "Regret? I've never regretted anything in my life." "Authority Commander, escort Lai Jun to the annex." Lai Jun turned his back, then looked at Xian Mu with a dangerous smile. "I hope you live up to your words." He looked back at him and smirked. "I also hope you don't disappoint me." Scene shifts to the Divine Power Family's annex. Ki-hun spoke to the two people in front of him. "This is the annex. You'll be staying here. It's a bit old and run down, but still comfortable enough to live in." Lai Jun looked around and let out a mocking laugh. "It's been a long time, hasn't it? This place hasn't changed at all." Hai-hun asked curiously, "You've been here before?" He turned to look at him and replied, "This place is filled with memories of my mother. I never thought I'd return here. Someone once said they'd never let me step inside." Ki-hun smiled falsely. This must be a very nostalgic place for you. You were just a boy back then. Now you've grown up and returned here. An old man like me is quite moved. Seeing his act, he secretly fumed. What a venomous snake. Is this the play he intends to put on? Suddenly, Ki-hun looked up at Hai-hun. Hai-hun, come with me for a moment. It's about the authority agency. Suddenly, Lai Jun interrupted, objecting. No, there's no need. From now on, the fourth branch will completely distance itself from the core authority's affairs. He asked in confusion, why so sudden, Hai-hun? Was that your decision? He glanced at Ki-hun and replied, yes, I am resigning from my position as deputy leader of the core authority agency. I want to focus entirely on the Heavenly King's team. He asked curiously, does the patriarch know about this yet? Hai-hun honestly replied, not yet. After hearing that, Ki-hun spoke up. Then you should ask for his permission first. He smiled brightly and refused. No, it's not necessary. The commander of the fourth branch is related to me. After a pause, Lai Jun asked harshly, Ki-hun, if there's nothing else to say, why haven't you left yet? He stared at him irritably, but still forced a smile. Then I will inform the clan leader on your behalf. You should rest now. Watching Ki-hun's back as he walked away, Hai-hun spoke up, admonishing him. Young master, what you did to the authority commander was wrong. He continued, it's true that the awakened ones of the divine power follow the clan leader, but they obey the authority commander the most. Lai Jun calmly spoke Hai-hun's thoughts. You mean if the authority commander is present, it will be easier to gain the recognition of others, right? He glanced at him and replied, that's right. Lai Jun smiled, looking at the phone in his hand. Is that all? All right, I have my own plan. More importantly, I have something to tell you all. He suddenly asked, what if the Heavenly King team learns the Thunder God art, and you learn the Heavenly King divine art? Hai-hun looked bewildered, seemingly not having considered this issue yet, and stammered, me? The Heavenly King divine art? Lai Jun smiled and looked up at him. Didn't you say you're only loyal to me? Hai-hun immediately replied, yes. Hearing his answer, he turned and walked away, casually saying, then go learn it. A weak subordinate reflects a poor master. Anyway, there's still a lot of heritage to pass down. Leaving Hai-hun standing there bewildered, Lai Jun walked, intently looking at his phone, silently calculating. To remove father from the divine power, I need to consolidate my power base. If I have to face Cho Cheon, I'll need to be many times stronger. Before the break ends, I will make the divine power mine. As soon as he finished his thoughts, his phone rang. He smiled with satisfaction, perfect timing. Arriving at the meeting point, Lai Jun looked around and said, I told them to come here. A person knelt on one knee beside a bush and said, yes, you've come to the right place. Hearing that voice, he turned to look. The person took off their mask, revealing their face, the unknown guest of the Shadow Association. Han Bai greets young master Lai Jun. Lai Jun's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing that face, he remembered, I can't believe the receptionist is the unknown guest. The unknown guest, one of the top assassins of the Shadow Association. Even in his previous life, this was the only assassin Cho Cheon couldn't catch. Bai smiled brightly and handed information to Lai Jun. This is the information you requested from the Shadow Association about Xian Ki-hun. He took the information book and smiled, looking up at her. I feel sorry for the chairman. You couldn't defeat the Sword King, but you're still willing to fulfill this request. Bai bowed respectfully. He is truly grateful. You are our association's lifelong benefactor. Please call us anytime you need assistance. After a pause, she continued, and just as I thought, he embezzled a lot. Lai Jun intently looked at the information in the notebook. He calmly replied to Bai, yes, therapeutic bathtubs, training robes. He committed countless large-scale embezzlements, including building maintenance costs. After a pause, reading the information in the notebook, Lai Jun asked, is there anything else besides this? She handed him a USB stick and said, of course, these things are just the tip of the iceberg. The most important thing is on this USB stick. I investigated why the awakened ones of the divine power are so loyal and obedient to Xian Qihan. Lai Jun curiously guessed. That must be the vice commander's video, right? Unbai asked in surprise. How did you know? He looked intently at the USB stick with satisfaction. There's always a way to find out. A scandal in his previous life involved the divine power, a USB holding the vice commander's secret. That was the event that revealed why the awakened ones had no choice but to obey Xian Qihan. She seriously looked at Lai Jun and said, "If we report this to the authority king, will he remove Qihan himself?" He immediately replied, "No, this USB didn't start with Xian Qihan. It started with my father." Lai Jun continued, "My father merely intended to grasp their weaknesses, but Xian Qihan went further and used it to maintain his own power." Unbai exclaimed in surprise, "What?" He thanked her anyway. "Thanks for the info." She put her mask back on and said, "My grandfather ordered us to give you, Lai Jun, any information you want. Anytime you need help, please find us." With that, Unbai flew away. Lai Jun stood still, watching her figure disappear into the distance. He thoughtfully picked up the old information book and said now then. After a pause, Lai Jun wondered, should I start cutting off his money supply step by step? The sun gradually set, seeing changes to the divine power supply warehouse. Taepeng was holding an iPad, intently writing something. Everyone was lined up, watching him. Lai Jun held the information book in his hand, sitting high up, thinking, "I see." He sat on the wall, observing Taepeng from behind. Xian Taepeng, Xian Qihan's younger brother, who was present in most of the Bukhan Unbai provided. Lai Jun stared at him, thinking, that man is Xian Taepeng, Xian Qihan's younger brother, and he was present in most of the Bukhan Unbai provided. He closed the book and muttered, "I don't know why he's still trusted, even though he's embezzled so much behind the scenes." After a pause, Lai Jun watched Taepeng smiling and extending his hand to chat with a newly arrived man. Then Lai Jun continued, "So he's using his older brother as a shield." Suddenly a hurried voice rang out, "Sorry, I'm late." He frowned and turned to look. The man, dressed in rags as if he'd just been in a fight, ran over hastily. I escaped while rotating the gate. The person next to him whispered into Taepeng's ear, "This is Team 1, consisting of D-rank individuals." Taepeng turned to look at the young man. "You should have come earlier. Everything's finished today. Come back tomorrow." He panted, "Sir, tomorrow we have to provide support at Kwangdu Gate. We can't go without supplies." Taepeng irritably asked, "Isn't Team 1 the team that handles odd jobs? You don't even have to do dangerous tasks. Do you really need supplies?" He replied resentfully, "Sending us to the gate without supplies is like telling us to go die, isn't it?" The immortal elder behind him said to him subconsciously, "I cannot stand by and watch such an abuser of funds, disciple." Lai Jun darkly stared at Taepeng below. "So that's how he gets rid of leftover items." He patted Lai Jun's shoulder. "It seems it's time for my disciple to act." Lai Jun slightly curled his lips. "I think so too. Since we've witnessed it firsthand, we must make the most of it." At this moment, Taepeng was extremely annoyed. "Well, distributing supplies is my decision, so I won't give you any." The young man was stunned to hear that and asked, "Then what are we supposed to do tomorrow?" He turned his head and casually said, "Then buy them with your salary." He couldn't help but be surprised. "You're saying that as if it means nothing." Taepeng glared down at the young man, his voice grim. "And why have you been dawdling all this time? Is the warehouse manager a joke?" Just then, Lai Jun jumped down from the wall. On the other side, Taepeng was still scolding the young man. "You're just a low-level awakened." Before he could finish, Lai Jun delivered a kick to Taepeng's head, to the young man's astonishment. Immediately after, he was sent flying by the unexpected attack. Taepeng sat sprawled on the ground, dumbfounded, exclaiming, "What the hell?" Lai Jun slowly walked towards him. Seeing his face, Taepeng stammered in shock, shouting, "Lai Jun, young master!" With one cheek swollen, Taepeng sweated and explained, "What are you doing? I'm just punishing someone who doesn't listen." Lai Jun held up the book and repeated his words, "Doesn't listen?" With that, Lai Jun thoughtfully took a deep breath, preparing himself. Immediately after, he tilted his head back and shouted loudly, "All awakened of the divine power, listen up. From now on, we begin to punish those who embezzle family funds and conspire to rebel." People around, hearing the voice, instinctively looked up towards where the sound came from. Hearing that familiar voice, the young man asked in astonishment, "That voice?" Hyung Run immediately replied, "It's the young master's spiritual transmission." In a room, John Moo sat in a chair, his grim voice echoing, "What do you think you're doing, Lai Jun?" On the other side, Taepeng's face was swollen, his nose bleeding profusely, as he ceaselessly defended himself. "I conspired to rebel? Young master, what are you talking about?" Lai Jun held up the book, looking down from above, and said in annoyance, "You dare say that even after seeing this book?" Taepeng stammered, "That." He spoke with a mocking tone. "You and your brother must have gained a lot, haven't you? Am I wrong?" He bowed his head, his face unable to hide his anxiety, secretly panicking. What exactly does he know? Hyung Run had also arrived by then. "Young master." Lai Jun turned to look at him. "Ah, you've arrived?" Hyung Run's eyes widened as he looked at him, puzzled. "I heard the spiritual transmission and came right away. What's going on?" Lai Jun looked at the surrounding crowd, thinking, "The crowd has gathered enough. Shall we begin?" He held up the book for everyone to see and said, "Everyone is present, huh? From now on, I will eradicate the corruption within the Divine Power Clan." People around looked at each other, confused, asking, "What does he mean?" At this moment, Kyung Hun stepped out from the crowd to stop him. "Stop it." He frowned, feigning concern as he looked at Lai Jun. "Young master, has your current action been reported to the clan head?" Lai Jun glanced at Kyung Hun, secretly contemptuous. "The most rotten part of this family has arrived." Lai Jun opened his mouth and replied, "Key Authority Commander." He continued, "Even if you are the young master, acting without the clan head's permission is excessive. For the sake of your own dignity as the heir, it's best you apologize to my brother and end everything here." Lai Run threw the book down at Kyung Hun's feet and ordered, "Read it." He picked up the book, opened it, read it, and asked, "Where did you get this book?" He asked back, "Is that important?" After finishing reading, Kyung Hun broke out in a cold sweat, forced a smile, and looked up at him. "So you're telling me to believe this information from an unknown source, huh?" He secretly groaned. "A notebook recording my own corruption. How did that kid get his hands on it?" Breaking his thoughts, Kyung Hun spoke. "My younger brother embezzling supplies. If that were true, shouldn't I be the first to know?" Lai Run stared at him. "So both brothers are equally shameless, huh?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Run immediately raised his slender fingers. Immediately, he channeled his inner energy, causing rocks and dirt around him to float in the air due to Lai Run's power. Hyung Run couldn't help but marvel at the sight, secretly thinking, "Sky Fox." Lai Run took out a USB and flicked it triumphantly towards Kyung Hun. "Do you think I did all of this just because I believed a notebook?" He couldn't help but be astonished as he watched the USB being flicked before his eyes. Kyung Hun's eyes widened, bloodshot. He couldn't believe it, secretly thinking, "A USB? What's in there that makes you act like this?" But suddenly a familiar voice rang out. "You appear and cause chaos in the clan." He turned his head in surprise to glance at John Moo. "That's a surprise. I didn't think you'd come." He calmly walked over. "Seeing what's happening, I couldn't just sit still." "What do you think you're doing with such authority?" Lai Run replied calmly, "Exactly what you see." Kyung Hun, sweating, looked at John Moo in a panic. "Clan head." He feigned hesitation and spoke. "The clan head is here too. Should I open this USB right in front of everyone in the clan here?" After hearing Lai Run's words, John Moo's face became inquisitive. "A USB?" He pointed at Kyung Hun and said, "You know what's inside, don't you?" "Father." These words startled him and made him panic. After a pause, Lai Run continued, The dirty secrets of the clan's administrators are inside. Ki Young-hun shouted furiously to stop him. Enough! Everyone around immediately whispered, secrets of the administrators. In that USB? Ki Young-hun, his face covered in sweat, gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice, "What do you want?" Lai Run put his hands on his hips and said, "What do I want? I just told you, didn't I? I want to cut this clan off at its roots. The only thing I want is for you and your brother to disappear from the clan." Upon hearing his demand, he said angrily, "That's ridiculous. Do you know how many years I've dedicated to this clan?" Meanwhile, John picked up the notebook, opened it, and read it in silence. He suddenly spoke. "Commander of Authority, do as Lai Run says." Ki Young-hun was startled, as if he couldn't believe it. "Clan head, how could you?" After a pause, Ki Young-hun said, "Don't tell me you believe that notebook, something from an unknown source." John looked up, his tone becoming solemn. "USB. Exactly what is contained in that USB?" Ki Young-hun stammered, sweating. "That." John suddenly spoke. "Enough. I won't hear anything more. I'm disappointed in you." He yelled in a panic, "Clan head!" Lai Run turned his back and called, "Unit Commander." Hyung Run immediately replied, "Yes." He held up the notebook and ordered, "This is a copy of the notebook. Keep an eye on the administrators listed in it." He looked at the notebook in surprise. Hyung Run held the notebook and said, "Young Master, if the clan's power weakens, other factions will catch up to the divine power. Please reconsider." Lai Run turned and walked away, replying, "No." Suddenly, he tilted his head to look at him and smiled. "Unit Commander, trust me." Lai Run tilted his head to look at Hyung Run and continued, "Trust me, Commander." He stared at him blankly and said, "I trust you, young master." After a pause, Hyung Run continued, "Heavenly King, from now on, destroy the core energies of those listed in the notebook." Lai Run looked at Hyung Run's haggard face and said, "After destroying the core energies of these two brothers, imprison them in the underground prison." John stood with his arms crossed under the tree. "Acting beyond authority as soon as you stepped into the clan. How ridiculous." He smirked and tilted his head to glance at him. "I don't recall ever exceeding my authority." John calmly asked, "Then what is destroying the commander's entire dantian if not exceeding authority?" He replied, "If done without reason, then it would indeed be an abuse of power. The successor has the authority to execute anyone deemed a threat to the clan without consent. I believe the clan head is also aware of that." He silently frowned, uncomfortably glancing at Lai Run. He continued, "A person obsessed with training, yet unaware that the clan's power is crumbling day by day. You don't deserve to be the clan head." Scene changes to the forest. Uni handed the book to Lai Run. "This is the supplementary list you requested." He gave a sly smile as he took it. "Thank you. The payment will be deducted from my secret account." After a pause, Lai Run curiously asked, "The people on this list were demoted for disobeying the unit commander's orders, right?" She raised her hand and replied, "Yes, some also left the clan, disappointed with the clan's behavior." Uni finished explaining, then curiously asked, "But why add them?" He smiled and replied, "Because we have a power vacuum, and I intend to fill it." Like a vacuum in a political system, where no one truly holds power, creating instability and potentially leading to many negative consequences. That night, Lai Run destroyed the dantian of the acting commander and ordered his imprisonment. The officers listed were also dismissed. Departments that lost officers overnight fell into chaos. Scene changes to early morning at the residence of the Divine Power clan. Inside the room, Hyung Run bowed and reported, "Everyone is gathered completely." Lai Run replied with satisfaction, "Good." Suddenly a voice echoed, "The successor of Divine Power, young Master Lai Run, is entering." Looking inside the room, Lai Run surveyed the familiar faces. Former leader of Zone UI Sector, former leader of Jinchan Sector, Former leader of Manpum Sector, former leader of Unit B. Yodi took a puff from his cigarette and curiously asked him, "So, what's the reason, young master, that you called us old retirees here?" And that person was Lai Yoti, former leader of Zone UI. Lai Run sat down with a bright smile. "I have some important matters to discuss." He was surprised. Important matters? He spoke up. "Currently, there's a vacuum in the clan. All high-ranking awakened, including the acting commander, have been dismissed." Jean Chan was astonished upon hearing this. "Even the acting commander? Who did that?" Lai Run replied with a bright smile. "It was me." Jean Chan's eyes widened in disbelief. Yoti closed his eyes, holding the cigarette in his hand. "Lately, I've heard countless stories about young Master Lai Run. You just joined the clan and have already overthrown the acting commander. Quite impressive, isn't it?" He looked up at him and asked, "So, is this why you called us?" Hearing that question, Lai Run secretly rejoiced. "Getting straight to the point, are we?" He smiled brightly and replied, "I hope you gentlemen will fill those vacancies." Lai Yoti, former leader of the Zone UI sector, who was once known as the right-hand man of divine power alongside the acting commander. He was the only opposing force against Xian Qi-Young-hun. The awakened gathered here had all sided with Lai Yoti and were unreasonably expelled by Xian Qi-Young-hun. Lai Run silently calculated. If Lai Yoti returns, it's highly likely the rest will follow. He looked up at them and said, "I didn't just ask you all to come back for no reason." Lai Run raised both hands to show his sincerity. "Anything you want from the clan, anything you like, I will give you the best possible." He thought to himself, instead of bringing in new people for those positions, replacing them with those who've worked together before will avoid unnecessary conflicts. Jean Chan, sweating, spoke up. "We appreciate your proposal, but we've already retired." Lai Run calmly said, "To have capable people like you idle is a loss not only for the clan but also for the nation." He paused for a moment and continued, "Like the commander of the Zone UI sector, for example." Yodi silently puffed his cigarette, listening to Lai Run. "Isn't your skill level on par with the recently retired acting commander?" Suddenly, he spoke up. "Young Master Lai Run, I appreciate your invitation, but I am tired of internal clan battles. It's better to find someone new than to bring an old man like me back." Suddenly, Lai Run cut off Yoti. "I heard your granddaughter is suffering from a blocked 9E meridian." He asked in astonishment, his voice strained. "How do you know about that?" He smiled and continued, "I also heard you settled in Hanam to find a cure for her." Lai Run was secretly pleased. "Good. It seems the information from the underground network was worth the money." Yoti spoke up. "Since you already know, it saves time. I can't return because I still have to treat my granddaughter." "I know that Hoa Tiannian Kai, a remedy for 9E meridian blockage, is very effective." Lai Run stared at him and proposed, "If I treat her, will you return to the clan?" Yodi replied, "That's not a condition that can be easily treated." His face turned dangerous. "What if I teach her the Heavenly King divine art?" "That technique can definitely cure her condition." Upon hearing this, Yodi couldn't help but be surprised, stammering, "Heavenly King divine art, for my granddaughter? That would definitely cure her, but—" Lai Run cut him off and reassured him, "Don't worry. I have enough inheritance flowers." Yut reminded him worriedly, "No, but first we must get the clan leader's approval." He immediately replied, "That's not necessary." Li Jun held out his hand and said seriously, "I only pass down my techniques to my people's families. The clan leader has no right to stop me." Hearing his words, everyone was surprised, and everyone present fell silent for a moment. Yut stepped forward, grabbed Li Jun's hands, bowed his head, and pleaded, "I'm setting aside my pride to beg you. Please treat my granddaughter." Scene change. In Yut's granddaughter's room, 9E meridian blockage, a disease that blocks all meridians at the age of 20, causing death. The positive side is that it brings immense internal power, thanks to its strong Yin. Li Jun asked Tung Jun, "Have you read the skill book yet?" He diligently read the book and replied, "Here it is. Skill book, an item used to transmit martial arts to others. The higher the skill level, the lower the success rate." Yut stood by, secretly worried. The Heavenly King's divine art is an S-rank skill. Will he really give it to her, just to bring himself back? Li Jun opened the skill book and placed it on her. A purple light immediately appeared from within the book. He raised his hand and said to Hong Jun, "Inheritance flower, it's mixed, right? Give it to me." He immediately replied, "Yes, young master." Li Jun fed the freshly mixed medicine to Si Kyung. She coughed several times, causing the medicine to spill. Yut's face couldn't hide his worry. He looked at his granddaughter, his heart filled with anxiety. But immediately after, Si Kyung, her face supported by Li Jun as she sat up, glanced at her grandfather, opened her mouth, and said, "Grandpa." Si Kyung placed her hand on her chest and said, "It's strange. I felt pain as if I was constricted, but now I feel so relieved." After a pause, she smiled happily at Yut. "It feels like I've been reborn." He looked at his granddaughter, who had woken up, and fell silent for a moment. Li Jun smiled gently at the grandfather and granddaughter. Si Kyung asked blankly, "Grandpa, are you crying?" The sun slowly set. The faint midday sun shone on the house's eaves. Li Jun sat thoughtfully on the steps. After a while, Yut finally came out. "Thank you so much." "Young Master Li Jun." He smiled blankly at the elder. "Commander." "Yong." Li Jun reminded him. "Your eyes are all swollen." Yut's eyes were now so swollen that his pupils were no longer visible. "It's been a long time since I've seen my granddaughter so healthy." He bowed his head and clasped his hands respectfully. "I, Li Yut, pledge my loyalty to young Master Li Jun, even if it means sacrificing my life." It didn't take long for Li Yut to convince the retired awakened of the divine power, who had all once followed him. They feigned hesitation, but quickly agreed. When urged to return, looking at the paper in his hand, Li Jun asked, "The blank space is for the authority commander?" Hong Jun stood at attention opposite him and immediately replied, "Yes, because that position is the clan leader's right-hand man. We decided to leave it blank for careful consideration." He immediately replied, "I understand." Li Jun looked up and excitedly said, "Then abolish the authority unit." He was surprised. "Ah." Hong Jun frantically reminded him, "The authority unit is the face of the divine power. The clan leader will surely be furious." He smiled and said, "You are my people now, and I am the next clan leader." After a pause, Li Jun continued, "I will remove my father from the clan leader position soon." Scene change. Early morning at the Divine Power Clan's main house. Giant Moose sat on the stairs and asked, "What's happening today?" Everyone gathered at the main house, and many familiar faces I hadn't seen in too long. He listed the familiar names: Song Sun Hung, No Ji Hun, Jun by Hong Jun. After a pause, Giant Moo continued, "Li Yut is also here." Yut greeted him. "Long time no see, clan leader." Giant Moo asked suspiciously, "The retired commanders and leaders have all returned. Li Jun, what are you doing?" Li Jun stepped forward and declared, "I told you, I will take over the clan in my own way." With an extremely smug expression and disdainful tone, he said, "It's time for you to step down." Giant Moo, with sharp eyes, asked the others in a deep voice, "What do they think?" Everyone there spoke up one by one. The Dongyuai area has been decided by young Master Li Jun, as has the Jinchan area, and Manpuong too. Hearing this, he let out a cold laugh. Bix unit and the warrior unit. Giant Moose slowly stood up. "In such a short time, you've won the hearts of all regional commanders, calling back the retired ones to fill the gaps." He paused, then smirked and sighed, staring at Li Jun. "Among my children, you are the most promising. If only you had shown this talent sooner." He widened his eyes and growled, "You have no right to say that after discarding your own flesh and blood. Enough talk, now fulfill your promise to me." He looked down at Li Jun defiantly. "No, not yet. First, Show me your skills right here. He flashed a cunning smile and asked, Do you want a duel? Giant Mu, weapon in hand, declared with burning intensity, Yes, show me how strong you truly are. He shouted, Come on, Li Jun. Li Jun also took up his weapon, ready to fight. Li Jun thought to himself, Li Giant Mu. Giant Mu raised his hand, smiling shrewdly. Come on. A stream of thoughts constantly filled his mind. A man obsessed with martial arts. A cold-blooded clan leader who could abandon his own family for the clan's benefit. Li Jun thought as he took off the gold ring on his hand. The immortal elder immediately appeared. With Heaven's Destroyer, you can only remove the origin ring for 5 minutes. Otherwise, you'll be overwhelmed by the primordial divine magic within you. Li Jun replied, I understand. He soared high, tightly gripping his spear, aiming at Giant Mu, and striking. Today, I'll remove you from that seat. Scene shift to the Iron Blood Sword Clan estate. At this moment, the place was incredibly quiet and peaceful. Suddenly, Chun Sik seemed to sense something. He looked up. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Dad, your father is here. Chun Sik mused, muttering, This energy. He immediately put on another jacket and said, I have to go. John Sip called out blankly, Dad. Chun Sik immediately shot off. John Sip shouted, wondering, The sun is almost setting. Dad, where are you going? He replied, A colossal demonic energy is approaching. It's possible outsiders have appeared. Hearing this, John Sip couldn't help but repeat blankly, Outsiders? Both of them then successfully landed on the ground. John Sip looked at him and said, But Dad. He paused, then looking at the evil demonic energy within, he scratched his head and asked, This is the Divine Power household area, isn't it? Chun Sik looked at the demonic energies and said, Demonic energies are still radiating from here. Something terrible is happening inside. John Sip wondered, Are you going in, Dad? He opened the gate and walked in. I have to go in. There are no guards there. I have to see it with my own eyes. Both of them walked inside one after another. As soon as they entered, they couldn't help but be astonished by the spiritual power in front of them. They both watched the fierce battle between Li Jun and Giant Mu, but it seemed Li Jun had the upper hand at this moment. Giant Mu was squarely struck by Li Jun's spear, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Giant Mu lay miserably on the ground, holding his arm, and said, I surrender. Giant Mu admitted, continuing, You've grown stronger. My energy ran out a long time ago. He looked at Li Jun with a sinister smile. You win. He turned around and said, I thought I'd feel satisfied when I defeated you, but now I only feel contempt. Li Jun looked at Giant Mu with disdain. You abandoned us just for such pathetic power. Didn't you abandon my mother and me? He said, recalling a childhood memory with his mother. Giant Mu raised his hand, his eyes wide, and hesitated before replying. But thanks to that, you gained that terrifying power. When Li Jun heard his answer, veins popped up, and the last thread of his sanity snapped. Li Jun glared, his voice sharp. That's right. I have the divine art of the heavenly king that you covet. How does it feel to kneel before your own son? Now, resign from the position of clan leader, and open your eyes to see the difference between the power you desire and my power. Giant Mu suddenly spoke up. The clan leader's seat isn't as easy to sit on as you think. Li Jun fell silent for a moment after hearing that. He bowed his head and said to Hong Jun, Captain, escort the former leader to Jin Chan. The man behind carried Giant Mu and replied, Yes. Looking at their retreating figures, Li Jun thought, I've waited for this moment for so long, but why do I feel so empty? He watched as everyone respectfully bowed before him. Welcome, new clan leader. 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 Suddenly, Chun Sik spoke up. The divine power region is quite chaotic, isn't it? Li Jun immediately looked over at the old man. He looked at Chun Sik in surprise and asked, Sword King, why are you here? The old man smiled and waved his hand, replying, I've been here for a while. I sensed an overwhelming demonic aura nearby. Looking at the demonic auras around the boy, Chun-Sik thought, that kid is the source of the demonic aura. He asked, "So, you're the new leader of the divine power now?" Li Jun replied, "You've seen everything. There's nothing to hide." "Yes, I'm the clan leader now." Chun-Sik smiled and said, "Forgive me for dropping by unannounced. May I ask one more thing?" After a pause, the old man asked again, "Are you proficient in demonic arts yet?" Li Jun smiled coldly and retorted, "How should I answer that?" Chun-Sik crossed his arms, a bright smile on his face, and calmly said, "You're going to marry Jun-Gyeon anyway, so I need to know if you practice demonic arts or righteous arts to explain to the elders." He looked bewildered. "Huh?" John Sip, next to him, couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Dad, you haven't even consulted me." Li Jun broke out in a sweat and stammered, "Why would I marry Jun-Gyeon?" John Sip angrily pointed at him. "What? Is there something wrong with my Jun-Gyeon?" the old man asked in surprise. "You don't like her? She's perfect, just like me." Imagining his wedding with Jun-Gyeon, Li Jun's face turned red. "I'm still in school." With that, he turned and walked away. "That's enough. If there's nothing else, please leave." Chun-Sik beamed with a happy smile. "Just kidding, just kidding. It's fun to tease the youngsters." He put his hands on his hips and said seriously, "I came here because I sensed an unusual demonic aura, and it's coming from you. That's also the answer to your question." Immediately after, Chun-Sik asked Li Jun, "You're the world's 100th ranked Spear King, aren't you?" He turned around and said, "It's a long story. Let's talk inside." Inside the room, Li Jun sat on a chair and replied, "Yes, I am the Spear King." Chun-Sik excitedly said, "I knew it was you." The old man thought, to be ranked an S-class person, meaning this body is S-class. Chun-Sik continued, "Recently, the world rankings have been quite chaotic. One is you, Li Jun, ranked 100th as the Spear King. The rest of this ranking is filled with question marks." He looked intently at the boy and continued, "I and other top-ranked individuals believe those question marks represent extraterrestrial members, also known as outer heavens. Do you know about these outer heavens?" Li Jun replied and asked, "I know. Have they gone beyond the gate?" Chun-Sik immediately replied, "Exactly. Do you know why they came here?" He answered, "They are looking for an artifact related to the blood god." The old man asked in surprise, "Is that so? Do you know anything else?" Li Jun replied, "I also know that the outer heavens are hiding within the Emperor clan." Chun-Sik was so astonished he sprang to his feet. "The Emperor clan?" He honestly replied, "Yes." Li Jun pondered, interlacing his fingers. "Their leader allied with the outer heavens." The old man bowed his head, gritting his teeth. "So that's it. So that's why you eliminated them. I sensed something strange, but didn't expect them to be borrowing the power of the outer heavens." He calmly volunteered, "I'll deal with their leader myself." Chun-Sik agreed, then asked again, "Let's do that. One last question. Are you connected to the outer heavens?" After a pause, Chun-Sik asserted, "Your martial arts, they don't come from the alliance of 15 clans. It's as if you've merged Heavenly Demon and Blazing Buddha techniques." Li Jun's face darkened. "My mother died at the hands of an outer heaven member. I've taken revenge, but they orchestrated her death. Our relationship is that of sworn enemies. My plan is to destroy them all." The old man stood up and looked at him, sorry for stirring up painful memories. "In that case, I have a request." Chun-Sik extended his hand and stated his request. "Share intelligence about the outer heavens with my Iron Blood Mirror clan and Han of the Divine Art Finger clan. They are very strong, but our 3 clans can work together to devise countermeasures." Both then extended their hands and shook hands, saying in unison, "Very good." Li Jun bowed his head as he saw them off. "Next time, I'll pay a proper visit." Chun-Sik agreed. "All right, As a clan head, you deserve respect." Both father and son cupped their hands. The old man offered congratulations. Congratulations on becoming the head of the Divine Strength clan. Both turned and left. Chun Sik didn't forget to give a bright, teasing smile. "And remember to consider it." His side angrily shouted, "Dad." Li Jun sighed, watching their retreating figures, and thought, "The Sword King used honorifics with me. I really am the clan head now." He tilted his head and called Captain. He knelt on one knee and replied, "Yes, clan head." Li Jun ordered, "Ensure that news about the Divine Strength area isn't leaked. From now on, my succession must still be kept secret." He obediently replied, "Understood." He looked into the distance thoughtfully. The Sword King won't speak. The outer heavens movements are unknown. I'll remain hidden. That's it. Scene change. Early morning at school. Suddenly, there was an urgent announcement. A clear voice echoed across the school grounds. "Starting now. To welcome the new semester, we will introduce new teachers. Li Jun, homeroom teacher of the special class." Li Jun was bewildered and thought, "The special class? I forgot about that." Musego Gymnasium, on the stage. Lee Sung raised his hand towards the four people and introduced, "Nice to meet you. I'm President Han Min Sung. So, did you all have a good summer vacation?" His voice echoed through the room. "To start the new semester, I'd like to introduce some new teachers." Below, a group of students looked at each other and whispered, "Hey, did you see that?" They stared at Li Jun standing with two others on the stage. Why is Li Jun up there? Don't tell me he was invited to be a teacher? Standing in this position, he couldn't stop thinking, "Oh man, I completely forgot about the special class." Holding the mic, Na Haon began introducing her background to the students. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Na Haon from the Dejang group." Then, Monk Trong An also spoke a few words. "I am Trong An, dispatched from Shaun Temple." After the two of them, Li Jun walked straight onto the podium. Holding the mic, he took a deep breath and slowly introduced himself. "I am Li Jun, now appointed as the representative of the Divine Strength clan. I'm sure everyone knows me, right? Let's work together well." Hearing Li Jun's position, some students below showed confusion. "Is that true? Senior Li Jun will be a teacher. Isn't Li Jun on par with Wang?" Soon, the whole crowd erupted with indescribable joy. "That means we'll get to learn martial arts from someone on par with Wang." Their attitude strengthened Li Jun's resolve in teaching. "That's right. If we face Chiono Chion, the strength of these kids is also very important. I'll train them thoroughly." Seeing the audience was a bit noisy, Min Sung on stage immediately reminded, "All right, settle down, everyone. Not everyone can join Mr. Li Jun's class." His next words made Jun secretly smile. Only a few selected by him can join the special class. On this side, Han indifferently held a chocolate bar and ate it. A gentle reminder, this is an area where personal activities are not allowed. Min Sung's announcement was like an arrow, piercing through the other students. I knew it would be like this. Commoners like us don't stand a chance. To avoid wasting time, Li Jun began to go through the teaching list one by one. "So, I will now announce the students selected for the special class." Hearing her name read aloud, Han was extremely calm, yet her expression showed joy. "Back Han Back Nam." The next name made him rub his head in delight. Back. And the last person no one expected was Hai. And finally we choose. Hearing his name chosen by Li Jun, the crowd behind him showed clear disapproval. "What? Those people are all top 8 in the Paradise Martial Arts Tournament. Why is Hai there too?" The next words from them made him sadly lower his head. Lately, he's been hanging around Senior Li Jun a lot. It's clearly just because of his connections. Hai's demeanor made Li Jun on the stage immediately correct him. "Look up, Hai." He spread his arms towards him, emphasizing, "You have the potential to be ranked among the best in the country. I will help that potential blossom." Then he quickly offered, "Let's work hard together." Praised by Li Jun, Hai's face flushed crimson. Yes, teacher. The next morning, at the stadium, he was already there early. All students of the special class assemble at the field. Seeing the hat on Li Jun's head, he wondered, "What's with that hat? This isn't the military." But Li Jun used his authority to remind him, "Regard me as teacher." From a distance, a girl carrying a box of weights was introduced by Li Jun. "Now, I'd like to introduce the assistant teacher for the special class, Miss Cha." A box full of large weights was placed on the ground, and he requested everyone, "Before we begin training, everyone put on the iron rings in front of you." She looked at the iron rings in her hand. Each ring weighs about 100 kilograms, a total of 400 kilograms. She chuckled, commenting on their aesthetics. "These rings are my style. Can't you make them a bit cuter?" Her words left Li Jun helpless, and he awkwardly smiled, explaining, "This is training. Mississippi, all right. Everyone has put them on, right?" Seeing that everyone had put on the iron rings, he then stated the rule. "So, from now on, we will seal everyone's inner energy." "What?" Han heard the information and was startled, quickly facing Li Jun to ask, "What do you mean, seal inner energy?" He gently soothed her mood. "It's exactly as it sounds. From now on, exercises will be performed without using inner energy." Seeing that everything was ready, Li Jun looked at her and requested, "Miss Cha, begin." Her whole body was burning with determination. "Understood. Now get in line." Sweating profusely, they ran like arrows, charging forward relentlessly. The special classes training. With their inner energy sealed, it was very simple. Run 500 laps around the field while wearing 400 kilograms of iron rings. He put his hand up to block a training kick from Li Jun, and occasionally, to check their progress. They sparred with Li Jun after their inner energy was temporarily released. If Li Jun deemed them to have made progress, the weight of the rings would be increased. Putting his arm around him, he was also taught a few punching and kicking moves. The weight kept increasing, now up to 1,600 kilograms, like running while carrying a 1.5-ton truck. On the path of enduring physical training through running, they also didn't forget to compete with each other. This was feasible because the special class students had awakened bodies with extraordinary physical abilities. Outside on the field, drinking water, he was a bit surprised. They run like monsters. He was a bit helpless with their actions. Are those two racing or something? It's break time after all. He grabbed the water bottle, and from behind, Master Li Jun appeared. "Hey, disciple." Hearing the elder's call, he immediately turned his head. "Yes." Li Jun's master looked towards the continuously running person and reminded him, "Are you sure you've considered the consequences for that girl? Especially that kid. It seems that kid wants to kill you after this is over." Knowing the elder was worried, he chuckled, reassuring the elder immediately. "Now that you mention it, I haven't eaten chocolate the whole time I've been training. I've been a teacher for a month now. Maybe it's time to quit." Before Li Jun, a blue information board appeared. Anyway, he looked at the information of the people he was teaching. After 1 month of basic training with the rings, everyone's stamina has significantly increased. She has foresight, but that's not useful in combat. She has no special characteristics. On the running field, he handed a water bottle to her. As expected, physical training alone isn't enough to awaken characteristics. Drink up. Li Jun then fell into contemplation, resting his hand on his chin. It's time to take the kids to attack the gates. Night slowly fell. Not far away, deep inside the forest, within a cave, a man stood amidst blood-soaked bodies strewn across the ground. Suddenly, an urgent voice from outside reported, "Brother, the Imperial clan has been attacked by Li Jun." The old man seemed quite displeased. Kim Biam ran in but stood outside, his voice trembling as he bowed his head apologetically. "Sorry, I just got back and heard the news." His eyes couldn't hide his emotions, his pupils blazing red. He glanced around and lowered his voice. "Where are the bodies? Where are the uncles buried?" Kim Biam's face was lightly beaded with sweat, his expression turning anxious as he offered, I'll lead the way." A moment later, behind the Imperial clan's mountain, all three of them moved to the graves. Fearing the old man wouldn't understand, he quickly explained. Because of all the prying eyes, we had no choice but to act quickly. We couldn't retrieve the bodies, so we could only bury the clothes they were wearing at the time. He unexpectedly demanded, "To the main house of the Imperial clan." But Kim Biem seemed somewhat disagreeing with the idea. But now reporters are surrounding the area. Ignoring the man's reasonable explanations, the old man resolutely walked forward. "I don't care." All three of them walked down the stairs. Below, a crowd of reporters was waiting. "They're running away. They're escaping." Hearing their shouts, he just silently glanced at them without saying a word. This will be breaking news. Before the old man now was a crowd of reporters, surrounding him, leaving no escape. He calmly held his head high and powerfully declared to the media, "This is truly where my family once stood." Still standing as before, yet his voice was now completely different. "My Imperial clan" turned to a pile of ashes and vanished. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, swiping it across the neck of a reporter standing nearby. The man's head was severed from his neck. The remaining reporters witnessed the scene and panicked. The Sword King killed someone. Bringing his blood-stained arm to his chest, the old man turned to look at Taeho. "Son, how is your power now?" The man spread his palm, a triumphant smile on his face. "I'm about to go crazy. I want to use it immediately." Hearing his son say that, his eyes turned red, his voice filled with excitement. "Good. I'll let you run wild. We'll go to Han Nam, where the Divine Power family resides." Suddenly, from a distance, he walked up, clapping his hands together to get their attention. "I will kill that precious thing right before Li Jun's eyes and tear it to pieces with my own hands." Staring at the two, he spoke with delight. "Excellent. It seems I arrived just in time." The familiar face made him remember something. "Sir, could it be?" Looking at the man before him, the old man immediately remembered Inzu. From his side, Inzu raised his arm, stating the purpose of their meeting. "I have a proposal regarding Li Jun." Standing on the ground, Inzu looked at the headless bodies scattered below. "You've just made a very flashy mess." He looked towards a reporter trying to sneak away in the distance, and raised two fingers. With a slight snap, the man's head instantly exploded into nothingness. Standing opposite and seeing his power, he tried to calm himself and greeted, "I've heard a lot about you, Inzu. It's an honor to meet you today." Hearing the old man's words, he quickly turned his head and gave a slight smile in response. "I heard you were going to Han Nam. Is that right?" Without hiding anything, he stood opposite and recounted the whole story. "Yes, that bastard destroyed the Imperial clan. I will get revenge at any cost." But he only asked the old man a simple question. "How?" Currently, members of the Imperial clan are still in hospital beds. A few survivors had their Danteon destroyed and are hospitalized. All the clan's executives are dead. Inzu slightly furrowed his brow, stating the most important issue for Kang Jai-woo to understand clearly. Above all, with what just happened, the major families in Korea will hear news of the Sword King indiscriminately massacring reporters. He confidently guaranteed, "You may have grown stronger, but can you face all those families?" The old man immediately understood the implied words and questioned back, "What exactly do you want?" Teacher Kang Jai-woo had clearly understood the problem. Without much ado, Inzu's eyes widened as he proposed cooperation. "I will lend you power, but there is one condition." Back at school, inside a private room, Li Juan stood before 5 people and announced, "The special class will go to Red Mountain Gate." Unable to stay seated, Na Haun eagerly leaned up from her chair, slamming her hand on the table. "Red Mountain Gate? Isn't that a red tier gate? It's also an undeveloped gate." The boy recalled exploring Red Mountain Gate alone once. It requires at least 100 fully grown B-rank awakened to form a raid team to clear a red tier gate. A difficult question arose. How can the special class have enough people to raid it alone? Li Juan, with a calm expression, spoke clearly and confidently. "It's possible. That gate is exactly where the special class needs to train right now. But it seemed she also disagreed with his viewpoint, Chairman. On this side, after some thought, Min Sung's face showed a slight worry, but he still agreed with the idea. I trust teacher Lee Juan. Let him do as he wishes. So, what do the other teachers think? Nahon, hearing this, shrieked, Chairman, are you really going to throw the students to their deaths? Inan, sitting on his chair, also made his decision. Everyone here knows teacher Lee Juan's abilities, and since he's so determined, I have no objections either. One by one, affirmative decisions resounded. I don't object either. Then let teacher Lee Juan do as he wishes. After observing for a moment, the boy seemed to understand her emotions. Lee Juan quickly spoke to reassure Nahon immediately. Nahon, I know you genuinely care for the students, but please trust me and my students as well. Seeing this, she didn't want to argue too much, so she sighed and accepted the situation. All right, I didn't intend to object. But shouldn't we have the consent of the students' families? If anything happens, all the blame will fall on Muesego. Seeing everyone still hesitant, Min Sung sitting in his chair offered an idea. Actually, I have a suggestion for that. The next morning, Lee Juan's group of students entered the school. His mind was still on the plan. And then, the special class's Red Mountain Gate attack had been decided. Red Mountain Gate is a gate that requires a team of 100 or more to attack, and Muesego's special class will be the first to challenge it with just a few people. He looked towards the camera flying overhead. Perhaps that's why this gate. Then he recalled Min Sung's words and idea from yesterday, a proposal from Chairman Han Min Sung. Live stream the gate via drone to reassure parents that their children are safe. But clearly, that's just for promoting the special class. Thinking about all that, Lee Juan's eyes had dark circles. There was a lot of pressure. Although a few people seemed interested, his expression attracted Juan Jian's gaze from behind. A moment later, before the colossal, fiery red lava mountains surrounding it, the Red Mountain Gate, Lee Juan, at the front of the line, turned back to remind the group. All right, now that we're inside the gate, tread lightly and move to the central point. The whole group seemed to understand his instructions. Hayuke Jin and Han Ji-woo used the skills Lee Juan had taught them, running ahead to scout the situation. I feel lighter than before. Is this the result of our training? Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen something right in front of him. Facing them now was a luxurious and tidy house. There's a house inside the gate. It looks so beautiful. Hayuke Jin couldn't hide his emotions, his eyes wide and mouth agape as he looked around. It's very clean inside, too. Lee Juan followed, adding, This is the central point. The whole house echoed with exclamations of awe. There's even a bathroom, how awesome. Hearing everyone's praise, his face flushed red. I built it for everyone. What do you think? Do you like it? Actually, it wasn't me. I told Tegu to do it all. Looking towards the girls, Lee Juan announced their options. There are enough rooms for everyone, so please choose one. Juan Jian decided immediately. Oh, in that case, I'll choose the room next to Juan's. But Han Ji-woo's jealousy was obvious. Who said you could? Seeing Hai-seol remain silent, he urged him to choose a room quickly. Hai-seol, do you want this room? Go take a look. Done with that, Lee Juan continued to announce, We'll be inside the gate for the next 2 weeks, so prepare yourselves. Hayuke Jin and Dunbai turned back to look from a distance. A long while later, inside the luxurious and spacious house meant for their group, all the students were sitting on the floor, looking up at Lee Juan, listening to the latest announcement. This Red Zone Gate training will last for 2 weeks. Until then, we won't leave the gate, no matter what. Enduring is the condition to clear it. To avoid questions, he looked towards Kyung-jin. So, please, Miss Cha, explain. She sat there and began to introduce to the group. There's only one exercise for you all. It's called the teamwork exercise. Kyung-jin's voice echoed through the room. Simply put, it's teamwork training. Unbai looked at Han Ji-woo, slightly surprised. Oh, teamwork. Following her words, Li Juan continued, "Your opponent will be a night goblin, abyss of darkness." As soon as he finished speaking, one of the people sitting below jumped up. "What?" Seong-ho's face was covered in sweat, and he shook his head, trembling. "No way. You need at least an A rank to fight it. It's a very strong monster, only they can fight it." Seeing his attitude, Li Juan frowned slightly and questioned, "This is the only way to improve your skills quickly. Didn't you come here ready to risk your life for training?" Seeing the logic in his words, Seong-ho stammered, "Well, that's true, but—" To avoid wasting time, Li Juan spread his palm, and a glowing magic circle appeared beneath his feet. "Before fighting the abyss of darkness, there's one thing everyone needs to learn. That is the white tiger chain attack formation. If you master this formation, even at your current level, everyone can defeat the abyss of darkness." Hayuke-jin looked up, his gaze fixed on him, and quickly asked, "The chain formation is the standard attack formation of a school, right? So, is White Tiger an upgraded version?" Kyung-jin, standing next to him, nodded and immediately explained, "That's right. Mr. Li Juan reviewed the original and created a new attack formation. First, I'll demonstrate." To begin the training process, she called out the names of those who would step forward: Haiseol, Baekun Bai, Seoleg, and Nam Seong-ho. Please step forward to your weapons. A training plan had been laid out by Kyung-jin. When I attack, the three people around Haiseol just need to block my attacks. Finishing her instructions, she leaped down from above, sword in hand. Start. A direct slash aimed at Seong-ho, who was standing there, bewildered and on his knees, not giving him time to breathe. Kyung-jin wielded her sword for the next strike. She also didn't forget to parry the incoming throwing knives from Seoleg. While witnessing the battle, Li Juan on the sidelines ceaselessly lectured his students. The key to the White Tiger chain attack is to never stop attacking the enemy. Back in the battle, Kyung-jin tightly gripped her sword and lunged straight towards Unbai. The moment the attacks stop, the entire formation will collapse. Keep that in mind. Next, she shifted her gaze towards Haiseol, who was in a defensive stance. The three of you attract the enemy's attention. The one in the middle will seize the opening and deliver a fatal blow. Not forgetting to remind him, Haiseol, your position is the most important. Haiseol quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. Kyung-jin leaped high into the air, surrounded by Haiseol, Seoleg, and Seong-ho. Suddenly, something made her drop her guard, and she opened her eyes wide. Seizing the opportunity, Haiseol, sword in hand, lunged into the air, delivering several blows towards Kyung-jin before landing. After attacking, he bowed his head, his face dark as he thought to himself, "I did it." Haiseol looked towards Miss Cha in the distance. "I definitely hit her once." Kyung-jin's face had a slight scratch, for which Li Juan brought medicine. "This is a healing item. Thank you." He didn't forget to praise Haiseol, who was kneeling on the ground. "For first try, that was very good." Praised, Haiseol's face flushed red. "Thank you, sir." Seeing that the group had mastered all the skills, Li Juan turned and suggested, "So, we'll continue training until dinner. When the sun sets, we'll have a real battle, so get ready." Everyone facing him immediately agreed, without hesitation. And so, the challenge began for his group tonight. The first night at Zichsun Gate had arrived. As night fell, at the gloomy Zichsun Gate, interspersed with towering mountains and fiery red lava, Li Juan, backpack on, walked ahead. He turned back to remind Hayuke-jin and Juan Jiayan, who were following. "It's dark, so everyone, please be careful where you step." She couldn't wait any longer and asked, "Juan, how much longer do we have to go?" But Li Juan put a finger to his lips, signaling. "Sure." He told her to look into the distance. "Look over there. Abyss of darkness and its subordinates are hovering in the air." Hayuke-jin was momentarily captivated by its beauty. "Is that the abyss of darkness? It doesn't look human, but it looks beautiful, doesn't it?" Seeing his expression, Juan Jiayan gently reminded him, "Hey, it's a monster." Their commotion forced Li Juan to speak up. "Silence, everyone." He lightly opened his backpack, and Lam Lam's head popped out from inside. "We need to deal with those dark goblins first." Li Juan quickly put it down on the ground, placing all his trust in Lam Lam. "Counting on you, kid." The subordinates of Abyss of Darkness seemed to sense something, their faces covered in sweat. Lam Lam's mission is to freeze them in place. Among monsters, different species also have a hierarchy system. Lam Lam quickly lunged forward, opening its mouth wide directly at them. If regular red-tier monsters saw a red-tier boss monster like Lam Lam, their entire bodies would freeze, and they wouldn't be able to move. At this moment, only Tam Yuyentich stood there, its eyes tightly shut in fear. Taking advantage of that, we will attack Tam Yuyentich. Seizing the opportunity, his group immediately surrounded it from all sides. Team 2, deploy the White Tiger Chain attack formation. Hyeseol gripped the sharp sword tightly in his hand, awaiting orders. When the time came, he launched a powerful slash directly at Tam Yuyentich, but it was blocked. It was all thanks to Tam Yuyentich's tough arm. It used its tough arm as a weapon. Seeing it attacked, the subordinates, controlled by Lam Lam, became anxious. "We can't let them get close to Tam Yuyentich. Damn it, I can't move." Watching from outside, Li Juan ordered everyone, "When the enemy attacks, except for Hyeseol, the rest of you defend together." Seoleg immediately acknowledged. "Understood." Just like that, all four surrounded Tam Yuyentich, not leaving its side for a moment. And then, the students from the special class attacked Tam Yuyentich for 2 hours. Finally, Hyeseol found its weakness and delivered a fatal blow. After 2 hours, Hyeseol found an opening and attacked Tam Yuyentich with his mirror demon. The special class successfully defeated Tam Yuyentich for the first time. The mirror in his hand glowed with a dazzling blue light. Li Juan's entire face showed surprise. Teeth clenched, the mirror demon finally shone. Next to him, the master also arrived. Aside from Thien Diet, it was also the best weapon on Earth, but its full potential had not yet been unleashed. Not far away, after completing the mission, he breathed a sigh of relief. Li Juan speculated. "So, that means the mirror has acknowledged Hyeseol." The elder also agreed. "That's what I see." To let the group rest, he slowly approached and suggested, "Well done, class. The rest is up to me and Miss Cha." Li Juan announced in a low voice, "Has everyone seen the future ahead? There are 9 more challenges waiting." Hayuke Jin was stunned and wondered. "But we just defeated Tam Yuyentich. What do you mean 9 more challenges?" Seeing the group's attitude, he continued to lower his tone and turned his head to explain. "There's no way a gate this big only has 1 abyssal twilight. According to the report, there are 9 more." The complaints echoed nonstop. "No, I'm gonna die." Li Jun immediately reminded them. "Stop complaining. Let's head back to base." The camera hovering in the air had been recording the entire scene until now. Back in a room, Chairman Mizung was observing Hizio through the camera from his seat. Then he looked at Ju opposite him and asked, "Secretary Nam, did they really kill a red-tier monster?" She nodded immediately and replied, "I suppose so." Joe began to describe and briefly introduce the background of Hizio, who was holding a sword on the screen. A B-tier awakened who defeated a red-tier monster. This has never happened before. And that student is using a big sword. That's Hizio, a first-year student. Mizung stroked his chin, his face showing a mix of surprise and worry. That's the one who's always with Li Jun. He wasn't very prominent before, but that swordsmanship technique, it seems to be a technique from the Emperor's clan. Hizio's fighting stance with the sword kept lingering in his mind. Yes, but it's stronger than any forms the Sword King ever performed. That must be the Emperor's chain sword art that the Tao King has been desperately searching for all this time. Hearing this, Jiu, holding a device with documents beside him, asked loudly, "If Hizio truly masters that technique, what will happen?" Mizung turned his head to explain to her. If the Tao King were still alive, Hizio's life would likely be in danger. Suddenly looking at the screen, Joe's eyes widened as she announced, "Tao King Chairman, look." The latest updated information made Mizung gasp in horror. The Tao King appeared in Incheon? What? Back in Incheon, a group of people lay dead on the ground, slain by Kong Yu's sword. Observing his surroundings, the old man subtly smirked, looking very pleased. From above, Kong Yu observed, the entire city seemed to be plunged into chaos. I've done this much, and the divine power still hasn't shown itself? Then perhaps there really has been a recent change within the divine power's ranks. The monsters he controlled attack the people all over the streets. I don't even need to borrow troops from Inju. Everything has been this easy. Not far away, on a building screen, a reporter was updating the latest news. Currently, the Tao King's group is indiscriminately attacking civilians. Awakened have been sent to the divine power and the alliance of 15 clans, but they have also suffered heavy losses. Looking at his father, Taeho couldn't help but wonder about Inju's actions. Why did Inju lend his forces? Even Kong Yu was puzzled. Who knows what his scheme is? He looked seriously into the distance, assuring the man beside him. Now, all you need to worry about is going to the Divine Power Clan and crushing Lai Jun and his family. Inju has given us a precious opportunity. Let's go destroy the Divine Power. No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice from afar interrupted, interrogating Kong Yu. You said destroy who? None other than Lai Jun's father, Jian Mu, who was speaking strongly to the Tao King. But before that, he would have to step over this old man's corpse. Seeing his appearance, Kong Yu turned back and chuckled mockingly. Look who it is, the head of the Divine Power Clan personally welcoming me. As it happens, I was also coming to visit you. You know, your son owes our clan a little something. Hearing that, Jian Mu apologized on his son's behalf. Please understand, sir. That kid is just going through a rebellious phase. Behind him, Hyung Jun was worried. Have you managed to contact Lai Jun? The information was immediately reported, but he's not responding. His face covered in sweat. He gritted his teeth and ordered. All right, he's probably still inside the gate. Contact Musego right away. Hyung Jun quickly walked over to Jian Mu, gently placing a hand on his shoulder and suggesting, Please leave this place to us, the Heavenly King squad. With a serious expression, he firmly stated to Jian Mu, We will buy time until Lai Jun returns. Please take care of yourself. Seeing his attitude, he entrusted everything to Hyung Jun. I'm counting on you. On this side, with a confident attitude, Taeho looked at Kong Yu and asked, Father, can I make the first move? The old man hesitated slightly. Are you sure about that? The man chuckled, his face full of arrogant confidence, and boldly replied, Of course, I want to see how strong I've truly become. Seeing his son like that, Kong Yu decided to let him try once to assess his abilities. Good, I'll allow it. But remember to kill the divine power. No sooner had he finished speaking than Taeho, sword in hand, rushed forward like a gust of wind. I know. He raised his sword high and powerfully struck towards Hyung Jun, who was blocking his path. Seeing him decisively dodge the attack, Taeho quickly pulled back his sword, furrowed his brow slightly, and laughed excitedly. Long time no see. Divine power. Hyung Jun frowned at Taeho's attitude, his expression clearly showing annoyance. It seems this isn't the time for pleasantries. He knelt slightly, looking at him with challenging eyes. Can we consider the Emperor declaring war on divine power? Hearing that, Taeho quickly scoffed. Is this even considered a war? Behind him at that moment was a monster opening its mouth wide to swallow people. You see, divine power has lost before the war even began. The scene before him made Hyung Jun a little worried. What are those monsters doing? They clearly came out from inside the gate. Seizing the opportunity, Taeho gripped his sword tightly and lunged quickly towards him, attacking by surprise. You emperors must have asked someone for help, right? You already know that. Hyung Jun was startled by that action, his mind racing. Now is the time to show the strength that Lai Jun has painstakingly cultivated within me. Regaining his composure, he quickly knelt, raised his hand, and channeled his inner energy. This war that the Emperor started first, as the shield of divine power. I will do my best. Observing from outside, Kang Yu showed a puzzled expression regarding that source of power. That power, its heavenly king divine art. As if remembering something, his eyes widened, filled with red blood vessels. No, is it heavenly sovereign divine art? Kang Yu quickly shouted loudly, reminding his son who stood opposite Hyung-jun. Tae-ho, be careful, don't be overconfident. You don't need to worry, Dad. Fighting him was one thing, but he didn't forget to remind his teammates around him. Heavenly King Team, eliminate all those who attack divine power. A few meters away, Hyung-jun's group was fighting those monsters. Back to him, a fierce battle was about to erupt between Hyung-jun and the arrogant Tae-ho. At the headquarters of the 15 Family Alliance, representatives of the families were sitting at a meeting table. Jigong rested his hand on his chin, his face showing worry as he asked those around him, "What do you all plan to do now?" Someone at the head of the table proposed an idea. The Tao King is massacring people. Shouldn't we expel him from the alliance? Someone slammed the table and questioned, "What are those monsters?" On the screen, news about the monsters was everywhere. They're supposed to be inside the gate, so why are they appearing there? Fortunately, Shin Jiga evacuated the citizens. If it weren't for Shin Jiga, the situation would be much worse. Shin Jiga, leader of the Huan-1 team, Jiga at the table tried to suppress his worry and gave a polite laugh. "You're exaggerating." Suddenly, someone at the meeting table slammed their hand down, showing anger. Representing his family at this moment, the man questioned Jiga. "So what now? Do you mean we'll just keep sitting here and watching?" Book John Sip, Iron-Blooded Sword Clan. Before he could speak, Jigong interrupted. "The 4 great families are one thing, but if we, a weaker family, offend the Tao King..." John Sip heard the words, and his face looked helpless. Are these cowards really part of the 15 Family Alliance? Unbelievable! He gritted his teeth and spoke. "Is that all you can say? Truly pathetic." Not stopping there, John Sip looked directly at the group at the meeting table and bluntly criticized. "Even now, as the damage increases, who knows how long the Divine Power Clan can hold out?" Trying to stay calm, Jigong offered an explanation for the current problem. "It's not that we don't want to help the Divine Power Clan." His face showed fear, covered in sweat, as he softly explained. "It's just that the Divine Power side has lied June, so we don't need to get involved." Suddenly, a man kicked open the door and stepped in. At first glance, everyone immediately recognized him. The Sword King, Chun Zich, frowning, said loudly, "You're just wasting time here." He raised his hand. He pointed directly at the people at the table and questioned, "Do you know how many people are dying out there?" The words uttered by Chun Zich shamed the families, who pretended to be silent. This is why the common people despise the families. Because people like you only care about your own gains and losses. Their attitude made him unable to control his angry emotions, and he roared, "If you were truly warriors, wouldn't you know what to prioritize?" Chun Zich looked towards his son, John Sip, who quickly stood up. "Yes, Dad." Without another word, he turned and left, telling John Sip behind him, "What are you doing here? Go out and protect the people." He quickly followed, "Yes." Just like that, Chun Zich and his son left the meeting room with extremely disappointed expressions. How shameful. On the rooftop, the challenging battle between Hyung-jun and Tae-ho was intensely underway. Outside, Kang Yu observed and continuously praised him. "He's keeping up with Tae-ho? That's impressive." Suddenly, he glanced as if sensing something. Giant Mu rushed over from afar, sharp sword in hand, confronting Kang Yu. "Oh my, your subordinates are fighting their hearts out for you, yet you don't value your own life." He didn't forget to scoff at Hyung-jun, who was fighting his own son. "That brat seems to have learned some strange martial art, but it's still not enough to match Tae-ho." But Giant Mu seemed to still trust him, just calmly smiling and replying, "Aren't you the one using a strange martial art?" Gripping Kang Yu's collar, he questioned him. "Dark energy is swirling around your body. What is that?" Some kind of demonic art from criminals from Sumerian. Hearing that, Kang Yu vehemently denied. Demonic arts? Do you think I'm a fool to learn such things? Without another word, Giant Mu swung his sword powerfully towards the old man. Are you denying it? With a resolute gaze at Kang Yu, he remained certain of his suspicion, not only infringing upon the divine realm, but those monsters too. You've definitely colluded with outsiders. The old man furiously roared, veins bulging on his neck, to retort. If you think this is ordinary demonic power, then your knowledge is too limited. Just as the slash descended, Kang Yu suddenly vanished completely before Giant Mu's eyes. What was that? Was that? The old man's teleportation technique stunned him. He bowed his head in confusion. He's gone. Suddenly from above, Kang Yu aimed a red, brawny fist straight at Giant Mu. You'll have to find the answer yourself. Back in the Red Mountain Gate area, Jun Gion and Han Ju finished their fight, and blue scoreboards appeared. Ignoring the blue notification boards, Lai Jun stood still, his eyes deep in thought. Not far from him, a beetle-like monster lay unconscious on the ground. This is our 10th raid into the abyss. This is the last one in the gate, Lai Jun asked loudly, looking at the group of students. Has anyone not awakened their special ability yet? With a sad expression, Hayek Jin raised his hand and reported to him. Oh me. Standing on the ground with his hands on his hips, Lai Jun looked at him with a puzzled expression. How can you be so unlucky? Hayek Jin replied nonchalantly. It's probably because the teacher isn't skilled enough. Suspected of incompetence by his student, he turned and left, calmly smiling. It's best if you never awaken at all. Lai Jun's action surprised him quite a bit. Are you just going to abandon your student like that? Hearing that, he quickly turned back to explain clearly to Hayek Jin. Abandon what? Just don't run away if the training gets too hard. Then he ordered the mud-covered students to rest. Let's go back to base. Rest up and prepare for the next training session. There, suddenly from above, the camera that had been with them throughout their journey spoke. Teacher Lai Jun, Teacher Lai Jun, please check your messages immediately. Seeing its function, Jun Gion couldn't help but be surprised. That drone has a connection function too? Lai Jun quickly held the camera close to his face. He quickly turned the camera forward, and a new screen appeared. The Tao King has appeared in Inchan, leading a horde of monsters. The estimated casualties are currently. Jun Gion immediately remembered. Inchan is where the divine power resides. Hizio looked at him. Brother. But Lai Jun remained silent. He looked up at the screen with a light smile on his face. So this is how he wants to do it. On the screen, an image of Gion Mu flashed before his eyes, along with information from the other end of the line. Teacher Lai Jun, are you there? Teacher Lai Jun. The more I think about it, the more I feel I should tell you, so I decided to contact you. The Divine Power Clan and the awakened ones of each family are currently. Teacher Lai Jun, if you're listening, please answer. Seeing his father's image, Lai Jun's eyes widened with clear worry. Dad. He quickly responded to me some on the other end, then looked at Kyung Jin. Chairman, I'm listening. Thank you for letting me know. Ms. Cha, who understood the problem, nodded and suggested to him. You go. Holding Lam, Lai Jun gave everyone around him instructions before leaving. I need to go out for a bit. Keep the students here. Let them train in the area. As long as Lam is present, the monsters won't dare come near. Seeing him leave alone, Jun Gion, very worried, tightly held his hand and suggested, Run, I'll go with you. Beside her, Hizio also wanted to go and help Lai Jun. I'm strong enough now, I won't be a burden. Please let me assist you. Seeing everyone's sincerity, he was deeply moved, but had to refuse. Everyone, thank you, but I'm fine. Class isn't over yet. It'll still continue without me. Just like that, Lai Run left the Crimson Mountain Gate alone, leaving the students behind. And this fight only makes sense if I go alone. Using his movement technique, he soared across buildings incredibly fast. Lai Run seemed to sense the might of the surrounding purple energy currents. Demonic energy permeated everywhere. This intense energy is S-Rank. Immersing himself in those currents, he also understood the problem. It seems so. This is why we haven't heard anything from him until now. Lai Run moved nonstop, rushing deep into Incheon City. Two colossal energy currents were clashing nonstop. One belonged to the Tao King, and the other was Dad's. A moment later, he stood on a rooftop, observing the scene below. The road was deserted, with only Kong Ju and Gyeon Mu slumped on the ground. His entire body was covered in scratches, and he thought to himself, "It will end soon." Standing opposite him, the old man smirked victoriously, taunting, "Brother-in-law, all your efforts and training have gone to waste." Clutching his chest, Gyeon Mu realized the problem. "My body cannot move." Blood flowing from his mouth, he looked at Kong Ju and questioned, "You, what did you do to my body?" Hearing that, the old man held out his hand, which was emitting red smoke, and innocently said, "I didn't do anything, brother-in-law. This is a special demonic technique. It's not for nothing that I abandoned the emperor's art." Kong Ju even boldly declared to Gyeon Mu how he would die. "I guarantee you'll die very slowly and painfully." Lightly covering his bleeding nose, he remained calm despite the old man's threat. "Listen to me. My son will kill you before you do that." Kong Ju gritted his teeth, not noticing Lai Run rushing from behind with a spear. His son. Lai Run raised his spear to strike down, but Kong Ju glanced behind him. "Stop right there." Hearing that, he froze. Seeing this, Kong Ju looked at Lai Run and shouted, "If you come any closer, your father won't make it back alive." Ignoring the old man's words, he raised his spear. "Well, if that's the case." An elder struck towards Taemin, who had no time to dodge, and was slammed into the wall. Caught off guard, he screamed at Lai Run, Lai Run, you dog, you dare hit me?" Hyung Run and another person ran towards Lai Run. "Young master, captain." Seeing the two of them, Lai Run smiled faintly. "You two have held out until now, well done. I'm a bit late, aren't I? I'll leave eliminating the remaining monsters and evacuating the citizens to you two." Hyung Run's eyes were filled with trust for his young master. "Understood. I knew you'd come." Kong Ju looked worriedly at his injured son and softly called out, "Taemin." Kim Biem ran to support Taemin. "Let me give him first aid." Kim Biem looked at Taemin's injuries and exclaimed, "Taemin, your arm." He looked at his own blood-stained arm. It must have been broken by that blow earlier. "That bastard Lai Run." Kong Ju looked at Lai Run with cold eyes, growling each word. "You punk! Don't you see your father lying at my feet?" Lai Run smirked defiantly. "Then come here, kill me." In an instant, his face was filled with killing intent. "But in return, I'll kill every single member of the Empire here, including you." He stomped heavily on Gyeon Mu's chest, causing him pain. "All right, let's see how much you can endure." His foot stomped harder and harder, making him unable to bear it, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with glee. "I destroyed your father's dantian. Now you're going to." Kong Ju didn't finish his sentence, stunned by Lai Run's expression. Are you smiling?" The old immortal wondered as he watched Lai Run's actions. You took off your ring." He looked at Kong Ju and sneered. "However far you want to play, I'll indulge you." The old immortal reminded Lai Run, "Be careful not to be possessed by that power." He extended his hand towards Taemin while replying, "Understood." Taemin was extremely terrified, unable to control his own body. He shrieked in terror, "My body!" His body was lifted high by Lai Run. Taemin's eyes were filled with panic. "Can't run." He looked at him coldly. "If you have someone to blame, blame your stupid father." Taemin yelled towards Kong Ju, "Father, save me." He was stunned, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Taemin was now motionless on the ground. Lai Run spoke, "Don't worry, I haven't killed him yet. I just wanted to make sure his arm was completely crippled. They say a swordsman's life lies in his hands, right? Well, you also destroyed my father's dantian. So we're even now." Hearing that, Kong Ju immediately swung his sword towards Lai Run. "You!" He charged forward like a madman. "I'll kill you." Kong Ju raised the saber high in his hand. "Everyone connected to you, I'll chop them into pieces." Saying that, He unleashed his ultimate move, striking fiercely towards Lai Run. Kongju looked towards Lai Run and yelled, "He's gone." The shocking strike created a large explosion. Hyung Run frowned, looking at the battle here. That terrifying power, this is almost impossible. Unless it's an S-rank awakened, young master. The two others looked over in astonishment. He's not human. Is the clan head okay? Amidst loud shouts, clan head Lai Run strained to block his attack. He gritted his teeth. Dao King, while in seclusion, he cultivated a power beyond imagination. To fight him, I need more power from the heaven's annihilation. The immortal elder worriedly called Lai Run. Disciple, I know. Another strike slashed down, but he nimbly dodged it. He reminded him again. Be careful. Don't let yourself be consumed by the heaven's annihilation. I said I know, master. After answering, Lai Run looked at Kong Ju and sneered. What, you talk a big game. Is that all you've got? Enraged, he raised his sword towards him again. You, a piece of trash like you dares to fight me. You arrogant fool. The pain seemed to branch into many paths. His voice remained calm. That line should only be said when you're stronger than your opponent. A strange power gradually radiated around Lai Run. Sensing this aura, Kongju broke out in a cold sweat. This energy, it's not just a fragment of the heaven's annihilation. This is the real deal, primordial divine art. The energy of the primordial divine art is dominating this place. He roared towards Lai Run. You act noble, but you yourself have learned demonic arts. He raised his voice. Demonic arts. Lai Run burst out laughing. Master would scold me again if he heard that. The immortal elder suddenly appeared next to him, questioning. What demonic arts? Disciple, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and smash that guy to bits. Lai Run gathered a mist to envelop Kongju. Looks like Master heard it too. His eyes widened. I have to dodge. Kongju gnashed his teeth and cursed. Damn it, I'm stuck in the mist it released. I can't dodge. He roared. Infinite void art. Immediately, he took a fatal blow. Kongju was sent flying and slammed hard into the wall. In disbelief, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Everyone was stunned. Look, in an instant, the morale of everyone around significantly increased. The clan head is fighting right here with us. Let's also try our best to defeat these monsters and protect the divine energy territory. Lai Run looked at him from above. Get up. Did you rush into the divine energy just to fall here? Kongju clutched his sword and stammered. How can this be? I'm an S-rank. How can I lose to someone like you? He watched in horror as the boy's hand approached his face. Do you want me to tell you something very interesting? Lai Run said, tightening his grip on his neck. You're not the only one who knows how to drain people's blood and internal energy. After his words, only Kongju's painful screams remained. The system's voice rang out. You have absorbed a fragment of Pa Chong Gi. The required activation points to unlock Pa Chong Gi have decreased to 250,000. Lai Run indifferently looked at the murderous aura in his hand. Just as I thought, it's Pa Chong Gi. Seeing this unexpected scene, Kongju stammered, pointing at Lai Run. That's the devil's technique to absorb internal energy. Why are you attacking the Emperor? You're on our side too. He raised an eyebrow, as if listening to a joke. On your side. Kongju lost his composure and roared. Isn't that devil's technique the one Cho on Cheon gave you? Then you're also a follower of the Lord, just like me. Lai Run glanced at him contemptuously. The Lord? Is that the one behind you? Kongju looked defeated. You dare insult me. Lai Run, I'll kill you. Even if I have to sell my soul to the devil, I will tear you into pieces. He merely questioned. That was the same feeling the people you killed had before. They were helpless, unable to do anything but suffer and beg. His eyes were filled with burning hatred. Did you spare them then? He trembled. Shut up. Lai Run swung his hand, summoning a black dragon. I'm just doing what you did. Protecting my family, just like you. Kongju miserably stammered. No, I don't want to. Lai Run summoned Black Dragon City, controlling it as it charged towards Kongju. Everyone watched this strange sight in astonishment. The monsters are retreating. Kim Byum was stunned. How can this be? He looked at Lai Run's figure in the distance. He had disappeared without a trace. His gaze inadvertently caught the red fire in his eyes. Lai Run, what the hell did you do? Currently, Kim Beam realized Lai Run's eyes were on him. He looked at Tae Min, who was still unconscious. Brother, this is bad. Lai Run, that damn monster dared to lay a hand on him. Now I must find a way to retreat quickly. Before Kim Beam could leave, Lai Run charged straight at him with a spear. He defeated Kim Beam in a single blow. While Hyung Run was still dazed, the person next to him spoke. The monsters are starting to retreat. In the strange atmosphere, Hyung Run approached Lai Run. Young master, he happily placed a hand on his shoulder. Young master, no. Clan leader, everything is settled. He looked in shock at the tightly squeezed neck. Lai Run suddenly turned around and lifted Hyung Run with one hand. Clan leader, the mortal elder observed from the side. This brat is about to be consumed by heavenly destruction. The immortal elder immediately shouted into Lai Run's ear. Don't disgrace me, you fool. Stop right now. Looking at the unfamiliar scene, Lai Run was utterly confused. Master, where is this? I just heard Master's voice. Suddenly, an arm reached out. Unexpectedly, someone called out to him. We finally meet. Lai Run turned around and saw another Lai Run in front of him. You know me. His deep voice spoke. I know you very well. How do you know? Because I am you, and you are also me. The disjointed answer left Lai Run puzzled. What? The other Lai Run smiled and replied to him. I am the great desire hidden within you. Enticingly extended a hand towards him. Your destiny is to always walk with me. Together, let's stain everything before us with blood. Lai Jun replied coldly. I know who you are. You're heavenly destruction, right? I thought you were truly terrifying, but it turns out you're quite clumsy. He looked up disdainfully. You mean my greed for honor, power, or money is because of you? Actually, it'll be quite troublesome. Lai Jun tilted his head. My master will scold me for focusing on extraneous matters. Hearing Lai Jun's words, the person in front of him no longer had their initial mysterious demeanor. Extraneous? You fool! I am destruction, the craving of a bloodthirsty demon. He roared. I know it's not easy to sway you. Now I will take over your consciousness and body. Let's do it together. Lai Jun's words made the other Lai Jun freeze. What? Didn't you hear me? I said let's do it together. As he spoke, he reached out his hand towards him, making the other Lai Jun a bit bewildered. Didn't you say it would be troublesome? He scratched his head. Ah, I mean it'd be troublesome if he found out. I don't want to disappoint my master. The atmosphere became more relaxed, and the two immediately sat down on the ground. The other Lai Jun asked him, You mean that old martial god? Why do you like that old man? As I see it, he's always tormenting you. He chuckled softly. That's because he cares about me. You don't know how terrifying indifference can be, do you? The other Lai Jun turned his back to him. He muttered, Who knows? I'm always the center of attention. Lai Jun looked at him and raised an eyebrow. You're interested in my master. He frowned. That's why you think badly of him. If you had been neglected for 10 years, you wouldn't say that. Lai Jun seemed lost in thought. My master was the first person to pay attention to me. Perhaps I don't understand the indifference you speak of, but I know loneliness very well. Hearing Heavenly Destruction's confession, he smirked. Oh, really? I think we'll get along great. No, you're different from me. Lai Jun asked again. How am I different? He extended his hand towards the other Lai Jun. If you feel lonely now, I can be with you. The other Lai Jun was doubtful. You know very well I'm a cruel, insane killer. So why do you still choose to come with me? Lai Jun stood up and replied, Because I want to follow my master's path, and that path requires overwhelming power. His expression was serious. Even in the final battle, if I didn't have your power, how could I defeat the Tao King? I believe that victory was thanks to us fighting together. The other Lai Jun wondered. So, you're just like me. He finally agreed. All right, let's see how you can control this body. I'm very confident I can control you. The two hands moved closer to each other. The space vanished. Lai Jun's vision gradually blurred. Then he regained consciousness. The first sight Lai Jun saw upon regaining consciousness was him still lifting Hyung-Jun high up. Clan head, Hyung-Jun. He bowed his head. I'm sorry, I must have lost control. Hyung-Jun waved his hand, indicating he was fine. It's all right. I'll take this as punishment for not handling the situation before the clan head returned. The surrounding landscape was desolate and ruined. After the clan head defeated the Tao King, the monsters also quickly disappeared. But there were many casualties. How is the Tao King side? Taemin is trying to hold on. As for Kim Beam, following Hyung-Jun's gaze, Lai Jun saw Kim Beam lying motionless there. Lai Jun was silent. Attacked by Thien Diet. I don't remember killing him. Did it happen when Thien Diet took over my consciousness? He thought to himself. From now on, I must always wear the ring. Don't just stand there. Quickly clear the area and save as many people as possible. Lai Jun commanded the surrounding area. The immortal elder appeared and asked Lai Jun, "Are you sober now?" "Master, you kept calling my name earlier, didn't you? I think I heard your voice." He bowed. "Of course. When my disciple was about to be invaded by that thing, I had to pull that kid out." He smiled brightly. "Look up. If you're talking about the end diet, we've already dealt with it smoothly." Immortal Elder Alex tilted his head. "Since a window appeared in front of you, I guess that's true." Lai Jun looked at the system notification in surprise. "You have subdued the end diet. Reward: 10 million tech chi points. Thien Diet has changed the nature of the primordial divine technique. Reward: ultimate infinite energy." Lai Jun pondered over this reward. Ultimate infinite energy. The immortal elder, by his side, assessed Lai Jun. "But, thinking that you subdued that thing, your internal energy is more stable and seems even stronger than when the primordial divine technique reached 8 stars. But murderous aura is still rampant within you, even though the Ring of Origin has suppressed it greatly. Perhaps it's time for you to enter the Gate of Chaos." Lai Jun looked bewildered, not understanding what he was contemplating. Observing the desolation below, from above, a voice spoke up. "So you were right." Inza glanced. "Then it's dangerous." Inzu asked Somi, "How Yesngik Tin?" Thanks to Dao Wang drawing attention, the Engich Thien formation, a powerful formation against the Enko itself, is used to resist or control fate or divine power. His voice was even despite seeing bodies scattered everywhere. The conditions have been met. In front of them was a peculiar formation, and we can prepare just in time. Right now, it has absorbed some blood, so it's still quite small, but it will grow larger over time. They have set up a Engich Thien formation in Incheon to use it to summon the Nak and Thien Chua to this world. Inza gave a creepy smile. Everything is going smoothly. Lai Jun seemed to sense something. He looked up at the tall building, then turned to ask Tien Lao, "You also know about Chan O-Chan appearing in Shandong, China, right?" Tien Lao came closer to talk. "Are you talking about things like blood demons? I heard that someone named Inzu is behind this incident. What exactly are those people plotting?" Tien Lao probably also realized something. Perhaps they've finished their preparations. "What?" "Nothing. I feel something very ominous." Lai Jun seriously suggested, "We must hold a big family meeting." A few days after Dao Wang attacked Incheon, families were dispatched to Incheon to rescue civilians and set up shelters. Dao Wang's actions resulted in countless casualties and injuries. People mourned for them, and at the same time, criticized the Luke family for failing to protect them. Lai Jun brought the special class students back from Red Mountain Gate. Hai Jin ran into his sister's room holding his phone. "Sis, read this article." The article stated that after Gwen Vong's Dantian was destroyed, Lai Jun became the prime candidate for the next head of the Luke. The media is focusing on how the Luke will take responsibility for the incident. In the Great Hall, a servant bowed politely to welcome Lai Jun. A loud announcement echoed, drawing everyone's eyes to him. The head of the Luke family, Lord Lai Jun, has arrived. He smiled and nodded towards Lai Jun. The one who spoke was the head of the Dogvuk family, Young Soo Ho. So the news is true. Wen Vong's Dantian was destroyed. No matter how talented he is, he's just a kid to become the family head. Lai Jun spoke up, cutting off the conversations about him, after Dao Wang's attack in Incheon. There is a figure called Chan O-Chan. With just one sentence, surprise gradually appeared on the faces of those seated here. Chan-o-chan. Seeing the doubt in many people's eyes, Lai Jun explained, "Consider them as those who want to destroy this world. I recently faced one of their members. Indeed, they are not easy to deal with." He rested his hands, his voice serious. "Dao Wang is just their puppet. I don't know their true purpose, but..." Lai Jun's eyes were sharp. "They certainly intend to cause great harm to us." He clenched his fist, trying to persuade them. If all awakened ones, including the 5 great families, don't unite their strength, we won't be able to fight Chan-o-chan. Someone wondered, is Chan-o-chan that strong? Lai Jun nodded in confirmation. This time it was in Chan. Next time all of Korea might be the next victim. Everyone listened silently to Lai Jun's words. "Today I want to announce a few things. Just this once. Let's unite our strength to fight Chan-o-chan and find a way to protect this nation." Old Chun Sik was the first to agree. "Our iron blood sword will stand with divine power." Min Sung also agreed. "Us too." The person sitting next to him hinted. "If we can prevent major losses, we'll do anything." Gradually, everyone raised their hands in agreement. Lai Jun was very pleased that everyone was united like this. "Then let's together consider countermeasures and shelters throughout the city for citizens to evacuate to. Once the shelters are ready, I'll announce it." As Min Sung was about to leave, he heard Lai Jun's call. "Chairman, there's one more thing. I think I need to temporarily suspend the special class for now." Who knew you'd become the clan head so soon? He could only sigh, looking at Lai Jun and asking, "Is it because you're busy with your position as clan head? Or is it because you feel guilty about what happened in Inchan?" Guilt filled Lai Jun's eyes. I also need to monitor Chan-o-chan. As a teacher, I couldn't even protect a single city." He said softly, "Just assume I want to take some time to reflect on everything. Could you explain it to the students for me?" He sighed helplessly. "All right, if you feel that way, I won't stop you." Min Sung laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. "Well, since it's already happened, just think of it as a vacation. You can come back to that position anytime you want. Don't worry." He happily waved and smiled brightly. "You're already a teacher of our Musego." Lai Jun bowed as he watched Min Sung leave. The immortal elder appeared. Noticing Lai Jun's unusual state, "Disciple, your murderous aura is surging." Lai Jun lowered himself. "I apologize. Whenever I can't control my emotions, I also can't control my murderous aura." He frowned. "Such symptoms are experienced by almost everyone who possesses the Heaven Exterminator. The ring also has its limits. It's only a matter of time before you enter the Chaos Gate." He asked back in doubt. "Chaos Gate?" The immortal elder replied. "Yes, a place created to develop chaos divine arts. As your level increases, the aura of the Heaven Exterminator also increases. If you train chaos divine arts to 9 stars inside the Chaos Gate, you will completely control the Heaven Exterminator." He stammered in surprise. 9. 9 stars. He reconsidered the matter. "Right, if I have to face Chan-o-chan, this strength isn't enough. I need to become even stronger." The immortal elder guided Lai Jun. "Take the Blood God map." The system sound echoed. Blood God map unlocked. Rank SSS. Difficulty SSS. The map leading to where the Blood God and his disciples reside in seclusion. The Blood God map has been activated. Lai Jun touched a location on the map. The Chaos Gate is located here. See Erexon, Kangwon-do. Lai Jun hovered in the air, observing below. He landed in a cave. According to the map, the entrance must be around here. From behind Lai Jun, the map flew forward. It flew into the space in front. A flash of light created a path for him. "Oh, so that's how it is." The immortal elder said softly. "Let's go in." He reached out his hand. "Yes." He squinted as a strong beam of light shone directly on his face. "System message. You have entered an anomalous area, the Chaos Gate." Lai Jun was overwhelmed by the beauty of this place. "This place is..." he exclaimed. "It looks grander than the cracked temple back then." He glanced at the master beside him. His mouth twitched as he asked, "Master, why is it so vast? Did you create this place just to live alone?" The immortal elder looked at his disciple with an expression like he was looking at an idiot and spoke. That's because the sect was founded by the greatest people of the era. So, of course, it has to be big. Even those weaker than me have sects as big as mountains. They walked and talked. To me, this place is small. Are you that surprised? Master, your influence is greater than I thought. That's because your ambition is still too small. Lai Jun also didn't know what to do first. So, what do we do first? His voice was even. Listen before you explore. It's behind the largest hall. Here. He followed the immortal elder's footsteps. Lai Jun entered the grand hall. Oh, it's wider than I thought. Once again, he was amazed by the luxury of the place. He looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, "Who's that handsome?" The immortal elder, standing nearby, cleared his throat. Ahem, you think he's handsome too, don't you? Lai Jun hesitated. Don't tell me. Is that you? He replied, that's your master. He kept pointing at the painting, then at his master. Finally, he yelled, Did you threaten the painter? The immortal old man glared at him. This brat is too insolent. Aren't you going to admit your master is handsome? Lai turned his head. No, I'm just surprised. Who knew you were so handsome when you were young? I won't argue with you anymore. The faces in the paintings next to it were all burned. Are those the people who turned their backs on the master? Lai turned to look at the window that suddenly appeared. Main Mission 1, Chaos Ability, Difficulty, SS. Chaos Martial Arts can become fire, sometimes water, and sometimes nature. Only by mastering all characteristics can you be recognized as the true Chaos Inheritor. Master all characteristics to prove you are the Chaos Inheritor. Completion condition, pass the first gate. Reward, ability for the second gate, Breath of Death. Lai, not understanding, turned to look at the person next to him. What do fire, water, and nature mean? He led him to a large gate. Enter the gate, and you'll understand. If you don't want to die, prepare thoroughly. This is the first gate of the Chaos Gate, the Hall of Death. Lai was startled, looking at the door that suddenly appeared. I didn't see anything just now. Where did this gate come from? The immortal old man next to him spoke up. Pass the challenge, and the second gate will appear. He silently held the spear in his hand. Hall of Death, How does that relate to nature? Lai exclaimed in surprise. It's too dark. I can't see anything. It reminds me of when I talked to Thien Diet. Everything in front of him blurred. When he opened his eyes, Lai was in a different space. A steady mechanical sound. You have entered the first gate of the Hall of Death. Only Chaos Divine Art SS and Heavenly King Divine Art SS can be used. All effects of characteristics have been neutralized. The effects of the ultimate treasure have been neutralized. The 3 blue body has been sealed. The window displayed a series of notifications. Lai no longer paid attention to the window. He started walking around. As he walked, he marveled. Such a vast space exists inside that small building. The atmosphere in here is completely different from outside. Master, Lai called, but didn't see the immortal old man anywhere. His face fell. I can't feel any energy. I guess I'll have to solve it myself. Lai put his hands on his hips, frustrated. What should I do now? He was startled to discover something. Infinite Punch, they've finally sent someone. So the death god's vow is being fulfilled. 3 strangers suddenly appeared in front of him.